Zhonghai City. Inside a Western-style restaurant, a faint smile lingered on Lin Chen's face. Then he carefully took a brand-new Dami 10 Pro phone out from his chest pocket. Grinning foolishly, he said Yingying happy birthday. Across from him, Chen Yingying merely swept a glance at the Dami 10 Pro priced close to 6,000 yuan and showed a look of utter disdain as she spoke. TCH. Only broke losers use this kind of trashy domestic phone. Lin Chen, let me tell you from this moment on, I'm dumping you. In an instant, Lin Chen froze where he stood, as if he had been struck by a bolt of heavenly lightning. His mind went completely blank. He simply could not believe that this cold, heartless girl before him was the girlfriend who had been with him for nearly 2.5 years. Lin Chen, a boy from the countryside, came from a poor family. He had saved up 3 months' salary just to buy this phone. Yet who would have thought that what he received in return would be such a cruel mockery? Yingying, you're lying to me, right? Lin Chen asked in a trembling voice. Across from him, Chen Yingying let out a derisive laugh. Lying to you? Hell, Lin Chen, you should take a good look at yourself. With that pathetic, penniless look of yours, who would ever fancy you? That's not true, Yingying, you never talked like this back at school. For a moment, Lin Chen nearly lost control. Heh, Lin Chen, people grow up. Let me tell you, back in university, if you hadn't looked decent enough to serve as a long-term meal ticket, who would have bothered to be with you? The mockery on Chen Yingying's face grew even stronger. Then she shook the rose gold bracelet on her wrist. Do you know? This is a Cartier bracelet worth 50,000 yuan. Could you ever afford something like this? Lin Chen clenched his teeth, his fists tightening hard at his sides. Fine. Since you put it that way, I just hope you won't regret it. Regret? TCH. Don't be stupid. Why would I ever regret this? As her words fell, a gleaming white BMW suddenly pulled up outside the restaurant. From the car, a young man stepped down holding a bouquet of flowers in his arms. Enough talking. My boyfriend is here to pick me up, she said. With that, Chen Yingying swayed her hips as she walked toward the door. Inside, Lin Chen found it increasingly ridiculous. More than anger, what he felt was a bitter sense of absurdity. He could not help but wonder how he had ever fallen for such a vain, materialistic woman. Helplessly, he shook his head and remained seated where he was. The next moment, a crisp voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Sign-in grand gift pack system activated successfully. As the voice fell, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. System. Yes, host. Please begin your performance, Lin Chen said calmly as he sat there. 1 sign-in grand gift pack per day? Please be aware, the voice replied. Oh, 1 every day. In an instant, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. That's right. Today's sign-in grand gift pack has already been refreshed, the voice said. Hearing this, Lin Chen's thoughts began to whirl. All right, sign in. As his words fell, a crisp electronic tone sounded. Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. Reward obtained, permanent ownership of Jinyuan Commercial Street. At that, Lin Chen almost spat out the water in his mouth. Jinyuan Commercial Street. This was the most luxurious district in all of Zhonghai. It encompassed office buildings and shops, and its rental prices ranked among the top 10 in the city. The rent for just a single floor could easily reach tens of thousands of yuan per month. For a moment, Lin Chen was utterly stunned. The total area of the entire commercial street was a staggering 250,000 square meters. It could be said that just by collecting rent, he would never have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of his life. Lin Chen felt his throat go dry. Damn, this is really a pheasant turning into a phoenix. But then Lin Chen suddenly realized a problem. System, this won't get me into trouble, will it? If I suddenly own an entire commercial street, my assets won't be audited or something, right? Please rest assured, host. All of your assets are entirely compliant in origin, and your personal information has already been thoroughly encrypted by this system, the voice replied. Hearing this, Lin Chen finally felt at ease. Just then his phone suddenly began to ring. Hello. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Lin Chen? Yes, that's me. Good day, Mr. Lin. I am Wu Ming, the General Manager of Property Management at Jinyuan Commercial Street. Regarding the transfer of property rights for the commercial street, as well as this quarter's rent, we still need your signature. Would you be available now? Alright, I'll head over right away and call you when I arrive. With that, Lin Chen directly hung up the phone. Then he hailed a Didi ride and went straight toward Jinyuan Commercial Street. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He muttered under his breath, Heavens, what kind of background does this new boss have? According to the information, he only graduated from university half a year ago, yet he managed to buy out Jinyuan Commercial Street. Could he be some rich young master from an influential family? I just don't know what his temper is like. Please let him not be someone difficult to serve. He muttered as he hurriedly began preparing the materials for their meeting. Lin Chen soon arrived at the commercial street. From a distance, he caught sight of the towering Jinyuan Tower at the very center of Jinyuan Commercial Street, soaring a full 500 meters into the sky. One could say that Jinyuan Tower had already become one of Zhonghai's landmark buildings. Jinyuan Tower. Lin Chen murmured under his breath. Within Jinyuan Tower was the gathering place for Zhonghai's white-collar professionals and petite bourgeoisie. Once this had been the land of Lin Chen's dreams. After all, this was the most top-tier 5-grade office building, and was even hailed as a super office zone at the very apex of the hierarchy of disdain. Lin Shen walked toward Jinyuan Tower. Standing before its entrance, he looked at the imposing security guards. He took out his phone preparing to call Wu Ming. After all, he did not have an access card for Jinyuan Tower. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared within his. Gazing at this person, Lin Shen's brows lifted slightly. How what a coincidence. He had actually run into that pair of shameless lovers here. At that moment, Chun Yingying, who was clinging sweetly to a young man's arm, also noticed Lin Shen. Her brows immediately furrowed. She marched over to stand before Lin Shen in just a few quick steps. Pointing at his nose, she scolded loudly. Lin Shen, what are you doing here again? I've already rejected you clearly enough. How can you be so shameless actually following me and coming here to harass me? Turning his head slightly to glance at Chun Yingying, Lin Shen's brows knit together. Did this woman truly have not the slightest sense of self-awareness? Ever since he had seen through her true nature, Lin Shen had not the faintest shred of affection left for her. Her obsession with vanity was simply repulsive. With Chun Yingying shouting like that, quite a few people turned to look over. Their gazes toward Lin Shen gradually filled with a peculiar glint. Lin Shen's brows furrowed slightly, and before he could speak, that young man with the heavy dark circles under his eyes said, "So you are the senior, huh? Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhao Tianxiao. The company Ankang Technology inside Jinyuan Tower belongs to my family. I wonder where you are currently employed, senior." A teasing glint filled Zhao Tianxiao's eyes. After all, through Chun Yingying, he already knew that Lin Shen had just lost his job 2 days ago. Now he was nothing more than an unemployed drifter. Beside him, Chun Yingying immediately chimed in. "Brother Zhao, don't tease this guy. He's just an unemployed vagrant. He just got fired a couple of days ago," Chun Yingying said with open ridicule. As her words fell, the looks from the people nearby grew even more mocking as they stared at Lin Shen. Some even revealed outright disdain. After all, this was a place where white-collar elites gathered. Yet now an unemployed drifter had actually mixed in. In their eyes, he was undoubtedly a complete and utter failure. This guy dresses decently enough, yet turns out to be jobless. No wonder he got dumped. Exactly. Voices chimed in as the crowd began discussing one after. Standing there, Lin Shen merely cast a cool glance at the pair. Shaking his head, he said, "Chun Yingying, don't overestimate your own importance. Me coming here for you. How ridiculous. You." Lin Shen looked at Zhao Tianxiao's dark eye circles with a faint, almost amused smile, and continued. "But my friend, I have to ask, your eyeshadow is truly something else." As those words fell, Zhao Tianxiao's mentality instantly collapsed, and his expression turned dark and gloomy. "Brat, are you looking for death?" As for the people standing nearby, their expressions turned particularly strange. After all, the dark circles under Zhao Tianxiao's eyes were simply far too heavy. Over there, Zhao Tianxiao's face had turned so dark, it was almost inky. He then turned to the security guards of the building and said, "Security, this guy is here to cause trouble. If he dares to rush inside, throw him out for me." In an instant, the 2 security guards there fixed Lin Shen with predatory, watchful gazes. In response, Lin Shen could only let out a soft sigh. He then took out his phone and dialed Wu Ming's number. "Mr. Lin, have you arrived?" As soon as the call connected, Wu Ming's respectful voice sounded. I'm here. It's just that someone has told the security guards that if I dare to go inside, they should throw me out." Lin Shen. As these words fell, the hairs on Wu Ming's back instantly stood on end. He drew in a sharp breath of cold air. He could not comprehend who would dare to be so bold. Someone actually dared to declare that if Lin Shen so much as stepped inside, they would throw him out. In that instant, Wu Ming became acutely aware of how serious the situation was. He hurriedly said in a loud voice, "Mr. Lin, give me 5 minutes. No, 1 minute. I'll come down to receive you immediately. In 1 minute, I want to see you." After he hung up, Chun Yingying at his side immediately spoke with open disdain. "Lin Shen, aren't you tired of this? We've only been apart for a short while, yet your bragging has grown so much. You even say you want to see someone in 1 minute. With that tone, do you think you're the president of some company?" In response, Lin Shen merely cast Chun Yingying a cold glance and remained silent. "Humph." Zhao Tianxiao also let out a cold laugh, then casually pulled out 2 red banknotes. He tossed them to the 2 security guards and said, "Remember, if this man dares to walk inside, beat him out of here." "Yes." At once, the 2 security guards became even more attentive toward Lin Shen. Zhao Tianxiao looked at Lin Shen and said, "I really want to see how you think you're going to get inside." Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Ming was hurrying anxiously toward the outside. Just as he reached the elevator doors, a middle-aged man with a protruding belly stepped out of the elevator. Seeing the flustered Wu Ming, the middle-aged man was momentarily stunned. "Director Wu, I was just about to look for you. Why are you in such a hurry?" "Oh, Director Zhao." This middle-aged man was none other than Zhao Yuan, chairman of Ankang Technology. "What did you need me for?" Wu Ming stepped into the elevator, pressed the button for the first floor, and looked at Zhao Yuan beside him as he asked. Smiling broadly, Zhao Yuan said, "It's like this, Director Wu. About my rent for this quarter, I was wondering if it could be delayed a little. Wu Ming frowned slightly, then said, here's what we'll do. I'm just about to meet the new boss, so I'll take you along to meet him. As for the rent on your floor, you can discuss it directly with our boss. Given that your rent payment record has been quite good under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be a big problem. At that, Zhao Yuan's expression froze for a moment. So the Jinyuan Commercial Street had actually changed owners. For all the tenants, this was an extremely important matter. After all, a change of ownership meant that in the future their rents would inevitably undergo certain adjustments. For tenants like them who leased an entire floor at a time, if the rent was truly raised, they would have to pay tens of thousands more each month. Because of this, Zhao Yuan could not help feeling nervous. At that moment, the two of them arrived at the first floor. Wu Ming then rushed anxiously toward the outside. Outside, Zhao Tianxiao, seeing this scene, was instantly delighted inwardly. Looking at Lin Shen standing there, he immediately said, if I were you, I'd turn around and leave without a word right now. The general manager of this building is coming, and if a jobless drifter like you get seen by him, who knows, you might end up being taken straight to the station today for damaging the image of Jinyuan building. The people around them watched on with amused smiles. Lin Shen, however, still appeared completely unhurried. Seeing how composed Lin Shen remained, Zhao Tianxiao flew into a rage. Just then Wu Ming rushed out, and Zhao Tianxiao shouted loudly, Uncle Wu, this guy is my girlfriend's ex. He's here to cause trouble today. Hurry and have the security guards. In that instant, Wu Ming's expression turned unsightly. Just moments ago, he had already recognized Lin Shen, for he had studied Lin Shen's profile beforehand. And when he saw Lin Shen in person, Wu Ming grew even more astonished. Lin Shen looked far younger than he did in the photo. Wu Ming drew in a deep breath, and then spoke in a low, grave voice, Zhao Yuan, aren't you going to reign in your own son? The next moment, he quickly bent at the waist in a deep bow toward Lin Shen, his attitude incomparably respectful. Mr. Lin, I am truly sorry I arrived far too late. With Wu Ming's movement, the entire venue fell into dead silence. What was going on? Hadn't they all been told that Lin Shen was merely an unemployed drifter? Yet the scene before them did not match that script at all. Everyone's mouths hung wide open. Chun Yingying and Zhao Tianxiao were utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, Zhao Yuan stormed out, seething with rage. A resounding slap landed harshly on Zhao Tianxiao's face. Zhao Yuan's expression pitch black. You wretch! Zhao Yuan was truly driven to fury. His eyes were widened in blazing anger. Dad! Zhao Tianxiao was completely stunned, and tears quickly welled up in his eyes. You hit me. You've never laid a hand on me since I was a child, and now you actually hit me. I hit you, and I'll hit you again. Who told you to offend Mr. Lin? Zhao Yuan was truly on the verge of losing his mind. The moment he saw Zhao Tianxiao, he understood everything. This useless son of his had clearly offended the new boss. Hearing Zhao Yuan's words, Zhao Tianxiao grew even more unwilling to accept it. So what if Lin Shen is just some snot-nosed kid? Is that really enough to make all of you so afraid? A snot-nosed kid? Zhao Yuan almost burst a vein, roaring in fury. Zhao Tianxiao, has a donkey kicked your brains? Mr. Lin is the owner of Jinyuan Commercial Street. Do you have any idea how much rent Jinyuan Commercial Street brings in every year? $4 billion a year. If he's just a snot-nosed kid, then what does that make me? His words were like a stone thrown into a still lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. In an instant, everyone erupted in shock. The owner of Jinyuan Commercial Street. Annual rental income of $4 billion. These two simple facts completely transformed the gaze of everyone present as they looked at Lin Shen. At this moment in their eyes, there was nothing left toward Lin Shen but respect. Chun Yingying, however, suddenly screamed in a shrill voice. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's nothing but a penniless unemployed bum. How could he possibly be the owner of Jinyuan Commercial Street? Chun Yingying shouted hoarsely, her voice quivering with agitation. Beside her, Wu Ming let out a cold laugh. Mr. Lin is indeed the owner of our Jinyuan Commercial Street. All property rights of Jinyuan Commercial Street belong solely to him. As Wu Ming's words fell, everyone present sank into silence. Chun Yingying was completely petrified. So, it's actually true. After all these years, she had never realized that Lin Shen was in fact a second-generation heir to great wealth. Chun Yingying now wore a thoroughly despondent expression. All this time, a top-tier tycoon had been right by her side. If she hadn't been so blind and snobbish before, she might already have become a wealthy high-society wife. Regret. Boundless remorse flooded every inch of Chun Yingying's being. No, maybe I still have a chance. Yes, Lin Shen and I were together for 4 years. He must still have feelings for me. As long as I can get back together with him, I can still become a rich man's wife. With that thought, Chun Yingying turned to Lin Shen and spoke. Lin Shen, I was wrong before. I'll kneel to you. Let's get back together. As she spoke, she dropped to her knees with a... Watching this scene, Lin Shen's face was filled with disgust. Ever since he had seen through this woman's true nature, he had been left with nothing but infinite revulsion toward her. He spoke at once. Can I go in now? Mr. Lin, please. The security guards nearby beamed obsequiously, their posture utterly servile as they welcomed Lin Chun. Very well. When I come out later, I don't want to see any eyesores at the entrance. With that, Lin Chun headed inside. Understood, Mr. Lin. After Lin Chun stepped into the building, the two security guards walked over to Chun Yingying and Zhao Tianqiao. How the two of you, Mr. Lin doesn't wish to see you around. Will you leave on your own, or shall we escort you out? Hearing this, Zhao Tianqiao's face turned dark, and he turned away to leave. Chun Yingying's face flushed with embarrassment. She scrambled to her feet and hurried after Zhao Tianqiao, calling loudly, "Wait for me, darling." TCH. A woman like you can get lost. Already seething, Zhao Tianqiao's anger flared even hotter at the sight of Chun Yingying. He swung his hand and delivered a vicious slap. The blow left Chun Yingying's face swelling high. A cheap woman like you is only fit for me to toy with. Now get out of my sight. With that, Zhao Tianqiao strode away without hesitation. Left standing alone, Chun Yingying was utterly shattered like a lone figure lost in the wind. This time she had truly lost both the man and all advantage. On the other side, Lin Chun and Wu Ming had already entered the elevator. Beside them, Zhao Yuan forced a smile and said, "Mr. Lin, I hope you can be magnanimous and treat that brat Zhao Tianqiao's words as nothing but wind. Another day, I will bring Zhao Tianqiao to your door to apologize in person. I hope you can be lenient," Zhao Yuan added. Lin Chun gave him a sidelong glance and replied calmly, "Let it go. Your son said that if I dared to come in, he would throw me out. I cannot afford to accept his apology." Hearing this, Zhao Yuan standing there could only wear an utterly embarrassed expression. "How about this, Wu Ming? Does Hong Kong Technology have any issues with their rent?" Lin Chun continued. Wu Ming answered, "As for Hong Kong Technology, aside from the fact that last year's third quarter rent was submitted half a month late, this quarter's rent has not yet been fully paid. Aside from these issues, Hong Kong Technology's credit has all—" Lin Chun nodded and said, "Very well. The deadline for this quarter's rent is in 2 days. If Hong Kong Technology still has not paid in full by then, the lease will be terminated. Mr. Zhao, let me remind you, if the rent is not fully paid, then you had best find a new address for your company in advance." With that, the elevator doors slid open. Lin Chun left with a composed expression. Zhao Yuan, however, collapsed weakly inside the elevator in that instant, his eyes filled with despair. At this moment, Zhao Yuan's heart was consumed by boundless despair. In his mind, he was utterly finished. His company's funds were already tight, and cash flow had become difficult. He had originally planned to delay paying the rent and take the chance to ease his capital chain. But now, because Zhao Tianqiao had offended Lin Chun, they were being forced to pay immediately. This had become the final straw that broke the camel's back. "Bastard. Useless good for nothing. How did I end up with such a waste for a son?" he cursed inwardly. The more Zhao Yuan thought about it, the angrier he became. He left the elevator at once and rushed straight home. As soon as he arrived, he yanked off his belt, and facing the dazed Zhao Tianqiao sitting there, began to lash him mercilessly. In that instant, the house echoed with unending screams, the sharp crack of leather striking flesh, and furious, uncontrollable curses. Lin Chun knew nothing of Zhao Tianqiao's miserable state. At this time, he had followed Wu Ming to his own office, which was located at the very end of the 109th floor. The office occupied a full third of the top floor. Through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, half of Zhonghai lay spread out beneath his gaze. Lin Chun nodded in satisfaction, his expression serene. Wu Ming personally prepared a cup of coffee for him, then took out a stack of documents, and looking slightly restrained said, "Mr. Lin, these are all the financial statements from the past 6 months. Please have a look." Lin Chun understood nothing of these matters, yet he still pretended to read through the files, occasionally nodding his head. Not bad. You've done quite well," he said, closing the file. Wu Ming continued, "Mr. Lin, this is your first time coming to our Jinyuan Commercial Street to collect rent. Let me give you a brief introduction. The shops surrounding Jinyuan Commercial Street total 328 units. They include an indoor pedestrian street and a 5-story mall with a cinema on the 6th floor. The mall and the pedestrian street are rented as a whole with a quarterly rent of 750 million. As for the core area, the Jinyuan building has 109 floors. Floors 2 through 30 are leased out in separate units, with each square meter calculated at 1,700, making the quarterly rent around 10.2 million per floor. Floors 31 to 35 have been leased to a hotel with a quarterly rent of 2 million. From there up to the 105th floor, the space is rented as a whole with a quarterly rent of 23.8 million. Adding in other management fees, the total quarterly revenue reaches about 1.08 billion. Listening to this, Lin Chun's face remained calm, but his heart was surging. As Wu Ming finished speaking, Lin Chun's phone rang. Glancing at the message, Lin Chun was inwardly shaken. It read, "Your card, ending in 9527, received a transfer at 1300 on May 11th. Your current balance is 1080001,350. 83 Tianyuan Bank." Reading the message, Lin Chun gave a faint nod and said, "You've worked hard. The management of this building will remain in your hands. Also, there is no need to make a big fuss about my taking office. Understood, Wu Ming replied. Very well, you may go for now, Lin Chen said. Wu Ming nodded and, not daring to linger in the slightest, turned and walked out. After leaving the office, Wu Ming wiped the sweat from his temples and exhaled a long breath. Deep down, he was still faintly astonished. After all, Lin Chen's demeanor had been far too calm. Over the years, he had encountered countless people. Yet someone so young, upon hearing that 1 billion had arrived in his account, could remain utterly unruffled and respond with nothing more than a mild, "You've worked hard." Such a level of detachment was something Wu Ming had never witnessed before. Could he be some wealthy young master from a powerful family? Wu Ming muttered under his breath, doubt rising in his heart. But if he really were a rich young master, isn't his clothing a little too understated? For a moment, more and more questions sprouted in Wu Ming's heart. After all, Lin Chen's attire was simply too... He looked completely like an ordinary person. Yet that composure and quiet aura of his felt strangely out of place. Inside the office, the moment Wu Ming left, Lin Chen collapsed limply into his chair. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his expression a mixture of excitement and dazed disbelief. At that moment, everything felt utterly unreal to him. Sitting in the genuine leather executive chair, he glanced around at the extravagantly decorated office, the various valuable calligraphy and paintings, the bar counter in the corner, and the wine cabinet lined with bottles of red wine. Lin Chen had every reason to believe that those red wines were all rare treasures. After carefully taking in his surroundings, his expression grew increasingly complex. Then he took out his phone and checked the balance on his bank card over and over again, the smile on his face gradually deepening. It was truly 1 billion. And this was only the rent for a single quarter. For an ordinary family, such an amount would be enough to last an entire... So much money. How should I even spend it? Lin Chen murmured to himself. After all this, sum was simply... Still, it seems that before anything else, I should at least pick out a decent set of clothes. With just a single sign-in, he had become the owner of Jinyuan Commercial Street. That meant future sign-ins would only bring him better things, never worse. In other words, all kinds of business-related social engagements would inevitably follow. Yet dressed as he was now, he truly looked a little cheap. With that thought in mind, Lin Chen headed outside. Leaving Jinyuan Tower, he walked straight toward a nearby Versace boutique. After browsing inside for a while, he walked out empty-handed. He simply could not appreciate the designs. Although Versace was a renowned brand, its style struck Lin Chen as rather jarring to the eye. He was not sure whether it was because his sense of aesthetics was too low or something else. In the end, Lin Chen headed into the Armani store next door and began a round of shopping. After all, Jinyuan Commercial Street was one of the top commercial streets in Zhonghai. Armani, too, was a leading high-end brand, unlike certain mediocre third-rate labels. Once inside, there was none of that snobbish, condescending attitude from the sales staff, nor any sign of being ignored. "Welcome to Armani. I'm Xiao Lu. Is there anything I can help you with?" A young sales associate walked up to Lin Chen with a sweet smile as she spoke. Taking a glance at the salesperson, Lu Lily, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Lily had a standard oval face and wore her hair in a ponytail, which made her appear very capable. With light makeup on her face and eyes particularly pure, if Lin Chen were to give her a score out of 100, she would at least reach an 80. "I plan to buy some clothes. Please help me with the t-shirts first." He touched his nose to cover his embarrassment. "All right, sir, this way is our." After a series of introductions, Lin Chen took a liking to a gray t-shirt. "Sir, your taste is excellent. This is a new arrival in our store, made of pure cotton, and it's quite comfortable to wear." He glanced at the price of the shirt, 2,300. Please wrap this up for me." Lin Chen nodded. "All right, trying it on." Before she could finish, Lu Lily was taken aback. "Sir, what did you say?" "What? Wrap it up." Lin Chen looked at Lu Lily in confusion. "No, sir, aren't you going to try it on first?" "No need." He shook his head. At this moment, Lu Lily was even more bewildered. After all, this was a 2,000 yuan. Other customers would at least try it on to see if it fit and how it looked on them. Yet Lin Chen directly asked to have it wrapped up. She had never seen someone so generous before. Then Lin Chen spotted another set. 2,888. "I like this number. Please wrap this one up too." "This is good." At this point, Lu Lily finally reacted. It seemed she had indeed encountered a true... She had always heard that wealthy people preferred to dress modestly and would spend lavishly when they saw something they liked. While she didn't quite understand it before, she now grasped the meaning. After all, he bought a shirt worth 2,000 or 3,000 without even trying it on. Soon Lin Chen had completely changed his outfit from head to toe in the store. "Let's stop here for now. Please calculate the total amount for me." He nodded in satisfaction and looked at Lu Lily. After some calculations, Lu Lily announced the number. "You have spent a total of 37,300 yuan. How would you like to pay?" Let's use WeChat." Saying this, Lin Chen opened his payment code. "All right." Soon the payment was complete. Lin Chen then said, "By the way, how about we add each other on WeChat? If there are any issues with cleaning these clothes later, I can ask you." Lin Chen said to Lu Lily. "This? Okay." Lu Lily's face slightly flushed, and she nodded at Lin Chen. After exchanging WeChat contacts, Lin Chen left. Indeed, one relies on clothing and horses. With this outfit, Lin Chen's demeanor was elevated. Previously, Lin Chen might have appeared as a poor loser, but now he looked like a high-class, wealthy gentleman. Meanwhile, in the Armani store, everyone looked envious. Looking at Lu Lily, her expression showed a hint of jealousy. Lily, you really hit the jackpot this time. You've met such a rich second generation. Yes, and he even asked for your WeChat. Could it be that he has taken a liking to you? The others chimed in. Don't talk nonsense, he just wants to make it convenient for future clothing cleaning. How you believe such an excuse? Lily, you really are naive. Do you think any wealthy person would need to wash their own clothes? Lu Lily was taken aback. This time you must seize the opportunity. If you can get close to a rich second generation, you'll be a wealthy lady in the future. Sister Zhao, please don't tease me. How could someone so rich possibly take a fancy to me? Lu Lily smiled and shook her head. Yet unconsciously, Lu Lily felt a hint of expectation in her heart. As for the situation inside the specialty store, Lin Chen was completely unaware. At this moment, he was already carrying large and small bags, hailing a car, and heading straight home. Soon he returned home, and Lin Chen directly laid down on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Indeed, he was now affluent, but who could he share this feeling with? After all, the sudden wealth left him unsure of whom to confide in. Forget about that. Now that I have money, I must provide my parents with a good environment for their later years. However, before anything else, he needed to bring his mother over to live with him. Additionally, he ought to casually get a car worth a few million as a means of transportation. Murmuring to himself, Lin Chen opened his phone and began to check the housing prices in the nearby area. He didn't plan to tell his parents about his situation just yet. After all, he still didn't have a suitable excuse to explain the source of this vast wealth. Time passed slowly, and as the sky darkened, Lin Chen casually dealt with a meal nearby. Afterward, he fell into a deep sleep. A night soon passed, and when morning came, Lin Chen awoke. After completing his morning routine, it was already 8:00. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Today's big gift package has been successfully refreshed. Please sign in to claim it. Claim. As the voice fell, the system's voice followed. Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. Obtain Pagani Huayra. As this sentence fell, Lin Chen's heartbeat nearly stopped. Pagani Huayra. This was a hypercar worth over 100 million. But now it actually belonged to him. Just yesterday, he was contemplating whether to get a car for transportation today. Yet today the system gifted him a hypercar worth over 100 million. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen forced himself to calm down. Then his phone rang again. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Lin Chen? Yes, I am. As soon as he answered, a voice came through. Mr. Lin, I am Yu Sheng, the manager of the Pagani dealership. The Pagani Huayra you ordered has arrived at the store. Do you have time today to come pick it up? Sure, I'll head over shortly. Please send me the address. All right, Mr. Lin, I will send you the dealership's address via text. We look forward to your visit. After hanging up, Lin Chen let out a long breath. This is just too exhilarating. This system really doesn't have any flashy nonsense. Murmuring, his phone rang again. It was Yu Sheng sending the address of the dealership. After checking it, Lin Chen on the roadside, Lin Chen casually hailed a taxi and said to the driver, "Driver, take me to the Pagani dealership on Tianhai Road." All right. The driver instinctively replied, but then glanced at Lin Chen through the rearview mirror and started, "Young man, are you going to buy a car?" Although he asked this, the driver thought that someone like Lin Chen, dressed as he was more likely just going to window shop. After all, what level of luxury car is a Pagani? Someone like Lin Chen being able to afford one would be an extreme rarity. Moreover, even if he could afford such a car, he would typically have parents accompanying him. Besides, even if parents accompanied their child to buy a car, how many would spend a fortune on a hypercar? What kind of family is that? No, I just got my driver's license and want to check out luxury cars for fun, Lin Chen replied casually while fiddling with his phone. He wasn't wrong. He had gotten his driver's license before graduating from university. He originally thought that for the next 3 to 5 years the license would mostly just be for show. But unexpectedly, he was using it so soon. It's good to take a look. After all, young people should broaden their horizon. Moreover, having a goal to strive for will only make the future more rewarding. I worked so hard driving a taxi just to buy myself a little BMW. The driver chatted with Lin Chen as he drove. Haha, then you must work hard, driver. Lin Chen laughed heartily. On the other side at the Pagani dealership, after hanging up the phone, manager Yu Sheng quickly exclaimed, "Hurry up. Everyone get ready. Mr. Lin is coming to our store soon." As these words fell, all the staff in the store were instantly taken aback. My God, Mr. Lin is coming. Wow, I didn't expect to see this legendary rich man so soon. Does my makeup all right? Oh, I'm so excited. This is the top rich man who spent 100 million on a Pagani Huayra. Isn't this about money? Though 100 million is a lot, there are still quite a few people in Zhonghai who can afford it. The key is that there are only 20 Pagani Huayras in the world, and this is the only one in Yanhua. At this moment, within the Pagani showroom, everyone's heart was brimming with immense excitement. After all, this was a super-rich second generation who had purchased a Pagani Huayra. How could the arrival of such a distinguished figure not stir their hearts with fervor? Moreover, the majority of the female sales associates were especially thrilled. Working in this luxury car dealership, these women were well aware of the importance of wealth. Though they had yet to meet the legendary Mr. Lin, they surmised he could not be too old. Few older individuals indulge in sports cars, a fact they had subtly confirmed through Yusheng. After all, Yusheng had spoken with Mr. Lin, and from his voice alone one could gauge an approximate age range. Mr. Lin was likely relatively young, at most around 30 years old. Not old in years, yet spending hundreds of millions on a sports car. This Mr. Lin. Just how wealthy must he be? If it were merely wealth, that would be one thing. They had entertained many affluent clients before. But this Mr. Lin was likely more than just wealthy. After all, the Pagani Huayra was a limited edition, only 20 exist worldwide. Yet this Mr. Lin had managed to secure one. Undoubtedly, this was more a symbol of status. If someone of such stature took a liking to them, or even left a phone number, many of the female sales associates had already begun to fantasize. Young man, the Pagani dealership has arrived. The taxi slowly came to a halt outside the Pagani showroom. The driver looked back and spoke to Lin Shun. Oh, how much? Lin Shun, who had been playing on his phone, snapped back to attention and asked the driver. 56. For in total. Just give me 56. All right. Lin Shun took out his phone, scanned the code to pay, then pulled out his phone to send a message to Yusheng. After Lin Shun got out, the driver didn't rush to leave. He had always dreamed of owning a luxury car. To drive a car of this caliber even once would be a life without regrets. Gazing at the rows of supercars, each worth at least $1 million parked in front of the dealership, the taxi driver murmured with longing. Wait, what's that? As he watched the sales staff gradually gathering at the entrance of the Pagani showroom, the taxi driver was utterly stunned. The cigarette he had just lit fell from his hand unnoticed. Holy shit. The taxi driver's eyes went. Lin Shun was still walking toward the showroom entrance about a dozen meters away. But Yusheng, spotting Lin Shun from inside, immediately led over a dozen employees in work uniforms to greet him at the door, jogging over to Lin Shun and bowing in unison. Mr. Lin, welcome to Pagani. The taxi driver was completely dumbfounded. He knew this wasn't just exemplary service from the Pagani dealership. No matter how good the service, it couldn't reach. Moreover, those employees addressed him as Mr. Lin right away. Clearly they were acquainted. Truly you can't judge a book by its cover. Though this young man looks youthful, he can afford a Pagani sports car. He really is a hidden rich second generation. The taxi driver couldn't help but sigh in awe. With that thought, the taxi driver restarted the engine, intending to find his next fare. Though he had glimpsed a hidden super-rich second generation and envied his ability to spend millions on a car, life had to go on. Besides, he still dreamed of buying a modest BMW for a few $100,000. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Yusheng, the manager of the 4S shop you spoke with earlier. Yusheng said respectfully. In her words, there was not a hint of disrespect. Yusheng wore a fitted and neat suit. Her curves appeared even more pronounced under the tailored outfit, alluring. Moreover, her face was adorned with light makeup, and her long dark hair was casually tied back, giving her a very competent and refreshing look. At the same time, Yusheng felt increasingly astonished. During her previous conversation with Lin Shun, she had sensed he was quite young. However, she never expected him to be. He appeared to be in his early 20s at most. This was far younger than she had imagined. Simultaneously, her curiosity about Lin Shun deepened. After all, what kind of identity could someone as young as him have to spend such a fortune on a hypercar worth over $100 million? Meanwhile, the female sales staff nearby, upon seeing the youthful Lin Shun, began to stir with excitement. Nodding calmly, Lin Shun glanced at Yusheng and the female sales staff, feeling secretly pleased. After all, more than a dozen staff members and the store manager were there to welcome him. And it was a top-tier brand like the Pagani 4S shop. The feeling was completely different. At that moment, Lin Shun suddenly recalled a saying he had seen online: having money does not necessarily mean happiness. Perhaps in the past Lin Shun would have agreed with that statement. Wealthy individuals also have more troubles. Having enough money is sufficient, and being rich does not guarantee happiness. But now he suddenly understood a principle. Are wealthy people truly happy and joyful? No. The happiness and joy of the rich are beyond what you can imagine. For example, this kind of scene Lin Shun could never have experienced before. Young Master Lin, would you like to handle the paperwork first, or would you prefer to see the car first? Yusheng stood up and addressed Lin Shun, changing her address from Mr. Lin to Young Master Lin. Let's take a look at the car first. All right, Young Master Lin, please follow me. Saying this, Yusheng walked ahead, leading Lin Shun to view the car, her slender waist swaying gracefully. She appeared extremely seductive and enchanting. However, Lin Shun paid no attention to all this, not because Yusheng wasn't beautiful. In fact, she was a stunning beauty. It was just that with the hypercar worth over $100 million in front of him, he couldn't focus on anything else. Besides, with a hypercar and wealth, would he still be worried about attracting women? The group moved at a leisurely pace and soon arrived at a private exhibition hall. At that moment, Lin Chen's Pagani Huayra was displayed there. At this moment, before the Pagani Huayra, several maintenance workers were conducting basic checks on the vehicle. Upon the arrival of Lin Chen, and Yu Sheng, an experienced technician, greeted Lin Chen. Then he quickly addressed Yu Sheng. Manager, the vehicle inspection has been completed, and there are no issues. I understand, please take them down first. All right. Soon only Lin Chen and Yu Sheng remained in the exhibit. Young Master Lin, what do you think of this? Sitting inside the Pagani Huayra, touching the genuine leather steering wheel and seats, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. But his face still maintained a calm demeanor as he nodded. Not bad. Seeing Lin Chen's composed demeanor, Yu Sheng couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion. After all, Lin Chen's indifference was strikingly evident. It was as if he was not handling a hypercar worth over 100 million, but merely playing with a toy car. This calm demeanor truly left Yu Sheng feeling somewhat incredulous. For a moment, her curiosity about Lin Chen deepened. By the way, your 4S store does offer license plate registration services, doesn't it? Lin Chen asked, casually glancing at Yu Sheng. That service is available, Master Lin. Moreover, if you wish to select a desirable license plate for your beloved car, our 4S store can assist you with that as well. Yu Sheng paused briefly, then nodded to Lin Chen. All right, then it'll trouble you to handle it for me when the time comes. Well, Yu Sheng hesitated. What's wrong? Didn't you say this service is offered? Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly as he inquired. It's like this, Master Lin. Your car is simply too expensive. For the registration, you'll need to drive it there yourself. After all, I doubt any of our employees would dare to drive this car. But rest assured, once you arrive, there won't be a queue and it'll be handled swiftly. Hearing this, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. So that was the reason. It made sense given that his car was worth over 100 million. Even a slight scratch or a minor scrape would incur repair costs far beyond what they could afford. Thus their reluctance to drive it was understandable. All right, I'll make the trip myself then. Lin Chen nodded calmly at Yu Sheng, who stood there. But please expedite the process. I'm only free for the next couple of days. Certainly, Mr. Lin. We'll do our utmost. Subsequently, after paying the purchase tax and completing the formalities, Lin Chen officially took possession of the Pagani Huayra. As the engine roared to life, a delightful symphony echoed in Lin Chen's ears. Truly, the Pagani Huayra was the epitome of top-tier supercars. The sound of its engine was nothing short of a steel beast, enough to make one's heart tremble upon hearing it. The engine fitted in this Pagani Huayra was exceptionally advanced. Apart from the initial thunderous roar at startup, it emitted little noise while idling. Yet that faint sound was equally enchanting. After a brief pause, Lin Chen shifted the gear into drive. Thanks to the auto-hold system, even after engaging drive and releasing the brake, the vehicle remained stable. He gently pressed the accelerator, and the car responded instantly, beginning to creep forward slowly. Since he had to navigate out of the showroom, he didn't drive too fast as a turn was required to exit. On this short stretch out, a single turn allowed Lin Chen to experience the car's exceptional handling. Describing it as turning on a dime would be no exaggeration. Previously, aside from the training cars at driving school, Lin Chen had only driven his father's Volkswagen. Although his father's Volkswagen was a new car with decent performance for daily use, its handling was worlds apart. But considering the price difference of several hundred times, even such a vast gap was understandable. Leaving the 4S store, Lin Chen continued driving onward. As Lin Chen drove the Huayra onto the main street, countless gazes were instantly drawn to him. After all, the Huayra was a top-tier luxury car, and even without modified exhaust, its sound was far from subtle. Holy crap! What car is that? It's so cool. It looks like it came out of the Pagani dealership, but I've never seen this model before. Could it be heavily modified? Wait, is that a Pagani Huayra? Are you kidding me? The Pagani Huayra has only 20 units worldwide, and I haven't heard of anyone buying one in Shanghai. After all, the area around the Pagani 4S store was filled with top-tier luxury car dealerships. As soon as Lin Chen's Pagani Huayra hit the road, many turned their heads to stare. Wait, I just searched it up. This really is a Pagani Huayra. That's right, the sound of that engine confirms it's a top-tier luxury car limited to just 20 units worldwide, and we get to see it here. Which billionaire is this loaded? For a moment, many were awestruck. Staring at the Pagani Huayra, they couldn't help but be lost in a daze. Inside the car, Lin Chen sighed as he spoke. This car really is too flashy. Though he said that deep down, Lin Chen was overjoyed. After all, who doesn't have a little vanity? With the roar of the engine, Lin Chen's silver Pagani Huayra sped through the streets of Shanghai. It was undeniable that this journey attracted envious gazes from many onlookers. Soon Lin Chen stopped the car near Jinyuan Commercial Street. Whoa, is that a Pagani Huayra? Am I pissed? If this car is taken out to flirt with girls, wouldn't it guarantee success? Goodness, this car must cost. You might have the money, but you still can't buy this car, and its price is quite steep. A young man gestured with his hands while a nearby young lad filled with envy was also a bit excited. What? 10 million. This is seriously expensive. 10 million. Are you kidding me? For 10 million you can't even buy a wheel of this car. It's worth 100 million. Oh my, 100 million. Instantly the young lad's eyes widened. Amidst a flurry of envious gazes, Lin Chen drove the car into the underground parking lot. After parking the vehicle, he entered the commercial street and looked for a restaurant to have lunch. After all, he had merely had a light snack in the morning, and now it was noon. He was starving. Coincidentally, on his way home, he passed by this commercial street. He found a restaurant within the street, entered, ordered a meal, and began to eat. However, at that moment, a voice rang out behind Lin Chen. "Boss, I'll have a bowl of noodles." Hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. He turned his head to look. Lu Lily. A hint of astonishment flashed across Lin Chen's eye. As Lin Chen finished speaking, Lu Lily, who was there, also noticed him, and a glimmer of joy passed through her eyes. "Mr. Lin." After all, Lin Chen was known for spending lavishly in their store, so she naturally would not forget such a figure. "What a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you here." Lu Lily sat down opposite Lin Chen and spoke to him while feeling a bit excited in her heart. After all, in her eyes, Lin Chen was definitely the type of person who was busy running around, yet he could still remember someone as small as her, a mere salesperson. "Haha, it's all fate, isn't it? You're on break now." Lin Chen laughed heartily. "No, I just happened to feel a bit unwell today, so I asked the manager for half a day's leave." Lu Lily shook her head as she spoke. Then the two began to chat casually. Listening to Lin Chen, Lu Lily occasionally couldn't help but laugh. Before long, their lunch was finished. Lin Chen said, "How about this, since I've run into you, you don't need to take a taxi. Just tell me where you live, and I'll drive you home." "This?" Lu Lily hesitated. "Isn't that inappropriate? Come on, what's the big deal?" Lin Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. "All right, I live in the Xingfu community." Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. "Oh, what a coincidence, do I live nearby too?" Saying this, the two took the elevator down to the underground parking lot. However, just as Lin Chen was about to drive, a black Audi A8 in front of them rolled down its window. Then a tall man in a suit stepped out of the car and walked towards Lu Lily. The moment Lu Lily saw this man, she looked a bit stunned while her hand grasped her clothing nervously. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen glanced at Lu Lily and asked, "What's up, do you know him?" Lu Lily gritted her teeth and nodded. "Yeah, this Fong Lin bought some clothes from me a while back and has been pestering me ever since. The reason I took a leave today was to avoid him, but I didn't expect to run into him now." Hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, Lin Chen's lips curled upward. He then softly said, "Since that's the case, leave it to me. It'll help you shake off this guy's entanglement." "Huh?" Lu Lily was suddenly taken aback, her mind momentarily blank, unable to react. At this moment, Fong Lin also saw Lu Lily, his eyes brightening as he revealed a self-satisfied grin, standing in front of her with a bouquet of flowers, saying, "Lily, did you know I was coming and have been waiting here for me? Here, this bouquet is for you." Fong Lin's tone was filled with frivolity as he continued, "Tonight, I reserved a table for French cuisine at No. 3 Bund. Let's go have dinner together. This French restaurant is quite difficult to book, and today happens to be the day the chef is launching new dishes. He'll come to pick you up." Lu Lily's expression was not pleasant, her eyes showing signs of despair. "Mr. Fong, I think I've told you many times that I have no interest in you. Could you please stop bothering me in the future?" Hearing this, Fong Lin, who had initially appeared infatuated, suddenly turned serious. His demeanor shifted to one of indifference, looking down from above. "Damn it. I've spent half a month pursuing you, and you, this ungrateful person, still don't appreciate it. How dare you think you can reject me? Let me tell you, whether you like it or not, you're going to eat this meal. Don't think just because you have a bit of beauty you can act all high and mighty." Fong Lin began to curse loudly, preparing to take action against Lu Lily. However, in that instant, Lin Chen calmly interjected, "What? Planning to make a move in the parking lot? I warn you, this is a society governed by law, and there are cameras in this parking lot." With these words, Fong Lin was taken aback. He then scrutinized Lin Chen from head to toe. Although Lin Chen was well-dressed, Fong Lin pondered for a moment, but realized he hadn't seen such a person in his circle, sneering as he spoke. "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Get lost." Lin Chen replied with a cold smile. "You intend to lay hands on a woman, and I can't intervene. Besides, can't you see she has no interest in you? On what grounds do you force her?" Upon hearing this, Fong Lin smirked coldly, a hint of mockery evident on his face as he pointed to the Audi A8 behind him, saying, Don't think just because you have some money at home you can meddle in my affairs. There are still differences between people. See that? I just bought this Audi A8 outright. With a fool like you, it would take at least 5 or 6 years of hard work to afford even a down payment. Moreover, I am the young master of Junjung Life Insurance, and that alone gives me the right." Hearing this, Lu Lily turned pale. Junjung Life Insurance. This is a company worth over 8 billion. Although such companies aren't the top tier in Zhonghai, they still intimidate most people. Despite knowing that Lin Chun might be wealthy facing such a colossal entity, Lu Lily felt a wave of despair wash over her. In contrast, Lin Chen merely smiled lightly. Audi A8. Is it really that impressive? If we're talking about cars, I also have one. Once these words were spoken, Fong Lin was instantly taken aback, then burst into laughter. Haha, I forgot to mention my Audi A8 is fully loaded. The price after tax is 1.35 million. You have a car. Haha, then let's see it. I dare you to try and smash it right here. Fong Lin dared to say this, because in his view the car Lin Chen drove was at most worth 50 to 60,000. For a car of that level, he could easily afford to smash one, let alone 10. And because of this he was confident he had Lin Chen at a disadvantage. Listening to this, Lin Chen revealed a look of amusement. Teasing you? Sure, of course. Fong Lin replied with utmost confidence. Alright, you said it. After saying this, Lin Chen took out his car key and pressed it lightly. Cool and flashy. As Lin Chen pressed the button on the car key, the doors of the silver Pagani Huayra slowly lifted. In that instant, the entire underground parking lot fell silent save for the sound of the Pagani Huayra's doors open. Standing there, Fong Lin was astonished, staring blankly at the scene unfolding before him. Beside him, Lu Lily wore a similarly dazed expression. Though she didn't know the exact value of the car, her instincts told her that it was worth a fortune. Come on, didn't you say you were going to smash the car? Go ahead and smash it. Lin Chen leaned casually against the car, crossing his arms with a mocking grin on his face. At that moment, Fong Lin's face turned crimson. Smash the car. What a joke. Not only would he never dare to lay a finger on it, but everyone who loves supercars knows this is a Pagani Huayra. Valued at over 100 million, it's a top-tier supercar with only 20 units available worldwide. When the Pagani Huayra was first released, he had dreamed of owning one. But the exorbitant price was terrifying. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't afford it. So smash the car. That's utterly ridiculous. Huh. Haha, it's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Fong Lin hastily responded, his lips. How could he not realize that he had likely kicked an iron plate this time? Yet deep down he was still puzzled about Lin Chen. Who on earth was he? How could he afford a Pagani Huayra? As far as he knew, there shouldn't be any Pagani Huayras in the country right now. As for Lin Chen, he sneered and said, Hey, a misunderstanding. Remember, if you lack the strength, don't speak recklessly. Otherwise, if you offend someone, you shouldn't, no one will be able to save you. With that, Lin Chen grabbed Lu Lily's hand and said, Let's go. Feeling the warmth of the hand he was holding, Lu Lily's face flushed slightly. The two of them got into the Pagani Huayra. As Lin Chen started the car, he rolled down the window and glanced at Fong Lin standing there. I remember that Junzheng Life Insurance is located in Jinyuan Building, right? Go back and tell your father to bring you to apologize within 3 days. My name is Lin Chen. After saying this, Lin Chen stepped on the gas, and with a roar the car kicked up dust as it sped away. Fong Lin stood there dumbfounded, engulfed in dust. His face, however, turned from green to purple. Especially Lin Chen's last words truly stirred some unease in his heart. At the same time, he grew increasingly curious about Lin Chen's identity. The next moment, Fong Lin picked up his phone and called his older brother. Hey bro, is there anyone named Lin Chen in our Zhonghai circle? A boisterous voice came from the other. Lin Chen? Is there such a person? Never heard of him. What's up? Fong Lin replied, suspiciously hesitating for a moment before recounting the entire incident. After Fong Lin finished speaking, his brother Fong Sheng exploded on the other end of the line. What? Are you saying someone stole your crush? And he wants our dad to take you to apologize? Damn it, who knows what kind of loser crawled out from some corner to say so? Are we giving him face? Fong Lin hesitated and said, But bro, this Lin Chen is driving a Pagani Huayra. A Pagani Huayra. The other side was momentarily taken aback, but in the next moment, he couldn't help but laugh coldly. Hey, you really believe it? That's a luxury car with only 20 units globally. How could someone who drives that level of car be unknown to me? Brother, you're still too young. In my opinion, the other party is just a loser who probably modified some other luxury car. Alright, just hold your horses, they'll find some people to help you out in the next few days. After saying that, the call was abruptly ended. Fong Lin wanted to say something more, but found himself unable to. On the other side, Lin Chen drove his Pagani Huayra straight to the happy community, while Lu Lily beside him appeared quite reserved. Sitting there, her expression tense, Lin Chen smiled and said, What's wrong? Why are you so nervous? I want to eat you. Lu Lily awkwardly smiled in response, and then spoke, Just now. Hearing her words, Lin Chen immediately interjected. Oh, just now, that was out of urgency when I held your hand. If I offended you, I apologize in advance. As these words fell, Lu Lily was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze dimmed a little, then she quickly shook her head and said, No, I wanted to thank you. Thank you for helping me. Haha, it's nothing. Helping others is a joy, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, sitting there with a relaxed. By the way, this car must be quite expensive, right? Lu Lily glanced at Lin Chen and asked curiously. This car? Not expensive, Lin Chen replied calmly and steadily, not sounding like he was lying, and Lu Lily relaxed a bit. The price after tax is about 100 million, I suppose. As these words were spoken, Lu Lily, who had just relaxed, instantly stiffened. About 100 million. This plain statement felt as if the car's price wasn't 100 million, but just a few dozen bucks. At that moment, Lou Lily felt as if she was about to faint from shock. She felt like a little chick terrified of scratching. Huh. Haha, it's not expensive, huh? Lou Lily laughed awkwardly and started to speak. However, as these words fell, endless waves surged in Lou Lily's heart. What is his identity? He could so easily say that 100 million is not expensive. Soon the car arrived at the entrance of the Happy. As the car door opened, Lin Shen helped Lou Lily out. After escorting her into the community, Lin Shen returned to his car and headed straight to his own community, while Lou Lily's descent was just seen by her friend. Instantly, this extravagantly dressed woman widened her eyes. Oh my Lily, after just a few days you seem to have hooked up with a wealthy guy? That car just now looked like it costs at least several tens of millions. Hearing this, Lou Lily's face flushed as she said, Yuan, what nonsense are you talking about? He is just my client. He happened to be going the same way and gave me a ride. Su Yuan immediately showed a playful smile. Hey, what should I say to you, Lily? Do you think someone who can drive such a luxury car would live around here? Clearly he is interested in you. You must seize the opportunity and not let him slip away. If you can hook up with him, even if you are just a mistress, you won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Listening to this, Lou Lily fell silent immediately. After a long pause, she said, all right, I don't want to say any. She waved her hand and hurried upstairs while Lin Shen drove back to his own community. As the car entered the community, the old man at the gate was instantly taken aback. He couldn't help but gasp, his face filled with shock. In response, Lin Shen simply smiled and said nothing. After parking his car, he returned to his home. However, at that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was his mother. He answered the phone. Mom. Hello, Chinchin, are you busy? His mother's voice came through the line. Not really, I just happened to be taking a nap. Lin Shen said with a smile, as his mother was unaware of his recent unemployment. In fact, he preferred not to. Oh, I'm glad I didn't disturb you. It's like this, Jingjing from your uncle's family wants to go to Zhonghai with a few friends, and she needs your help to arrange things. Hearing this, Lin Shen couldn't help but be taken aback. His family was actually not doing well. Therefore, his mother was somewhat looked down upon by her side of the family. Moreover, his cousin usually had a rather average relationship with him. It was only after he got into a decent university that things started to improve slightly. If it were in the past, Lin Shen might have hesitated. But now that he had the ability to bring honor to his family, he readily agreed. Okay, I got it, I'll arrange it. When will my cousin come over? Probably in a couple of days. Your cousin will contact you then. His mother's voice rang out. Lin Shen nodded, and then his mother reminded him about a few things. During this time, Lin Shen also mentioned to his mother that he would be sending some money back. At first, his mother was reluctant to accept it. It wasn't until Lin Shen told her that he had won over 100,000 in the lottery recently and made a profit from a business investment with classmates that she finally accepted it with ease. But he also said to save it for himself to use it when he got married. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shen transferred 100,000 to his family's account. He didn't dare to transfer too much, as it would be hard to explain otherwise. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin's father, who was watching TV, suddenly felt his phone vibrate. Feeling puzzled, he picked up his phone to take a look. Your card ending in 9958 received a cross-bank transfer on May 12th at 3 p.m. Your current balance is 2204570. Agricultural Bank. Seeing the unexpected addition of 100,000, Lin's father was so startled that he jumped up from the sofa. Wife, come here quickly. What's wrong? Lin's mother, just finishing a call and still smiling, walked out with a puzzled expression. Look for yourself. How did we suddenly get an extra 100,000 in our account? Did someone transfer the money by mistake? Lin's father was in a panic. Lin's mother rolled her eyes and said, look at you. This is money your son transferred to you. He's been doing a bit of small business with some friends and sent you 100,000 as a token of respect. Upon hearing this, Lin's father widened his eyes. Then his face gradually returned to calm, but his heart was filled with pride and joy. He immediately turned off the TV, stood up, grabbed his small teacup, and picked up a fan as he headed outside. Lin's mother asked, somewhat confused, going to play chess with Old Lee? Lin's father replied without looking back. Hearing this, Lin's mother understood. People of their generation were no longer concerned about themselves, but rather the next generation. Recently, Old Lee's son had bought a car worth over 300,000 and brought home a beautiful girl. At that time, Old Lee was so proud that he boasted in front of Lin's father. And now Lin Shun had earned money and even sent back 100,000. How could Lin's father not take the opportunity to show off? Otherwise, it would truly be a disservice to all the pent-up frustration over the years. As for Lin's mother, she began to perk up as well. First, she dressed herself up nicely, then headed outside. She planned to find a few of her good friends to play mahjong. On the other hand, Lin Shun was not very aware of all this. At this moment, he was hesitating whether he should prepare. After all, his cousin was bringing friends over. His Pagani Huayra was clearly insufficient for the occasion, and there were also accommodations to consider. Tisk, it seems I need to prepare a secretary for myself. When there's work, the secretary will handle it. When there's nothing to do. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Shun pretended to cough, and at that moment his WeChat notification rang. He opened it to find that his cousin was adding him. As soon as Yi Jingjing's request was approved, she sent a message. Brother Anson should have told you right. 3 days later, I will go to Zhonghai with my best friend and a few other friends for a trip. No. Have you booked your tickets yet? Lin Shun asked directly. Not yet. Sticking tongue out, replied Yi Jingjing on the other end. Looking at the message, Lin Shun immediately said, then send me the ID information of you all, and I will book the plane tickets for you. Thank you, big brother. Smile. Soon several pieces of information were sent over by Yi Jingjing. Lin Shun did not hesitate much when he saw the ID information. After some operations on his phone, he successfully booked first-class tickets for everyone. Since he wanted to give his sister some face, why not start with the plane tickets? After booking the tickets and informing his cousin about the departure time, Lin Shun finished the operation. Then he pondered in his heart. It's time to find a secretary. With that thought, Lin Shun opened a high-end talent recruitment website. I must say this high-end talent recruitment website is indeed much more advanced than the average talent market. The talents here, even the least qualified, are at least master's degree holders. As the resumes were filtered through, Lin Shun also confirmed his ultimate goal. This one looks good. He was taken aback staring at the resume in front of him. Name Chen Ziruo. Age 23. Education Masters in Business from Trinity College, Kongxiao University. Masters in Economics. Job direction. A dual master's degree from Trinity College, Kongxiao University. At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This resume is incredibly perfect. At just 23 years old, achieving such accomplishments. Undoubtedly, this is a genius. No. One could even say a prodigy. In an instant, Lin Chun took a deep breath. He didn't care what the other party's job direction was, and immediately began to make contact. After all, does it really matter what she is applying for? In this world, there is no wall that cannot be dug through. If there is, it can only mean that you haven't offered enough money. With enough money, not only can you dig a wall, but you can even bring over a skyscraper. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chunzero walked out of a company pondering to herself. This company is also good, although the annual salary is 2,000 lower than my expectations, only 8,000. But with my ability, I can get it raised in at most 6 months. Just then, Chunzero's phone suddenly. Looking at the phone, it was an unfamiliar number. Chunzero instantly realized that someone must have seen her resume. Although she had already decided to join this company, basic courtesy still had to be maintained. After answering the call, Lin Chen's voice came through. Hello, this is Chunzero. I saw your resume on the recruitment website. I'm sorry, sir, but I've already found a job. I'm really sorry. Chunzero quickly apologized and was about to hang up. But just then Lin Chen's voice rang out again. It's okay, but I still suggest you listen to the conditions I offer. It won't hurt you. Lin Chun was well prepared for. Go ahead. Chunzero was momentarily stunned, then responded. Lin Chun smiled slightly and calmly. I think you are very outstanding, so I can offer you the following conditions. No matter what your current company's salary is, I will offer you at least double your current salary. Double. At that moment, Chunzero instinctively spoke. But then she suddenly realized. She then warily said, You aren't a scammer, are you? To this, Lin Chun could only smile helplessly before he began to speak. How about this? I know it's hard to believe. So you can set a time and place for us to meet and talk. What do you think? Chunzero hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, let's meet at Li Gang restaurant in half an hour. Alright, I got it. I will arrive on time. After hanging up the phone, Chunzero murmured to herself. The minimum double annual salary is 1.6 million. If I could actually get that. I have to admit, Chunzero was tempted. After all, even though she considered herself capable in an ordinary company, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to reach that salary. But now the other party directly offered this price, so why not give it a try? Moreover, they let her choose the meeting location, which significantly reduced the possibility of them being a scammer. Plus, she hadn't officially started working yet, so why not take a chance? After pondering, she called a cab and headed to Li Gang restaurant. On the other side, Lin Chun tidied up his clothes and went downstairs. As soon as he reached the ground floor, he saw a crowd gathered. What kind of car is this? It's so cool. Wow, I just checked, this seems to be a Pagani Huayra. Worth 100. Oh my god, does someone in our community own such wealth? For a moment, many people were amazed. Lin Chun, watching this scene, couldn't help but frown. It seems I must change my residence and get a more low-key car. Otherwise, if I encounter such situations, every time I go out it will be too troublesome. At that moment, in front of his car, 2 young men were taking pictures. Lin Chun did not chase them away. After all, everyone has a bit of vanity, so he simply waited for them to finish. As he walked nearby, he sat down on an electric bike. However, the man taking pictures immediately got angry. He shouted loudly, What are you doing? Are you trying to steal the electric bike? With these words, the onlookers all turned to look at Lin Chun and began to point at him. Lin Chun frowned and replied, I was just waiting for you to finish taking pictures. Then where do you think you're sitting? This is my brand new purchase. The young man continued to curse. Lin Chun, however, remained cold and calmly said, Have you finished taking your pictures? Hearing this, the young man became even angrier and yelled, "Why are you rushing me? This car isn't yours. I'm taking pictures here, and it'll take as long as I want. What does it have to do with you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression turned cold. He didn't say much, but directly walked over and pulled the flamboyantly dressed woman away from the car. "Ah!" The woman cried out in pain. "What are you doing? Damn you!" The young man beside her widened his eyes and was about to act when he saw Lin Chen take out the car key and "Sorry, this car is indeed mine, and you are blocking my way now." Lin Chen shot a cold glance at the two. The onlookers gasped in surprise. "Wow, this car actually belongs to this young man. I remember seeing him renting a place on the 3rd floor of Building 17, right? Damn, renting a place while driving a car worth over 100 million. This lifestyle of the rich is really hard to fathom. Haha, this is awkward, right? You said it has nothing to do with others." The young man was instantly embarrassed and flushed. Meanwhile, the flamboyant woman started to think more active. She immediately bent down and sweetly asked, "Handsome, are you looking for a girlfriend?" Lin Chen glanced at the woman, looking at her heavily made-up face and bright red lips, nearly feeling nauseous. He coldly replied, "No need. Don't say it so decisively, handsome. Am I not pretty enough?" The woman flirted, squeezing her uneven bosom. The young man's face turned almost green. The crowd nearby looked at them with strange expressions. Haha, beauty is subjective. Without makeup, they are all monsters. After saying this, Lin Chen closed the car window, started the engine, and quickly left the community. "Hey, handsome." Looking at the departing Pagani Huayra, the flamboyant woman felt a sudden emptiness in her heart. She then turned to the young man behind her and smiled cheerfully. Darling, let's go home." The young man, feeling the gazes around him, had a face that was already dark enough to drip. "Bitched." Slap. A heavy slap was thrown. The woman's nose was instantly crooked from the The onlookers all gasped in shock. Then, accompanied by a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered, the community was thrown into chaos. Later, it even attracted the police. Of course, Lin Chen was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, he had already arrived outside Li Gang restaurant. Outside the Li Gang restaurant, there is a small parking lot. This Li Gang restaurant is a place where the wealthy gather in Zhonghai. Therefore, quite a few luxury cars are parked in this small parking lot. Even the least expensive model is worth $1 million. However, at the moment Lin Chen drove his car, and the two car attendants standing there suddenly became wide-eyed. Although they couldn't recognize what car it was just from the car's aura, it was clear that this vehicle was extraordinary. Moreover, these two had seen many luxury cars. Yet deep down they felt that in front of this car, all the luxury cars they had seen before were just mere toys. The car stopped in front of the gate, and Lin Chen got out. The moment they saw Lin Chen, the two car attendants were instantly stunned. This Lin Chen looked even younger than they were. So young, yet able to afford a car of this caliber. Instantly, both of them felt a sense of discomfort in their heart. Lin Chen casually tossed the car keys to the attendant and said, "Help me park the car." As he spoke, Lin Chen pulled out a few bills and handed them to the two. "This is a tip. Sure, please come in." After receiving the tip into his pocket, the attendant watched Lin Chen enter the restaurant, then counted the tip he received. Wow, this young master is really generous. Just this tip alone is nearly 1,000. Hearing this, the other attendant also counted his own tip, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. No wonder others can afford such luxury cars. They really are extravagant. Soon after one attendant parked the car, he returned to his post. Lin Chen requested a small private room. At this moment, Chenziru arrived directly. After making a phone call, Chenziru immediately said, "Sir, I have arrived at the Li Gang restaurant. Then come up room 302. Subsequently, Chenziru took the elevator upstairs. At the same time, she was pondering, guessing who Lin Chen really was. Upon entering room 302 and seeing Lin Chen, Chenziru was momentarily stunned. So young. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes as Chenziru was secretly astonished. "Oh, hello, you must... Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Chen." "Hello, Mr. Lin." Although Chenziru was quite surprised at Lin Chen's age, she quickly composed herself and nodded earnestly at him. "Please have a seat." Lin Chen gestured to the seat opposite him and said leisurely. He also poured a cup of tea. "Miss Chen looks much more beautiful than in her resume." Lin Chen smiled faintly and spoke calmly. "Mr. Lin, you flatter me." Chenziru, sitting there, smiled and replied to Lin Chen. Then she directly asked, "I wonder what position you intend to hire me for, Mr. Lin." "Actually, I plan to hire you as my personal secretary." "What?" Instantly, Chenziru's mindset exploded. A personal secretary. No matter how she looked at it, she was a double master's degree holder from Conchiao Seni Academy. How could she possibly start as anything less than a vice president? But now Lin Chen actually wanted to hire her as a personal secretary. If this got out, wouldn't it make people laugh out loud? Moreover, it was an insult. A blatant insult. As a double master's degree holder from San E Academy, she still had her own pride. As for Chenziru, even if she jumped from here or starved to death, she would never agree. Instantly, Chenziru suppressed her anger and calmly said to Lin Chen, "Sorry." Before she could finish her sentence, the door to the private room was knocked on. "Come in." As the words fell, the attendant walked in. "Mr. Lin, here are your car keys. Just leave them there. Sure. After placing the car keys down, Chun Zira's pupils instantly constricted. After all, the design of the Pagani Huayra key is very unique. Furthermore, Chunziru studied economics abroad. Naturally, she had some knowledge about the keys of such top-tier luxury cars. Is this a Pagani Huayra? Chunziru was shocked inside. Her previous anger instantly dissipated. By the way, what were you saying earlier? Taking a sip of tea, Lin Chen glanced at Chunziru sitting there and smiled as he asked. Oh, I was saying that it would be an honor to be your personal assistant. Chunziru immediately shook her head and said eagerly. After all, she was well aware that anyone who could afford this car was definitely a top-notch wealthy individual or someone with considerable power. And no matter who Lin Chen was, as long as she could have even a tiny connection with someone of such caliber, she would transform from a sparrow into a phoenix. As for the pride of being a double master's degree holder from San E Academy, what was that? On the other side, Lin Chen smiled calmly and said, when the time comes, go to the Jinyuan building and find the general manager Wu Ming. Just say I sent you. After taking a sip of tea with an air of nonchalance, Lin Chen's face was filled with calmness. However, after these words were spoken, Chunziru, who was present, felt a storm brewing in her heart. Jinyuan building. She was naturally not unfamiliar with this place. In the past few days, many companies were located in this office building. She certainly understood what this office building represented. Lin Chen's words, in a sense, were undoubtedly implying that she was the owner of the Jinyuan commercial street. In that moment, Chun Zira's hands trembled slightly as she raised her teacup and finally drank it all. All right, you will start working tomorrow. The salary will be double what other companies can offer you. According to your resume, you requested a salary of 1 million a year, and I will give you 2 million. Working hours will be from 9:00 a.m. to 5:00 p.m. with weekends off. Overtime pay will be issued at double the normal rate. Additionally, holidays will be standard plus an extra month of paid vacation each year. As for the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, nothing will be lacking. The company will also provide housing and transportation subsidies. But the only requirement is that you must be available at all times. How does that sound? Is there any problem with this? As Lin Chen's words fell, Chun Zira's heart was already a tumult of emotions. Any problems? What issues could there possibly be with such treatment? If she chose to work at those previous companies, she would never have such an offer. But now all of this was laid out right before her eyes. Given how things were, what problem could she possibly have? Immediately, Chunziru knelt down and said, President Lin, I have no issues whatsoever. That's good. If you start work tomorrow, take this card with you. There are 5 million in the account. If it's not enough, let me know. First, prepare a business car for me. Someone from my family will be coming over in 3 days. As for the price of the business car, I have no requirements. The only request is to keep it low-key. Also, please book a table for lunch in a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel, just like that. Lin Chen said calmly. After these words, Chunziru maintained a faint smile on her face. And she nodded continuously. Okay, President Lin, I understand. I will arrange everything as soon as possible. Nodding calmly, Chunziru smiled again. But President Lin, do you really trust me like this? Aren't you afraid you'll swallow this money? If possible, you might as well give it a try. Lin Chen, sitting there, spoke calmly, his words filled with tranquility. After this sentence, Chunziru was taken aback. Then she quickly realized. After all, someone capable of driving a supercar worth over 100 million surely has some means. If she dared to covet this sum of money, she feared she wouldn't see the sun of the next day. All right, I will take my leave first. Lin Chen also left the private room. After settling the bill, he drove away. Chunziru let out a sigh of relief. Few the requests of the wealthy are indeed strange. They want a high price, while also being low-key. She absolutely did not believe Lin Chen's claim of having no requirements for the price. At most, she interpreted that as a minimum of 1 million with no upper limit. On my head hurts, I should sign the contract first. Rubbing her head, Chunziru looked helpless. Upon arriving outside the Jinyuan building, Chun Zira's expression was complex. This was already her 5th time coming here. After reaching the top floor and stating her purpose, she successfully signed the contract. As for Lin Chen, after cruising around the street, he returned home. He casually opened a game and began to play. It was not until late at night that he fell into a deep sleep. After a night passed, he finally got out of bed. I wonder what wonderful things I will receive today for signing in. Then there was a flurry of eager anticipation. I wonder what great rewards await me today for signing in. As he pondered, Lin Chen felt his nerves heighten. After all, the rewards from his previous 2 days of signing in had been incredibly enticing. Licking his lips, Lin Chen immediately began the sign-in process. System sign-in. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Obtained perfect physique. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Perfect physique. What use is this for me? Am I supposed to participate in a bodybuilding competition? Just as Lin Chen was feeling confused, the system's voice echoed again. Perfect physique is being distributed. Please prepare, host. What? Lin Chen was now completely bewildered. At that moment, a warm current surged within his. In the next moment, a wave of intense fatigue exploded in Lin Chen's mind. Then he simply collapsed, fainting in an instant. Time passed slowly. It wasn't until noon that Lin Chen was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Hello. Groggily Lin Chen answered the call. President Lin, this is Chen Ziru. I've completed all the tasks you assigned with a total expenditure of 23 million. Additionally, I've received an invitation. Shenghua Securities in our building is hosting a cocktail party. Will you be attending? Moi. Lin Chen became more alert. Shenghua Securities, you say? I understand, I will be there. Also, you should prepare as well. You will be my female companion for the event. After Lin Chen said this, Chen Ziru on the other end was left stunned. Huh? What? Chen Zira's face instantly turned red. What's wrong? Just go to a department store and pick out an evening gown. The expense will be covered by the company. After saying this, Lin Chen hung up the phone. There was no choice. If he was to attend the cocktail party, he certainly needed a female companion. At this moment, he glanced at his phone. The time displayed was clearly 1:45. I actually fainted. Lin Chen was secretly astonished. I remember before fainting I received the perfect physique, right? With this thought, he promptly scrambled to his feet. He then took off his shirt, wearing only shorts, and walked to the full-length mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lin Chen gulped. He had to admit he was completely transformed. The little bit of belly fat he had was now entirely gone. In its place were 8 solid abdominal muscles. The skin, once a bit loose, had become remarkably firm. Previously he gave off a somewhat dispirited aura. But now that feeling was swept away. What replaced it was a sense of masculinity and determination. Wow, this is simply amazing. Lin Chen smacked his lips, his expression showing shock and daze. Did I just wake up to a complete transformation? As he pondered this, he clenched his fist, feeling a surge of explosive power within. Since he lived alone, no one usually came to visit him. But now who could be knocking on his door? Curious Lin Chen. Since he lived alone, no one usually came to visit him. But now who could be knocking on his door? Curious Lin Chen. He opened the door. Gazing outside the door, he saw a charming woman in her 30s standing there. This middle-aged woman, Yang Qing, was Lin Chen's neighbor, and her husband was often away on business. Recently, Yang Qing had also heard that she bought a house in Zhonghai. Although they lived across from each other, they did not. But why did Yang Qing suddenly knock on his door today? For a moment, Lin Chen was at a loss. However, he soon revealed a smile and said, "Oh, it's you, Sister Yang. I thought it was someone else." Yang Qing, standing there, had her eyes wide open. Looking at Lin Chen, whose 8 terrifying abdominal muscles were exposed, she couldn't help but swallow hard, her expression one of shock. "Little Lin, you don't seem like the type to work out regularly." Yang Qing laughed heartily, her gaze greedily scanning. "I just do some exercise at home when I have nothing else to do," Lin Chen said, awkwardly scratching his head. "After all, you have to be healthy to make money," Yang Qing said with a smile. "Haha, I didn't expect you to have that kind of awareness." "So, Sister Yang, did you come to me for something?" Lin Chen asked with a smile. "Oh, look at my memory. I was cooking and the electric wire at home burned out. The electrician nearby has already closed shop. If you know how to fix the wires, could you help me out?" Yang Qing looked at Lin Chen and said, Okay, just wait a moment, I'll get dressed," Lin Chen said, putting on his t-shirt under Yang Qing's disappointed. Then he took the keys and went next door. As he entered Yang Qing's house, a faint smell of burnt wire spread. After searching around, Lin Chen found an exposed wire that was clearly burnt. "Sister Yang, do you have insulating tape and pliers?" "Oh yes, let me get them for you." First, she poured Lin Chen a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table. Then Yang Qing hurriedly began rummaging through the cupboard. Lin Chen also checked the circuit breaker and completely shut off the power. After receiving the items, he moved. "Little Lin'll support you." Saying this, Yang Qing leaned against Lin Chen. Instantly, Lin Chen felt his legs almost give way. "What the hell? Is this really support? I feel like it's more dangerous with you holding me." Lin Chen awkwardly laughed and said, "Haha, Sister Yang, that's not necessary. I'm standing firm. It's fine, I'll help you." "It wouldn't be good if you fell," Yang Qing replied, shifting her body slightly. Lin Chen, feeling the friction, was at his wit's end. Alright, he quickly fixed the wire and pushed the circuit breaker back on. Immediately, the electricity in the whole house was restored. Lin Chen then said, "Sister Yang, I won't bother you any longer. I'm leaving now." "Hey, wait. Stay for lunch," Yang Qing called out hurriedly as she watched Lin Chen's back. "No need, Sister Yang." Lin Chen almost stumbled, then ran away from Yang Qing's house, as if fleeing. After all, what a joke. He had no interest in that kind of black seafood. Oh, what a pity. Yang Qing watched Lin Chen's retreating figure, feeling a bit reluctant. As for Lin Chen, he returned to his own room, letting out a long sigh. Damn, this perfect figure actually has such... Ugh. Wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead, Lin Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Evening. 6:30 p.m. Lin Chen drove to pick up Chen Zirua. As Lin Chen's Pagani stopped by the roadside, he saw Chen Zirua standing at the door. At this moment, Chen Zirua had undergone a remarkable transformation. She wore a black evening gown and a silver diamond necklace around her neck. On her wrist, she carried a Hermes bag. Combined with Chunzi Rua's light makeup, she became a stunning. Now Lin Chen's vehicle slowly came to a halt in front of Chunzi Rua. He rolled down the window, glanced outside, and said to her, "Get in." Chunzi Rua smiled gently, then gracefully walked over, opened the car door, and sat down. The onlookers could only express their heartache. Regarding this situation, they could only grit their teeth in frustration. Once in the car, Lin Chen kept observing Chunzi Rua. Chunzi Rua also revealed a smile and said to Lin Chen, "What do you think, Mr. Lin? Do you think?" "Absolutely. With that aura, you'll surely be the center of attention at the party," Lin Chen replied with a smile. After this exchange, Chunzi Rua smiled and replied, "Mr. Lin, you flatter me." Soon the supercar revved up and headed straight for Jinyuan Commercial Street. As they entered the inner courtyard, many people turned to look. Who is this wealthy person? I haven't seen this car before. Is it a new purchase by some CEO? Wow, that's a Pagani Huayra. Looks like a top-tier wealthy individual has arrived. Among the crowd, Fong Lin's eyes glinted with a trace of coldness. Then he turned to his brother Fong Sheng beside him and said, "Bro, that's the car." Upon hearing this, Fong Sheng's gaze darkened as he nodded, "All right." Saying this, Fong Sheng took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hey Luzi, stop pretending to be security, gather a few brothers, and come down. I want to teach someone a lesson." After hanging up, Fong Lin still felt a bit apprehensive. "Bro, are you sure this is safe?" "That guy." Fong Sheng sneered. "How you don't trust your brother? That car. Real ones have long been collected by the world's wealthy. Getting a genuine one is not easy. In my opinion, that car is at most a replica." Hearing this, Fong Lin felt reassured. Inside the car, as Chunzi Rua unfastened her seatbelt, she suddenly became nervous. "Mr. Lin, my hands are a bit numb." After all, it was her first time attending such an event. "Don't be nervous, trust me, you're beautiful." "I am beautiful. Yes, you'll definitely outshine all the men." "Hee, Mr. Lin, you're really funny." Chunzi Rua chuckled, her earlier tension dissipating, then took a deep breath and whispered, "You have to come quickly." "All right, go ahead." Opening the car door, Chunzi Rua stood up and got out of the car. As she stepped out, the surrounding crowd instantly gasped. "Wow, a beauty. Which wealthy family does she belong to? I haven't seen her before, as she hasn't shown up at any previous parties. Is this her first time? Quick, follow her and find a chance to get acquainted." As she walked into the building, a group of wolves immediately followed behind Chunzi Rua. Sitting in the car for a while, Lin Chen's expression remained calm. Only after Chunzi Rua's figure disappeared into the lobby did he start to park. No one around paid attention to him. Firstly, Chunzi Rua's outfit was too attention-grabbing today. Secondly, in the finance industry, apart from various CEOs, no one knew his identity. Thus, the people at the entrance only assumed he was a driver. Fong Lin and Fong Sheng, who were observing this scene, became increasingly convinced of this. Damn it. Especially Fong Lin, who was even angrier inside. Damn it, he was so arrogant yesterday. I thought he was some rich young master, but turns out he's just a pathetic driver. Fong Lin cursed angrily while Fong Sheng beside him scoffed coldly. "Humph. A mere driver dares to bully my brother like this, and even demands my father to personally apologize. Where does he get the audacity?" As he snorted coldly and watched the car gradually stabilize, Fong Sheng's phone rang. "Hello, Brother Sheng, I've brought the brothers here." A trace of coldness flashed in Fong Sheng's eyes as he replied, "Good, Luzi, have the brothers block that person who's parking. He'll be right down." After parking the car, Lin Chen had just gotten out when he was confronted by a group of security personnel blocking his. Furrowing his brows, Lin Chen looked at the few individuals before him and coldly asked, "What do you want?" The one in front, Lu Zi, gazed at Lin Chen and spoke up. "Hee, nothing much. Our boss asked you to wait for him here." Lin Chen's brows tightened even further. "I don't know him. Move aside immediately." Just then a voice echoed from outside the parking lot. "Mr. Lin, it seems you really are forgetful. Just yesterday my brother notified my father. My father is here to apologize to you today. You really have quite the face." As this voice fell, the group of thugs immediately stepped aside. Fong Sheng walked over with his hands behind his back. Behind him, Fong Lin chuckled coldly and looked at Lin. "Hee, weren't you quite arrogant yesterday? I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're just a mere driver." Fong Lin looked at Lin Chen, sneering as he spoke. His words were laced with contempt. Lin Chen glanced at the two before him and replied indifferently, "Now that you mention it, I do recall. However, it seems you haven't taken my words to heart." At this remark, Fong Lin was momentarily taken aback. He then sneered, "He, just a lousy driver. You really think too highly of yourself." At this moment, Lu Zi interjected, "Second brother, why waste words on this guy? We'll take him down right now and make him kneel and apologize." Saying this, Lu Zi immediately threw a punch at Lin Chen. Lin Chen sidestepped, avoiding the blow thanks to his perfect physique. This perfect physique not only enhanced his muscle strength significantly, but also multiplied his reflexes compared to an average person. "Damn, didn't hit him. Everyone get him." With that shout, several people rushed toward Lin Chen. Seeing these people, Lin Chen took a deep breath. His expression turned focused and cold. He dodged left and right, seizing an opportunity to kick out. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Lin Chen knocked each thug away with a kick. Damn! Lu Zi, startled, immediately drew a baton from behind his waist and swung it fiercely at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes flickered, and with a cold grunt, he suddenly grabbed Lu Zi's wrist, exerting terrifying strength that made his bones creak. In pain, Lu Zi dropped the baton, which fell into Lin Chen's hands. Lin Chen swiftly turned it around and struck Lu Zi on the head, causing him to bleed and collapse to the ground. Lin Chen casually tossed the baton aside and stretched his muscles. It was quite a workout. You dare to lay— You two really have some guts, Lin Chen said, a cold smile on his face. Meanwhile, Fang Sheng was already dumb. Lu Zi was one of his most formidable underlings, usually able to handle 6 opponents without issue. But now he was defeated by one person. Who? What kind of person is this? Meanwhile, Fang Lin was shaking so much that his pants were wet. Lin Chen then coldly said, "I'll give you 3 minutes to have your father come to me immediately. Otherwise you'll face the consequences." The chilling voice echoed, and Fang Sheng immediately pulled out his phone, crying as he dialed his father's number. He explained the situation. Instantly, Fang Yuanlong, who was enjoying a conversation at a banquet, erupted. He hurriedly rushed outside. At that moment, many people also noticed Fang Yuanlong's unusual behavior and curiously followed him out. On the other side, Lin Chen casually sat on the car's hood. Behind him, the two did not dare to move. Fang Sheng, with a grim expression, glared at Lin Chen. "Kid, you'd better wait. When my father arrives, he will definitely not let you go." Lin Chen, however, seemed completely unconcerned about it all. Lin Chen, sitting there, wore an expression of indifference. Looking at Lin Chen in this state, Fang Sheng was utterly livid. This guy was merely a worthless driver, while he himself was the young master of Junjing Life Insurance. How could this guy remain so calm, even now? For a moment, Fang Sheng's face twisted in anger, causing him to tremble all over. "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you." At this moment, Lin Chen finally cast a glance at Fang Sheng. "Do you really enjoy talking nonsense?" Fang Sheng, gritting his teeth in rage, looked as if he were going insane. "Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? Do you believe that when my father arrives, he'll tear you apart?" Lin Chen remained calm, offering a faint smile. "Is that so?" Just those 2 simple words made Fang Sheng feel as though he had punched a pile of cotton, instantly deflating his anger. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps could be heard approaching from afar. Fang Yuanlong, the current chairman of Junjing Life Insurance, and the father of Fang Sheng and Fang Lin, had finally arrived. Seeing Fang Yuanlong rushing over, Fang Sheng pointed at Lin Chen and immediately began to cry out loudly, "It's him, that worthless driver." Upon hearing this, Fang Yuanlong was instantly enraged. "You brat! How dare a mere driver humiliate the Fang family like this? Do you really think the Fang family is a soft persimmon that can be squeezed at will?" The people behind Fang Yuanlong, upon seeing the car under Lin Chen, began to feel a sense of unease. At the same time, they thought of Chun Ziru from the banquet and suddenly realized the person before them was likely Chun Ziru's driver, causing the crowd's expressions to become peculiar. After all, Fang Yuanlong of Junjing Life Insurance was quite a prominent figure in Zhonghai. But how could a mere driver dare to lay hands on his 2 precious sons? Where did this guy get his confidence? "Who am I?" He Fang Zong. "Before you seek to blame me, why not ask your 2 precious sons what they've done? They've been arrogant and lacking in moral character, attacking me. Since your sons are not taught by you, I don't mind stepping in to educate them a bit." Lin Chen spoke coldly. As the final word fell, Fang Yuanlong's expression turned icy. "Even if my sons have made mistakes, how to educate them is my business. You, a mere driver, have no right to teach them. If you do not give Fang a reasonable explanation today, neither you nor your master will be able to leave here." Listening to these words, Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head. He then sighed, continuing without turning back, "I thought that as a father you could understand some reason, but unexpectedly you're as overbearing as this. It's no wonder you raised such 2 sons, indeed, like father, like son." As these words fell, Fang Yuanlong's face twisted in rage. "You scoundrel." With this, Lin Chen took out his phone and dialed Wu Ming's number. "Come to the parking lot in the inner garden." On the other end of the line, upon hearing Lin Chen's cold voice, Wu Ming broke into a cold sweat. He immediately became tense. "Understood." After hanging up, Wu Ming rushed toward the inner garden parking lot. Watching Lin Chen's actions, the 3 members of the Fang family exchanged cold smiles. Fang Yuanlong spoke. I want to see who you can call here." The people behind him began to whisper among themselves. After all, they were quite curious about Lin Chen's audacity. Just 3 minutes later, Wu Ming swiftly made his— Upon seeing Wu Ming, everyone was taken aback, especially Fang Yuanlong, who furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected that Wu Ming would actually come. After all, within the entire Jinyuan commercial street, who dared to disrespect Wu Ming? Fang Yuanlong approached Wu Ming and said, "Mr. Wu, this is just a children's squabble. Why did it bring you?" Wu Ming glanced at the scene, then looked at Lin Chen, who was sitting with his back to everyone, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. He then directly walked past everyone in front of him, and in their astonished gazes he approached Lin Chen respectfully. Boss. In that instant, everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. They then looked at the expressions of the three members of the Fong family, which had turned conspicuously strange. He won't even be able to leave this parking lot. You still want him to give you an explanation? Do you even deserve it? Then he stared fixedly at Lin Chun and his license plate. At the same time, he silently resolved to warn his own son, no matter what, never to offend such a formidable. Meanwhile, Fong Yuanlong's body trembled violently. His face flickered with a myriad of emotions as he looked at his two sons. Gradually, his face turned ashen. Who the hell said he was just a driver? Fong Yuanlong immediately rushed before Lin Chun, forcing a smile onto his face. Haha, a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Oomph. Lin Chun let out a contemptuous sneer, then curled his lips and spoke. As I recall, someone just said I wouldn't be able to leave this parking lot. Fong Yuanlong revealed he knew he was about to pay a heavy price this time. Then he said, Mr. Lin, this is indeed a misunderstanding. How about this? In a couple of days, he'll host a banquet to apologize to you. Apologize? Lin Chun lowered his eyelids and continued. That won't be necessary. Wu Ming, please check the rent for Junjun Life Insurance. Yes. Wu Ming sighed, then glanced at Fong Yuanlong. His eyes held a hint of pity and sympathy. Why did you have to offend this master of all people? The next moment, Wu Ming spoke. Junjun Life Insurance only paid 1/3 of last quarter's rent, and this quarter's is still overdue. Lin Chun nodded, then stepped down from the hood of the car. He waved his hand and said, pay the full rent within 3 days, then get out. What? President. Sweat poured down Fong Yuanlong's forehead in torrents. Head boss Fong, the lease agreement is protected by law. You breached the contract first, then lost credibility. I'm informing you now, you have 3 days to pay the full rent and vacate immediately. Hearing this, Fong Yuanlong felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Although the office buildings in Jinyuan Commercial Street were expensive, they were a symbol of status. Sometimes a company's facade directly determined the trust of major clients. Moreover, Junjun Life Insurance was already on the decline. If word got out that they had left Jinyuan Commercial Street, it would inevitably lead to unfavorable speculation about the company. If that happened, it could very well be the end. Also, Wu Ming find out who hired these security guards. Allowing such thugs to infiltrate the security team is a disgrace to the Jinyuan Commercial Street. Wu Ming nodded. Lin Chun immediately left the scene. The group of bosses crowded around him, their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles. Fong Yuanlong stood there dazedly looking at Wu Ming with a mournful expression. President Wu, we've known each other for years. Could you please? By then Wu Ming had put on a businesslike face and said, Boss Fong, you can't say that. There's no friendship. Besides, our boss has spoken. Just make up the rent and move out as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll have to resort to legal means. At this, Fong Yuanlong's face twisted in fury. Wu Ming. But Wu Ming paid him no mind. He might only be the head of the property management company, but it was the company for the entire Jinyuan Commercial Street. Then Wu Ming left. Fong Yuanlong stood rooted to the spot, while behind him the brothers Fong Sheng and Fong Lin had already collapsed to the ground. Who would have thought that a single mistake could lead to such a tragic outcome? Fong Sheng stared at his father's back and said, You're my dad. You're my ancestor. I should have shot you on the wall back then. Damn it. Fong Yuanlong, standing there, suddenly flew into a rage. He turned and started punching and kicking his two sons. In an instant, the parking lot was filled with a series of miserable screams. Meanwhile, inside the building, the cocktail party proceeded without a hitch. The only difference was that Lin Chun, who had just entered, instantly became the center of attention. As for Chun Zhuo beside him, although she also drew considerable notice, she was still far overshadowed by Lin Chun. After accepting a round of toasts from various executives, Lin Chun gradually grew dizzy. In the end, he had to leave early, supported by Chun Zhuo. After helping Lin Chun into the car, Chun Zhuo wore a wry smile. Indeed, Lin was someone who could not hold his liquor, but just a few drinks had knocked him out cold. However, this also indirectly indicated Lin Chun's sincerity. For most people in such situations, it would be merely acting. They would only take a sip or two. Lin Chun, on the other hand, drank every single drop. Fortunately, he had brought his driver's license with him to avoid such a situation and had only consumed juice. Otherwise, it was likely that the two of them would have ended up staying at a hotel instead of sleeping on the streets. Once they got in the car, Chun Zhiru spoke to Lin Chun. Lin, wake up. Where do you live? He'll drive you home. Building 17, room 302, Nanli Bay Community. In a daze, Lin Chun provided his address. After entering it into the navigation, Chun Zhiru drove toward Lin Chun's home. Upon arrival, Chun Zhiru was somewhat surprised. After all, Lin Chun was the owner of the prestigious Jinyuan Commercial Street, a wealthy man driving a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. Originally, she had thought that Lin Chun's residence would at least be a top-notch mansion, if not a villa. To her astonishment, it turned out to be a narrow, shabby room in an old community merely around 60 square meters in size. The entire place looked extremely messy. It was evident that it had not been cleaned or tidied up. The living conditions were even worse than her own. At that moment Shinzuru felt a mix of emotions. Meanwhile the fresh breeze had sobered Lin Shen up quite a bit. Dazed he walked into his room and spoke. Xiao Chun just put the key on the table. You can drive the car back first and bring it to me tomorrow. You as a girl shouldn't take a taxi alone at night. I'm going to sleep now. Lin Shen's tone was weary, and after finishing his words he immediately fell onto the bed and fell asleep. Shinzuru, however, stared blankly at everything, her brows gradually furrowing. A moment later she sighed and began to clean Lin Shen's room. Deep down she couldn't help but smile wryly. What exactly is my job? Am I a personal secretary or a personal life assistant? If it weren't for the overtime pay, I wouldn't be doing this. She muttered as she continued cleaning. Look at how dirty this coffee table is. Ugh, smelly socks, disgusting. The kitchen is filthy too. Alright, let's start with the kitchen. Working hard. Midnight. Lin Shen, still in a daze, got up from bed. He urgently needed to relieve himself. Stumbling into the bathroom to take a leak, he felt a wave of thirst and turned to head into the living room. After just a few steps, he suddenly saw someone lying diagonally on the sofa. Instantly Lin Shen was startled, his hair standing on end, almost screaming. It was Shinzuru. Rubbing his eyes, he leaned closer for a better look. Phew, it was indeed Shinzuru. This girl. Lin Shen couldn't help but smile, then glanced around the room. A strange emotion flickered in his eyes. Turning to look at the soundly sleeping Shinzuru, he felt a warm current flow through him. After all these years apart from his mother, she was the first person to tidy up his room. Squatting beside the sofa, he carefully observed Chunzira's face. Youthful and full of collagen, she was indeed a very pretty young girl. Letting out a breath, he returned to his room, grabbed a blanket, and covered her with it before heading back to sleep. The night quickly passed. The next morning Lin Shen finally opened his eyes again. At this point Shinzuru was already gone. Did she leave? He murmured to himself before checking in. System check-in. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. Reward Richard Millman Series RM056 check-in reward has been issued. As the system's voice faded, a knock echoed at the door of Lin Shen's home. Dazed, Lin Shen walked to the door and opened it, only to find no one outside, just a box lying on the ground. Inside the box was a gaudy wristwatch. What the hell is this? Lin Shen wondered as he stared at the watch. With its peculiar shape, bizarre design, and ugly colors, it was utterly inconvenient whether he wanted to check the time or the date. I'm speechless. He muttered, casually tossing it aside onto a nearby table, ignoring it. Then he headed straight to the bathroom and turned on the faucet to take a shower. The sound of rushing water echoed throughout the bathroom. Since no one was home, Lin Shen was too lazy to close the bathroom door. After all, summer was approaching and the bathroom had poor ventilation. Closing the door would surely make it unbearably hot. I'm just casually humming a tune, moving at ease. You can't copy this. However, at that moment, the previously closed door was suddenly pushed open. Lin Shen was startled, and quickly, in an instant, he locked eyes with Chunzuru, who was holding breakfast, both of them frozen in shock. The air fell silent. In the next moment, a scream erupted. Holy cow! Lin Shen's eyes widened as he shouted loudly. He then swiftly dashed out, slamming the bathroom door shut with a bang. Simultaneously, his heart raced with excitement. Damn, this is so thrilling. Outside the bathroom, Chunzira's face flushed bright red. She had woken up early that morning to prepare breakfast for Lin Shen. However, to her surprise, all she found in Lin Shen's home were instant noodles and snacks, with hardly anything edible. As a result, she had no choice but to run out to buy breakfast for Lin Shen. Little did she expect to witness such an exhilarating scene. But Lin's physique is surprisingly perfect. Chunzuru murmured to herself, recalling the scene she had just witnessed, unable to suppress her gulping. Wait a minute, Chunzuru, what are you thinking? Lin is your boss. She slapped her slightly flushed cheeks, forcing herself to remain calm. At that moment, she placed the shopping bag on the table. Simultaneously, she noticed a watch carelessly thrown. Upon seeing the watch, Chunzuru let out a sharp scream. What happened? Quickly grabbing a bath towel, she wrapped herself up. Then Lin Shen hurried out of the bathroom, his heart racing with anxiety. What he saw was Chunzuru excitedly holding the watch. Lin, this watch. Chunzira's face turned crimson, her excitement palpable. It's a gift from a friend. Why? Is it valuable? Lin Shen furrowed his brows and asked nonchalantly. As these words fell, Chunzuru immediately spoke up. It's not just about whether it's valuable or not. This watch is the Richard Mille Men's Series RM056. It's part of Richard Mille's 10th anniversary commemorative edition. This watch is currently worth $23 million. It can be said that this watch is truly a ticket to the billion. Chunzira's tone was extremely excited while Lin Shen stood there in bewilderment. $23 million. That price seems a bit terrifying. However, compared to a watch worth over $20 million, he preferred to convert it into cash. One could say Lin Shen was somewhat materialistic, but to him, even if the watch was worth over $100 million, it was not as tangible as cash. Yet he had no choice. Everything he had drawn for 3 consecutive days had been like this. "Oh, I'm sorry, Lin." At that moment, Chen Ziru suddenly realized. She hurriedly handed the watch to Lin Chun. "I lost my composure just by looking at a watch. Oh, I shouldn't have touched your things casually." "Oh, it's fine." He took the watch and casually tossed it onto the nearby sofa. "Anyway, it's not a valuable item." Seeing Lin Chen's demeanor, Chen Ziru's eyes twitched uncontrollably. This was a top-tier watch worth 23 million. Moreover, it was Richard Miller's 10th anniversary commemorative edition. Only 10 pieces were released worldwide. Typically, if a wealthy person obtained one, they would quickly cherish it as a family heirloom. Yet her own boss casually tossed it on the sofa, seemingly unconcerned about it getting damaged. At that moment, Chen Ziru felt that her worldview was subtly collapsing. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Chen stepped out again. At this time, Lin Chen had changed into a more refreshing outfit. Then the two finished breakfast together, and it was only then that Chen Ziru left. As for Lin Chen, he lay on the sofa looking at the house with his phone. He planned to hurry and buy a new house. However, after searching all day, Lin Chen found nothing suitable. After all, these houses were either located in poor areas or did not allow for immediate move-in. After shaking his head helplessly, Lin Chen finished dinner and directly went to sleep. The next day, upon waking up, Lin Chen habitually began his check-in. System check-in. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. Obtained Jinxiang community. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was completely stunned. What the hell? What does this mean? Lin Chen's expression was strange. Did he just acquire an entire... Just as Lin Chen was puzzled, a phone call came in. "Hello, we are from the Jinxiang community sales department. May I ask if you are Mr. Lin?" Hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. He then replied, "Yes, I am." "Okay, Mr. Lin, your purchased property has now received the property certificate." "Mr. Lin, when would it be convenient for you to come and do an inspection?" Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately just send me the address. I'm free today." "All right, Mr. Lin." After saying this, the call was disconnected. Immediately, a message was sent to Lin Chen's phone. Looking at the message, Lin Chen nodded. He then dialed Chen Ziruo's number. "Boss." Chen Ziruo's voice came through. Hearing her voice, Lin Chen spoke. It was because of this that taking his own Pagani would be completely inconvenient. Coincidentally, he had asked Chen Ziruo to help buy a... It was because of this that taking his own Pagani would be completely inconvenient. Coincidentally, he had asked Chen Ziruo to help buy a business vehicle, which should be just right for carrying the property certificates. "Boss, the business vehicle has arrived. I'm good. Drive it to my place. I need it for something." Lin Chen nodded and said calmly, "All right, boss." After hanging up the phone, Chen Ziruo headed straight to the community where Lin Chen lived. It was a Volkswagen MPV, and the interior decor was quite luxurious. However, Lin Chen had no time to care about that now. He was still quite anxious to receive the property certificates. "Let's go to Jinxiang," Lin Chen calmly stated. "All right, Mr. Lin." In response, Chen Ziruo nodded and then asked, "Mr. Lin, do you own property in Jinxiang?" She knew about the Jinxiang community. It was a high-end community from Zhonghai. Additionally, it was located in the most prosperous area of Zhonghai near a top high school. Moreover, the price per square meter reached a staggering 80,000. Sort of. Lin Chen nodded. "I own several properties in this Jinxiang." At that moment, the two arrived at the Jinxiang sales department. Lin Chen and Chen Ziruo both got out of the car. After dialing the sales department manager's phone, the manager hurriedly came outside. "Mr. Lin, hello. I am the manager you spoke with earlier. My name is Qian Ming." Hearing Qian Ming's words, Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, "Hello, Mr. Qian." Inside, Qian Ming was quite surprised. He did not expect that the owner of an entire Jinxiang community would be such a young man. "Haha, Mr. Lin is truly young and promising. Please come inside." The three walked into the manager's office. At that moment, on the floor of the office, there were 100 bundles of red property certificates piled up, filling half. The manager then spoke directly. "Mr. Lin, these are all your property certificates. The entire Jinxiang community with 1,200 households is all here. All the houses have been beautifully renovated according to your requirements. Here are the keys to all your properties." Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded in response. Nice." Looking at the more than 1,000 property certificates, Lin Chen nodded calmly. "When you purchased it, the total value of the community was 5 billion. Now the price of this development has increased significantly, reaching 11.5 billion. After hearing this, Lin Chen was astonished. 11.5 billion. This property price has doubled. It's simply unbelievable. For a moment, Lin Chen was left speechless. Meanwhile, Chen Ziruo was completely dumbfounded. Now she roughly understood why Lin Chen had brought the Volkswagen MPV. It was not because he wanted to negotiate business, but because that supercar could not carry so many property certificates. Reflecting on the earlier question she had asked, Chen Ziruo's mouth twitched violently. Just one property. Haha, he directly owned an entire community. Is this how the wealthy operate when buying property? Chen Ziru silently mocked. Meanwhile, the manager Qian Ming felt quite shocked as well. After all, it was a property worth 11.5 billion. If this were distributed among many people, it might not seem so astonishing. However, if it were all concentrated in one person's hands. To be honest, this was the first time Qianming had seen such a thing in all his years in the industry. After their exchange, Lin Chen suddenly said, "By the way, can you recommend a property for me? I plan to settle down here." Qianming pondered for a moment before replying, "Mr. Lin, we have actually considered your request. The top floor of these 15 buildings is reserved for you. This floor consists of a large flat with exceptional lighting. Moreover, this unit is the best decorated one in the entire community. A large flat, as the term suggests, means only one household occupies the entire floor." Lin Chen nodded at this explanation. "All right, I'll go with this one then." After picking up the keys, Lin Chen intended to start moving the property documents. However, at that moment, Qianming continued to speak. "Mr. Lin, may I ask a rather bold question? With so many properties, do you plan to rent them out or sell them?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Rent them out. After all, he still had $1 billion on hand, so money was not an issue. Qianming's eyes suddenly lit up. He then spoke, "Mr. Lin, because this property is in a school district, it is currently very popular. Many people have been calling to inquire about purchasing. If you choose to rent it out, I happen to have some connections with intermediaries. If you trust me, I can take you to see them. What do you think?" Lin Chen nodded, saying, "That works, just discuss this with my secretary." In an instant, Qianming's smile nearly reached his ears. Excluding the unit Lin Chen would occupy, there were still 1199 properties left. They were still exclusive listings. The commission he could earn from these intermediaries would be substantial. At that moment, Qianming was incredibly excited. As for Lin Chen, he entrusted everything to Chen Ziru. He then loaded the property documents into the car from 2 sales offices and headed to the community. Driving into the underground parking lot with the help of the 2, Lin Chen transported the 2 large bundles of documents upstairs in several batches. After completing all of this and giving a small tip, he began to survey his new home. This floor has direct elevator access, and upon entering, one is greeted by a spacious hall of nearly 60 square meters. Moreover, the view from the extended balcony outside the hall is exceptionally stunning. Standing on this balcony, one could almost take in the entirety of Jiangdong New District. Wow, terrifying. Lin Chen gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide with shock as he wandered around. As he continued to observe, the look of amazement in his eyes did not fade. After all, this large house of 260 square meters was adorned with the utmost luxury. Although the community had a uniform design, this unit was clearly reserved for him. The decor here was evidently designed by a professional. Additionally, the appliances and furniture inside were top tier. For instance, the sofa beneath Lin Chen worth hundreds of thousands. Half an hour later, Lin Chen lay back on the bed in this room, a smile permanently etched on his face. "From today on, this will be my home. No, I need to move." After muttering this to himself, Lin Chen got up from the bed. He then hailed a car back to the property he was renting. After quickly tidying up his belongings, he terminated the lease and returned to his new home. After another round of familiarization with the house's features, the sky gradually darkened. Soon the night completely passed. Today was also the day Lin Chen's cousin arrived in Zhonghai. Early the next morning, Lin Chen opened his eyes. Looking at the ceiling above, he got up and took a shower. As the time to pick up the passenger approached, Chen Zira's call came through. "Lin Zong, are you sure you don't need me to help pick up the passenger?" "No need, I'll go pick them up myself. You go to the restaurant and oversee the preparations there." "All right, Lin Zong." After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen headed straight for the airport. About 40 minutes later, Lin Chen's vehicle arrived outside the airport. With his hands in his pockets and headphones in his ears, Lin Chen leisurely leaned against the railing by the exit, waiting. Soon the flight landed. After a while, the crowd began to disembark from the plane. Leading the group was his cousin Yi Jingjing. Following behind Yi Jingjing were 4 people. 2 men and 2 women, with 2 of them clearly being a couple. Another boy dressed head to toe in Nike was eagerly standing behind Yi Jingjing, wanting to help her with her luggage, but Yi Jingjing did not agree. In addition to these 5, there was also a particularly beautiful girl carrying a bag, strolling leisurely. Looking at the 6 of them, Lin Chen felt fortunate that his car was large enough. Otherwise, they might not have fit. When Yi Jingjing saw Lin Chen, her eyes lit up. "Brother." Yi Jingjing was very excited as Lin Chen had bought her a first-class ticket, allowing her to indulge in some vanity on the flight. Jingjing. Nodding at her, Lin Chen wore a calm smile. "Come, let me introduce you. These 2 are my best friends. This is Liang Rui, and this is Zhao Ruolin. This is her boyfriend. And this is our classmate Chao Yu. This is also our classmate named Deng Hong." As the 4 approached, Yi Jingjing began to introduce them to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded at the 2 girls and shook hands with the 2 boys. Then he said, "Let's go. I drove here. We'll head to the restaurant first, have lunch early, and arrange your accommodations after we eat." "Hee, okay." Yi Jingjing seemed especially excited. Lin Chen led them, making a grand entrance. When Deng Hong saw the arriving Volkswagen MPV, he immediately walked over with a disdainful expression and patted the hood of the car. "Wow, you're driving a Volkswagen. Bro, you're not doing so well, huh?" I bet you spent a lot on the plane this time. Deng Hong, dressed in Nike, said, while patting the engine hood of the MPV with a hint of contempt. What else? This is the company's business vehicle, no need to be so extravagant. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Deng Hong. Bro, your road seems a bit narrow. However, Deng Hong sneered and replied, no, your company doesn't measure up. My family's company has business vehicles worth over 6,000. That's what has the face value, bro. I advise you to change companies soon. Hearing this, Yi Jingjing's face flushed slightly. Then she said in a delicate voice, Deng Hong. She was well aware of Deng Hong's personality. His family runs a small company worth several hundred million. Fine then. Yi Jingjing said to Lin Shen at that moment. Brother, I'm sorry. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to bring Deng Hong along. It's fine. Lin Shen smiled and replied. All right, let's get in the car. Deng Hong said with a proud expression. Fine, since it's like this, I'll reluctantly take a ride in this Volkswagen. As Deng Hong spoke, he opened the car door. But the moment he saw the interior of the Volkswagen, he was instantaneously dumbfounded. After all, the interior was way too luxurious. A 3.4-meter wheelbase and a car length of 304 meters. The interior height also reached 126 meters. The rear storage space was 551 to 574 millimeters deep and 262 meters wide. Moreover, the car was equipped with a folding table sunshade and a small upright refrigerator. When the second and third rows of seats were laid flat, they formed a sofa bed. At the same time, the car was equipped with a 42-inch LCD TV that could be automatically raised or lowered. The electric luxury seats even featured heating, massage, and footrest functions. Looking at the luxurious interior, everyone was momentarily stunned. Yi Jingjing also looked at Lin Shen in astonishment and said, Brother, are you sure this is a Volkswagen? Yes, I had my secretary buy it, and she said it's some kind of Volkswagen T6. The interior has been modified, and the price seems to be around 2 million yuan. Lin Shen nodded. After this statement, everyone present gasped in shock. Then someone exclaimed, my God, 120,000. Wait, you said your secretary bought it? Jingjing, didn't you say your brother just graduated? Wow, 2 million Volkswagen. That's enough to buy 2 of Deng Hong's Mercedes. As soon as these words fell, the venue fell silent again. Everyone turned to look at Deng Hong, whose face turned beet red, burning with embarrassment. After all, he had previously said that the other person's company was not good, claiming the business vehicle was just a broken Volkswagen, which was not even as good as his family's 600 Mercedes. What's the result? That vehicle was worth 2 million. Enough to buy 2 Mercedes. At that moment, Deng Hong was utterly humiliated. After all, he completely failed to show off, and instead ended up being ridiculed. On the way to the restaurant, Lin Shen was driving. Sitting beside him was Yi Jingjing. The others sat stiffly, sipping their cold drinks. Deng Hong sat at the back, his face dark and unsightly. He never expected that Lin Shen's Volkswagen would be more expensive than all the cars in his own family. For a moment, he felt quite displeased. Yi Jingjing looked at Lin Shen curiously and asked, Bro, didn't you say you were just a small employee in Zhonghai? How come you're driving such an expensive car? And what about that secretary you mentioned? What's up with that? Yi Jingjing blinked her eyes, her face full of curiosity. I resigned a while back and started my own company, but you can't tell your third aunt about this. Lin Shen glanced at Yi Jingjing and spoke. Wow, bro, you actually started your own business. What are you doing now? Lin Shen glanced at Yi Jingjing, wondering how to respond. Collecting rent. He pondered for a moment before saying, it's related to finance, but you shouldn't ask too much. I can't explain it well. Collecting rent should count as finance, right? I guess. Yi Jingjing blinked in confusion and then stopped asking too many questions. An hour later, the vehicle slowly arrived at the restaurant Chunziruading. Nearby, there was a golf course. This place is considered one of the top entertainment venues in Zhonghai. As for the east suburb No. 3, it is a restaurant frequented by many celebrities and wealthy individuals. After parking the vehicle, Lin Shen took the group towards east suburb No. 3. Although they had been to Zhonghai before, it was their first time stepping into such a high-end venue. Especially Yi Jingjing, who was constantly looking around, her expression showing signs of nervousness, but more so excitement. However, at that moment, Yi Jingjing pointed ahead at the imposing east suburb No. 3 and asked, Bro, what? Oh, east suburb No. 3. That's where we're having dinner today. Upon hearing this, Yi Jingjing swallowed hard and asked, Bro, a restaurant in a place like this must be very expensive, right? It's not too bad, Lin Shen replied casually, and at that moment Deng Hong's eyes lit up. He then spoke up, Hey Jingjing, didn't your brother say he was still starting his business? This restaurant probably won't be that expensive. I checked, and there's a Western restaurant in Zhonghai that charges over 1,000 per person. He'll make a reservation and treat you all to dinner tonight. Hearing this, Yi Jingjing frowned repeatedly. Meanwhile, another boy, Chao Yu, spoke up loudly. Haha, Deng Gu, you're amazing. I can't wait to enjoy a great meal. The remaining girls cast warm glances at Deng Hong. Feeling their gaze, Deng Hong couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. He felt exceptionally pleased at that moment. So bro, are you coming tonight? Deng Hong raised an eyebrow looking at Lin Shun. Today I'll treat you once, considering you're still starting your business. Surely you haven't been to a restaurant of this level before. It'll take you once to avoid embarrassment when entertaining clients in the future. Listening to Deng Hong, Lin Shun merely smiled lightly and replied, "Hey, no need." After Lin Shun said this, Deng Hong continued, "Hey, don't be so polite. I'm doing this for your own good, to let you see the world." Lin Shun just smiled and shook his head without saying anything. At that moment, Chinzurua also ran over. "Mr. Lin, you're here. I've booked the No. 1 private room for you. Since the per capita consumption requirement for the No. 1 private room is 2,300, the dishes I ordered are priced accordingly." Chinzurua had already heard Deng Hong's voice. Though it seemed she was explaining this to Lin Shun, it was actually meant for Deng Hong, a frog at the bottom of the well. She knew very well who Lin Shun was, and had no interest in dealing with a mere insect like Deng Hong. However, as Lin Shun's secretary, she wouldn't allow anyone to provoke him like that. "It's fine, lead the way," Lin Shun said with a faint smile, appearing calm and composed. After Lin Shun said this, Chinzurua nodded and led him towards the private room. At that moment, Deng Hong was left completely stunned. A Western restaurant with an average cost of over 1,000 per person, taking Lin Shun there to broaden his horizons. At this moment, his words had become nothing more than a joke. After all, it was now abundantly clear who was taking whom to broaden their horizons. At this moment, Deng Hong was following closely behind Lin Shun, feeling a twinge of resentment in his heart. The Dongjiao No. 3 restaurant was quite large. The decor was very simple, making one feel as if they had entered someone else's home. Yet amidst this simplicity, there was still a hint of elegance. Moreover, there was no smell of grease in the air. Upon entering, it felt like stepping into a grand art gallery. Under the guidance of the waiter, everyone twisted and turned until they arrived at room No. 1. Once inside, everyone was amazed. As they entered the private room, Lin Shun looked at the menu. After ordering a few dishes, the order was sent to the kitchen. "Would you like something to drink? Soft drinks or red wine?" Lin Shun asked, looking at the group. Hearing this, Deng Hong couldn't help but become restless again, immediately boasting with great enthusiasm, "Red wine. Speaking of red wine, have you heard of Romani Kani? Let me tell you, my uncle just brought back a bottle worth over 2,000 from abroad. The taste is truly exceptional, and drinking it feels entirely different from ordinary red wines. I must tell you, when it comes to red wine, you must drink the finest." Deng Hong continued to boast incessantly. Listening to his bragging, Chinzurua couldn't help but frown repeatedly. As for Deng Hong's classmates nearby, some of them looked at him with a hint of envy in their eyes. For Deng Hong, this was particularly gratifying. However, just as he finished speaking, the door to the private room in walked the restaurant manager of Dongjiao No. 3, leading 3 beautiful waitresses carrying a bottle of red wine. "I sincerely apologize for the interruption," the hotel manager said apologetically, then turned his gaze towards Lin Shun, his eyes filled with respect. What is this?" Seeing the group that had just entered, Lin Shun asked in confusion. "Mr. Lin, I apologize for disturbing you. This is a gift from our boss to you." "I don't believe I know your boss." Lin Shun looked at the restaurant manager, feeling utterly perplexed. In his memory, it seemed he had never had any dealings with the owner of Dongjiao No. 3. "Mr. Lin, you indeed do not know our boss, but he happened to meet you at a wine party not long ago. He wanted to befriend you, but unfortunately you left early that night. Since you are dining at our restaurant today, and he is not present, this bottle of Romani Kani Grand Cru wine is a gift." Listening to this, Lin Shun pondered for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "All right, I will accept this bottle of wine. Please thank your boss for me. Also tell him that if he has time next time, I will treat him to a meal." After these words were spoken, Deng Hong's body trembled violently. He then exclaimed in disbelief, "Romani Kani Grand Cru wine." As this statement fell, everyone present couldn't help but frown, while Chow Yu also spoke up. "Wait, Deng Hong, why are you making such a fuss? It's just a bottle of red wine. Why are you so surprised?" Deng Hong's body was still trembling as he shouted, "What do you know? This is Romani Kanta's Grand Cru wine. Do you know how expensive this wine is?" Hearing this, Chow Yu sneered. "Of how expensive can it be? Can it be worth 50 or 60,000 a bottle?" 50 or 60,000. Deng Hong's expression became peculiar as he replied, "If you can buy it for that price, I'll take as many bottles as you can get. Let me tell you, this Grand Cru wine is a legendary creation of Romani Kani. Moreover, it is among the top 10 finest red wines in the world. This Grand Cru vineyard is only 1,805 hectares in size, with an extremely low yield. On average, every 3 grapevines can only produce 1 bottle of wine, with an annual yield of merely 5,000 bottles. Therefore, the price of each bottle of this Grand Cru wine starts at no less than 1,000. Deng Hong proclaimed loudly. After all, this was the Romani Kani Grand Cru wine, starting at a price of 1,000. Compared to the 200 bottle of Romanée-Conti he had bragged about earlier, this was simply nothing. Furthermore, he had only seen such wine by chance in the home of a billionaire. As for wanting to taste it, dream on. This wine could be said to have a price, but no market. At this moment Deng Hong was left with nothing but boundless awe for Lin Chun. As for Lin Chen's self-deprecation of being a budding entrepreneur, he no longer believed it at all. After all, what kind of budding entrepreneur could have someone gift them a bottle of wine worth 100? What a joke. However, in the next moment Deng Hong suddenly stood up and began to crazily slap his own face in front of Lin Chun. Brother Lin. I was wrong, Brother Lin. Please forgive me for my previous offenses. I was wrong, Brother Lin. Everyone present was shocked at this seemingly insane Deng Hong. These people were all quite familiar with Deng Hong and naturally understood his character. Yet now Deng Hong was slapping himself and apologizing simply because of a bottle of wine. At this moment, even the dullest among them realized that Lin Chen's identity was likely not as simple as he claimed. Enough. Lin Chen spoke indifferently. For the sake of my cousin, I'll let it slide this time. But remember this, just because your family has a bit of money doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. There are plenty of people in this world you can't afford to offend. Yes. Brother Lin, your lesson is well taken. I know I was wrong. Deng Hong nodded repeatedly, his face plastered with a fawning smile, not daring to show the slightest defiance. Deng Hong was genuinely terrified now. The others around also appeared unusually restrained, their expressions tense and nervous. All right, open this bottle of wine. Certainly, Mr. Lin. The manager nodded, a faint smile perpetually gracing his face. Once the red wine was opened and had breathed, everyone raised their glasses to drink. Yet the earlier ease among them had vanished. As for Yi Jingjing, her heart was filled with tension and curiosity. She realized she could no longer see just who was her cousin. Brother, what exactly do you do here in Zhonghai? Yi Jingjing asked, brimming with curiosity. Nothing much. Just some small ventures in finance. Don't pry into the details. As these words were spoken, the door pushed open once more. Chun Zhuo entered and addressed Lin Chen direct. President Lin, we've found a lessee for your properties at Jingshou Yiding, and the rent has been settled with the agency. With an annual rent of 300 per unit, the projected yearly income is 360 million. However, the contract still requires your signature. 360 million. Holy crap, this. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. 360 million in rental income. This was the small venture he mentioned. At that moment, everyone stared in stunned disbelief. Their minds were in turmoil as they gazed at Lin Chun. Deng Hong's emotions churned with complexity. An annual rent of 300 per unit. 360 million in rental income per year. That meant Lin Chen owned at least over 1100 properties. That was practically an entire residential complex, wasn't it? In other words, Lin Chen owned a whole neighborhood. For a moment, Deng Hong was at a loss for words. As for Yi Jingjing, she was equally stunned, staring at her cousin, speechless with shock. She knew exactly what family her cousin came from. Yet this trip to the Magic City had sparked a seed of curiosity in her heart. Was this really the same cousin she had once looked down upon? Meanwhile, the two best friends present looked at Lin Chen with eyes. Beyond shock and incredulity, there burned a fervent glow. As for the friend Liang Rui, she casually tossed her hair. Then, gracefully holding her glass of red wine, she sat beside Lin Chun and said, Brother Lin, I feel such a kinship with you. You have an extraordinary bearing. Let me toast you. With that, Liang Rui downed the wine in one gulp. After the drink, she immediately pressed her hand to her forehead and said, Oh, I forgot I can't hold my liquor. I'm so dizzy. The others. Could you possibly act any more fake? Yi Jingjing was stunned, then stood up with a cold laugh, pointing at Liang Rui. How can you be like this? Can you be any less fake? Liang Rui put on an innocent expression. Jingjing, I really can't go on. Can't you lend me your brother for a moment? As she spoke, Liang Rui leaned toward Lin Chen. But Lin Chen gave a cold laugh and quietly stepped back half a no need. I've already arranged a hotel for you all. Since you can't hold your liquor, Zero, take her to the hotel. Liang Rui was instantly dumbfounded. Her face flushed crimson. She abruptly sat up straight. No, it's fine. I just need something to drink. Well, in that case, Zero, I'll have them bring some plain boiled water. Since she can't drink alcohol, plain water will do. None of you have a problem with alcohol, do you? If so, we'll order more. No, not at all. Everyone shook their heads like rattles. At the same time, they struggled to suppress their. Watching Liang Rui, they were all secretly amused. After all, she had brought this upon herself. Pretending to be unable to hold her liquor in an attempt to seduce Lin Chen, only to end up stuck with plain water. As for Liang Rui, her face was green with frustration. What the hell had she done? This was a bottle of wine worth 100,000. Each sip cost several thousand. Now she could only watch them drink. By that logic, she had practically lost. At that moment, Liang Rui's heart ached with regret. An hour later, everyone was well fed and satisfied. Lin Chun and the others had indulged in ample red wine. while Liang Rui had only drunk plain water. Seeing these people still able to laugh, she however could not muster a smile. The tears in her heart swirled around, leaving her unable to laugh. Due to Lin Chun having consumed alcohol, the task of driving was entrusted to Chun Zhao. The hotel was also booked by Chun Zhao, located at the Bund, named the Peninsula. This is the most luxurious hotel in the entire Zhonghai. Chun Zhao had booked 3 rooms here, each costing a staggering 50,000 per night. Upon arriving at the Zhongdao Hotel, they were taken aback. They had expected the hotel Lin Chun booked to be merely a luxury 5-star establishment. However, upon their actual arrival, they realized how naive they had been. This hotel is located at the Bund, occupying a vast area. Ahead was a gigantic garden filled with various elegant sculptures and fountains lining both sides. After walking nearly a kilometer deep into the premises, they finally reached the hotel entrance. If you plan to go out, make sure to inform the front desk first. The front desk will prepare vehicles for you, or you can call me. Alright. Okay. The group was left utterly. When they saw their rooms, they were so shocked that they could hardly speak. The excitement inside them left them at a loss. Meanwhile, Liang Rui, biting her teeth, cast a flickering gaze at Lin Chun. She had already decided that upon returning she would inquire about what kind of women Lin Chun liked. No matter what, she had to cling to Lin Chun, the big shot. Under Chun Zhuo's arrangements, they fully experienced what it meant to live like the wealthy. In Lin Chun's heart, he also labeled Chun Zhuo as perfect. Satisfied, Lin Chun drove back. Upon returning home, he collapsed on his sofa, nestled in while playing games. To be honest, Lin Chun's personality was quite the homebody. If he wasn't gaming, he really didn't know what else to do. By evening, Lin Chun planned to prepare something to eat. However, at this moment, Lin Chun discovered that there were hardly any ingredients at home, so he intended to go out and buy some groceries. Downstairs, he drove his Pagani Huayra straight to a nearby shopping mall. Drinks and snacks were fully stocked along with meat, vegetables, and oil. After the shopping spree, he spent a total of 3,000. Carrying the shopping bags, Lin Chun headed outside. Just then a surprised voice rang out behind him. Lin Chun. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun turned to look. It was his university classmate Ma Siming. Their relationship during school had been average. This guy was decent, but his only flaw was his tendency to boast. Ma Siming. Lin Chun's eyes flashed with surprise as he addressed him. What a coincidence. Oh, you bought so many things. Is someone visiting at your place? Ma Siming chatted casually. Not really, I just moved recently. How about you? Are you living nearby? Yes, I just bought a place here in Zhonghai, you know. I got married right after graduation, and the girl's family has been urging me. Ma Siming's tone sounded somewhat helpless. So it seems we'll be living quite close from now on. Oh, which community are you in? Oh, which community could it be? Tianyue community. I took some money from home for the down payment. He waved his hand, looking somewhat resigned. However, amidst his words there was a hint of pride. After all, buying a house and getting married shortly after graduation was considered a success by many. You're doing well. At that moment they stepped outside. What a coincidence, our communities are quite close. How about I give you a ride? Ma Siming showed a hint of surprise. You bought a car? Yeah, just casually bought one. Lin Chun did not deny. That's good, saves me from squeezing onto the bus. Ma Siming glanced around the parking lot, which was relatively empty. He noticed a $30,000 BMW parked there. While you're doing well driving a BMW now. As for the Pagani Huayra parked nearby, Ma Siming instinctively dismissed it. After all, Lin Chun had always given off the impression that his family was not wealthy. Therefore, in his view, it was impossible for someone like Lin Chun, fresh out of college, to afford a Pagani Huayra. Just then Lin Chun took out his car key and pressed it. Beep, beep. Instantly the lights of the Pagani Huayra lit up. Silence. An unparalleled silence. This car. Ma Siming, astonished, cleared his throat and shouted, pointing at the Pagani Huayra. What's wrong? Get in the car. He casually opened the car door, tossed his belongings into the back seat, and took his place in the passenger seat. Beside him, Ma Siming's expression was one of shock. This Lin Chun. How could he be doing so well now? Wasn't it said that his family was not wealthy and that they were just an ordinary family? Is this something an ordinary family could afford? Or was the ordinary family he referred to just a euphemism used by someone running a goose farm? Shocking. An unparalleled shock. At that moment, Ma Siming felt as though his entire worldview had been turned upside down. Looking at Lin Chun, his gaze had become particularly odd. He then quietly got into the car. Bro, tell me the truth, is your family really just an ordinary family? Driving directly to the community, Lin Chun headed towards his destination, while Ma Siming remained completely silent throughout the ride. Driving directly to the community, Lin Chun headed towards his destination, while Ma Siming remained completely silent throughout the ride. Originally, he had felt a bit superior, thinking that graduating from Zhonghai meant buying a house and marrying a wife. But now, facing Lin Chun's car, that sense of superiority, how it had long vanished. After all, in such a situation, what kind of superiority could he possibly have? Soon Lin Chun arrived at Jingxiu Yiting, right across from Ma Siming's apartment's back door. We've arrived. Ma Siming smiled and said, haha, thank you. Let's hang out often in the future. Ma Siming awkwardly smiled and was about to leave. At that moment, the sales manager of Jingxiu Yiting walked out of the community with a young man in a black suit looking like a salesperson. Upon seeing Lin Chun, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly approached Lin Chun. Mr. Lin. Manager Qian, is there something I can help you with? Glancing at Manager Qian, Lin Chun got out of the car and spoke. I'd like to introduce you to this is Zhao Weiming, the manager from DG Real Estate. I learned that you have 1199 properties to rent out, so I came here myself. I went to your home earlier, but found you were not there, and now I happen to run into you. Hello, Manager Zhao. Mr. Lin. The two shook hands, and then Zhao Weiming spoke straight. Mr. Lin, I have already discussed with your secretary, and the final price we can offer is an annual rent of 3,000 for each property. As for DG Real Estate, we charge an agency fee of 8,000 yuan per transaction. If you have no objections, please sign here. Zhao Weiming presented the contract. Lin Chun quickly scanned the document, confirming there were no issues. He then took Zhao Weiming's pen and swiftly signed his name. Then here's to a pleasant collaboration. Pleasant collaboration. After the signing was completed, Zhao Weiming turned to leave. Manager Qian also bid farewell. Meanwhile, Ma Siming was utterly dumbfounded. Mouth agape, he stood there, his expression dazed. Lin, clearing his throat, Ma Siming shouted in disbelief. Is the entire Jingxiu Yiting yours? Lin Chun awkwardly touched his nose and replied, more or less, I'll be leaving now. As his words fell, Lin Chun got in the car and quickly drove away. At that moment, Ma Siming stood there in a state of an ordinary family. If this is an ordinary family, then what does that make him? This ordinary family is simply outrageous. In an instant, Ma Siming's heart was filled with complex emotions. After all, at this moment, he was truly struck hard by Lin Chun. Damn! After cursing under his breath, Ma Siming collected himself and made his way home. After all, life still had to go on. Meanwhile, Lin Chun returned home, prepared dinner, and then casually opened his phone. At that moment, he discovered that the university classmate group he had long muted had exploded with messages. Lin Chun had long muted this class group. Before graduation, there might still be some notifications shared here. However, after graduation, this place has devolved into a hub for classmates to flaunt their achievements. Various messages constantly flood the group, such as who bought a car today and who bought a house tomorrow. In short, it's a sky full of arrogance. Yet today the group was particularly lively, and someone even mentioned him. Could it be that something is happening? Filled with curiosity, Lin Chun opened the group chat. After all, he had nothing to do at the moment. It would be better to check it out. As soon as he entered the group, Lin Chun scrolled to the top. At first, everyone was chatting casually. Until Old Ma, I heard you bought a house in Zhonghai. Wow, Old Ma, you're living large. You better treat us this time. Exactly, you just graduated, and already buying a house in Zhonghai. It's unreasonable not to treat us. I guess the one doing best in our class is Old Ma, right? Getting married right after graduation, and now buying a house in Zhonghai. TSK Tisk, truly a winner in life. Ma Siming, smirking, alright, stop ridiculing me. What do you mean I'm doing the best? Compared to Lin Chun, what am I? At this moment, the tone shifted directly. Lin Chun. Speaking of Lin Chun, it seems like we haven't seen him in a long time. Lin Chun, wait, Old Ma, you say Lin Chun is doing the best? Are you kidding? Isn't his family engaged in farming? Besides, I heard he got fired from his job a while back. Ma Siming, farming. Fired? You really believe that? Let me tell you the truth, I saw him today, and he was driving a supercar. Image. With that statement, the group fell silent for 5 minutes. Then it erupted into chaos. That supercar, I just searched it, it's a Pagani Huayra. A top-tier supercar worth $1 billion. That can't be true. Lin Chun driving a supercar. Haha, Ma Siming, how drunk are you? Looking at the reactions, Ma Siming could only smile awkwardly. I wish it were fake, but I saw it with my own eyes. And the recently opened Jingxiu Yiting in Zhonghai is his. I witnessed him signing a rental agreement, and it said that one apartment's annual rent is 3,000. At that moment, the entire chat group fell into an eerie silence. The next moment, it exploded again. Wait, are you joking? Old Ma, I get it if you like to brag about yourself. But why are you now boasting about Lin Chun? Exactly, Lin Chun can barely manage an ordinary family. How could he be like you say? The crowd was extremely skeptical of Ma Siming's words. After all, for 4 years, Lin Chun had always seemed quite poor. Suddenly having so much money. No one believes it. And now Lin Chun, having finished scrolling, smiled faintly and said, Indeed, I am just from an ordinary family. Saying this, Lin Chun casually took a photo of his 100 bundles of property documents. The property document clearly showed the homeowner Lin Chun. Then Lin Chun also took a selfie with the background being those 100 bundles of property documents. After sending these 2 messages, the entire group fell into silence once again. No one dared to speak anymore, and their hearts were flooded with endless waves of shock. Holy crap, this guy is really a hidden billionaire. I remember Lin Chun was with Chun Yingying back then, so does that mean Chun Yingying? Chun Yingying, please tell me this isn't true. Well, I think Chen Yingying and Lin Chen broke up on the other side of the phone. Chen Yingying. At that moment, Chen Yingying felt like she had been hit by a billion-ton bomb. The regret in her heart was like an endless torrent unceasing. After all, she was the one who let go of a billionaire. Later, it even led to Zhao Tianxiao abandoning her, and now she learned that Lin Chen owned a billion-dollar supercar and an entire community. Chen Yingying truly felt like crying without tears. Lin Chen had long since escaped this class group. After all, he didn't want to be attacked by these classmates. After closing the Penguin group chat, Lin Chen casually opened an anime to watch. After finishing dinner, he lay down on his bed, browsed P-Station for a while to review some study materials, and then fell asleep. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Lin Chen woke up early. System check-in. He habitually began his check-in routine. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. Obtain 9 consecutive Rolls-Royce ghosts. Check-in rewards have been issued to the underground garage. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Chen was instantly bewildered. What on earth does he need so many consecutive Rolls-Royces for? What does he do with so much? Although a single Rolls-Royce ghost costs around 5 million, he clearly doesn't need. If it's just for transportation, 1 car should be enough, right? Why did the system give him 9? What is it thinking? He rolled his eyes and shook his head. Cash would be more practical. After mumbling this, Lin Chen washed up and then ran to a nearby rice noodle shop. After finishing everything, he returned home. He casually opened a bottle of soda and some snacks, planning to play. As time slowly approached noon, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at who was calling, it was none other than his high school classmate Lu Qi. He had a good relationship with Lu Qi in high school. Later, he attended a decent university, while Lu Qi, due to certain reasons, didn't go to college and started working early. However, through his efforts, he eventually graduated through self-study and now worked in a company as a deputy manager. Hey old Lu, what's up? Lin Chen said with a smile after answering the call. What are you up to? It's the weekend. You aren't hiding at home looking for something, are you? Shut up. Hearing that rough voice, Lin Chen's expression darkened. Even if I watch something, I directly use a VPN to access P-Station. Unlike you, who has to suffer with a 2 kbs download speed on some cloud service. Haha, I want to go out for a bite. Lu Qi laughed on the other end. Sure, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Send me the address, I'll head over now. Done. Then a message was sent with the address of the skewer restaurant they used to frequent. It wasn't that this skewer restaurant was particularly delicious, it was mainly because it was cheap. After all, back then one was just starting work while the other was in college, and neither had much money. After receiving the message, Lin Chen picked up a key to the ghost and headed straight to the skewer restaurant. Compared to the ostentatious Pagani Huayra, the Rolls-Royce ghost was obviously much more low-key. Moreover, Lin Chen didn't attract much attention. Walking down the street, not many people recognized him. Even if they did, it was just a brief surprise. After all, a 5 million yuan car is expensive, but in Zhonghai it's not something completely unheard of. Soon Lin Chen arrived at the skewer restaurant. As he parked the car in front of the restaurant, he saw Lu Qi sitting by the window peering outside. When Lu Qi saw Lin Chen get out of the car, his expression first froze, then he was utterly shocked, looking completely bewildered. What are you staring at? In his line of sight, Lin Chen walked into the restaurant, greeted the owner, then patted the dazed Lu Qi and sat across from him. Is that your car? Lu Qi pointed to the Rolls-Royce ghost outside, looking completely puzzled. Yeah, since Lu Qi was his best friend, Lin Chen had nothing to hide from him. Hearing Lin Chen's straightforward answer only made Lu Qi more confused. Then he asked, how much did that car cost? About 5 million, Lin Chen said, taking a sip of water. Lu Qi immediately spat out the water he had just drunk. He coughed hurriedly and asked, cough, cough, cough. How much? 5 million, what's wrong? Lin Chen saw Lu Qi roll his eyes and said, come on, you can afford that car. Lin Chen just smiled without saying much. After all, sometimes speaking the truth really made no one believe it. I heard you were recently fired, so I called you out for a drink. I was initially worried you might not take it well, but now it seems I was overthinking it. Lu Qi said, lightly glancing at Lin Chen and directly finding an excuse for him. But looking at you, did you go to a rental company? You dare to drive the company's car out? Aren't you afraid of scratch? If that happens, you would have to pay a fortune. Soon the two of them began to choose skewers. After getting the skewers, they started to eat. Tisk, how did you get expelled? Did you even go to a rental company? Hearing this, Lin Chen waved his hand. But how are things with your girlfriend? I heard you two are engaged now. After taking a bite of the skewer and glancing at Lu Qi, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Lin Chen remembered that Lu Qi was indeed engaged. Haha, the wedding will be in a few days. Lin Chen showed a look of surprise upon hearing this. Wow, you're really something, getting married and not even telling me. But now you should start calling her sister-in-law. Sorry, I've been busy with so much lately, I only just found out. Planning a wedding comes with so many tasks, preparing venues, booking banquets, and so on. Besides, you and I are in Zhonghai, I should invite you in person. Lu Qi immediately replied. Tisk, that sounds nice. While speaking, Lu Qi's phone rang. Haha, it's your sister-in-law. Saying this, Lu Qi answered the call. After hearing the voice on the other, and Lu Qi's expression gradually turned grim. After hanging up, he lost his previous excitement. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. What's wrong? Lin Chen looked at Lu Qi and asked with, damn it, it's that woman Wu Lan. Lu Qi cursed. Wu Lan was a cousin of Lu Qi's girlfriend Yuan Qier. Lin Chen also knew about Wu Lan. What did she do this time? Curious, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Lu Qi took a deep breath of smoke, suppressing his anger. That BTCH got married recently and used a fleet of 6 Bentley cars. Yuan Qier got jealous, so I decided to use 6 Audi A6s. We had originally agreed on this, but now Wu Lan came to boast and demanded to switch to a fleet of Bentleys. But the wedding is the day after tomorrow. Where am I supposed to find a fleet? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. Then he smiled and said, Old Lu, have you forgotten what I do now? Hearing this, Lu Qi was momentarily, do you have a fleet? What kind of fleet? Look, he pointed to the Rolls-Royce Ghost parked outside. Lin Chen calmly said while eating a skewer. Lu Qi hesitated for a moment, then bitterly smiled and shook his head. Brother, I appreciate your offer, but I really can't afford a Rolls-Royce. No, brother, what do you take me for? If I rent it to someone else, I'd definitely charge them at least 7,000 per car. But if it's for you, I'll give you the market's lowest price, 3,000 per car for a total of 9 Ghosts. Plus 1 Pagani Huayra as the lead car. What do you think? After this statement, Lu Qi was stunned. Chenzi, you better not be lying to me. 3,000 for a Rolls-Royce. And a Pagani as the lead car. Of course, what kind of relationship do we have? I would never cheat my brother. Lin Chen immediately said. All right, I trust you, brother. Then why don't you hurry up and call your sister? Lin Chen smiled and patted Lu Qi. Right, I almost forgot. I'm calling her right now. Lu Qi quickly smiled and hurriedly called his girlfriend. As soon as he connected the call, Yuan Qier's voice came through. Honey, I've thought it over. Our family is different from my cousins, so I want change the fleet. The Audi A6 is quite good. Hearing this, Lu Qi was momentarily stunned, feeling a warmth in his heart. I thought it through too, dear. We only get married once in a lifetime. So this time I must give you the grandest ceremony, the best treatment. I've already arranged the fleet. It will definitely overshadow your cousin. Listening to this, Yuan Qier was taken aback, then frowned slightly. Wait, Lu Qi, don't spend recklessly. We're not like my cousin's family. It's not worth spending so much money on a wedding. Moreover, you can't have a fleet to overshadow the Bentleys. What kind of fleet did you find? It can't be a Rolls-Royce, right? Lu Qi immediately laughed and spoke. That's right, it's a Rolls-Royce. This time Yuan Qier became anxious and quickly said, Lu Qi, a Rolls-Royce fleet. Do you know how much it costs? You can't get it for less than 7,000 or 8,000 per car. Hey, don't worry, my brother Lin Chen, you've met him. He is now working at a rental company and gave me the lowest price. Lowest price? How much? Yuan Qier on the other end asked suspiciously. Lu Qi chuckled and teased, he guess. Hearing her husband's words, Yuan Qier across from him asked tentatively, 6,000. I guess again. 5,000. Wrong, only 3,000 per car? As these words fell, Yuan Qier was instantly stunned. Wow. Lu Qi, are you sure you haven't been scammed? 3,000 for one. That price is way too low. Yuan Qier's heart jolted. After all, the price was unbelievably low. So low it was hard to trust. Renting a Rolls-Royce for Don't worry, it's a special price from my buddy. Had never deceived me. Well, Yuan Qier stood there skeptical yet hopeful. What if it were true? If so, she'd have landed a massive bargain and could finally outshine her cousin. At that thought, Yuan Qier grew eager to see her cousin and her clique's dumbfounded expressions. Then she spoke. All right. Hanging up, Lu Qi excitedly said to Lin Chen. Chen, you're a lifesaver. I owe you big time. If the lead car doesn't work out, I'll manage something similar. But these 9 wedding cars, please count on you. Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, rest assured he'll handle it. I mean what I say. Hell, let's have some skewers. Lu Qi chuckled, acting like a 150-pound child. Soon the barbecue session. After the barbecue, Lin Chen called Chunzhou, asking her to find some drivers while he prepared to get a formal suit. He planned to personally drive the lead car for Lu Qi the day after tomorrow. After all, he wanted to give his brother a... Lin Chen drove his Ghost home to charge his phone. He hadn't noticed earlier that despite plugging in the charger overnight, it wasn't connected to power. As a result, his phone had less than 30 battery today. Luckily, he wasn't the one paying for the meal, who otherwise with his habit of carrying no cash had have been embarrassed. Casually slipping the watch onto his wrist, Lin Chen examined it. Though it looked rather ugly at first glance, had grown used to it over time. The only downside was that it couldn't tell time. That baffled Lin Chen most. A watch that couldn't show time was better left unworn. Having put it on, Lin Chen was too lazy to take it off, and just kept wearing it. To be honest, this was a Richard Millman Series RM056. Since it came into his possession, he rarely wore it, which was a shame. A watch worth over 20 million yuan left gathering dust. After his phone was fully charged, Lin Chen headed to a nearby mall. While browsing for clothes, he coincidentally ran into Lu Lily, who was taking a break. Young Master Lin. What a coincidence. Shopping here too. Lu Lily flashed a smile and greeted him. Lin Chen nodded. Yeah, a friend's getting married the day after tomorrow. I'm here to buy a casual suit. Wanna help? Hearing this, Lu Lily's face flushed pink. Inviting a girl to go shopping for clothes. Wasn't that something you only did with your wife? Was young Master Lin hinting at something by inviting her like this? Instantly, Lu Lily's face turned even redder. Seeing her silent, Lin Chen spoke up. If you have other plans, forget it. I'll just go on my own. With that, he turned to leave. Lu Lily snapped back to reality and quickly said, hey, no, young Master Lin, that's not what I meant. IDB. With that, the two walked into the mall together. Inside, a cosmetics livestream host was conducting interviews. The passing couples fell victim to her questions. Just then, the hostess spotted Lin Chen, and her eyes lit up. After all, Lin Chen and Lu Lily made a handsome pair. Having them join her livestream would surely boost its popularity instantly. She hurried over, thrusting the microphone toward Lin Chen, and asked, excuse me, handsome, if you had 10 million in your account, would you spend half of it on lipstick for your girlfriend? At this moment, the actions of the female live-streaming host had already captured the attention of several nearby salespeople. They glanced at Lin Chen with a hint of pity. They felt that Lin Chen was probably going to be tricked. After all, they were quite familiar with the tactics of this female live-streaming host. This live-streaming host typically targeted couples and then posed this question to them. Generally, the male partner would agree to please his girlfriend who was present. If he responded this way, he was directly falling into the trap set by the live-streaming host. Once he uttered those words, she would immediately initiate the selling process and push her lipstick. In such cases, most males would find themselves in a predicament. After all, they had spoken first, and if they disagreed at this moment, they would be labeled as a scumbag who didn't love her. Moreover, this could lead to their girlfriend throwing a tantrum. Therefore, many men would hastily pay buying the lipstick and leaving. Furthermore, how many men in front of the camera would choose to be labeled as a scumbag and someone who doesn't love her? Even without the camera, how many men would be willing to endure their girlfriend's nagging? This live-streaming female influencer had accurately grasped this point and utilized this tactic. She managed to sell quite a few expensive yet inferior lipsticks. Additionally, this process also satisfied the audience in her live stream. After all, the viewers gathered in this stream were mostly women who believed that love meant fulfilling all demands. However, unfortunately, this time, she encountered Lin Chen. The live streaming host continued to ask, young man, if you had 10 million on your card, would you be willing to spend half of it to buy her lipstick? Hearing this, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. He quickly responded, wait, how much is it? The live streaming host was caught off guard, but quickly regained her composure and smiled. 10 million. However, after this statement, Lin Chen appeared somewhat incredulous, and then said, 10 million. How am I supposed to live? The live streaming host felt a surge of frustration inside. This loser was actually taking it seriously. Yet in order to succeed in selling, she maintained her smile, and said, no, young man, please don't get too excited. I was just hypothetically speaking about 10 million. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chen shouted loudly, hypothetical. What the hell is hypothetical? Even if it's hypothetical, that's still not okay. Having only 10 million on the card would mean being so poor. Just this outfit I'm wearing alone is worth more than 10 million. With these words, the salespeople and bystanders watching were all stunned. The live streaming host was also taken aback. The viewers in the live stream were equally dumbfounded. Lin Chen's statement had completely thrown them off. As for the live streaming host, she was momentarily left. This was not following the script. Her script shouldn't have gone like this. Then the live streaming host began to doubt, how could his entire outfit be worth more than 10 million? Are you kidding me? In her eyes, the clothes on Lu Lily were worth at most a few hundred. Although Lin Chen looked like he was wearing a full Armani outfit, he dressed his girlfriend in clothes worth a few hundred. This set of clothing was probably just a cheap imitation. Wearing a fake to show off. Haha, let me show you how to expose your pretentiousness. Thinking this, the live streaming host continued to address Lin Chen. May I ask what this young man does? Me. Just a jobless wanderer. Lin Chen shrugged calmly, his tone remarkably tranquil. But after he spoke, the live streaming host was left stunned. Then with a sneer, she spoke, humph. I thought you were someone impressive. It turns out you're just a braggart. And you think your outfit is worth more than 10 million. Do you really think that wearing a cheap imitation of Armani makes you a successful person? How ridiculous. Hearing these words, Lin Chen and Lu Lily, who were present, immediately wore strange expressions. A counterfeit Armani. In response, Lin Chen merely smiled faintly, then casually took out his phone and glanced at the time display. Sorry, I have something else to attend to and don't have time to waste on you. If you're looking to sell, go find someone else. Saying this, Lin Chen intended to leave. However, at that moment, a young man dressed in trendy brand clothing who had been watching the commotion suddenly walked. His face appeared flushed as he excitedly looked at Lin Chen and said, Excuse me, could you show me the watch on your... Sure. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and extended his wrist. The trendy young man observed it closely, gradually becoming more animated. It can't be wrong. Absolutely not. This is definitely a Richard Mille RM056. Sir, are you selling this watch? I'm willing to offer 50 million. Instantly, everyone nearby was shocked. In the next moment, discussions erupted among the people in the live stream and those around. Wow, 50 million for a watch. Is this a joke? That's right, even a Patek Philippe wouldn't sell at this price. I think this guy is probably just a plant. The host paused for a moment before immediately sneering. Haha, ridiculous. A broken watch selling for 50 million. What even is Richard Mille? I've never heard of it. I say, young man, could you please hire a professional next time you bring in a plant? After these words fell, the trendy young man's expression turned cold. He glanced at the female streamer, took out his phone, sent a message, and then spoke coldly. Haha, if you have no knowledge, don't come out and embarrass yourself. Richard Mille is one of the top watch brands in the world today, known as the entry ticket for billionaires. This Richard Mille RM056 is the 10th anniversary commemorative model of this watch brand. It is limited edition, released worldwide. After this was said, a bystander immediately spoke up. I found it. Richard Mille is indeed a top watch manufacturer. Even the cheapest watch from their collection is at least 500 to 600,000. Moreover, their watches have unique craftsmanship, making it very hard to replicate with counterfeits. Oh my goodness, that's right. The watch this young man has is indeed a Richard Mille RM056. So according to this, doesn't it mean this young man is indeed a billionaire? Wow. Haha, it seems this time the streamer has really messed up. In an instant, everyone present was speaking. Meanwhile, the female streamer was completely stunned. Then she screamed hysterically, I don't believe it. I absolutely do not believe it. You must be a plant, definitely. Following these words, the mall manager he looked at the trendy young man with some trepidation and said, Young Master Zhang, why are you here? Haha, if I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known. No wonder the mall's recent performance has been sliding down. Turns out this is how you manage things, letting just anyone come into the mall. Even this kind of streaming influencer is allowed in. After these words fell, the female streamer's body. Get her out. Yes, you're absolutely right. The mall manager did not dare to defy in the least. He immediately waved his hand and shouted loudly, Why aren't you quickly getting her out of here? Meanwhile, the female streamer knelt on the spot. She suddenly realized that she had offended two wealthy individuals and was about to lose her job. In her live stream, she began to lash out. Trash host. Questioning whether others are wearing counterfeit goods. Unfollowed. What qualifications do you have to question others? I think the goods you promote are the real. Wow, it's true. I checked this host and found many people saying the products she promotes are of poor quality. How could she be so disgusting? Get out of here. In an instant, the female streamer was bombarded with a wave of angry insults. On the other side, the trendy young man, there was also speaking to Lin Shun. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Ming, the young master of Wanhua Department Store. Lin Shun smiled faintly and replied, Lin Shun. After this exchange, Zhang Ming found himself in deep. That name sounds somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, it seemed like Zhang Ming suddenly recalled something. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Are you the new owner of Jinyuan Commercial Street? You know me. Lin Shun's eyes showed a hint of surprise as he asked Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming scratched his head, chuckling, A few days ago, I heard my dad mention it. I see. Nodding, Lin Shun appeared calm. However, those around them looked somewhat astonished. Even Lu Lily, who was there, was taken aback by Lin Shun. Although she knew Lin Shun's identity was not ordinary, she never expected him to be the owner of their commercial street. So Lin Xiao, what brings you here today? Lu Lily curiously looked at Lin Shun and asked. One of my friends is getting married the day after tomorrow, so I came to pick out a suit today. Zhang Ming glanced at Lu Lily and smiled, saying, In that case, I won't disturb you any longer, Lin Xiao. By the way, Lin Xiao, here's my WeChat. Shall we exchange it? Sure. Nodding, Lin Shun exchanged WeChat with Zhang Ming. Haha, in that case, I won't keep you any longer, Lin Xiao. After parting ways, Lu Lily appeared somewhat awkward. Then the two of them strolled around the mall. Eventually, in a Dior boutique, Lin Shun successfully selected 2 casual suits along with some accessories. In total, they spent nearly 80,000 yuan. After paying, the two of them headed outside. As they passed by a nearby Prada store, Lu Lily's gaze fell upon a new perfume on display. What's wrong? Lin Shun asked as he glanced at Lu Lily. Nothing. For a moment, Lu Lily appeared somewhat. In response, Lin Shun smiled slightly and walked over to the Prada counter. Please wrap this perfume for me. Of course, sir. The sales associate at the Prada counter nodded in agreement to Lin Shun's request. After all, the fact that Lin Shun had been referred to as the owner of Jinyuan Commercial Street by Zhang Ming had already spread. Moreover, let's not forget that he was carrying a Dior shopping bag. This alone indicated that Lin Shun was clearly not short on money. Lin Xiao. Watching Lin Shun as he had the perfume wrapped, Lu Lily's face couldn't help but turn slightly red. Here. Handing the wrapped gift to Lu Lily, Lin Shun showed a slight smile. This. Lu Lily was taken aback and Lin Shun continued. Take it as a gift for accompanying me shopping today. Instantly, Lu Lily's face lit up with excitement as she accepted the gift. Thank you, Lin Xiao. Oh, it's nothing. What do you want to eat? Today it's on me. And why are you so reserved? It's as if I'm bullying you. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Hearing this, Lu Lily couldn't help but show a slight blush. All right, then since you're not saying what you want to eat, I'll decide for myself. Lu Lily's face was slightly flushed as she nodded. After checking out nearby Western restaurants, Lin Chen found a fairly decent place. Once inside, Lin Chen ordered 2 steaks, and then also requested a bottle of Lafite from the Madoc classified growth priced at 70,000 yuan. This series of actions left Lu Lily secretly astonished. After all, just a single bottle of red wine cost 70,000 yuan. This truly shocked Lu Lily. Their dinner went quite well, and since they had both drunk wine, Lin Chen simply called for a chauffeur. When the chauffeur saw that the car he was to drive was a Rolls-Royce worth 5 million yuan, he nearly froze in shock. Trembling, he started the car and drove it to Lin Chen's underground garage. Most of the residents here were parents accompanying their children. Isn't this moving too fast? I'm not even ready yet. But what if Lin wants to do something? Beside them, Lu Lily felt a bit flustered. She was just a young girl who had never been alone with a man. As they walked down the street, Lin Chen wrapped his arm around Lu Lily's waist. Gradually, his grip tightened. Lily, you look so beautiful right now. Lin, In an instant, Lu Lily's face turned crimson. Hearing Lin Chen's words, she involuntarily looked up to meet his gaze. As she lifted her head, Lin Chen couldn't hold back any longer. He leaned down and kissed her. In that moment, Lu Lily was stunned. Her mind went completely blank. Then with her eyes closed, she tightly wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's neck. At that moment, Lu Lily had no other thoughts. She felt that her body was no longer under her control. Moreover, Lu Lily had no strength to resist, nor did she even think of resisting. After a soft murmur, she felt her body go weak, unable to muster any strength. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, though a bit dizzy, was not inebriated to the point of losing consciousness. At least this kiss was intentional for him. With the atmosphere being what it was, it would be a shame not to take advantage of such a good opportunity. Having embraced and kissed, their relationship was naturally clarified. After half a minute of this, Lin Chen slowly separated from Lu Lily. Lu Lily's face was also tinged with a bit of crimson. Lin Chen smiled and said to Lu Lily, all right, let's Lu Lily nodded. Then the two of them made their way upstairs. On the top floor, when Lu Lily saw Lin Chen's home, her expression turned to one of astonishment. Gazing at the vast hall before her, the shock in her heart grew stronger. The decor in the room was truly, although she had never seen a mansion before, she had seen some in idol dramas. But compared to those mansions in the dramas, could this one even be called a mansion? Isn't this decoration too extravagant? In an instant, Lu Lily fell in love with this place. Of course, one must say, who wouldn't like such a mansion? But Lu Lily suddenly furrowed her brows. This house is so big, it must be exhausting to clean it. It's fine. Lin Chen smiled and replied, haha, I can just hire some help later. Lin Chen looked at Lu Lily while speaking. At the same time, he walked into the kitchen, opened the fridge, and took out 2 bottles of cola. After taking a sip, Lin Chen sat on the sofa, looking particularly comfortable. After a while, he stood up, stretched lazily, and looked quite content. Seeing Lin Chen stand up, Lu Lily hurried over to his side to attend to him. Lin Chen sniffed the air. Sensing the faint fragrance from Lu Lily, he pulled her into his embrace. Lu Lily let out a soft sound, but made no resistance. After all, in this empty room, there were only Lin Chen and her. And with the atmosphere as it was being young, some things were certainly hard to resist. With a beauty in his arms, Lin Chen, inhaling the scent of Lu Lily, lifted her up. Lu Lily's figure was naturally well-proportioned, weighing no more than 100 pounds. Lin Chen, standing at 185 centimeters, combined with his perfect physique, was quite an imposing Suddenly being swept up by Lin Chen in a princess carry, Lu Lily was somewhat startled. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's neck. The attraction between the opposite sexes surprised Lu Lily. Lin Chen's physique was unexpected. Describing Lin Chen's body, he was the type who looked slim in clothes, but had a muscular build without them. Coupled with Lin Chen's handsome face, honestly no girl could resist his charm. Lu Lily shyly pressed her face against Lin Chen's chest, remaining silent. However, her arms around Lin Chen's neck tightened, fearing she might fall from his embrace. Lin Chen, still holding Lu Lily, walked directly into the adjacent bedroom and casually closed the door. After a night of passion, the two remained busy until 4:30 in the morning before finally falling asleep. At 11:00, Lin Chen finally woke up. Looking at the ceiling above and the still sleeping Lu Lily beside him, a smile inevitably crept onto his face. At that moment, Lu Lily also awoke. However, upon seeing Lin Chen, her face turned slightly red. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Then, amidst Lu Lily's startled voice, they officially began their morning exercises. After nearly an hour of exercising, Lin Chen gently kissed Lu Lily on the forehead. You rest for a bit, I'll go prepare something to eat. After all, it was quite an intense workout. Although she had experienced it firsthand last night, she was still too exhausted to move now. Lin Chen got out of bed and walked to the bathroom. First, he called Wu Ming to ask him to grant Lu Lily a leave of absence. After that, he took a shower, got dressed, and entered the kitchen to make breakfast. Meanwhile, Wu Ming couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Phew, every time I talk to the boss I still feel so nervous. After murmuring to himself, Wu Ming dared not delay and immediately headed downstairs to the shop. On the other side in the Armani boutique, Lu Lily is becoming more and more unruly. Does she really think that just because she landed a big order she can act so recklessly? Taking leave 2 days ago, and now she dares to be absent again. This is simply insubordination. Inside the store, a plump woman was cursing, filled with indignation. Meanwhile, the sales staff nearby couldn't help but feel pleased. One of the salespeople also spoke up. Exactly. Store manager, you must punish Lu Lily properly. She's so arrogant now, she clearly doesn't take you seriously. Last time she even said, what does a mere store manager count for? People like her are simply out of control. Ooh, just listening to these words, the store manager's anger deepened. Her eyes glinted coldly as she spat out curses. However, just at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Hello, may I ask if the store manager is here? I'm here to ask for a leave of absence for Lu Lily. Hearing this voice, the store manager's mood instantly exploded. Damn, that girl Lu Lily has really gone too far. She doesn't even come in for her leave of absence. Cursing under her breath, the store manager walked out from behind the cash register. But the moment she saw Wu Ming, her legs went weak. The next moment, she plopped down onto the ground, a fawning smile on her face, saying, Haha, it turns out it's you, General Wu. You are here to help Lu Lily with her leave. What? Is that a problem? Wu Ming glanced at the store manager and said nonchalantly. The manager, with a hint of a smile, couldn't help but ask. Of course. It's definitely fine, but I wonder what your relationship with Lily is. Oh, Lu Lily and I don't have any relationship. Wu Ming waved his hand, but the store manager was even more confused. If he had no relationship with Wu Ming, as the store manager pondered this, Wu Ming's voice rang out again. Mainly, he still has some connection with our boss. I'm here this time primarily because our boss asked me to come. After this statement, the entire place fell into silence. Yet in everyone's hearts, a storm of shock surged. He has a connection with Wu Ming's boss. This means it indicates that Lu Lily has truly latched onto a real tycoon. Instantly, everyone present felt increasingly unsettled. Looking at Wu Ming, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Haha, I see, that's great. I approved Lu Lily's leave and granted her paid vacation. Haha. The store manager immediately exclaimed loudly. Hearing this, everyone else's eyes instantly widened. Paid vacation. This is the first time hearing of such good fortune in their store. However, just thinking about it, the background that Lu Lily revealed earlier became instantly clear. This was likely a benefit specially provided by the store manager to please the owner of Jinyuan Commercial Street, targeting Lu Lily exclusively. Just take a look. Want benefits? Dream on. In that moment, the hearts of these people were filled with jealousy and envy. On the other side at home, Lin Shun was eating while checking in. As he successfully checked in, a crisp sound rang out. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. Obtained true meaning of Baji Quan. Would you like to extract and distribute? What good is this thing? We now live in a society governed by law, not in the ancient era of chivalry. What good is the true meaning of Baji Quan to me? What use is it? Besides, my friend, times have changed. While you're boxing, others are playing with guns. Lin Shin felt somewhat helpless for a moment. Forget it, Baji Quan it is. He sighed internally and extracted the Baji Quan. In that instant, a torrent of information surged into Lin Chen's mind. As he absorbed the information, a complex expression began to form on his face. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to see the scene from decades ago where modern heroes used Baji Quan to slay enemies on the battlefield. At that moment, Lin Chen's gaze grew heavy. Taking a deep breath, he murmured to himself, I'll go to the nearby martial arts gym later to test the power of Baji Quan. A new martial arts gym had opened recently near Jingxiu Yiting. Although this gym taught traditional martial arts, the practice of such arts had waned. Moreover, many people used the name of traditional martial arts to swindle others, leading to a gradual perception of traditional martial arts as mere showmanship. Thus, the martial arts taught in this gym had become ornamental, with more people opting for Taekwondo. While arranging for Lu Lily to rest, Lin Chun went downstairs and headed towards the nearby martial arts gym. He was eager to see the true power of the true meaning of Baji Quan. However, as he approached the gym, he noticed someone performing outside. A coach dressed in training gear was shattering multiple layers of plywood with a single kick. The onlookers nearby applauded enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the students of the gym had begun distributing. Lin Shin felt disdainful of such flashy performances. Perhaps before he acquired the true meaning of Baji Quan, he would have found it impressive. But now, it was nothing special. After taking a flyer and obtaining an experience card, Lin Shin walked into the gym. After determining the direction, he headed towards the wooden dummy placed in the corner. After taking a deep breath, he casually practiced a few moves. In the next moment, following the Baji Quan techniques in his mind, he struck out fiercely with his elbow. The wooden dummy trembled upon impact. Then it began to crack right in the middle. Boom! In an instant, wood shavings flew everywhere. To be honest, he initially thought the Baji Quan might be somewhat effective, but he never expected its power to be this overwhelming. Just then a traditional martial arts coach dressed in a training outfit and holding goji berry tea walked in and was left dumbfounded. He had just received news that someone had obtained an experience card to try learning traditional martial arts. The coach had hurried over eager to see who it was, hoping to retain them as a student. But to his surprise, he walked in and saw Lin Shen striking the wooden dummy. Lin Shen, how can you claim you have no martial arts skills? And with this level of strength, what experience could you possibly need? This is clearly someone out to challenge the gym, right? Lin Shen also noticed the coach's dazed expression. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, "Sorry, I didn't control my strength well. I'll pay for—" "No. It's fine as long as you're happy," the martial arts coach replied awkwardly with a smile. After all, what could he say? To be able to shatter a wooden dummy with a single strike is indicative of a truly formidable individual. Lin Shen didn't realize that this scene had caught not just the coach's attention. Parents who were there enrolling their children in Taekwondo also took notice of the spectacle. Soon Lin Shen began practicing other 8 extremes fist techniques here. The coach nearby watched with a mixture of fear and trepidation. With a series of moves like Iron Mountain Lean and 6 elbows, the strikes rained down one after another. In no time, the sandbags and wooden dummies in the martial arts gym were completely shattered. After completing an entire set of movements, Lin Shen finally felt a sense of satisfaction. With this level of strength, as long as he didn't encounter firearms, he would essentially be safe. Moreover, the probability of encountering firearms domestically was virtually zero. "Sir, please take a look at this." The coach there wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and said to Lin Shen, "Oh, don't worry, we'll stop here for today." Lin Shen revealed a smile, but to the coach it felt like a devilish grin. "Stopping here for today? That means he will return tomorrow. Is he planning to demolish this martial arts gym?" However, since the other party was a customer, even if they were indeed here to challenge, at the very least he needed some evidence. Furthermore, since the other party was willing to pay, what could he say? After settling the damages for what he broke, Lin Shen planned to leave. However, just as he stepped out the door, a rather passionate voice rang out. "Hello, dear children and respected greetings. Taekwondo is the greatest martial art in the world. Since its inception, it has undergone many challenges and bloody trials, but we have proven Taekwondo's true level with our resilient spirit. What 8 extremes, Tai Chi, Bagua, and Xingyi, are merely flowery techniques that cannot be compared to Taekwondo. Dear children, thank you for making the right choice by joining our Taekwondo school. I am your Taekwondo coach, Yuan Yi. Here you will gain many things you have never imagined before: strength, dignity, and glory." A young man dressed in a karate training outfit stood in the center of the training room, speaking passionately and with great authority. From his tone, it seemed that Taekwondo was invincible and everything else was inferior. The training room was about 230 square meters with 2 changing rooms on the side and a large glass window opposite. The light was ample, and there were several banners with slogans on the walls. In the center of the training room lay a white mat of around 80 to 90 square meters. Surrounding it were 50 to 60 elementary school students, all watching the coach Yuan Yi as he spoke. Feeling the gaze of the elementary school students upon him, Yuan Yi instructed his assistant, "Bring the board over. Words are futile, only practice can prove Taekwondo. I want to let these lovely children witness what true skill looks like." The students' enthusiasm was instantly ignited, and they began to whisper among themselves. Even the parents who brought their children to learn began to take out their phones to capture the moment. An assistant held up a wooden board about the size of an A4 sheet, while Yuan Yi moved his body. At that moment, his sidekick seized the chance to shout, "Attention children! Coach Yuan is about to demonstrate real martial arts. Look closely, this is a genuine wooden board, absolutely not a fake." Yuan Yi then struck a Taekwondo salute and said, "Dear children, you often marvel at the dazzling moves in Hong Kong action films, but in reality those are all fake. Internationally traditional martial arts like 8 extremes, Tai Chi, Bagua, and Xingyi are far from being able to compete with Taekwondo. Moreover, those so-called national arts are merely deceiving." The children and parents couldn't help but stretch their necks in curiosity. After warming up his knees, and without a running start, he executed a high kick towards the wooden board held by the assistant. With a loud shout, the board shattered with a resounding crack. The entire movement was smooth and decisive without a trace of hesitation. The assistant led the applause, exclaiming, "Coach Yuan is amazing. Wow, that was a real kick. Doesn't that hurt? It must hurt like hell." At that moment, Yuan Yi stood there with a rather smug expression. Hearing these words, Lin Shen paused his steps. His gaze gradually turned cold. Having grasped the true essence of 8 extremes fist, he had developed a sense of pride in his national martial arts. Now, hearing someone from his own country constantly slandering national martial arts, how could Lin Shen not feel? He then glanced at the wooden board and coldly remarked, "Pain. This is merely the softest kind of pine board. How could it hurt?" After these words, Yuan Yi's gaze also turned icy in an instant. "So what you just said is nothing but slander against our Taekwondo. A small follower present immediately retorted with indignation. Slander. Heh. Lin Chen scoffed then shook his head. Is this even considered slander against your type? Isn't this exactly the case? Lin Chen sneered and then shook his head. If you have the ability, why not replace this board with pearwood or nanmo? Oh, by the way, you might want to prepare an ambulance in advance, just in case we need to rush someone to emergency. Following this remark, the parents present burst into laughter. At that moment, Yuan Ye's face turned. Then he turned to Lin Chen, who was sitting there, and said, "You say your skills are better than mine. Then come up and let's have a match." In his view, he was definitely encountering someone who was trying to undermine him. If he didn't suppress this arrogance, who would come to pay the tuition? Go coach Yuan. The people from the Taekwondo dojo all cheered for Yuan Yi. After all, Yuan Yi had been learning Taekwondo under the renowned master Choi Gyun-seok from Korea since childhood. He possessed astonishing talent and trained diligently. His proficiency in Taekwondo was exceptionally high, having won the youth group championship in the provincial Taekwondo competition twice. Because of his fierce leg techniques, he once broke an opponent's rib during a Onion 3 training session, earning him the nickname Iron Leg Whirlwind. Their dojo was upheld by Yuan Ye's golden reputation. If they didn't teach a profound lesson to those trying to undermine them today, how would they survive here in the future? Lin Chen stood there and spoke, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? If I injure you, I'll have to pay for your medical expenses." After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen finally spoke up. "Injure me?" Yuan Yi sneered. "You're scared, aren't you? What excuses are you looking for? If you can truly injure me, I'll write my name Yuan Yi backward today. Fine, since you've said that, I'll match you." Lin Chen nodded, then clasped his hands behind his back and stepped onto the arena. Below, someone had already pulled out their phone and started recording the stage. The moment he stepped onto the platform, a trace of coldness flashed in Yuan Ye's eyes. With a sneer, he said, "Heck, kid, once you step onto the stage, I'll let you know who you shouldn't mess with." Lin Chen remained unfazed, merely assuming his starting stance. Baji Lin Chen. A simple forward introduction, yet it exuded a sense of grandeur. However, Yuan Ye's eyes were filled with disdain. Simultaneously, he shouted loudly to those below, "Watch carefully today. I'll show you what true skill looks like. What you call national martial arts is just a pile of garbage." As he spoke, Yuan Yi kicked out a few times into the air, producing a sharp wind sound. As he executed these kicks, many Taekwondo students below erupted in applause. With the coach's whistle signaling the start, Yuan Yi immediately charged at Lin Chen. Then he leapt into the air, executing a side kick aimed directly at Lin Chen's face. This kick was infused with tremendous force, balancing speed and power fueled by rage, and aiming for a decisive victory, showcasing immense power. Many students below, upon witnessing this kick, exclaimed, "Had this kid dared to provoke our Taekwondo dojo, he's definitely done for this time." Exactly. Coach Yuan is a black belt 3rd Dan. He's just asking for trouble. However, in response to this kick, Lin Chen's expression remained indifferent, his demeanor calm. Then casually he executed a horizontal elbow strike. Crack. With the sound of bone breaking, Yuan Yi let out a scream. Meanwhile, Lin Chen twisted his foot, and his entire body instantly lunged forward. Iron Mountain Strike. Boom. The terrifying force crashed forward like a small mountain. Yuan Ye's body was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the railing of the arena, breaking it, and then fell. Silence. An unparalleled quietness. For a moment, the Taekwondo dojo was engulfed in a deathly stillness. The next instant, Yuan Yi let out a piercing scream. "Oh, my foot." At this moment, the previously boisterous Taekwondo dojo finally erupted into a chorus of boos. "What the heck? I thought Taekwondo was so impressive, but it's just this. Just this. Just this. This is even less substantial than a brick. I'm out of here. How dare you mock our national martial arts as garbage? That gentleman's skills are straightforward and unadorned, standing still without moving a muscle. Each move looks powerful, while Taekwondo appears to be all show and no substance. This is a scam, babe. We're not learning Taekwondo anymore. This is simply an insult to our intelligence as parents." In an instant, the whole place was filled with boos. Lin Chen remained standing there, speaking indifferently, "National martial arts is garbage. Hey, if you want to worship foreign cultures, that's one thing, but to trample on your own is another." In that historical period, countless masters of national martial arts fought on the battlefield, relying on it to defeat countless enemies. And now you trample on it to glorify mere Taekwondo from a country like Korea? You really have the nerve. Good. Well said. In an instant, the crowd below began to shout loudly. However, just then the door of the Taekwondo dojo was pushed open again. A young man dressed in trendy clothes. What happened here? As the young man stepped in, one of the trainees present immediately called out loudly, "Bah, this guy came to challenge the school, and even injured Coach Yuan." Hearing this, the young man felt a surge of irritation within. His martial arts school had only just opened not long ago, yet someone had already come to challenge it, and the head coach had been beaten. How could this not ignite fury in one's heart? What? The next moment, he abruptly raised his head and fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, who stood there. However, when he saw Lin Chen standing there, he was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, the others present wore faint smiles on their faces. This kid is dead meat. Exactly, daring to challenge even young Master Zhang's school. It's sheer That's right. For a moment, everyone present nodded in agreement. But at that moment, Yuan Yi standing nearby hastily shouted, "Boss Zhang, you must help me." Zhang Ming, however, acted as if he hadn't heard a word. He walked straight up to Lin Shun and said with pleasant surprise, "Young Master Lin, what are you doing here?" "Oh, my house is in the Jingxiu Yiting residential complex behind. Is this school yours?" Lin Shun was startled. He hadn't expected this school to be owned by Zhang Ming. "Haha, this school is one of my but I heard that the entire Jingxiu Yiting complex was bought out in one go. Was that you, young Master Lin?" Lin Shun nodded awkwardly. As his words fell, everyone present gasped sharply. This young man, seemingly unremarkable, not only possessed formidable martial skills, but also such astonishing wealth. To purchase an entire residential complex in one go. What terrifying financial power that must be. For a moment, everyone present swallowed hard, stunned to the core. Meanwhile, Yuan Ye's heart had already turned ice cold. After all, he never imagined that this seemingly ordinary guy could have such a fearsome background. "But young Master Lin, isn't this challenge a bit unethical, eh?" Zhang Ming said with a wry smile. "Unethical? Hey, young Master Zhang, I can only say your coach really isn't up to par." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Suddenly Zhang Ming sensed something amiss. Could it be that this so-called challenge had hidden circumstances? Just as Zhang Ming was pondering in confusion, Lin Shun recounted the entire incident from beginning to end. As his words concluded, Zhang Ming's face turned icy cold. "You bastard. I hired you as our school's coach to teach Taekwondo, and you pulled something like this, eh? You have absolutely no martial virtue. If someone like you continues to teach here, it will tarnish our school's reputation. Enough. From now on, you're no longer our coach. Get out of here." As Zhang Ming's words fell, Yuan Ye's face turned deathly pale. As for the others nearby, they swallowed hard once more. Then Zhang Ming turned to Lin Shun with a smile. "Haha, young Master Lin, if you're free, how about we chat over some tea?" "Sure." Lin Shun nodded, a faint smile on. Subsequently, he left together with Zhang Ming. Little did Lin Shun know that after their departure, a video was instantly uploaded to the internet. The clip of Lin Shun defeating Yuan Yi in a single move quickly exploded across the web. In just over 10 minutes, it went viral on every major platform. "Wow, that guy is so handsome. He defeated the Taekwondo instructor with a single move. Absolutely stunning. Is this the power of Chinese martial arts? I love it, I love it. Chinese martial arts are awesome. Wasn't that instructor boasting that Chinese martial arts were garbage? How's that for a slap in the face? Is that all? At this level, even if I trained for 200 years, I might not achieve it. I practice Baji Quan. That move is the Iron Mountain Lean." The video's a bit blurry, hard to make out clearly. But at least I can vaguely tell that this guy's Baji Quan has at least a decade of mastery. How terrifying. From now on, who dares say Chinese martial arts are worthless? The only downside is that the video blogger only captured his side and rear. Can't see his face clearly. He must be really handsome, right? In an instant, discussions about Lin Shun reached a fever pitch across all major online platforms. Moreover, on Weibo, a trending topic titled "Chinese martial arts dominates Taekwondo" was rapidly climbing. Its popularity had soared to a staggering 8 million. For a time, it caught off guard the team of a certain named pop idol who was busy streaming traffic, hoping to reclaim the top spot on Weibo. That pop idol instinctively shot a video to ride the wave of hype. But what he produced was a complete mess, looking utterly effeminate. Worst of all, he wore a training top, but paired it with a pair of yellow casual pants. This ignited an unprecedented fury across the entire internet. In the comments section, where his fans used to control the narrative with unanimous praise, they were now brutally overrun by a horde of enraged netizens. Moreover, major official media outlets stepped in to harshly criticize him. Ultimately, the authorities personally intervened, naming and shaming him into obscurity. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Taekwondo Association was in an uproar. Damn it, what's going on? A middle-aged man sat in the office of the Taekwondo Association's president. Staring at the computer screen before him, where the trending topic "Chinese martial arts dominates Taekwondo" and related hashtags were soaring, the president's face was ashen with fury. This absolutely cannot continue. The Taekwondo Association president Lu Yuan sat there with a grim expression, while a young man with gaudily dyed hair lounged lazily and said, "Hey dad, what's there to worry about?" Lu Yuan shot his son a fierce glare and snapped, "You don't know a thing? Do you realize that this incident has dealt a severe blow to Taekwondo's reputation? If our reputation plummets, your old man will be in big trouble. I could even be impeached. When that happens, I'll have to cough up every penny I've embezzled over the years." The young man remained completely nonchalant. Lu Yuan muttered to himself, "No, I need to quickly hire some stooges to pretend to be defeated by our Taekwondo. Only then can we salvage the hype." Hearing this, the young man chuckled and said, "Hi dad, you just don't get it. These days, who still pays attention to that? And building hype doesn't have to be that complicated. Huh, what do you mean? Lu Yuan looked puzzled at his son's words. Dad, listen to me. All you need to do is spend some money to bring in a minor celebrity from South Korea. They don't need to be hugely famous here. Just having around 10 million followers will do. Then have them show off some taekwondo on a variety show while creating some online buzz. That'll boost taekwondo's reputation again. After that, produce a few idol dramas with taekwondo elements woven in. You think these netizens will still remember today's incident? Sure, they've pushed this topic to nearly 10 million in popularity now, but I guarantee within 5 days they'll have forgotten all about it. Didn't you see that big uproar with the Tibetan Academy not long ago? Where's that noise now? The young man spoke with confident eloquence. Lu Yuan, however, felt a twinge of doubt and couldn't help but ask, will this actually work? Relax, I'll hire some online trolls to stir up momentum. There won't be any issues. These netizens have the memory span of about a week at most. Look at all those scandal-ridden celebrities. They've all been whitewashed and are back to making money. What's the worst that could happen? The young man waved his hand and declared loudly. Despite lingering worries in his heart, the father nodded and heeded his son's advice. On the other side, Lin Chen was still unaware of the viral video circulating online. At this moment, he had just finished tea with Ming and returned home after buying some groceries. Upon returning home, he had dinner with Lu Lily, and after a brief period of excitement, he fell into a deep sleep. Time passed slowly. The next morning, Lin Chen woke up. Lu Lily also got up early and went to work. Although the manager had granted her a long-term paid leave, Lu Lily still insisted on going to work. As for Lin Chen, after finishing breakfast, he began his daily check-in. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. Obtained 7.8 shares of the Penguin Group. The share certificate has been placed in the safe at the Yanhua Bank headquarters, and the host can retrieve it at any time using their fingerprint. Listening to these words, Lin Chen was utterly bewildered. The Penguin Group. This is unbelievable. He had struck it rich this time. Afterward, Lin Chen also searched online. According to the publicly available share structure of the Penguin Group, if things were as stated online, with his shareholding, he would at least rank among the top 10 individual shareholders. With 7.8 of the shares, and last year the Penguin Group's net profit was 99.8 billion. This meant he would receive dividends amounting to several billion every year. Damn, money just falls. Gasping in shock, Lin Chen's expression was one of astonishment. Meanwhile, in another place in the office of the chairman of the Penguin Group, a man with black-rimmed glasses whose smile seemed to convey that he was on the verge of losing everything. However, at that moment a message popped up on his phone. What's going on? Looking at the information about the share transaction, Xiao Ma's face suddenly turned pale. What's going on? Who is this Lin Chen and how does he hold 7.8 of our group's shares? Xiao Ma's expression was not good as he looked at this unexpected new shareholder, his face dark as water. After all, he had been working to reclaim his scattered shares in the stock market. But suddenly someone obtained 7.8 of the shares, which made his expression extremely grim. Then a hint of astonishment passed through Xiao Ma's eyes. He discovered that the change in the shareholding structure did not lead to a drop in stock prices. Instead, it surged dramatically. Who exactly is this shareholder named Lin Chen? It seems I need to find time to meet him, murmured Xiao Ma. At this moment, Lin Chen received a call from Lu Qi. Hello, Lin, where's the car you mentioned? I have an hour before I start picking up the bride. It was already 7 o'clock, and Lin Chen smiled and replied, don't worry, I won't delay you. Just send me the address, and I'll head over with the convoy right now. As he spoke, Lin Chen had Chunziru bring the driver, and he changed into a suit and put on a watch. After completing all this, Lin Chen also received a call from Chunziru. The drivers were all uniformly dressed in formal attire, wearing white gloves. At this moment, they stood in a row, and if they also wore sunglasses, they would look just like a group of bodyguards. Lin Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. All right, let's get in the car. With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen drove his Pagani Huayra at the front while signaling with his hazard lights. The Rolls-Royce ghosts behind him also raised their little golden men and followed suit, all with their hazard lights. As Lin Chen's convoy passed, no vehicles dared to come near, creating a true vacuum zone. After all, both the lead car and the uniformly matching Rolls-Royce ghosts were exceptionally eye-catching and ostentatious. At this moment, Lin Chen's vehicle slowly appeared. Lu Qi was anxiously waiting there, his expression tense. When he saw this grand convoy and the leading Pagani Huayra, he was instantly dumbfounded. This convoy is terrifyingly extravagant. Moreover, that lead car is indeed a Pagani Huayra worth over 100 million. Wow, Chenzi, you really brought me a Pagani Huayra. Lu Qi exclaimed, his mouth agape, as he looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen got out of the car, patted the roof, and smiled. How is it? This car is your lead car, quite impressive. Lu Qi hurriedly replied. Whoa, don't mess it up. I can't afford to pay for damages. To this, Lin Chen merely smiled calmly. Then he spoke. All right, hurry up and let someone put the decorations on. You still need to go greet the bride. Hearing this, Lu Qi hesitated a bit. Looking at the Pagani Huayra before him, he said, isn't this A bit too much. If the decorations scratch the paint, I can't afford it. Lin Chen rolled his eyes and said, "What are you scared of? If you don't put them on, I will." He then turned to the back and called, "You all get down and put the decorations on the car." "Sure thing, boss." Soon after, a group of men in suits stepped out from the Rolls-Royce Ghost behind. The aura they exuded was astonishing. Lucci was taken aback. Wow, Chenzi, these drivers. At first he thought they were just ordinary drivers, but to his surprise they were indeed quite impressive. They even gave off a vibe reminiscent of bodyguards. This was also because Lin Chen hadn't clarified to Chenziru that most of the drivers she found were indeed responsible for security. "I arranged this, now hurry up and put the decorations on." Saying this, Lin Chen began placing the decorations on the car. Once the decorations were on, Lucci also distributed the lucky bags to the drivers. After finishing everything, as the sound of drums and gongs rose, the convoy officially set off. Lucci sat in the lead car feeling excited. At this moment, he couldn't help but harbor doubts about Lin Chen's so-called identity as a small employee from a rental company. After all, how could an employee borrow a Pagani Huayra? And to even negotiate the price of 9 Rolls-Royce Ghosts to such an extent? "Chenzi, tell me the truth, what exactly are you doing now?" Lucci, feeling frustrated, asked Lin Chen who was there. In response, Lin Chen simply smiled calmly and said, "Alright, don't ask about those things for now, just focus on greeting the bride." After all, would Lucci believe him if he told him these cars were actually his? Even if Lin Chen didn't mention it, Lucci had already started to guess. Moreover, waves of excitement surged with what kind of status had his friend really achieved. After sizing Lin Chen up, Lucci also noticed that Lin Chen's suit was anything but ordinary. Though there were no distinguishing marks on it, the impression it gave off was that it wasn't cheap. After that, Lucci didn't think much more, feeling a bit happy inside. After all, his good friend was doing well and hadn't forgotten about him. How could that not make Lucci happy? As they drove along, the vehicles on the road hurriedly made way, clearing a path for the wedding convoy. The drivers around stared wide-eyed, wondering how wealthy a convoy like this must be. Meanwhile, at the bride, Yuan Kier sat on the bed in a red outfit. Surrounding her were a host of aunts and cousins, among them her cousin Wu Lan's aunt said with a sour expression. "Kier, let me tell you, when the groom's side comes in later, they must bring enough gifts. And the convoy must be grand, otherwise you'll have a miserable life after marrying. Like my family's eldest daughter Lanlin, when she got married they had a convoy of 6 Bentleys. And the groom's side had to give a lot of money before I let them in." Hearing this, Wu Lan sat there silently, her expression worried. Although Lucci had told her that he rented a Rolls-Royce, she had been quite happy at first, but later, thinking about the price, she felt a bit anxious. After all, a Rolls-Royce at 3,000 per car. Could such a convoy be reliable? It better not be a bunch of old and broken cars, or else she would really lose face this time. However, at that moment, a sudden exclamation rang out. "Oh my gosh, look over there." One of the girls pointed at the convoy outside the window, her eyes filled with astonishment. The expressions of the people there showed curiosity. They then followed the direction the girl was pointing. "My heavens! This vehicle! This must be the wedding procession, but I haven't heard of anyone getting married today in this neighborhood. Indeed, do you think this convoy is here to pick up Kier?" Suddenly, everyone started discussing animatedly. After this remark, the expressions of everyone present turned awkward. As for the aunt there, her demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural. Then she spoke up. "Haha, you all must be joking. Didn't Kier say her fiancé's wedding car is a row of Audi A6s? How could it be this convoy?" After this statement, everyone present nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the aunt's youngest daughter remarked, "I really envy the bride of this convoy." The aunt then interjected, It's just a row of Rolls-Royces. When you get married, I'll arrange for a convoy of Rolls-Royces for you too." The girl rolled her eyes and replied, "Mom, it's not like that. Do you know what kind of car that is?" "That car is a Pagani Huayra. It's a top-tier supercar." The aunt glanced at her daughter and then spoke up. "It's just a supercar. Your uncle's family also has one. I can ask your uncle to lend you his Lamborghini for the—" Hearing this, a boy present spoke awkwardly, "I'm aunt. Although they're all sports cars, they're not in the same league." The aunt scoffed at this remark. What's the difference? My family's Lamborghini is a Murcielago worth about 9 million. This one, however, is a Pagani Huayra with only 20 in the world, valued at 1 billion. At this moment, the entire room fell silent. The aunt's face stiffened, and then she laughed heartily. "Haha, is that so? I really didn't know. But Kier, Lucci is something else. It's almost time, yet we haven't even seen a shadow of the wedding convoy. I must tell you, the earlier the groom arrives, and the more luxurious the convoy, the more it shows how much he values you. Like your cousin, when she got married, her groom had a row of Bentleys, but your Lucci—" Before the aunt could finish, a sudden exclamation rang out. "My heavens! The convoy has actually stopped here." Hearing this, Yuan Kier was momentarily stunned. Could it be that this convoy was arranged by Lucci for himself? But didn't Lucci say that the convoy he prepared was just a row of Rolls-Royces? What about the Pagani Huayra at the front? Yuan Kier was completely bewildered. The aunt's expression also— They must be living in the same building, right? Yuan Kier's mother nearby shook her head saying, "But I haven't heard of anyone else getting married today either." With this statement, everyone present wore puzzled expressions. Just then the door was knocked on, and Lookie's voice, "Kier, open the door. I'm here to pick you up." At this moment, there was complete silence within the room. Then everyone widened their eyes filled with shock. Could it be that this convoy of Rolls-Royces was really prepared by Lucci? Instantly, everyone's hearts erupted with astonishment. After all, such a top-notch convoy along with a lead car worth over $1 billion. In a moment, the room was filled with gasps of surprise. Looking at Yuan Kier, her expression was incredibly complex. The aunt's face burned with embarrassment. Previously, she had continuously mocked Lucci, and now, in the next moment, she was being ruthlessly smacked in the face. The earlier the arrival, the more luxurious the convoy, the more it showed how much he valued her. A row of Bentleys. And the other party had a row of Rolls-Royces. The lead car was even a supercar worth over $1 billion. Yuan Kier felt the long-suppressed frustration evaporate instantly. Meanwhile, Yuan Kier's mother now wore a slight smile. Outside the door, Lucci looked extremely nervous. Soon after a series of challenges, Lucci was seen carrying his bride and heading outside. The expression on the face of the aunt there was clearly not pleasant. After all, she had originally intended to show off to Yuan Kier and her family today. Who would have thought that instead Lucci's convoy would overshadow her? Upon arriving downstairs, when she saw the uniformed drivers in black suits standing by the car doors, she was thoroughly shocked. Meanwhile, the bride sat in the front passenger seat of Lin Chen's lead car. Luckily, Lin Chen's version of the function could be driven with the top down, allowing Lucci to stand at the back. Although the space was indeed a bit cramped, they could still manage to sit somewhat comfortably. Moreover, the wedding venue was not far from the neighborhood. Even though Lin Chen wanted to offer the driver's seat to Lucci politely declined. The three of them continued on their way to the hotel. After getting out of the car, Lucci and Yuan Kier walked inside. Lin Chen smiled slightly and followed closely behind into the venue. As they sat down, the banquet was officially about to begin. The table where Lin Chen was seated was somewhat mixed, mostly consisting of Yuan Kier's younger relatives. However, they were all young people, so the conversation flowed easily. Among them, one youth dressed in trendy clothes glanced at Lin Chen with a teasing look. After sizing Lin Chen up, he spoke up. Is this brother also here for the wedding? I wonder how much you contributed in red envelopes." However, before Lin Chen could respond, another young man nearby interjected, "Bro, don't joke with this guy, who I heard he is just a driver. I really don't know what Lucci was thinking arranging for him to sit at our table." TCH. The crowd burst into laughter upon hearing this. Seeing Lin Chen's face, the disdainful smile grew even wider. Lin Chen, however, could not be bothered to explain further and simply sat silently. At that moment, the wedding ceremony began. After a series of proceedings, Lucci and Yuan Kier started to toast at each table. Soon they arrived at Lin Chen's table. Lucci smiled and said, "Haha, you all must take good care of my brother." The people present couldn't help but be taken aback. "You see, the convoy I brought today, including that Pagani lead car, was all arranged by my brother." As soon as these words fell, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. At first, they were wondering what kind of wealthy person Lucci knew to borrow such a top-tier Pagani Huayra. But they never expected that this sports car actually came from Lin Chen. "It's nothing major, just a sports car." Lin Chen smiled indifferently and waved his hand. "All right, you can go to the next table now. Sure, enjoy your meal and drinks," Lucci said with a laugh. Nodding, Lin Chen's face was now filled with a smile. As for the previously lively atmosphere at the table, it fell into an awkward silence. After all, they had just called Lin Chen a driver, and who would have thought that this entire convoy was arranged by him along with a Pagani Huayra? Just this fact was enough to indicate that his identity was not simple at all. He was far from just a so-called. One young man there shot a fierce glare at the youth who had previously called Lin Chen a driver. He then nervously turned to Lin Chen and asked, "This brother, I sincerely apologize for earlier. Let me drink this cup of wine to make amends." "It's fine." Lin Chen smiled faintly. He had little interest in engaging further with these people. However, he felt a bit worried about his brother. After all, who were the relatives of the bride? To be honest, it was truly distressing. After enjoying a banquet, Lin Chen had the drivers take Lucci and Yuan Kier home before leaving with them. Regardless of the circumstances, Lucci insisted on leaving with Lin Chen, stating that he wanted to have a couple of drinks with Lin Chen to express his gratitude. According to his words, if it weren't for Lin Chen arranging the Rolls-Royce Ghost and Pagani Huayra for him, he would have had a very difficult time at today's wedding. Lin Chen returned to the Jingxiu Yiting with the convoy. Looking at the line of cars following closely behind, Lucci was somewhat stunned. "Wait, Chinzi, don't you need to return this car to the company?" Lin Chen simply smiled lightly in response. Before he could say anything further, a few drivers approached. One of the drivers said to Lin Chen, "Boss, here are your car keys." After collecting all the car keys, Lin Chen casually locked the Pagani Huayra. He nodded at a few people there, and then glanced at Lucci saying, "Let's go upstairs." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi was instantly baffled. After all, the information conveyed in those words was simply too significant. If that's the case, then these cars truly belong to Lin Shun. Shenzi, this car. I told you before, you just didn't believe me. What can I do? Lin Shun laughed as he stood. As the elevator doors opened, Lin Shun stepped inside. Looking at the room before him, Lu Qi was momentarily luxurious. It was simply too luxurious. Gulp. After swallowing hard, Lu Qi stared at Lin Shun's figure, completely bewildered. What level has Lin Shun, his old classmate and close friend, reached now? Shenzi, you now? Lin Shun was well aware of what Lu Qi wanted to ask. However, he simply waved his hand lightly. Alright, don't ask that question. Even if you do, I won't say anything. Just know that this wedding car convoy is my gift to you and your wife. Hearing this, Lu Qi couldn't help but smile wryly. Shenzi, this gift of yours is truly too extravagant. Hey, after so many years as brothers, can a gift be too extravagant? By the way, how is your job going? I remember you studied programming later, right? Upon hearing Lin Shun's words, Lu Qi couldn't help but chuckle helplessly before replying. What can I say? I'm just getting by. Sai, you're doing well now, much better than us poor souls. You don't have to worry about buying a house or a car. A hint of envy appeared in Lu Qi's eyes. In response, Lin Shun simply smiled and said nothing. Alright, let's not talk about that. How about a drink? He pulled out 2 cans of beer from the fridge. He said to Lu Qi, who was there, sure, let's drink. The two enjoyed their drinks as time passed. In the afternoon, after sending Lu Qi off, Lin Shun returned home. Soon after, his phone rang. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Lin Shun? Yes, I am. Who is this? Lin Shun asked. For some reason, upon hearing this voice, Lin Shun felt as if he could hear his wallet lamenting. Ah, hello, Mr. Lin. I finally got through to you. Allow me to introduce myself. Oh, I am the chairman of Penguin Group, Brother Xiaoma. What did you say? Brother Xiaoma. Lin Shun was momentarily caught off guard. Yes, that's right, it's me. Brother Xiaoma's smile grew wider. As long as Lin Shun reacted this way, the possibility of him reclaiming the shares from the other party would be even greater. But in the next moment, Brother Xiaoma's smile suddenly stiffened. He heard Lin Shun's voice on the other end of the line. You still dare to call yourself Brother Xiaoma? If you are Brother Xiaoma, then I am still Jack Ma. Smack. The call was abruptly hung up, followed by a series of busy tones. In an instant, Brother Xiaoma, who had been smiling confidently, suddenly had a stiff smile on his face. On the other end of the line, Xiaoma was slightly bewildered. My call was actually hung up on. Usually when I make a call, the person on the other end is cautious in their response. Yet now my call was actually hung up. At this moment, Xiaoma's expression was one of utter daze. He felt that this was beyond his expectations. He's still calling yourself Xiaoma? After hanging up the phone, Lin Shun coldly laughed and tossed his phone aside. At that moment, the phone rang again. After glancing at the caller ID, he hung up immediately. Then the third call, the fourth call. Xiaoma's face was growing darker by the second. They just won't answer my calls. At this point, Xiaoma was truly losing his cool. After all, how many years had it been since had encountered such a situation? With the 10th call ringing, Lin Shun finally answered the phone. However, before Xiaoma could say anything, Lin Shun's voice erupted. What the hell? Are you not tired of still calling yourself Xiaoma? Why don't you just claim to be a big shot? Are you scammers ever tired of this? Lin Shun immediately started cursing, his words full of anger. After hearing this, Xiaoma could only bitterly smile. Well, he finally understood why Lin Shun was so irritated. Then shaking his head helplessly, he said, Mr. Lin, please don't hang up just yet. I know you might not believe me, but I truly am Xiaoma. How about this? When are you free recently? Let's meet and talk in person. Xiaoma's tone was calm, but on the other end, Lin Shun had become a bit more clear-headed. Okay, then Mr. Lin, you should be in Zhonghai now, right? We have a branch office in Zhonghai. I am also working in Zhonghai, so how about we meet at our Penguin Group branch in Zhonghai tomorrow at noon? What do you— The Xiaoma on the other end smiled as he spoke. All right. Lin Shun immediately agreed, a cold sneer forming in his heart. Hee hee, you still think you're Xiaoma? Let's see how you get exposed tomorrow at the branch office in Zhonghai. But why does this voice sound so familiar? With that thought, Lin Shun couldn't help but chuckle coldly. He then hung up the phone and fell into a deep sleep. A night passed. By the next morning, Lin Shun woke up. Rubbing his still aching head, he couldn't help but damn, this alcohol is truly a harmful thing. I absolutely cannot indulge in it again. He silently scolded himself. At that moment, Lin Shun's phone also rang. Whose number is this? Looking at the unfamiliar caller, Lin Shun was utterly confused. Hello, Mr. Lin, do you remember the time we scheduled to meet yesterday? Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Shun's memory was suddenly jogged. Yesterday, after drinking too much, he had received this call. If he had been sober at that time, he would have definitely recognized that this was indeed Xiaoma's voice. However, at that time, he was completely drunk. Naturally, he couldn't discern the voice. Haha, Xiaoma. Lin Shun laughed heartily, feeling incredibly awkward. I'm really sorry I got a bit too drunk. It's fine. So you remember our meeting today, right, Mr. Lin? I remember. Of course I do. Lin Shun immediately replied, his tone calm. Good, I'll be waiting for your arrival at this office. After hanging up, Lin Chen's face was filled with embarrassment. After a twitch of his lips, he resolved in his heart regarding alcohol. If he ever got drunk again, he would consider himself a pig. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen walked into the bathroom and started taking a shower. Meanwhile, he also began his congratulations host check-in successful. Obtained Shelby Cobra 427-1966 Restoration Edition. Shelby Cobra 427-1966 Restoration. What is this thing? Curious at heart, Lin Chen finished his shower and then headed downstairs. At the same time, he was searching for information about this car. Gradually, a hint of astonishment appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. This Shelby Cobra 427 can be considered an old car from the 1950s. Moreover, it is a top-notch luxury car renowned due to a driver named Carroll Shelby. This driver was a super racer in the 1950s. This legendary driver won 6 championships at the Le Mans 24-hour endurance race from 1969 to 1982, becoming an indelible myth on the Le Mans circuit. The Shelby Cobra 427 was his car of choice. It was produced in 1961 and rose to fame in 1966. Carroll Shelby swept the top 3 positions at the 1966 Sierra Leonean Leones Mans, making the Cobra 427 famous worldwide. This sports car has a very vintage appearance. Its jewel blue body evokes a feeling reminiscent of classic Ford cars. It has always been praised for having a brash, violent essence hidden beneath a gentlemanly exterior. After reviewing all the encyclopedic information, Lin Chen, standing there, felt even more astonished. Through this understanding, he also learned that the Shelby Cobra 427 had released a commemorative edition a few years ago with only 50 units produced globally. However, the one before him was not a replica of the commemorative edition. It was the original. Due to the age of the original car, it was restored by a professional team in Detroit over 3 years, yet now this car had actually become his. This truly left Lin Chen increasingly astounded. After all, even though this car is an antique, its history and status are established. In other words, the starting price of this car, if put up for sale, would at least be in the tens of millions. Subsequently, Lin Chen also got into the car, gazing at the steering wheel before him. On this steering wheel, Lin Chen clearly sensed a sense of history's depth. Moreover, he felt a wild sensation arising from deep within his bloodline. I'll take this car out for a spin today. Whispering to himself, Lin Chen gently tested the vehicle's accelerator. After confirming everything was fine, the vehicle officially started. Accompanied by a roar, the car slowly. As the car hit the road, Lin Chen felt acutely aware. Although this car was an antique, its performance remained top-notch. Of course, this was also due to the restoration work. Speeding along, Lin Chen soon arrived at the Penguin Group building by the sea. After parking the car, he began to head upstairs. Hello. Lin Chen spoke as he looked at the receptionist. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? The receptionist smiled as she looked at Lin Chen. I'm here to see your Mr. Ma. Upon hearing this, the receptionist was taken aback and then asked Lin Chen, may I ask how to address you, sir? Additionally, do you have an appointment? Just call him directly and say I'm looking for him. Lin Chen calmly replied. All right, Mr. Lin, please have a seat while I confirm with Mr. Ma. Seeing Lin Chen's demeanor, the receptionist immediately became very respectful. Nodding, he was not in a hurry and sat down on a nearby sofa. Then he quietly waited. After the receptionist finished the call with the secretary, her attitude towards Lin Chen became even more respectful. She quickly brought a cup of coffee and delivered it to Lin Chen. After completing this, she began to discuss with her, what do you think this young man's identity is? How can he make Mr. Ma's secretary treat him with such respect? Indeed, just now Mr. Ma's secretary emphasized that we must not neglect him. This young man's identity must be quite extraordinary. Meanwhile, in the office, Xiao Ma was conducting a video conference. After finishing a sentence, the office door was knocked. Come in. Xiao Ma, disturbed, clearly displayed some irritation. He glanced at his secretary and said, didn't I tell you? This time slot is for my video conference. No matter what the matter is, do not disturb me now. The secretary felt awkward, then replied, Mr. Ma, it's like this, Mr. Lin has arrived. Hearing this, Xiao Ma's expression changed instantly. Then he said, well done, timely report. Let's end today's meeting here, dismissed. After saying this, Xiao Ma directly shut down his computer and walked outside. Where is Mr. Lin now? Hurry, take me to him. Secretary. Weren't we supposed to avoid disturbances during the video conference? Meanwhile, on the other side of the video, the executives in the meeting were all confused. Just who is this Mr.? How could he make the wealthy Xiao Ma react so nervously? Even enough to interrupt the video conference to meet him. Soon Xiao Ma also made his way down the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Chen saw him and immediately stood up, leisurely walking towards Xiao Ma. Though he held 7/8 of the shares in the Penguin Group, the person before him was the actual master of the entire. This person was truly capable of making money for him, even if sometimes his strategies and methods appeared rather unethical. Haha, Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for coming down late. You didn't give me a call beforehand to let me know you were coming, so I could come down to greet you. Xiaoma, if you invite me, I must come. I hope my visit didn't disturb you at this hour. Not at all. How could you disturb me? Please come this way. Xiaoma replied, his smile exceptionally warm. The two exchanged polite gestures and walked inside together. The receptionists standing there were left with their mouths agape, their eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, waves of shock surged through their hearts. Who exactly was this person? How could he have made Xiaoma personally come to welcome him? Moreover, Xiaoma treated him with a degree of respect. For a moment, the others exchanged glances, each seeing confusion and surprise reflected in the other's eyes. The two arrived at the top floor together. Mr. Lin, tea, please. Xiaoma said with a smile. Mr. Lin, you are quite accomplished at such a young age. Lin Shen took a sip of tea and replied calmly. Mr. Ma, you flatter me. But if you have something to say, please speak freely. I prefer a straightforward approach. Xiaoma, listening to Lin Shen's words, was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. Haha, Mr. Lin, you are indeed direct, so I will be straightforward as well. Mr. Lin, I hope to conduct a premium buyback of the 7-8 shares held in your hands. Lin Shen had been prepared for Xiaoma's request. He calmly set down his teacup and smiled lightly. Mr. Ma, you must be joking. The stock price of your company is currently on the rise. This 7-8 stake at the very least brings me annual earnings of several billion. I believe there is no need. Lin Shen paused slightly before continuing. I am just an ordinary person, unlike you top-tier tycoons. I am only interested in money. Although I hold the shares, I have no desire whatsoever for internal power struggles within the company. So, Mr. Ma, if you are worried that I might use this stake to impact your position, there is no need for concern. After finishing, Lin Shen set down his teacup. Xiaoma's eyes flickered. Of course, if you are still uneasy, we can sign an agreement. I can waive my voting rights and only require annual dividends. Though it is often said that there are no merchants without deceit, in reality businessmen, especially big ones, value contract spirit the most. Now, with Lin Shen speaking so sincerely in front of Xiaoma, the latter's eyes lit up. If that's the case, it couldn't be better. Immediately he spoke with a smile. Haha, Mr. Lin, you need not go to such lengths. I still trust you. Since that is the case, I wish to congratulate us in advance on a delightful cooperation. Xiaoma was a clever individual. Initially, he was worried that Lin Shen's presence would impact his position. But now, since Lin Shen had been so forthright, there was no reason to continue rejecting him. After all, he had asked someone to investigate Lin Shen's background last night, but the result yielded nothing. Moreover, since Lin Shen had become a major shareholder in their Penguin Group, their stock price had risen instead of falling, which was enough to indicate that Lin Shen was not an ordinary person. This was why Xiaoma, after hearing Lin Shen's words, chose not to sign any agreements. After all, signing an agreement might create tensions. It was better not to sign. This way it could also bring them. That is only right. After saying this, the two exchanged smiles. After discussing the main business, they chatted for a while. Xiaoma also invited Lin Shen to visit their headquarters when he had time, and then the matter was settled. At this point, Lin Shen left the Penguin building in Zhonghai. However, just after he stepped out, a voice called out from behind. Lin Shen. Hearing the voice, Lin Shen turned around involuntarily and saw a tall, curvy young woman walking towards him. Upon seeing Lin Shen, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. You are Su Jia. Lin Shen exclaimed in astonishment. Long time no see. Su Jia was his high school classmate, but she had transferred schools during their senior year. Later during college, since their schools were only separated by a wall, they had met a few times. Yes, it has been about a year or two. What are you doing here? Su Jia asked with a surprised smile. Lin Shen replied indifferently. Oh, I came to meet Xiaoma. Hearing this, Su Jia wore a bewildered expression. Huh, meeting with Xiaoma Gu. Why does it sound so awkward? Su Jia, who was there, looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression, feeling utterly. You're here to see Xiaoma Gu. Su Jia's face showed disbelief, then she smiled and said, All right, Lin Shen, you always loved to joke around back in school. He completely did not believe Lin Shen's words. Lin Shen too was too lazy to explain further and simply asked Su Jia. But why are you here? I work here. Su Jia replied with a smile. I thought you said you were planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam. Lin Shen couldn't help but be taken aback. I still have to take the exam. You know, my family situation isn't great. So I thought I might work while studying for the exam to help out at home. Listening to this, Lin Shen nodded. After a brief chat, they parted ways. This scene was perfectly witnessed by Xiaoma Gu upstairs. Xiaoma Gu's eyes flickered for a moment, then he stroked his chin, thinking deeply. He then directly called his secretary requesting Su Jia's information. Once Su Jia's information was presented to him, Xiaoma Gu pondered for a moment before summoning Su Jia. Instantly, Su Jia, who was working, became anxious. She was just a small team leader, and now she was being called by Xiaoma Gu. How could she not be nervous? Moreover, she had no idea whether this was a blessing or a curse. As Su Jia left, everyone around began to discuss. Mr. Ma, you were looking for me. Su Jia knocked on Xiaoma Gu's office door, feeling a bit tense. After all this was the wealthy Xiao Ma Ge. Don't be nervous, have a seat, Xiao Ma Ge said, looking up at Su Jia with a smile. He then stood up, and they both sat on the sofa. In Xiao Ma Ge's hand was a document which he gently placed on the coffee table. He casually asked, Su Jia, how long have you been with our company? It's been about half a year, I guess. Su Jia hesitated before replying. I'm not bad for reaching the team leader position in half a year. I looked at your records. You attended Luchengno Free High School. Xiao Ma Ge glanced at Su Jia and, yes, but I had to transfer to a private school in my senior year, due to family reasons. Not bad. Do you know someone named Lin Shen? A glint of interest flickered in Xiao Ma Ge's eyes as he asked Su Jia. Lin Shen. At this, Su Jia felt a bit bewildered. What was going on? Why is Xiao Ma Ge suddenly asking about Lin Shen? After hesitating, Su Jia finally spoke. I know Lin Shen, we were classmates at Luchengno Free High School. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise crossed Xiao Ma Ge's face. Oh. After this, Xiao Ma Ge smiled and said, in that case, you will be responsible for Director Lin's matters from now on. This old classmate of yours is quite impressive. He holds 7/8 of shares in our Penguin Group. Off. In that moment, Su Jia felt completely stunned. 7/8 of shares in the Penguin Group. When did Lin Shen become such a significant figure? She clearly remembered that her old classmate came from an ordinary family in high school. Her parents ran a food stall, but now how could it be? And what Lin Shen told her about meeting Xiao Ma Ge? At that moment, Su Jia felt her mind was overwhelmed. Alright, starting tomorrow, you'll be transferred to the board of directors as a manager specifically handling Director Lin's affairs. If Director Lin has any matters, you need to report to me promptly. I will also have someone expedite your office setup, but for now, you can temporarily use that workstation. As for your salary, I will also adjust it to 2,300 per month. Okay. At that moment, Su Jia was still in a daze, and she didn't even know how she left Xiao Ma Ge's office. After all, this was a tremendous shock for her. On the other side, Lin Shen left the Penguin Group building, driving his Shiba Cobra and wandering along the road. By noon, Lin Shen drove to a Chinese restaurant named Yujing Xian, known as one of the top Chinese restaurants. This restaurant is a small establishment run by Zhou Hua, one of the top 10 chefs of Yanhua, who has even served at state banquets. Even the former president of the United States was fond of the rice cakes he made, and he conquered the Russian emperor with a fruity steak at a state banquet. Such accolades are enough to prove how terrifying this establishment is. Yujing Xian is decorated in a subtle and refreshing style, with no extravagant display from the outside. Only the signboard at the entrance features 3 golden characters Yujing Xian written in a flamboyant style. Upon entering, Lin Shen requested a private room to enjoy his lunch. The lunch came to a swift end. However, just as Lin Shen stepped out, he noticed a few people standing by the entrance of a nearby private room. At the back was a middle-aged man with hair dyed in vibrant colors, appearing to be around 30. Outside, there were 3 girls who looked like they were in their teens, seemingly still in high school. These high school girls were shouting excitedly, "Oh, don't you look at mommy, look at mommy." Amidst the screams, many people in the private rooms peeked out. Seeing the girls screaming in front of him, the star from Baokokuk glanced at them with disdain and muttered, "Why are they all so ugly? It's an insult to my eyes. These Yanhua pigs are simply annoying, following me all day." However, just then one fervent high school girl dashed in directly, holding a beautifully wrapped gift box, and loudly addressed the Baokokuk star. "Dongshu Appa, this is a gift I prepared for you. Oh, I hope you can take a photo with me." As she clung to his arm, Jin Dongshu immediately flung his arm away. With a face full of disgust, he said, "Aish, don't touch me, you Yanhua pig." The girl stumbled and fell to the ground. The gift box fell from her hands, scattering paper cranes all over the ground. Meanwhile, Jin Dongshu continued, "Aish, throw this Yanhua pig out." The bodyguards nodded and prepared to toss the girl out. "No, Dongshu Appa," she exclaimed, still gripping the hem of Jin Dongshu's clothes. Jin Dongshu appeared irritated. "So annoying," he said, then abruptly waved his arm, pushing the girl down. He stepped on the scattered paper cranes as he walked inside, while the other girls around looked on with mocking expression. "Hee hee, you have no idea of your own worth. How could Dongshu Appa possibly like you?" Exactly. Even so, this girl remained fervently obsessed with Jin Dongshu. After all, in her mind, all she needed was a chance to talk to Jin Dongshu, even if he treated her this way, trampling on the paper cranes she folded for 1,000 days and nights. Originally, she had planned to spend money to fly to Baokokuk, but upon learning that Jin Dongshu had come to Yanhua, she spent 3 months' worth of her household allowance to fly to Zhonghai just to see him. After witnessing this scene, Lin Shen couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately walked up to Jin Dongshu. Then he grabbed Jin Dongshu's wrist and said, "Hey, are you just going to leave like this?" Jin Dongshu replied in broken Chinese, "Don't waste my time, move aside." The 2 girls behind him sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, "Ah, Dongshu Appa speaks Chinese so well. Aren't you going to say anything?" After pushing someone down, Lin Shen frowned and continued speaking. Just then the fallen girl quickly got up. She pointed at Lin Shen and scolded, "What are you talking about? I just lost my balance. That has nothing to do with Dongshu Appa. Don't be a busybody." Seeing this scene, Lin Shen felt utterly confused. Wasn't he helping this guy? Why did it turn into him being a busybody? For a moment, Lin Shen was taken aback. Meanwhile, Jin Dongshu laughed, saying, "Do you see? You Yanhua pig, hurry and get lost." As he spoke, Jin Dongshu pushed Lin Shen away. Is that so? Lin Shen felt a surge of anger. Although he didn't quite understand what Jin Dongshu was saying, he had attended a few Korean language classes during college. Thus, he could barely discern that Jin Dongshu's words were far from pleasant. Immediately, he felt a wave of anger and grabbed Jin Dongshu's wrist. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, he sent Jin Dongshu flying. Off. Dongshu Appa. The group of female students nearby suddenly shouted loudly. The two bodyguards present were also taken aback. They hurried over to help Jin Dongshu up. One of the bodyguards even shouted at Lin Shen in broken Chinese, "Bastard, you dare to lay your hands on him. I will call the police right now and have you arrested." The high school students around also chimed in loudly. "Yes, that's right, call the police. How dare you hit Dongshu Appa, we must lock this guy up." The female high school student who was pushed down shouted angrily at Lin Shen. At this moment, Lin Shen was directly puzzled. Anyone who didn't know the situation would think he was bullying someone. However, in reality, Lin Shen was helping the female high school student who had been pushed down. In the back room, the onlookers who had poked their heads out to watch everything frowned and shook their heads at the group of female high school students. Soon the restaurant manager and security rushed over. After seeing this scene, they first chased away the fans. After all, neither Lin Shen nor Jin Dongshu were people they could afford to provoke. One was a K-pop star invited by the Taekwondo Association to participate in a variety show on Zhonghai satellite TV, boasting 12 million fans domestically. The other, while unknown in identity, was clearly a wealthy tycoon, judging by his attire. Neither of them was someone he dared to offend. Soon the police arrived. Leading them was a female officer dressed in a uniform exuding a commanding, "What's going on here?" The female officer immediately asked, trying to appear cool. "Officer, I am Jin Dongshu, and I have 12 million fans in your Yanhua. This guy attacked me for no reason." Jin Dongshu looked at Lin Shen, his tone very arrogant. This made the young female officer frown. "The shop should have surveillance. You can check the footage for the specifics. I acted because he first laid his hands on several female high school students and then assaulted me while insulting me," Lin Shen said indifferently. However, as soon as these words fell, the young female officer was taken aback. Huh, why does this voice sound so familiar? In her moment of confusion, the young officer seemed to have recalled something. She opened Weibo and found a video. She walked over to Lin Shen's side, stepped back a few paces, and her eyes widened in surprise, sparkling. "It's him. The national arts guy who went viral on Weibo yesterday." At this moment, Xiao Kuei finally connected the dots. No wonder Lin Shen's voice sounded so familiar. It was exactly the same as in the video from yesterday. And his silhouette was identical. Yesterday, Xiao Kuei had watched that video nearly 100 times. Lin Shen's voice was almost engraved. Because of this, the moment she heard Lin Shen's voice, Xiao Kuei recognized him. Xiao team, what's wrong?" A young man beside her asked, seeing Xiao Kuei's reaction. "Cough, cough, nothing." Xiao Kuei's cheeks flushed as she replied. "All right, you two go check the surveillance. As for this matter, could the manager prepare a room for us?" Although she said this, Xiao Kuei was already inclined towards Lin Shen in her heart. In her view, Lin Shen would definitely not have acted without reason. It was surely because of the provocations from that K-pop star that angered Lin Shen. Soon the judgment was also rendered. The decision leaned in favor of Lin Shen. Since there were no major incidents and both parties were of special status, there was no punishment. After compensating a little, the K-pop star left in disgrace. Just as Lin Shen was about to leave, Xiao Kuei excitedly approached him. "Hey, are you the national arts guy from yesterday's video? The one who dominated that Taekwondo master in the martial art?" Lin Shen awkwardly scratched his nose and replied. It really is you," Xiao Kuei said with excitement. "I'm your fan. Could you please teach me some 8 extremes fist?" Lin Shen was momentarily at a loss for words, but understood in his heart. No wonder the judgment was so obviously in his favor. It turned out that the young officer was his fan. After some hesitation, Lin Shen finally said, "How about this? If I have the chance in the future, I'll teach you a few moves. But the 8 extremes fist is not something you can." Hearing this, the young officer was filled with excitement. "All right." She hummed a little tune as she left. The other officers present looked at Xiao Kuei with puzzled expressions, asking, "Xiao team, who is this guy?" He's my idol." At that moment, the officers' team chat exploded with a sensational message. The police flower may have found her idol. Lin Shen was unaware of all this. On the other side, inside the Zhonghai Penguin Group building, Su Jia hurriedly knocked on the door of Xiao Mage's office. "What's the matter?" Xiao Mage looked at Su Jia and asked. "Chairman Ma, just now Director Lin had a dispute with a star from the stick country, and it even alerted the police." Su Jia said nervously. "Moi." At this moment, Xiao Mage's brow furrowed instantly. "Tell me what happened." Then Su Jia quickly recounted the whole story. After hearing this, Xiao Mage was immediately filled with absurd. What, a star from the stick country? Does he think that just because he has a bit of fame in Yinhua, he can act so recklessly? Xiao Mage burst into curses, his heart seething with rage. Then taking a deep breath, he looked at Su Jia and said, "You did very well this time. Director Lin is a very important figure in our group. Next time be just as prompt. If I'm not here, then inform Secretary Wang." "Understood, Chairman Ma." Su Jia nodded. Then she walked out. After Su Jia left, Xiao Mage, who rarely smoked, lit a cigarette and dialed a number. "Haha, Chairman Ma, what brings you to call me out of the blue?" A hearty laugh came from the other end of the line. It was a high-ranking official in charge of entertainment with whom Xiao Mage had some acquaintance. "Director and I have a favor to ask." Xiao Mage spoke slowly. "Oh, Xiao Mage, go ahead." Director, in hearing Xiao Mage's tone, was taken aback. After all, for Xiao Mage to personally call about such a matter, it was certainly no trivial affair. "I hope you can help me get a star from the Stick Country Band." Hearing this, Director and was bewildered. Then Xiao Mage recounted the entire incident in detail. After he finished, there was silence on the line for half a minute before a voice slowly spoke. "I understand. It seems it's high time to clean up this chaos. Otherwise, people might think that as long as they've cracked the code to wealth, they can easily rake in money in Yinhua. Also, regarding that Stick Country star you mentioned, it'll help arrange a nationwide ban first, and then investigate his taxes. If there are any issues, we'll catch him for sure." As the call ended, Xiao Mage's eyes flickered, and a smile crept onto his lips. After all, how many of these stars could withstand a tax audit? Once investigated, it essentially meant they were headed for prison. On the other side, in the resting room of Jin Dongshu, at Zhonghai television station. At this moment, Jin Dongshu was heavily made up, his hairstyle effeminate, making him appear even more unmanly. "Brother, you were absolutely right to bring me here. Yinhua is indeed the place to be. This variety show alone has earned me nearly 5 million Yinhua dollars. And I've signed a contract for an idol drama that will bring in 10 million for the entire series. Those who mock me back home can't even earn half of what I'm making now." Jin Dongshu's face was beaming. His fat-faced agent, smiling, said, "Haha, Dongshu, this is just the beginning. Once you've built a name for yourself in Yinhua, just say a few words in public like 'I love Yinhua' or 'I love Yanhua's cuisine,' and your fame will skyrocket. By then the money will just roll in while you lie down." Jin Dongshu's face was wreathed in smiles, and he said, "Exactly. And the girls in Yinhua are so enthusiastic. Just yesterday, a few post-00s new teas came knocking on my door offering to engage in group activities with me. This is paradise." Ha ha ha. The agent and Jin Dongshu both burst into laughter, reveling in the anticipation of the bright future awaiting them once the variety show aired. But at that moment, the door to the resting room was suddenly pushed open. The director of the show walked in, his face ashy. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jin Dongshu, but we can't proceed with this variety show. Here is your termination notice." With that, he slapped the termination letter onto the table. "What a..." Staring at the unexpected termination notice, Jin Dongshu was stunned. Glancing at the contents, he saw clearly written, "Liquidated damages. 10 million. Boom. At that moment, a thunderbolt struck Jin Dongshu's mind. It left him utterly disoriented. The agent beside him, relatively composed, struggled to maintain calm and asked in Chinese, "Director, is there some misunderstanding? Why are you suddenly terminating our contract? Besides, we came to Yinhua at the invitation of your Yinhua Taekwondo Association. Aren't you afraid of offending President Liu Yuan by doing this?" The director remained impassive just as the agent's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, the agent's face brimmed with arrogance. "Look, it's President Liu Yuan calling. You can still withdraw this termination notice if you act now." The director merely smiled calmly and said, "Be my guest." Seeing this, the agent's anger flared. Fine. Let's see how long you can keep up this arrogance." With that, the agent answered the call. "Jin Su, who the hell have you offended?" Upon answering the phone, Liu Yuan's furious voice erupted from the other end. In that moment, the violent roar deafened Jin Su's ears. He was momentarily stunned, and after a while he regained his senses. "Mr. Liu, what is the matter? Why are you so furious?" Jin Su cautiously inquired. "How dare you ask what happened?" Liu Yuan was infuriated to the point of laughter. "I invited you here to restore the reputation of Taekwondo. But what do? You just caused trouble for me. I'm telling you, you better prepare for the breach of contract fee." In that moment, Jin Su was completely stunned. He hurriedly responded, "No, President Liu, this isn't what we agreed upon. What on earth is going on? Why did filming stop all of a sudden?" Liu Yuan took a deep breath, trying to remain calm, then spoke. As his words fell, Jin Su was left in utter shock. Offending someone we shouldn't have. Jin Su's expression darkened. In his memory, he hadn't caused any trouble. After arriving in Zhonghai, he was preparing for a variety show and discussions. So that means... Jin Su glanced at Jin Dongshu, the veins on his forehead bulging. Jin Dongshu still looked bewildered and cautiously asked, "Bro, what happened?" At this moment, Jin Su clenched his fists and immediately threw a punch. Bang! With that punch, Jin Dongshu was knocked dazed. "Why did you cause trouble for me?" Who the hell did you offend? Do you realize that because of your trouble, all our preparations are in vain? You've been blacklisted nationwide by Yan. Jin Dongshu, covering his face, had a dazed look. Wah. What? How could this happen? He knew what it meant to be blacklisted nationwide. This meant he could no longer earn a single penny in Yanhua. Moreover, he would have to face a hefty breach of contract fee. Together, these 2 points would completely wipe out all the wealth Jin Dongshu had accumulated over the years. This was utterly unbearable for Jin Dongshu. How could this happen? He muttered, his expression tense. You better think hard about who you have offended. Jin Dongshu stood there, his mind racing in a desperate attempt to figure it out. Gradually, Lin Chen's figure appeared in his mind. Could it be him? No way, it can't be him. You better tell me who did. Jin Su shouted loudly. Meanwhile, Jin Dongshu shook his head in confusion. I don't know, but I only had a conflict with him. You all better leave, or he'll call security. The director threw down that remark and left. The next day, news about Jin Dongshu being blacklisted made it to the trending topics on Weibo. Even some official legal newspapers were liking and sharing this incident. Many people commented under the report saying the officials finally did something right. However, despite this, Jin Dongshu's delusional fans were clamoring to report the officials. They even claimed that the official legal newspapers didn't understand the law and raised soul-searching questions, which turned into a laughingstock online. Moreover, there were hundreds of fans who directly held up signs and protested. Yet they hadn't even walked a few hundred meters before being taken away by the police for a tea session. As for Lin Chen, he had a bystander's mentality towards all this. He knew last night that it was Xiao Ma Guest's doing. Tisk, these delusional fans. You see, I only wanted to ensure you couldn't continue making money in our country. But your delusional fans want you to completely disappear. Tisk, it really makes one wonder who the true fans are. At this moment, standing opposite Lin Chen were Jin Su and Jin Dongshu, both looking awkward. The two of them had expended a great deal of effort just to find out Lin Chen's address. They rushed over early in the morning to apologize profusely to Lin Chen. As for Lin Chen's identity, they didn't dare to investigate at all. After all, anyone who could directly cut off their path in Yanhua was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Now they just hoped that after apologizing to Lin Chen, he would let them off easy, so they could still make some money in Yanhua before rushing back home. Listening to Lin Chen's teasing remarks, the two individuals present dared not say much. However, Jin Su, who had seen his share of storms, immediately addressed Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, we were in the wrong this time. Yesterday our Dongshu was disrespectful to you. I hope you can forgive him as a minor mistake and let it go. With a flattering smile on his face, Jin Su pulled out a check for 10 million from his pocket and handed it to Lin. This 10 million is my tribute to you, and I hope you can show mercy and let us off the hook. At that moment, Jin Sudong felt a pang of pain. That was 10 million. This sum was cobbled together after he sold all his possessions and borrowed more money. Now he was about to hand it over so easily. But thinking that if Lin Chen could let him off the hook, at least he could recover all this money in the Yanhua region. With this thought, Jin Sudong sighed in relief. Lin Chen, hearing this, continued to sit there, glanced at the check, and casually accepted it. After all, since they were sending money to him, what reason did he have to refuse? As for whether he would follow through after accepting the money, that was another matter. Then Lin Chen smiled and said, 10 million to let me spare you. Fine, you can go back for now, and I will think about it. Upon hearing this, Jin Su felt a slight joy in his heart. Seeing Lin Chen's demeanor, it seemed there was still room for negotiation. However, Jin Sudong, next to him, who do you think you are? Do you really want to make this matter so absolute? Or do you actually think I, Jin Sudong, am After all, Lin Chen looked as if he was prepared to take the money without doing anything. At this moment, the agent's face stiffened, and he felt a surge of anger, then suddenly slapped out. How the hell did I end up with such a thing? There is no place for you to speak here, get lost immediately. After doing all this, Jin Su hurriedly nodded and bowed to Lin Chen, saying, Haha, Mr. Lin, please don't mind. This guy has some issues with his brain. At this point, Lin Chen's expression had completely cooled down. He hadn't intended to let Jin Sudong off the hook and was considering what excuse to use, but now. Is that so? In that case, I advise you to leave for your country before I change my mind, or none of you will be able. Hearing this, Jin Su, with a sense of misplaced pride from his country, suppressed his anger and replied, Mr. Lin, if you can spare someone, please do. If you make this matter so absolute, it will ultimately be embarrassing for everyone. After saying this, Jin Su turned away with a grim expression. After all, considering Lin Chen's mysterious background, Jin Su did not dare to confront him directly. I can only think of other ways now. Although Jin Su could simply walk away, Jin Dongshu was still his responsibility. If Jin Dongshu failed, his reputation would be tarnished. Continuing to earn money in the entertainment industry would become increasingly difficult. Besides, the money in Yanhua was so easy to earn, he truly did not want to return to his country. After the agent left, Lin Chen's gaze flickered, and he began today's sign-in in his heart. Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. Obtained 70 equity in Yuanlong Games. Yuanlong Games. This company was a newly established game company not long ago. However, it had become immensely popular overseas due to a console game. Thus, this company could be considered a relatively large game company domestically. Moreover, his old classmate Lu Qi seemed to also work in this company. So, I inadvertently became Lu Qi's boss. In an instant, Lin Chen's expression, should I tell Lu Qi about this? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen decided to keep it to himself for now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jin Su left Lin Chen's home a look of unwillingness on his face. It must be said that Jin Su was quite capable. In just a few short hours, the internet was flooded with hired commenters and major fans beginning an organized campaign to whitewash the situation. And the tide began to turn. Beside him, Jin Dongshu felt a surge of anger rising within him as he looked at Jin Su and said, "Brother, are we just going to let it go? This guy is clearly taking money without doing anything." Hearing this, Jin Su immediately exploded with anger. He roared, "Shut up. If it weren't for you, we might have already succeeded." After a bout of rage, Jin Dongshu awkwardly closed his mouth. Meanwhile, Jin Su with flickering eyes looked at a number on his phone and ultimately dialed it. By the afternoon, Jin Su was quite nervous sitting in a restaurant. Opposite him sat a slightly plump middle-aged man with a receding hairline and somewhat lewd demeanor. "Haha, Vice President Xia, you're here." Jin Su greeted with a hint of a smile as he looked at Xia Qian sitting across from him. Xia Qian was the Vice General Manager of Chier Interactive Entertainment. Chier Interactive Entertainment is a subsidiary of the Chier Group and currently the largest entertainment company in the Yanhua region. This company, backed by the immense Chier Group, is truly unrivaled in the present Yanhua. It was precisely for this reason that Jin Su chose to approach Xia Qian, hoping he could find a way to unseal Jin Dongshu, who had been blacklisted. Tell me, what do you need me for?" After sitting down, Xia Qian glanced at Jin Su and spoke indifferently. "Hehe, it's like this, Vice President Xia. You know our Dongshu has been blacklisted for making a small mistake. So I was wondering if you could help us out and lift the ban on our Dongshu." Jin Su took a check out of his pocket and gently pushed it towards Xia Qian. "This 5 million is a small token of gratitude, not much." Hearing these words, Xia Qian silently accepted the check and then spoke. "Then tell me what exactly happened." Looking at Xia Qian, who had put the check away, Jin Su immediately inquired. "It's like this. A couple of days ago, our Dongshu had a small altercation with a man named Lin Chen while dining at a restaurant, and then he was inexplicably blacklisted." "Oh." Xia Qian raised his eyebrows slightly. "Who did Jin Dongshu offend?" Jin Su wore a slight smile as he spoke. "A man named Lin Chen." Lin Chen. Xia Qian seemed to recall something, and his expression suddenly changed. He immediately took out his phone, reviewed the information on it, and with a solemn expression took out the check and returned. "Vice President Xia, what are you doing?" Jin Su looked at this scene bewildered. Meanwhile, Xia Qian pulled out a photo of Lin Chen and pushed it towards Jin Su. "Is this the person?" After glancing at the photo of Lin Chen, Jin Su immediately nodded. "Yes, that's him. Do you know him, Mr. Xia? If that's the case, that would be wonderful. Please, Mr. Xia, you must help our Dongshu." Hearing this, Xia Qian gave a cold laugh. "Mr. Jin, I advise you not to waste your efforts. If you've offended Mr. Lin Chen, then in the Yanhua region no one can help you. Let me remind you, Mr. Lin's status is far greater than you can imagine. He is a director of our parent company, what?" Upon hearing this, Jin Su's face turned pale. At that moment, Xia Qian's phone also rang, and a news alert popped up. "Breaking news, star Jin Dongshu from Bangzi country investigated for tax evasion of 10 million. Currently arrested." Xia Qian's expression darkened upon reading this. He then stood up, directly casting a cold glance at Jin Su, and said, "Mr. Jin, I hope you remember one thing. We have never met today, and we do not know each other. Let's leave it at that." "Vice President Xia, Vice President Xia." Jin Su was about to say something, but two men in black approached. "Mr. Jin Su, we are from the Yanhua Tax Bureau. We suspect you have serious tax issues. Please come with us." With that, an arrest warrant was produced. Watching this scene, Jin Su slumped back into his chair. He knew it was over for him. At that moment, the hatred for Jin Dongshu in Jin Su's heart reached its peak. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Chen was completely unaware of all this. At that moment, he was leisurely driving his Shiba Cobra 427 through the streets. It was also at this time that Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Lu Qi. Lin Chen felt a bit curious. After all, it should be working hours now, but how could he have time to call me? In his confusion, Lin Chen answered the call and smiled as he spoke. "Why do you have time to call me at this hour?" "Oh, don't mention it. I'm feeling quite down. Chenzi, are you free tonight? Let's have a drink together." Hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Aren't you afraid your wife will scold you when you get home?" The other end of the line fell silent for a moment, but then responded casually, "It's fine, I'll let her scold me. I really plan to have a couple of drinks tonight." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. This Lu Qi is acting strange. After a brief silence, Lin Chen said, "Shall we meet at our usual spot?" "No, let's go to a bar tonight. They'll send you the address later." "Okay." Then Lu Qi sent over the bar's address and the time for their drinks, and after Lin Chen glanced at it, he headed home first. After lying around at home for a while, it was already 7 in the evening. Lin Shun called a Didi and headed straight for the Golden Time bar. As soon as he arrived at the bar's entrance, he saw Lu Qi crouched by the roadside smoking. He walked over, patted Lu Qi on the shoulder, and pulled out a cigarette. Lu Qi passed him a lighter, and Lin Shun lit up. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a puff of smoke and asked Lu Qi, "What's going on? You usually don't come to bars, what's up today?" Hearing Lin Shen's words, Lu Qi let out a helpless smile. "Don't mention it. You know I'm working as a programmer in the Yuanlong game now. Our department manager is just unbelievable. Just because I didn't give him a gift during the last holiday, this jerk keeps making things difficult for me. Clearly my workload has been the heaviest these past 6 months, yet he still gave me the lowest KPI, insisting my work quality is subpar. Why is it that I had top KPIs for the previous months, but just because I didn't give a gift this time my KPI drops to the bottom? Is your department manager always like this, eh?" Lin Shun furrowed his brows and asked after taking a deep, "Yeah, and I heard that the team that developed Sword and Legend is already fed up with him and planning to all jump ship." Lu Qi spoke with a tone full of helplessness. "Oh really? So you guys haven't reported this to the higher up? Don't even mention it. This manager is a relative of a president up top, so reporting it is useless. And our company's boss is just a hands-off manager. We hardly see him for a year and a half. By the way, Chinzi, are you interested in starting a game company? How about I poach this team for you?" Hearing this, Lin Shen's mouth twitched. Complaining about the boss in front of him and talking about poaching the team from his company. Lu Qi, you're really something. For a moment, Lin Shen didn't know what to say. He took a deep breath, then patted Lu Qi's shoulder and said, "All right, don't rush this. Wait a couple of days, things might take a turn for the better, you never know." Lin Shen spoke calmly, and Lu Qi nodded in agreement, letting out a sigh. "Let's hope for that. All right, let's go drink." He extinguished the cigarette in his hand and tossed it into the nearby. "Let's go." Then the two entered the bar behind them. Time passed slowly, and soon 3 hours had slipped away. As for Lin Shun, he hailed a cab by the roadside to drop Lu Qi off at home first, then headed back to his own place. When Lin Shun got home, he felt considerably sober. At the same time, he was pondering to himself, "Looks like I need to find some time tomorrow to check out this new company." The next morning, Lin Shun was awakened by a sense of discomfort. After all, he had consumed quite a bit of beer last night. He got up and relieved himself, then officially began his check-in. System check-in. "Congratulations, host, check-in successful. Obtained 5 billion cash." Hearing the system's voice, Lin Shun nearly spat out his drink. 5 billion cash. This sum was somewhat shocking. However, while 5 billion cash pales in comparison to equity in value, at least its impact is quite significant. To be honest, the previous Lin Shun had too much money and yet lacked it at the same time. This contradiction, however, after all, with the things and shares he held, if he were to sell them all at once, he could easily cash out 2 to 3. But this was definitely not something he would do, which was part of the problem. Although Lin Shun had a godly configuration, he did not have the wealth of a true tycoon. Now that this 5 billion cash had appeared, it indeed made his wallet considerably fuller. Glancing at his bank card, he found he had around 7 billion in it. "Now at last I won't be lacking in money." Muttering to himself, Lin Shun went through his morning routine and casually picked up a set of car keys. He went downstairs and drove his Pagani, leaving the place. After all, today, he was going to inspect Yuanlong Games located in the high-tech park of the neighboring district. If he drove another car, Lin Shun wouldn't necessarily make it on time. After finishing breakfast, Lin Shun arrived at the commercial street to pick up Chunziru. "Mr. Lin, where are we going?" Chunziru asked with a curious expression after getting in the car. "Accompany me to the tech park," Lin Shun said casually, and Chunziru, without further questions, nodded. "All right, Mr. Lin." They arrived at the tech park in the high-tech zone, standing before Yuanlong Technology. Looking at the imposing building of Yuanlong Technology, Lin Shun's expression remained calm. Yuanlong Technology is currently one of the top gaming companies in the country. Just one game, Sword and Legend, has dominated the sales charts on foreign gaming platforms for nearly half a year. Even now, it consistently ranks among the top 10. In the overseas market, it occupies a significant share. Moreover, the net profit of Yuanlong Games reaches nearly 10 billion annually. Beside him, Chunziru looked at the Yuanlong Games building, appearing somewhat bewildered. "Boss, do you have an appointment with someone at Yuanlong Games?" "No, I plan to have you quickly familiarize yourself with this company, including its main projects, personnel classifications, and most crucially, the company's financial status. I need you to grasp this quickly and report to me." Lin Shun shook his head. For a moment, Chunziru seemed confused. After hesitating, she spoke, "But, boss, will Yuanlong Games allow us to access such core information?" "Don't worry, you are my secretary. They will let you investigate." Saying this, Lin Shun looked at the massive building ahead, smiling as he spoke. "Because Yuanlong Games is my enterprise." The next moment, he walked towards the building, leaving Chunziru utterly stunned. She had long heard that the owner of Yuanlong Games was extremely mysterious and very young. However, she never anticipated that the mastermind behind Yuanlong Games was actually her own boss. After all, this was too shocking. Despite having been around Lin Chen for so long, she had encountered numerous shocking events. Yet upon hearing, Chen Ziru still trembled. Watching Lin Chen walk inside, she took a deep breath. She followed him inside. Arriving at the reception desk, Lin Chen inquired briefly before sitting in the waiting area. The receptionist immediately called the office of the president Zhou Nan at Yuanlong Games. The working secretary Wang changed her expression as soon as the call was connected. Today, before leaving for a municipal meeting, Zhou Nan had specifically instructed her. If a person named Lin Chen arrived, she must treat him well and not neglect him. After all, he was the big boss of Yuanlong Games. Wang, originally thinking she wouldn't encounter him by chance, did not expect that he really arrived at this moment. After urging the receptionist not to neglect him, Wang hurried downstairs while sending a message to Zhou Nan. Soon Wang arrived, nodding and bowing to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, you have arrived. I am Wang Li, secretary to President Zhou. President Zhou went to the city for a meeting today. I have messaged him he should return shortly. Please follow me upstairs. It's fine, I'm just here to check on the company. This is my secretary Chen Ziru. I have assigned some work to Ziru earlier, and she will go with you to complete it later. Wang nodded vigorously. Understood, Mr. Lin. You can rest assured I will definitely complete the task. After entering the building, Lin Chen requested an access card and clarified the location of the game development department. After instructing Wang not to make a fuss, he went alone to inspect. He wanted to see what kind of person the manager Lu Qi had complained about yesterday. Lin Chen had now found the game development department. Within this department, he wandered around aimlessly. There were nearly 300 to 400 people in this development department. After glancing around the development department, Lin Chen nodded and continued to delve deeper inside. However, he had only just reached the depths. He then heard a commotion of voices arguing. Manager Zhun, you should know, if my brand new game plan is completed, it will definitely capture a significant portion of the international gaming market. Lian Xian, you have been a planner for so many years. You should be aware that the game you are planning cannot succeed. The international market for shooting games is already saturated. Although the battle royale genre you mentioned is indeed quite novel, who can guarantee that it will be a massive success? Your team should just continue updating Sword and Legend. As for the development of new games, I plan to support Li Lei's team. Hearing this, the young man was instantly filled with excitement. He then shouted loudly, Manager Zhun, is it because I didn't give you a gift last time that you are targeting us like this? Everyone knows how much of the funding allocated to our project team you have embezzled. Are you really trying to cut off our chances of survival? Outside the room, Lin Chen listened to these words, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed that the internal issues of Yuanlong Games were more serious than he had imagined. With his eyes narrowed, Lin Chen directly pushed open the office door. It seems that the internal problems of this company are indeed quite significant. Lin Chen walked in and spoke leisurely. Who are you? Seeing Lin Chen enter, Manager Zhun immediately shouted in. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you as a manager are accepting bribes and have engaged in embezzlement. These are two issues that I believe should be addressed. Lin Chen picked up the planning documents on the desk. After briefly scanning through them, his eyes gradually narrowed. To be honest, from his perspective, this plan looked quite good. With just a few modifications, it had the potential to become a blockbuster game. Yet Manager Zhun had dismissed this plan simply because someone failed to satisfy his selfish desires. Suppressing his anger, Lin Chen slammed the proposal down on the table and shouted angrily, Manager Zhun, this proposal can be considered a high-quality plan. Have you really studied this proposal in detail while sitting in this position? The company did not place you here to line your own pockets, but to create value for the company. What qualifications do you have to sit in this position and point fingers while only caring about your own gains? Arrogant. Manager Zhun shouted angrily. He then glanced at Lin Chen's access card, which prominently displayed the word intern. He immediately slammed the table and continued, who allowed you an intern to dictate to me? Get out of here immediately. You're overstepping. At that moment, Lian Xian had reddened around the eyes and shouted angrily as well. Hearing this, Lian Xian glanced at Lin Chen and said, Jin Yud, how can the company have a parasite like you? Aren't you just relying on your brother-in-law, the company's vice president of operations? For someone like you to be a manager in the game development department is a blow to everyone's morale. Lin Chen took a deep breath and coldly replied, oh, is that so? Do you really think you can have everything under control? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Manager Zhun immediately scoffed and said, indeed, I can have everything under control. They'll tell you you're fired. Are you leaving on your own, or should I call security to throw you out? You want me to leave? Hee hee. Lin Chen immediately laughed and glanced at his phone, seeing an unfamiliar incoming call. Hello. He answered the call, speaking coldly. On the other end of the line, a respectful voice came through. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. This is Zhou Nan. I was at a meeting earlier. Upon hearing that you had arrived, I rushed back. I am truly sorry. I'll head to see you right away, Mr. Lin. Where are you now? I am in the manager's office of your game development department. This manager is really something else. He actually plans to fire me. Lin Shen cast a glance at manager Zhen, a teasing smile on his face. However, as soon as he said this, Zhou Nan, who had just stepped into the elevator, suddenly felt his legs go weak, almost collapsing on the spot. At this moment, Zhou Nan almost stumbled. How could someone want to remove the chairman? It's astonishing. This is simply outrageous. Originally, he wanted to hurry over and make a good impression on his chairman. But who would have thought that the manager of the game development department would sabotage him at this moment? They actually want to dismiss the chairman. At this moment, Zhou Nan's inner fury surged. Director Lin, rest assured I will be there immediately. Saying this, Zhou Nan immediately pressed the button for the 8th floor. As the button was pressed, the elevator swiftly. On the other side, manager Zhen, watching Lin Shen's actions, was momentarily stunned before sneering. Hell, what are you pretending for? If you had someone up top, could you still just be a mere intern? Since you don't want to take the courtesy, don't blame me. Saying this, manager Zhen pressed a button on the table. Call 2 people to my office. There's someone here causing trouble. Seeing manager Zhen's actions, Lin Shen's expression darkened, and he then bitterly smiled at Lin Shen. Brother, you should leave quickly, or when the security arrives you really won't be able to save face. Hearing this, Lin Shen only smiled indifferently. It's fine, I'm curious to see what this guy can do to me. With these words, Lin Shen helplessly shook his head. Ultimately, he could only sigh. Soon the security arrived. At this moment, the elevator door opened, and Zhou Nan hurriedly ran over. He then saw the security and immediately shouted angrily, "You all stop it." Hearing this, the 2 security guards immediately froze. As for manager Zhen, he was instantly dumbfounded. "Zhou, President Zhou, why are you here?" At this moment, manager Zhen was somewhat flustered. Could it be that this new intern is really someone with connections? As for Lin Shen, surprise flickered in his eyes. "Zhen Yud, what are you doing?" Manager Zhen awkwardly smiled, and then spoke. "It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding. At this moment, Zhou Nan's temper was about to explode. He wished he could tear this manager. Then taking a deep breath, he said, "Zhen Yud, starting tomorrow you want me to come to work. Just go to finance and settle your salary and get lost." Hearing this, Zhen Yud was immediately dumbfounded, then shouted loudly, "No, Zhou Nan, you can't forget that my brother-in-law is the vice president of the company. Aren't you afraid of offending him by doing this?" Before Zhou Nan could say anything, Lin Shen, who was there, spoke indifferently. "If that's the case, then let's just dismiss both of you together." After Lin Shen's calm words fell, Zhen Yud's temper exploded. He pointed at Lin Shen and shouted angrily, "What do you think you are? Don't think that just because you have Zhou Nan as a backing you can act recklessly." At this moment, Zhou Nan was gritting his teeth in fury. Then he stepped forward and suddenly slapped out fierce slap. This slap directly left Zhen Yud stunned. You dare hit me? You actually, Zhen Yud, do you really think that having a vice president brother-in-law in this company means you can do whatever you want? Do you know who this person is? He is the chairman of our company. You better control your mouth. After this statement, Zhen Yud felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. The man in front of him was actually the chairman of the company. A young man like this turned out to be the true big boss behind Yuan Long Games. In an instant, Zhen Yud was bewildered. Lin Shen beside him was also stunned. This situation was simply too surreal. "Zhou Nan, you truly have given me a good show to watch." Sitting on the sofa, Lin Shen said coldly. Director Lin, this time it's my mismanagement. In this company, some people who are just occupying positions should indeed be cleaned out properly. As for Zhen Yud and his brother-in-law, how do you think we should handle them? Lin Shen said coldly. "Dismiss them and record it, place them on the industry blacklist for permanent disqualification." "Oh." Lin Shen sneered, glanced at Zhen Yud, and then said indifferently, "I believe Zhen Yud during his time in office embezzled and accepted bribes, misappropriated company funds. He almost forced out the company's major contributor, causing a potential hit game to be lost, resulting in significant losses for the company. With these 2 points, if you appeal to me, I want him to serve a long sentence. As for his vice president brother-in-law, investigate thoroughly, and if there are grounds for an appeal, let's appeal together." Lin Shen's tone was very calm, but within that calmness lay a chilling coldness. As for Zhen Yud, he instantly collapsed there. It's over. He was completely finished. And not only that, he also implicated his brother-in-law. Moreover, given what he had done, bankruptcy would be the least of his worries. For the amount he embezzled, he would at least be locked up for over a decade. At this moment, Zhen Yud was utterly despairing. As for Lin Shen, he was utterly shocked. He never imagined that the person before him was the legendary chairman of this company. At that moment, Lin Shen looked at Lin Shen with an expression filled with endless complexity. He then spoke up, "Chairman Lin, I apologize for my previous rudeness." "No worries." Lin Shen waved his hand, and then continued, "Zhou Nan, let all the employees stop their work for now. I have something to announce." "Understood, Chairman Lin." Zhou Nan nodded repeatedly before leaving the area. Soon after, Zhen Yud was thrown out by the security, and Zhen Yud's brother-in-law was also quickly removed. On the other side, within the game development department, everyone was filled with anxiety. Each person was highly focused, standing straight. They stood at their workstations waiting. The chairman, who had never shown his face before at Yuanlong Games, was finally making an appearance today. No one knew what kind of temperament or character this mysterious chairman possessed. Thus everyone was on high alert, not daring to be even slightly careless. Moreover, it was said that the moment the chairman arrived, he directly fired the manager of the game development department and the vice president of operations. This made those who had previously given gifts to Zhun Yi feel a sense of dread. After all, no one knew whether this chairman would pursue these matters. As for Lu Qi, he felt a bit anxious, and after all, he was quite curious about this chairman. Just then the atmosphere in front suddenly became serious. Lu Qi, feeling curious, discreetly glanced towards the entrance with his peripheral vision. When he saw the person walking in, he was completely stunned. What the hell? He never expected that the person entering was his good brother Lin Shun. No wonder. His good brother had previously told him that things would take a turn for the better, so this company is his. But then he recalled complaining in front of Lin Shun yesterday, saying that his boss was an absentee manager who wanted him to build a game company and poach the team over here. Lu Qi's face suddenly turned awkward. After all, this was truly. He really was a talented person. Meanwhile, Lin Shun noticed Lu Qi smiled and stood in front. Then he spoke. All right, why are you all standing? Sit down. I'm not that particular. With that, Lin Shun sat down. Only then did the people below dare to sit down scatteredly. The reason for gathering everyone today is that I have a few matters to announce. The first matter is that I do not like any small tricks within the company. I didn't care what you did when I wasn't here, but now if you still want to play tricks, that's not acceptable. In this game company, everything must be based on strength. All positions are for those who have the ability. If you don't have the capability, you can leave. The simple yet stern words instantly spread a chilling atmosphere. The second matter is that the company is currently preparing to fully develop a new Battle Royale type game. I hope that each team can actively cooperate with each other. As for the third matter, Lu Qi Lianxian. Hearing this, Lu Qi was momentarily taken aback, then Chairman Lin. Lu Qi was now a bit confused, not knowing why Lin Shen suddenly called him up. Beside him, Lianxian also stood up, equally bewildered. From today onwards, Lu Qi, you will be transferred to Lianxian's team as the deputy team leader. I believe in your abilities, Lianxian. I hope you two can work well together and fully develop this new game. Understood. Lu Qi's expression was a bit excited. As for the others, they all looked towards Lu Qi. They looked at Lu Qi with a hint of fervor. At this moment, they realized that Lu Qi's relationship with this chairman seemed quite extraordinary. All right, the meeting is dismissed. After finishing, Lin Shun turned to leave. As soon as he stepped out of the game development department, he saw Chen Zhao waiting there. Manager Lin, the information you asked me to organize is ready. Lin Shun was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Chen Zhao to be so quick in organizing the information. Oh, then give me a... Sure. Chen Zhao began to narrate. Soon after Lin Shun finished listening, he nodded. Not bad. At this moment, Chen Zhao continued. Additionally, Manager Lin, several executives from large companies in Zhonghai have sent you greetings. Furthermore, Zhang Xiao from Wanhua Department Store has sent you an invitation to attend a charity auction tonight. I understand. Please accept the invitation to this charity gala on my behalf. Understood, Mr. Lin. Chen Zhao nodded there and then departed. As for Lin Shun, he entered his office as chairman of the board. By noon, he encountered Lu Qi, whose expression lit up with unmistakable excitement upon seeing him. Whoa, Xiao Chun. You're actually our company's CEO. How could you keep that from me all this time? Lin Shun responded with a calm, faint smile. I hadn't planned to tell you. I was afraid it might startle you. But after hearing what you said, I reconsidered and decided to drop by for a look. Lin Shun chuckled softly as he spoke, then added gently. But how about you? Are you settling in well? He glanced at Lu Qi before asking. What's there to settle into? It's all the same wherever I go. Still doing technical development after all. Honestly though, ever since joining this team, I've realized just how much more I still have to learn. Lu Qi said, a warm smile playing across his face. The two exchanged light-hearted banter for a while, then parted ways. That evening at 7:30 p.m., Lin Shun drove his Pagani Huayra to a luxury hotel beside the Pujiang River. Its parking lot was already brimming with high-end automobiles. After all, tonight's charity gala was a major affair. Nearly half of Zhonghai's elite and aristocratic families had gathered here. And its organizer, Wanhua Department Stores. Wanhua operated several premium department stores across Zhonghai City, and its market capitalization stood at nearly 10 billion yuan. The moment Lin Shun's Pagani Huayra rolled onto the premises, it drew numerous admiring glances. Indeed, among all the vehicles present, his was indisputably the most exceptional. Lin Shun and Chen Zhao stepped out of the car and walked toward the hotel entrance. No sooner had they entered than Lin Shen's presence caught the attention of many. Yet as this was his first appearance at such an event, few recognized him. Most merely assumed he was some young heir and quickly turned their gaze elsewhere. Zhang Ming, standing nearby, spotted Lin Shen instantly and strode over with a welcoming smile. Young Master Lin, you've arrived. Zhang Ming's face lit up as he addressed Lin Chun. Ah, young Master Zhang, Lin Chun replied with a friendly smile glancing at him. His tone remained relaxed and effortless. Huh, your presence truly honors us. It elevates this humble gathering beyond measure. And frankly, I never imagined young Master Lin would also be the chairman of. Before Zhang Ming could finish, Lin Chun raised a hand lightly to interrupt. Please don't mention it, not yet. I'd rather keep my identity under wraps. After all, revealing himself as chairman of Yuanlong Games would cast an overwhelming spotlight upon him. If exposed now, he'd surely be besieged by flatterers clamoring for his attention. To Lin Chun, such relentless adulation was sheer torment, far preferable to quiet solitude than to being thrust into the blinding glare of public admiration. Zhang Ming paused, then nodded with a knowing smile. Understood, young Master Lin. Feel free to enjoy yourself. Let's have a proper chat once the banquet concludes. Lin Chun smiled and nodded in return. Then, casually picking up a glass of fruit juice from a passing server's tray, he sipped it quietly alone. At that moment, not far away, a young man in a sleek black suit stood holding a wine glass. The instant his eyes fell upon Chen Zhihua, a flash of burning intensity flickered deep within them. Yet the moment he noticed Lin Chun beside her, his gaze turned abruptly cold. A rare blossom planted in dung. He murmured under his breath, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Then, accompanied by a gaunt young man, he began walking purposefully toward them. Miss, I am Shun Lian. Might I have the honor of sharing a drink with you? He raised his glass, but his eyes roamed boldly over Chen Zhihua, his heated gaze shamelessly unguarded. Lin Chun, standing right beside her, was utterly ignored. Chen Zhihua stiffened under Shun Lian's stare, discomfort twisting into quiet revulsion. I'm sorry, I've already had my fill. I'm not drinking tonight. Rejected so bluntly by Chen Zhihua, Shun Lian's expression darkened considerably. Behind him, the gaunt young man spoke coldly. You slut. Lord Shen offering you a drink is your blessing. Don't play innocent here and bite the hand that feeds you. The gaunt young man barked coldly, his words dripping with arrogance. Then the gaunt youth glared at Lin Chun and said, What are you standing there for? Get lost now. Lord Shun wants this woman. Hearing this, Lin Chun frowned slightly. The next moment, he stared coldly at the two before him and shouted, Scram. A single word drew the attention of many nearby. However, when they saw Shun Lian standing there, everyone was shocked. Huh. Wait, isn't that the eldest son of the Shun family from Shun's real estate? It really is the Shun family's eldest son. I've heard his family is wealthy, and he's known for being extravagant. And I've heard he's been aggressively pursuing the eldest daughter of the Bai family, lately making quite a scene. But who is that guy daring to tell Lord Shun to scram? He looks unfamiliar. But daring to offend the Shun family's eldest son, this is going to be interesting. Instantly, the surrounding crowd turned to watch. A hint of a mocking smile even appeared on their faces. Lin Chun immediately understood. So it was someone from Shun's real estate. No wonder he was so arrogant. Shun's real estate was a mid-sized property company in Zhonghai valued at 5 billion. Kid, now you know who I am, don't you? Get out of my way now. If you step aside today, I'll make sure you are well rewarded. I'll tell you this, with just one word from me, I can get you in touch with 3 companies worth over $1 billion each. How about that? Lin Chun listened with an indifferent expression. I have a short temper. You'd better get out of my way right now. You? Shun Lian's face instantly turned. Then, taking a deep breath, he said, Fine kid. He'll remember you. With that, Shun Lian turned and left. The gaunt youth shot Lin Chun a vicious glare before quickly catching up. Lord Shen, are you really just letting him go? What else can I do? My father gave me 300 million to come here today. It's for bidding on the final item at this auction, Zheng Bankio's bamboo and ink painting. Shun Lian said coldly. Once I secure that painting and return home, my father will be overjoyed. Then he'll make sure that bastard learns he's offended the wrong person. Hearing this, the gaunt youth nodded and said no more. Meanwhile, the charity auction was about to begin. Lin Chun found a seat in the back and sat down. Beside him, Chen Zhihua continued speaking. President Lin, the man in the front row 6 seat on the right, is Li Chongfeng, chairman of Southwest Mining. The woman at the very front is the chairwoman of Baikai Beauty. And that one is the chairman of Eastern Technology Group. After this round of introductions, Lin Chun nodded repeatedly. These people had all previously sent their visiting cards to Lin Chun. I see, he said with a calm nod. Lin Chun continued. After this is over, find some time to meet with them. Following the entrance formalities, the charity auction officially began. On stage, the auctioneer announced, Welcome everyone to the charity auction. This year our nation is facing severe calamities. All proceeds from today's auctioned items will be donated to the disaster-stricken areas. The crowd applauded. The auctioneer wasted no time and started the bidding directly. Item after item was auctioned off. Under this flurry of bidding, the event quickly reached its climax. Ladies and gentlemen, the next piece is a masterpiece by Zheng Banqiao, bamboo and ink. As these words fell, the crowd began to murmur. It's actually bamboo and ink. My God, it looks like there's going to be some serious competition. The people present were all talking at once. And at that moment the auction for bamboo and ink officially began. Ladies and gentlemen, here is bamboo and ink. The starting bid is 30 million. Bidding is now open with each increment no less than 5 million. The auctioneer wasted no time and set the price. 35 million, 40 million, 45 million. As the bidding started, the people in front began raising their paddles rapidly. Chen Zhuo was astonished. Wow, the pace of this bidding. How long has it been? And it's already reached 70 million. As he spoke, Chen Zhuo glanced at the teacup in Lin Chen's hand. Then he said, President Lin, your tea is finished. Let me refill it for you. Lin Chen smiled calmly and replied, I'm not thirsty. Just then Shen Lian in the front raised his hand. 80 million. The crowd turned their heads, and upon seeing it was Shen Lian, they fell silent. Shen Lian had directly increased the bid by 10 million, showing his determination. Besides, Shen Lian was the eldest son of Shen's real estate. Offending the company over a painting seemed hardly worthwhile. Seeing this, Shen Lian wore a proud expression. It seems I can secure this bamboo and ink for 80 million. That wasn't so hard. Shen Lian felt a surge of glee inside. But at that moment Lin Chen slowly raised his hand. At the same time he spoke calmly. 90 million. As the words fell, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Then they all turned to look at Lin Chen. It's this guy again. My heavens, how is it him again? In an instant the crowd was abuzz with discussions. Meanwhile Shen Lian's expression turned ashen, looking rather grim. Gazing at Lin Chen, he coldly spoke up. Kid, are you planning to challenge me? To this Lin Chen merely smiled faintly and replied. Challenge you? Do you even qualify? This was a painting by Zheng Banqiao titled Ink Bamboo, which could be considered a rare treasure. Moreover, he remembered that his father used to be fond of such calligraphy and paintings. However, they were too poor back then to indulge in such things. His father could only watch with envy. Yet now he had money. Upon encountering such a rare treasure like ink bamboo, he naturally intended to, you want to die? At that moment Shen Lian was gritting his teeth in anger. He then raised his bidding card once more. 95 million. Ha, just adding 5 million. TSK tisk, if you don't have money go home, and ask for more. Lin Chen scoffed, and then raised his hand to speak. 110 million. You. Shen Lian ground his teeth in frustration. After all, he only had 300 million in his hands. Lin Chen's method of raising the bid was truly ruthless. However, he could only continue to keep up. 100 million. 20 million. 200 million. As soon as these words fell, the entire venue gasped in shock. An immediate increase of 80 million. What extravagance! Meanwhile, Shen Lian trembled with agitation. Are you planning to go all out against me? Fine. You're ruthless. I want to see what you are capable of. I will bid 300 million. At this moment Shen Lian's eyes were reddened. This was his last limit. 300 million. If Lin Chen continued to bid, he would have no other options. However, he was certain that Lin Chen could not keep up. After all, in his view, given Lin Chen's age, it was likely that he was just acting on his family's orders to seize Zheng Banqiao's ink bamboo. In the entirety of Zhonghai, there might not be many who would bid 300 million for this ink bamboo. The second generation of these families had a small circle, and he had some connections with them. Yet Lin Chen truly had not been seen before. Thus he believed Lin Chen was just posturing. With this thought in mind, Shen Lian clearly presented himself as someone who was sure of his victory. However, at this moment Lin Chen's voice rang out leisurely. 350 million. As this statement emerged, Shen Lian was instantly thrown into confusion. The others present were equally stunned. Who is this person? To be able to bid 350 million for this ink bamboo. After all, they had never seen such a figure. Shen Lian's face turned red, breathing heavily. He immediately stood up, pointing at Lin Chen, shouting loudly. Impossible. You absolutely cannot afford this price. I demand that he prove his assets. I absolutely do not believe he can afford 350 million for this ink bamboo. His intuition told him. Lin Chen definitely could not afford this price. This guy was just here to inflate the price of this ink bamboo. Lin Chen merely cast a faint glance at Shen Lian, remaining silent. Observing Lin Chen's demeanor, Shen Lian became even more convinced of his thoughts. He continued to shout loudly. Indeed, this guy is just driving up the price, causing trouble here, aiming to make me continuously bid high. Such a person definitely has little money in his account. I demand that this troublemaker be thrown out immediately. Having such a disruptive element here is nothing short of an insult to this charity gala. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming's face immediately darkened. Watching Shen Lian, who was like a mad dog biting indiscriminately, he stood up with a cold expression. Seeing Zhang Ming's reaction, Shen Lian became even more excited. He shouted loudly, "Brother Zhang, hurry and let the security throw him out." Enough. Finally, Zhang Ming could no longer hold back, letting out an angry roar. At this, Shen Lian was taken aback, standing there in a daze, staring at Zhang Ming dumbfounded. "Brother Zhang, what's wrong? What's wrong? Do you know who this is? He is the rumored Mr. Lin." Zhang Ming was furious. After this statement fell, everyone's minds exploded with shock. What? He is actually Mr. Lin. My heavens, it really is him. This looks like Shun Lian has kicked a metal board this time. Indeed. I didn't expect this Mr. Lin from the rumors. Wait, who exactly is this Mr. Lin? Why is everyone so surprised? Suddenly someone asked in confusion. The crowd looked at each other with strange expressions, and then someone said soft, "Young man, didn't your elders tell you? This Mr. Lin has quite a remarkable background. This Mr. Lin is truly a top-tier figure, not only the owner of the Jinyuan Commercial Street, but also the behind-the-scenes big boss of Yuan Long Games 8. He also holds 7/8 of the shares in the Penguin Group, making him the 7th largest individual shareholder of the Penguin Group. This Mr. Lin is indeed formidable, and he's so young." In an instant, everyone looked at Lin Shen, all gasping in astonishment. As for Shun Lian, at this moment his face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with shock and fear as he looked at Shun Lian was flustered. He was genuinely panicking. He had heard of Lin Shen's identity. He was a truly top-tier figure, a billionaire. A person of such stature cannot be shaken by a small family like the Shen family or a minor real estate company. This is absolutely impossible. It must be a lie. How could he be Lin Shen? How could he be the owner of Yuan Long Games? Just him this. This is unbelievable. Hearing these words, Zhang Ming, who was present, had a cold expression. The next moment he spoke immediately. "Shun Lian, are you doubting me? Are you saying what I said is false?" Upon hearing this, Shun Lian's expression stiffened. Hurry up and get out. Do you want me to call security to throw you out? Listening to this, Shun Lian immediately scrambled away from the charity banquet. After doing all this, Zhang Ming walked over to Lin Shun and spoke. "Brother Lin, you should have made your identity clear from the start. It would have saved us a lot of trouble." Lin Shen just smiled in response. After all, it's not a big deal. As he spoke, Lin Shen looked at the crowd present and said, "Everyone, I have received your invitation cards. We can visit and chat one by one later." The big shots present nodded in agreement. "Haha, then Mr. Lin, we must have a good chat later. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Lin here. It's truly a stroke of luck." In an instant, everyone was smiling, nodding at Lin Shun. Looking at this scene, the crowd's eyes were filled with respect for Lin Shun. After all, it was terrifying that Lin Shun could attract so many top-tier figures worth over $1 billion to Korea. It can be said that if he hadn't witnessed this scene with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. And this was entirely after all. Lin Shen's identity was extraordinarily formidable, holding 7/8 of shares in the Penguin Group. Having connections with such a person could only be beneficial. Not to mention Lin Shun was so young, yet possessed such an identity. It represented an incredibly powerful force behind him. Soon the charity banquet came to an end. At this moment, Lin Shun, after mingling with these people, finally left the hotel. "Mr. Lin, the ink bamboo painting you just bid on is truly remarkable. This ink bamboo is a work by Zheng Banqiao. Although the price you paid is indeed a bit inflated, I believe that this painting will soon appreciate in value. If you sell it later, I'm sure the price will double." Hearing this, Lin Shen smiled lightly and replied, "I don't plan to sell this painting. After all, it's mainly for my father to enjoy and appreciate." At this, Chinziru was momentarily stunned. Spending 350 million to buy a painting just for his father to play with. At once Chinziru nodded and said, "Mr. Lin, you truly have a filial heart." Lin Shen merely smiled lightly. After all, the Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, and he planned to return home in a few days to visit. This painting would serve as a mid-autumn gift for his father. At the same time, he also planned to frankly explain his current situation. After all, given the current situation, even if he wanted to conceal it, he could no longer do so. After sending Chinziru home, Lin Shen drove back home. At home, Lin Shen collapsed into bed and fell asleep. After a night passed, when the next morning arrived, Lin Shen got up. Upon successfully signing in, the system's voice sounded. "Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. You have obtained 100 equity of the Pinarello Bicycle Company." Bicycle Company? This? I haven't heard of it. And how powerful can a bicycle company be? Feeling puzzled, Lin Shen instinctively looked up this company. When he saw the company profile, Lin Shen was instantly dumbfounded. Only after querying did he realize that the bicycle company he acquired was no ordinary entity. Pinarello Bicycles, the world's top-tier bicycle company. Moreover, the bicycles produced under its name have participated in countless cycling races. Additionally, it has won numerous medals. Consequently, this bicycle company has seen its value rise steadily. To this day, it has become the Ferrari of the bicycle industry, with each bike capable of fetching nearly 10,000 yuan. This is just a bit terrifying. Lin Shen muttered to himself, feeling somewhat dazed. The next moment his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was an international courier. After accepting the delivery, Lin Shen realized it was 2 customized bicycles sent to him by Pinarello. Everything was fully equipped, and even the insurance was thoughtfully arranged. Lin Shen was utterly bewildered. These foreigners really know how to play, using the boss' own money to win the boss' favor. However, since Lin Shen had nothing else to do, he decided to take the bicycle out for a spin. He wanted to see just how terrifying this so-called Ferrari of bicycles could be. As he leisurely rode around outside, Lin Chen finally understood. The title of Ferrari of the bicycle world was not given lightly. After all, this bike was truly comfortable. After circling the neighborhood twice, Lin Chen decided to head home. However, just as he reached the entrance of the road, a flashy purple BMW came barreling in. What the hell? Lin Chen was startled and quickly jumped off the bike. At that moment, the BMW crashed into his bicycle with a loud bang. Instantly, the bicycle fell apart and the wheels were bent. Lin Chen was momentarily dumbfounded. What kind of driving is this? If it weren't for his enhanced reflexes from his strengthened body, he would probably be lying on the ground now. Just as Lin Chen's anger began to boil, the BMW's door was flung open. A tough-looking guy stepped out of the car bare-chested with 2 blue dragons tattooed on his body. Damn, are you looking to die? Riding a piece of junk bicycle and recklessly flailing about. Do you have any idea how much my car cost? Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned. He looked at his shattered bicycle on the ground and coldly replied, "You better check your facts before you speak. It was your car that hit mine. My bicycle is wrecked, and I haven't even come after you yet here you are the villain, crying first. Are you looking for trouble? Who's the villain?" The tough guy immediately pointed at Lin Chen, his face stony. "Honey, why waste words on this poor loser? Just make him pay up and be done with it." At that moment, a disheveled yet alluring woman stepped out of the car. Clearly, they had been enjoying themselves inside the car just moments before. "Hee, right, pay up? I bought this car for 8,000 yuan, and now there's a big scratch on it. If you don't cough up 1,000 to 8,000 yuan today, don't even think about leaving." The tough guy stretched his limbs and looked at Lin Chen with a cold smile. Lin Chen, however, stood there with a mocking expression and replied, "Are you sure it's me who should pay? What's it to you? There are no cameras here, so just obediently pay up." At this point, the tough guy was full of arrogance. Many people nearby began to gather around, watching the tough guy and immediately chiming in. "Kid, just pay up and be done with it. This guy is hard to deal with, and there are no cameras here, so you have no place to argue. Yeah, just let it go. It's a shame for this kid. Even if he calls the police, he'll probably face retaliation. Hey, what can you say?" Hearing this, Lin Chen smirked. "Hee, so you think you can bully me? Well then, let me inform you, although there are no cameras here, my bicycle is equipped with a dash cam." As he spoke, Lin Chen squatted down and retrieved his handlebar from the scattered parts. He then removed a tiny dash cam from it. "What the hell? I'm stunned. Bicycles now come with dash cams. This operation, 660. In an instant, everyone present was left speechless. After all, a dash cam like that probably cost more than the bicycle itself. Besides, who would put a dash cam on a bicycle? Damn. The tough guy was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to have a dash cam on his bicycle. Moreover, he was well aware that today's incident was indeed his fault. Earlier, while playing a thrilling game with his mistress in the car, he accidentally crashed into the other party's bicycle. Initially, he planned to extort some money, but he never imagined such a brilliant turn of events would occur. "Fine, you win. Here's 1,000 yuan, take it, and scram." He casually pulled out a wallet from the car and took out several red bills, tossing them in front of Lin Chen. He then turned to get back in his car and leave. However, at that moment, Lin Chen coldly said, 1,000 yuan. Hee, are you trying to dismiss me like a b-" Listening to Lin Chen's words, the crowd was momentarily stunned. What? Does this kid think 1,000 yuan is not enough? Yeah, young brother, you should be content. 1,000 yuan is enough to buy 2 or 3 bicycles, right? Exactly, don't be too greedy, you haven't even been hurt. The crowd urged Lin Chen not to push his luck too far. The local gang leader now stood before Lin Chen, staring at him with a cold expression, and spoke. "Kid, what do you mean? Looking for trouble, huh? I offered you 1,000 yuan out of respect, now scram." Lin Chen remained silent upon hearing these words. He simply shook his head and took out his phone. "Forget it, there's no reasoning with you. Just call your insurance company." As he spoke amidst the crowd's bewildered gazes, Lin Chen dialed the number. "Hello, is this the insurance company?" The crowd and the gang leader were left speechless. What the hell? This world is too crazy. Can even bicycles be insured? What is going on here? Insuring a bicycle? This is the first time I've seen this. Yeah, what kind of insurance can you get for a broken bicycle? The insurance premiums paid each year must cost more than the bike itself, right? The crowd began to speculate. Meanwhile, the gang leader snickered and shook his head at Lin Chen. He then dialed a number, and soon both insurance companies arrived on the scene. The insurance company for the gang leader initially thought it was absurd to file a claim for hitting a bicycle. After all, who files insurance for hitting a bicycle? Are they insane? However, thinking about the potential for slightly higher premiums next year, they couldn't help but upon arriving at the scene and seeing the other party's insurance company also present, they were left dumbfounded. "Bro, what's going on? Your company can insure bicycles?" The gang leader's insurance company asked in confusion. Hearing this, Lin Chen's insurance company responded, "We're all in the same industry, so we'll be straightforward. This bicycle is considered a valuable item." The crowd watching burst into laughter at this. "No way, is he crazy? Yeah, a bicycle is a valuable item. Did I travel back in time to the 60s or 70s? Huh. This is hilarious. It's my first time hearing that a bicycle can be considered a valuable item. The gang leader's insurance company also shook their heads with a smile. Brother, you must be joking. How valuable can a bicycle be? Meanwhile, Lin Shun maintained a serious then slowly and methodically he pulled out a document from his briefcase and said, when this bicycle was insured, we conducted a valuation assessment. The final appraisal concluded that it was worth 2.8 million yuan, and this is the valuation report from that time. Upon hearing this, the crowd, which had been laughing, fell silent in shock. 2.8 million? For a bicycle? What the hell is this bike made of gold? You should know that with that amount one could buy a house in some second or third tier cities. What? Are you kidding me? The insurance representative from the gang leader's side had a stiff expression. They took the document and began scanning it. This bicycle is a special custom model from Pinarello made with the finest materials in the world. Moreover, it was designed by top German designers and features signatures from all past champions of the Tour de France, making it truly one of a kind in the world. As they spoke, the insurance representatives pulled out document after document from their briefcase, continually proving that the value of this bike was indeed extraordinary. In that instant, everyone present was completely dumbfounded. How could such a simple bicycle have such an extraordinary background? The next moment, everyone looked at Lin Shun with changed expressions. It turned out that this guy was the real rich man. The thoughts of this wealthy individual were truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. After all, if one had such a bicycle at home, they would likely display it with pride, perhaps even treating it as a family heirloom to pass down through generations. Who would dare to ride it? The gang leader was completely dumbfounded. He was utterly shocked by the number 2. Deep down, he regretted seeking excitement and engaging in such reckless behavior while driving. All right, I'll leave this matter to you. Lin Shun patted the insurance representative's shoulder and said, young man, remember to be low-key and keep your eyes open in life and work. Don't let temporary desires lead you to make irreparable mistakes. The compensation this time probably won't be cheap. If you had spoken nicely, I might have waived it for you. But now not a single cent can be spared. Consider it a lesson learned. As these words left his mouth, the crowd felt as if they had been struck by lightning. A 2.8 million yuan bicycle. Not expensive. This is. In an instant, many felt like they were about to spit out blood. Lin Shun left. After all, the subsequent matters would primarily involve a lengthy process of negotiation for compensation. Such issues are best left to a professional team. Little did he know, as he departed, a small blogger with over 100,000 followers was recording everything with it. Strolling back home, Lin Shun considered it a leisurely walk. Upon returning home, he did some chores and then took a shower. Afterward, he grabbed his phone and shopped online for a bunch of items lying on the sofa like a lazy fish. It was also at this moment that Lin Shun's phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw it was a call from the class monitor from his university days, a girl named Yu Shengnan. However, due to her flat chest and carefree personality, she enjoyed playing basketball and usually dressed in a rather androgynous style. Thus, her relationship with the boys in their class was quite good. Wow, Lin Shun, you've made it to the trending topic on what? Lin Shun was immediately taken aback. He had made it to the headlines again. After all, he was not one of those entertainment celebrities who frequently made the news. You should check Weibo quickly, it's unbelievable. You're really wealthy now, a bicycle worth 2.8 million. The one from the group chat. I thought it was fake. Hearing this, Lin Shun felt a bit confused and then opened Weibo. He glanced at the trending topics. The headlines read 1. Zonghai's 2.8 million bicycle was destroyed. Heat 5. 68 million. 2. Wang Banbai released a new song. Heat 3. 5 million. Upon seeing these two pieces of news, Lin Shun fell silent. So not only did he make it to the trending headlines, but he also successfully overshadowed Wang Banbai's news. Meanwhile, Wang Banbai was already crying in the restroom. Casually clicking on it, Lin Shun discovered that his bicycle had indeed been crashed. It was surprisingly leaked by a blogger who had over 100,000 followers, causing it to go viral immediately after. With some promotion, the video completely exploded across the internet. As for the comments below, they were all filled. For a moment, Lin Shun truly didn't know what to say. Lin Shun, you must be the most successful among our 50 or so classmates now, right? Oh, by the way, there's something I need to tell you. Lao Chui asked me to invite you to a seminar at school tomorrow. A seminar? Lin Shun was taken aback. Lao Chui was their advisor from university, named Chui Hao. He was relatively young, so he had a good relationship with them during their time in college. Yes, it's a seminar. In simple terms, it's to give some motivational talks to the younger students. Hearing this, Lin Shun felt puzzled. Wait, why am I being invited? In the past 2 years, they only invited big names from Zhonghai, right? Lin Shun was momentarily confused. On the other end, Yu Shengnan's voice rang out. Who knows? Maybe it's because they see you're wealthy and also an alumnus, so it might be cheaper to invite you. Lin Shun. MMP. Do you know how hurtful that sounds? Alright, since it's Lao Chui who invited me, I'll go. Lin Shun said with a helpless expression. Honestly, if it weren't for Lao Chui inviting him, he wouldn't have bothered. Then the two chatted for a while longer. Soon over half an hour passed, and Lin Chen casually hung up the phone. He then lay there playing with his phone for a while. Chen Ziru also called him. Moi. Upon answering the call, Lin Chen asked with a puzzled expression. Hello Ziru, what's up? Mr. Lin, it's like this, the chairman of Shen's real estate, Shun Xuanyuan, and Shun Lian are here to see you. They said they want to apologize to you. Hearing this, Lin Chen's expression turned cold. Then put it on speakerphone. Let them say whatever they have to say directly. All right, Mr. Lin, Chen Ziru said as he activated the speakerphone. Lin Chen's voice then came through. So it's Shun Xianyuan. Upon hearing Lin Chen's cold voice, Shun Xuanyuan, who was standing there, shivered. He quickly forced a smile and said, Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you, my family. Before Shun Xianyuan could finish his sentence, Lin Chen's voice cut in again. All right, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. If you have something to say, hurry up. If not, I'll hang up. Listening to Lin Chen's words, Shun Xianyuan's expression suddenly stiffened. After all, Lin Chen's tone made Shun Xianyuan realize that it wouldn't be so simple to turn the page on this matter. Subsequently, a somewhat flattering smile appeared on his face as he spoke. It is like this, Mr. Lin. Indeed, my son has made a mistake this time. Therefore, here is 50 million. Consider it my apology to you, Mr. Lin. Additionally, here are also 30 of our Shun's real estate shares, which I am willing to offer to you. Saying this, Shun Xianyuan shot a glare at his son and suddenly slapped the table. Unfilial son. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin. Beside him, Shun Lian's face showed a hint of unwillingness, but he still bowed and said, Director Lin, I was ignorant before and offended you. I hope you can be magnanimous and spare me this time. Hearing the words from the phone, Lin Chen chuckled coldly in his heart. How could he not see through Shun Xianyuan's schemes? The 30 shares on the surface were a form of apology, but in reality, it was just tying himself to their Shun family's war chariot. After all, his current identity was quite formidable. If he became a shareholder of Shun's real estate, it could bring significant benefits to the company. For a moment, Lin Chen smirked inwardly. He'll accept the 50 million, but as for the 30 shares, forget it. All right, see them out. Understood, President Lin. Saying this, the call was disconnected. Chen Ziru, who was there, wore a faint smile. Then he spoke. Director Shen, I hope you won't make it difficult for me. Please go ahead. Chen Ziru maintained a slight smile and made a gesture to invite them out. Shun Xianyuan's face did not look good. It was clear that Lin Chen's actions showed he saw through his intentions. Lin Chen's meaning was also very clear. He could choose to turn the page and not pursue the matter. However, what happened to Shen's real estate next would be left to fend for itself. For a moment, a hint of bitterness appeared on Shun Xianyuan's face. He knew that Shen's real estate was, after all, having offended Lin Chen. Even if Lin Chen chose not to pursue it now, other companies would gradually eat them away to please Lin Chen. This is the fear of a big figure. Sometimes when you offend a big shot, others don't even need to act. A group of sycophants will come to take you down. After exiting the building of Jinyuan Commercial Street, Shun Lian was filled with anger. Father, who does Lin Chen think he is? Even if his identity is not simple, he shouldn't be so dismissive of you. Regardless, we came here to apologize, but this guy didn't even bother to meet you and just spoke to you over the phone. Isn't this simply too dismissive of our Shun's real estate? Listening to his son's words, Shun Xianyuan nearly fainted from anger. He immediately slapped him. How dare you still speak? If it weren't for you, would we have offended him? Let me tell you, just because of you, even though Mr. Lin isn't pursuing this matter, our Shun's real estate won't have it easy from now on. If we're not careful, we could all go down together. Hearing this, Shun Lian's face swelled and he looked bewildered. Then he tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, It can't be that terrifying, right? Shun Xianyuan took a deep breath and replied, Not terrifying. You still don't know what Mr. Lin represents. On the other side, Lin Shun was lounging about like a salted fish. He appeared utterly bored, lying there looking exceptionally relaxed. Soon a day passed. When the next morning came, Lin Chen got up and began to check in. System, I want to check in. Quickly, the check-in was completed. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. Obtained McLaren P1. Hearing this, Lin Shun was momentarily stunned. Another top-tier supercar. Just as Lin Shun was feeling dazed, his phone rang. The caller was an unfamiliar. Hello, good morning. Upon answering the call, a familiar voice came through. Hello, Lin Shun, it's Chui Hao? The counselor. Lin Shun was momentarily taken aback. Chui Hao's voice continued on the other end. You little brat, changed your phone number and didn't even give me a heads up. Ooh, I had to get your number from you, Shungnan. How are you preparing for today's seminar? It's set to start around 9:30 a.m. Lin Shin smiled upon hearing this and replied, Counselor, don't worry, you'll be there on time. Hearing this, the counselor chuckled, said a few more words, and then hung up, all the way down to the underground parking lot. Just as Lin Shin entered the underground parking lot, he was dumbfounded. At that moment, he saw a plump woman standing in front of his McLaren. Then the golden little teddy dog she was holding sniffed the tires of his McLaren P1. It then raised its leg and urinated on the wheel of his McLaren P1. The plump woman then spoke up. Oh dear son, you peed. I told you to use the toilet upstairs, but you wouldn't listen. Lin Chun was utterly stunned. Is this really not a problem? After all, this was his McLaren P1. If it were any other vehicle it might be forgivable, but the price of this McLaren P1 is absolutely terrifying. Just one car is worth tens of millions. If it gets damaged from urine, he would have nowhere to cry. After all, the repair costs and custom materials would easily amount to several million. At that moment, anger burned within Lin Chun. His face twitched in displeasure. As for the plump woman, she seemed oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, caressing the golden teddy in her arms. Oh dear, you've been a good boy. Once your daddy comes down, we'll take you to the pet store for a bath. Seeing this scene, Lin Chun, with a cold expression, approached the plump woman. Did you notice where your dog urinated? Lin Chun said coldly. Isn't it obvious that it urinated on the ground? What's the big deal? Besides, my son is not a dog, so don't say such nonsense here. The plump woman naturally noticed this point, but she would never admit it. At this moment she just laughed awkwardly. But Lin Chun took a deep breath and spoke coldly. Let me make this very clear. I don't care if this dog is your son or grandson. But now you have a problem. Your dog just urinated on the wheel of my McLaren. What are you doing? The plump woman was startled and looked at Lin Chun with a pout. You can't just make baseless accusations. There are only a few water stains, and you say it's my son's urine. This is unreasonable. My son has been strictly trained. No matter how much he needs to pee, he would never urinate on someone else's car. As she spoke, the plump woman was stroking the golden teddy in her arms, her tone filled with indulgence. Lin Chun took a deep breath and continued, all right, you refuse to admit it. I don't mind sending this car for instance. However, if the wheel is indeed corroded by your dog's urine, then I'm sorry, you will have to compensate me. I spent nearly 30 million on this car. That means if it really gets corroded, you'll have to pay me at least over 1 million. Think it over. What? The woman was completely stunned. She was merely a worker here in Zhonghai. Otherwise, she wouldn't be renting a house to live in. If she really had to compensate over 1 million, even selling herself wouldn't be enough. Just then a social big shot walked out from the elevator. The plump woman's eyes brightened, and she shouted, honey, someone is slandering me. What? My temper is— I want to see who dares to slander my wife. Hearing this somewhat familiar, arrogant voice, Lin Chun turned to look. Great, it's that social big shot from yesterday. At that moment, Lin Chun's expression was quite strange. This social big shot's companion didn't seem to be this plump woman yesterday, right? Tisk looks like he's keeping a mistress. He chuckled inwardly, and when the social big shot saw Lin Chun, he was instantly terrified and fell to the ground. Is it you? He still remembered that he had crashed Lin Chun's nearly 3 million bicycle yet. He didn't expect to run into him again today. This time it wouldn't be another car wreck, would it? Please don't let it be another luxury car worth millions. If that's the case, he would really feel like he's finished. Oh, what a coincidence. Looks like this is your person. Tisk, indeed one family doesn't enter the same door. Lin Chun coldly smiled, looking at the social big shot. The social boss trembled there, filled with fear in his heart. He looked at Lin Chun and said, Mr. Lin, I wonder what this wretch did to offend you. At this moment, the fat woman nearby exploded with rage. One hand suddenly grabbed the social boss. Chowda, you better explain yourself. Who is the wretch here? Aren't you always bossing people around? Why are you suddenly submissive in front of this guy? How dare you call me a wretch, you traitor? Instantly, the social boss became extremely irritated. Without hesitation, he swung his hand. Slap. You wretch, shut up. With a furious shout, the fat woman was stunned and dared not speak further. Meanwhile, the social boss continued to curry favor with Lin Chun. He was truly scared now and realized that Lin Chun's status was definitely not simple. Moreover, after returning home last night, he received a call from a friend. He learned that Lin Chun was the one who defeated a Taekwondo black belt with a single move in the martial arts gym. His friend had witnessed everything during that incident at the martial arts gym. He also saw Lin Chun laughing and chatting with Zhang Ming. In that moment, the social boss was genuinely frightened. After all, what kind of fighter was Lin Chun? He knew he couldn't win in a fight or compete with him in wealth. He was now praying that this wretch wouldn't cause any major trouble. Look at this dog urinated on the wheels of my— What? At that moment, the social boss completely lost his composure. He recognized the car, the multi-million-dollar McLaren P1. And that dog actually dared to urinate on the wheels of such a high-end car. This was simply— In an instant, the social boss trembled. He immediately turned around, grabbed the golden teddy dog, and angrily threw it away. My son. The fat woman let out a tragic scream, her eyes filled with despair. The teddy dog crashed against the wall and let out 2 whimpers before dying. Lin Chun felt no sympathy. After all, if you bought a dog, some things had to be trained. Even though it was indeed a dog's nature to relieve itself anywhere. But as a human, one should have the judgment of where a dog shouldn't relieve itself. I told you from the start not to buy a dog, you wretch, just wouldn't listen. Now I'm warning you one last time, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin and plead for his forgiveness. If you don't do well, just wait and see how I teach you a lesson when I get back. At this moment, the social boss was truly furious. He couldn't understand how he had been blind enough to marry such an inconsiderate person. I'm sorry. Now the fat woman recalled the fear of being dominated by the social boss. And at the same time she understood. This seemingly unimpressive guy in front of her was very likely someone the social boss couldn't afford to offend. "He'll clean your car right away. It was my fault. It was my fault." Immediately the fat woman scrambled to the side of Lin Chen's car. Without caring about anything else, she directly used her sleeve to wipe the wheels. Lin Chen merely watched this all with cold eyes. As the saying goes, a dog relies on its master for power. I now find this saying absolutely true. If you had apologized sooner, it wouldn't have come to this. Get up, just leave. Yes, yes. The fat woman immediately stood up and ran off with the social boss. Lin Chen's expression remained indifferent. After getting into the car, he first did a simple wash nearby, then headed straight for the school. Along the way, many people marveled at the car. Before long, they arrived at the school entrance. As the vehicle entered the campus, Lin Chen parked in the parking lot in front of the auditorium. Amidst the astonished gazes of all the students, he stepped out of the car, while also brewing his own little thought. He wondered when he would also be able to drive such a luxury car and stroll around the school. Lin Chen now walked towards the auditorium. Now there were only about 10 minutes left before the seminar started. Many students, led by their counselor, entered the auditorium. However, just as Lin Chen was about to enter, he was stopped by the security guard at the door. "Excuse me, student, please show your student ID." Lin Chen was slightly taken aback as he looked at the security guard in front of him. He then shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I don't have a student ID." "No student ID? Then what are you doing here?" The security guard's expression instantly turned cold, and others nearby began pointing at Lin Chen. They had seen the McLaren P1 that Lin Chen drove. Does he really think he can just barge in because he's some rich second generation? Exactly. Our university, with its prestigious reputation, is definitely more impressive than the neighboring Fujian. The security at our university is indeed top-notch. At that moment, everyone began to voice their opinions. Lin Chen, on the other hand, appeared somewhat embarrassed. But the next moment he spoke up saying, "I'm here to attend the symposium." "Then where's your invitation letter?" The security guard frowned and continued, "If you say you're here for the symposium, you at least need an invitation letter, right?" Lin Chen felt a bit awkward about this, as he indeed did not have an invitation letter. "Without an invitation letter or a student ID, how can I let you in?" At that moment Lin Chen felt a sense of urgency. Just as he was about to call Old Shui, the figure of Old Shui. Seeing Lin Chen, Old Shui's eyes lit up immediately, and he hurriedly grabbed Lin Chen and said, "Lin Chen, why aren't you going in? Hurry up, it's about to start." To this Lin Chen could only smile wryly and say, "I want to go in too, but you didn't give me an invitation letter." At this, Old Shui's expression froze for a moment, as if realizing it was indeed the case. "I'm sorry, I had too much going on yesterday and completely forgot about this." As they spoke, the two entered the grand auditorium, both looking somewhat awkward. "Alright, today's symposium, to put it nicely, is indeed a symposium. But to be blunt, the school hopes you will donate some money. However, this donation is intended to support college students' entrepreneurial endeavors. And in the subsequent supportive projects, you will gain certain influence based on the amount you contribute." Listening to these words, Lin Chen's eyes flickered. In other words, this is essentially a type of angel investment. The guests like Lin Chen provide funding while the school offers the projects. Then Lin Chen would reap the benefits and the school would gain reputation. "I understand." Soon Lin Chen took his seat. At this time, the first 3 rows of the auditorium were occupied by about 10 guests. As for him, he sat in a relatively back position. After Lin Chen took his seat, the people present looked at him. However, since Lin Chen seldom attended events in rich circles, not many recognized him. Yet there were some who recognized Lin Chen, their eyes flickering with a hint of surprise, but they said nothing. As Lin Chen settled in, a chubby little guy approached. Smiling, he said, "Friend, I'm Wang Lu, may I know your name?" Lin Chen. Upon hearing Lin Chen's name, Wang Lu was taken aback for a moment. He felt like he had heard this name somewhere before, but couldn't recall it immediately. Then he asked Lin Chen, "So what does your family do?" "Me? My family doesn't have any significant business, mainly just living day by day." Indeed, all the businesses under his name were essentially managed by others, and he belonged to the type who was simply coasting through life. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the little chubby guy revealed a hint of disdain. As for Lin Chen, he merely smiled faintly without saying much. Soon the symposium began. After a barrage of meaningless chatter from the school leaders, they finally announced the start of the investment. With a moment of silence, a company began to invest. First, a senior executive took the stage, briefly spoke a few words, and then pledged 500 yuan. Then came a flurry of investments, and soon a real big shot took the stage. His generosity was notable as he pledged nearly 30 million. Following this, the atmosphere gradually cooled down, causing the school leaders on stage to feel somewhat embarrassed. As for the next group, they were mostly second-generation rich, led by Wang Lu, who uniformly pledged 1. At this moment, quiet whispers began circulating through the symposium. The school's higher-ups were starting to feel After all, what does it mean for several wealthy second-generation individuals to uniformly invest $1 million? In an instant, many leaders of the school appeared displeased. Moreover, several school leaders shot dissatisfied glances at the counselors below. Such actions genuinely enraged and infuriated these leaders. The counselors also turned pale. As for the old Shui beside them, his expression was equally grim. The students sitting behind were also stirred, causing a commotion. They realized that something was amiss. At this moment, the donations also arrived at Lin Shen's side. Lin Shen, if these people don't want to contribute, why must they slap the school in the face like this? Although there may not be immediate benefits, at least in the long term, it is still a worthwhile investment. After all, this wealthy institution is a top-tier university in Zhonghai and even nationwide. As he stepped onto the podium, Lin Shen adjusted his clothing. Looking at Lin Shen, the expressions of the school leaders grew even darker. Another wealthy second generation. Damn it, are they intent on continuously slapping our faces? Make a note of this wealthy second generation and find out who invited him later. Hearing this, the school leaders present nodded in agreement. As for Lin Shen, he approached the microphone. Let me say a few words first. This action stirred even more unrest below. The expressions of the school leaders turned even darker. After all, Lin Shen's actions were no longer merely slapping their faces. It was a blatant trampling on their pride. Moreover, he was rubbing it in like a devil's step. It should be noted, speaking before donating. That's a privilege reserved for big shots. What is this wealthy second generation trying to pull? In an instant, several people were enraged. As for Wang Lu sitting behind, he sneered. A mere idle person, clearly neglected by his family, dares to act so arrogantly. However, old Shui below felt a glimmer of anticipation. After all, he had some understanding of Lin Shen. So my donation amount must be fully allocated to support college students' entrepreneurship. And I will also find an organization to supervise this. So if anyone intends to profit from it, don't even think about it. After saying this, Lin Shen pondered for a moment before continuing. How about this? I will allocate 500 million each year as a fund to support entrepreneurship. The moment these words fell, the entire auditorium was plunged into silence. In an instant, a pin drop could be heard. And the next moment, the room erupted in chaos. Boom. Everyone was left stunned in a daze. 500 million. This amount is no small sum. After all, the highest donation amount previously was only several tens of millions. And now Lin Shen announced 500 million. And that's every year. This. In an instant, everyone began to discuss animatedly. My heavens, did I hear that wrong? 500 million. This amount is simply terrifying. Damn, this amount is outrageous. Meanwhile, the wealthy second-generation individuals and school leaders were all dumbfounded. Even old Shui stared at Lin Shen in shock. Certainly, he had guessed that Lin Shen would offer a substantial amount, but he never expected it to be 500 million. Every year. What on earth has this student been up to? Even if he owned an entire community, he shouldn't be able to take out so much money at once, right? At that moment, the host trembled as he asked Lin Shen, "Sir, is what you said true? Are you really planning to donate 500 million every year?" Of course. Lin Shen smiled as he spoke. I will find someone to sign the investment agreement later. However, as I mentioned earlier, I will also find someone to supervise the specific use of this money. Hearing this, the school leaders nodded in confusion. All right. Below, a business tycoon stood up, leading the After all, to allocate 500 million every year, such determination is completely beyond their capabilities. May I ask how to address this young brother? I am Shui Haiyang, the chairman of Jinquan Electronics. The business tycoon looked at Lin Shen and spoke. After all, he believed Lin Shen was worth befriending. Lin Shen nodded at Shui Haiyang and then replied Lin Shen. Just those two simple words made Shui Haiyang's eyes widen in surprise. Then he exclaimed in astonishment, "You are Lin Shen, the chairman of Yuanlong Games." Lin Shen. What? He is the chairman of Yuanlong Games. Damn, this is the national pride of the gaming industry, the chairman of Yuanlong Games. Truly accomplished at such a young age. In an instant, everyone exclaimed in astonishment. Their eyes fixed on Lin Shen were filled with sheer awe. Yes, it's me. Lin Shen nodded with a smile. At once, the crowd collectively gasped. After all, Lin Shen was far too young. No one had anticipated that the chairman of Yuanlong Games, a company worth tens of billions, would be someone so youthful. In the eyes of these business tycoons and wealthy heirs, their gazes toward Lin Shen were marked by fear and intimidation. After all, they were well aware of his numerous other identities. I never expected to encounter you here, Chairman Lin. Shui Haiyang also broke into a smile. As for Wang Lu behind them, his mind was buzzing. His family, too, was in the gaming industry. Of course, they dealt in those pay-to-win browser games. Lin Shen, he's Lin Shen. No wonder it sounded so familiar. At this moment, he finally recalled. Just 2 days ago, his father had warned him. If he ever encountered Lin Shen, he must under no circumstances offend. At the time, he hadn't taken it seriously, and when he met Lin Shen today, the other was so young that he simply hadn't. I actually sat that close to him earlier and didn't recognize him. In this moment, Wang Le's heart was filled with immense regret. After all, this opportunity was lost, and he had no idea when he might encounter him again. Now he had single-handedly severed the best chance to build a connection. Subsequently, Lin Chen began to ramble on sharing his entrepreneurial experiences. After a host of tycoons had shared their insights, Lin Chen took the stage for his own sharing. While sharing entrepreneurial experiences is something I'm really not good at. Lin Chen smiled as he looked at but the previous tycoons sharing must have given you plenty of valuable insights, so he'll just blabber a bit. Take what I'm about to say with a grain of salt or listen to it as you will, but taking it too seriously would miss the point. After all, the true ruggedness of the entrepreneurial journey and the countless predecessors who failed cannot be captured in just a few words. Those who truly succeed in entrepreneurship are inevitably the most hardworking, the most desperate, and the most fortunate few. So I still hope you can believe one thing: hard work and sweat are the things that will never betray you. Up to this point, everything seemed normal, and the audience nodded in agreement. But in the next moment, Lin Chen flashed a mischievous grin. But do you realize one thing? True success often hinges more on luck than anything else. Take me for instance. I'm already lying back waiting for the money to roll in, leaving the company to my secretary and CEO. Do you have any idea how bored I am on a daily basis? How utterly idle I am? So when I look at you folks, I truly feel gratified and joyful. After all, you're still a bunch of youths who haven't yet been beaten down by society, still able to strive with all, unlike me who can only eat and drink every day, occasionally checking on the company's earnings and rents, staring at countless sums of money. Utterly tedious. The audience below, the school leaders above, at this moment, they finally understood why Lin Chen said to take his words with a grain of salt. After all, was this even human speech? If you don't want the money, you can give it to us. Would also love to experience such a tedious life. In that instant, the crowd gritted their teeth in frustration. Those watching Lin Chen even felt like taking off their shoes and hurling them at his face. As for the host there, he could hardly say anything. After all, the man had just donated 500 million. Yet at that very moment, Lin Chen's tone took a sharp turn. But I still encourage you to start businesses or pursue something. After all, you're young and don't have much money. Even if you fail, it will only hurt for a while. And through your efforts, you can truly see society for what it is and learn more survival rules. And who knows, maybe some of you will be as lucky as I am and succeed. With these words, Lin Chen turned and left. The audience below fell into silence and contemplation. Although Lin Chen's words contained many seemingly boastful remarks, yet his final words were laden with profound meaning. And since those who got into this finance university were no fools, they quickly grasped the essence of Lin Chen's message. He was telling them that they were still young and could take a gamble. What did it matter if they failed? It was just starting over from scratch, and his ability to enjoy life came from his own struggles. At once, everyone bowed their heads in shame. Lin Chen was genuinely imparting some skills and life wisdom, but they thought Lin Chen was on the first level while they were on the second, yet in reality, he was already on the fifth. In an instant, the crowd was overwhelmed with shame. However, if Lin Chen had known this, he would have probably burst out. Damn, was that really what he meant by those words? Subsequently, a group of people began discussing the matter of donations. After the discussions, Lin Chen had a meal with several high-ranking officials from the school and a host of business tycoons. Those rich second-generation heirs found it impossible to blend in. After all, the circles of business tycoons and those of wealthy heirs are not really on the same level. Unless these second-generation heirs can establish their own enterprises, or they are among the top-tier ones, otherwise they will always just remain as second-generation heirs. After exchanging WeChat contacts at the banquet, Lin Chen also left. He returned home where discussions had been satisfactorily concluded. Lin Chen and the financial magnate agreed to discuss the details and sign the agreement the day after tomorrow. Along the way, Lin Chen pondered that he indeed needed to find a law firm. Otherwise, managing his current enterprises and the related financial issues was quite challenging. Deep in thought, Lin Chen sat on the sofa and opened his phone. The next moment, he scrolled to Chen Zira's phone number. After dialing, it rang twice before being connected. Mr. Lin, how can I help you? If I arrange for you to acquire the top law firm in Zhonghai, how long will it take? Lin Chen stated directly. He felt that if he entrusts a law firm to handle these matters, it would still be somewhat inappropriate. Since that is the case, it would be better to simply acquire it directly. Hearing this, Chen Ziru on the other end of the phone was momentarily stunned. Please hold on. After a moment of silence, Chen Ziru replied. If it's a 100 acquisition of shares and funds are sufficient, it would take about 3 days. However, if it's merely to gain absolute control with a 51 stake, it can be completed by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Listening to this, Lin Chen nodded and said, all right, I understand. In that case, go ahead and acquire it. How much will it cost? Transfer the money directly, and remember to notify me once the acquisition is complete. Chen Ziru on the other end immediately responded. Got it, Mr. Lin. After completing this, Lin Chen continued playing games. Once all of this is sorted out, he'll go back home to take a look. Muttering to himself, Lin Chen made a decision. After all, the day after tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Around 7:30 in the evening, he took his little bicycle out for some exercise. He returned home around 8:30. After taking a shower, drinking a cup of warm milk, and doing 20 minutes of stretching, he went to bed and fell fast asleep. He slept through the night, until dawn, feeling no fatigue or stress. Upon waking in the morning, Lin Shun began his check-in. System, proceed with check-in. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. Obtained 80 shares of Gulfstream Aerospace Company. Lin Shun was momentarily taken aback. What the heck? Gulfstream Aerospace. This is a renowned manufacturer of luxury large business jets, one of the top giants in the world. Now has it come into my hands? Just then Lin Shun's phone rang suddenly, and a text message was received. Dear Mr. Lin Shun, your private Gulfstream V has arrived at Zhonghai Hongqiao Airport's private hangar. Looking at this, Lin Shun felt somewhat dazed. Damn, these foreigners really know how to play. For a moment, Lin Shun didn't know what to say. After all, the last time the bicycle company had sent him 2 top-notch bicycles, each worth 2.8 million. Now it's another private jet. Lin Shun searched and found out that the Gulfstream V is one of the best-performing private jets in the world, capable of flying at nearly supersonic speeds. Price $59 million. Equivalent to about 413 million. This price is truly terrifying. What else can I say? Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Shun felt that he would incur another expense. After all, now that he had a private jet, he needed to hire cabin crew and pilots and keep them on standby. Additionally, he would have to pay extra maintenance costs. Damn, these guys really know how to spend my money in creative ways. After sighing inwardly, Lin Shun intended to call Chen Ziru to have her help recruit a team of pilots and cabin crew for the private jet. Just then his phone rang, and the caller was none other than Chen Ziru. Oh, what a coincidence. With a slight raise of his eyebrow, Lin Shun's lips curved into a smile. Hello. Lin Shun answered the phone. On the other end, Chen Ziru's voice rang out. Mr. Lin, I have completed the acquisition of the law firm you asked me to buy. I invested 1.3 billion yuan, acquiring 53 of the shares of the law firm, which grants absolute control. Lin Shun nodded as he listened. The law firm Quanzhong is one of the most famous law firms in all of Zhonghai, and even the entire nation. Its win rate is an astonishing 95. It can be said that this law firm has never lost a case since its establishment. Several top lawyers there have repeatedly won significant cases in recent years. Good, I understand. You did well this time. Tell my address to a few top lawyers and have them come over. Understood, Mr. Lin. Lin Shun continued. Also, please prepare 2 drivers and a flight crew for the... On the other end, there was a moment of silence. Sorry, Mr. Lin, did you say drivers for the private jet? After this statement, Chen Ziru fell silent again. Though he prided himself on knowing Lin Shun, he suddenly realized he may not know him as well as he thought. Oh right, please also file the flight route for me. I need to return to my hometown of Hien from Zhonghai Hongqiao Airport the day after tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Lin, may I ask what model your private jet is? Gulfstream V. After this statement, everything fell into silence. Gulfstream V. A top luxury private jet worth hundreds of millions. At this moment, Chen Ziru's mind buzzed. This was simply a bit frightening. After all, this kind of financial power is indeed terrifying. It's one thing to be able to afford a private jet, but can that private jet actually take off? Otherwise, why do so many rich people in the country buy private jets, but don't actually use them? Because whether or not a private jet can take off is a whole different matter. Lin Shun, meanwhile, stroked his chin, and after pondering for a while continued, by the way, help me rent a cargo plane or transport aircraft. He suddenly realized that even though he was returning, it seemed he had no vehicle to drive there. And his private jet couldn't carry another car. So he had no choice but to rent a cargo plane. Chen Ziru. At this moment, Chen Ziru almost... This is truly a wealthy person. Just this trip starts at a minimum of 1 million. Furthermore, generally people rent such planes to transport important goods. But now Lin Shun is just renting a whole plane to transport a car. This... In that moment, Chen Ziru was completely dumbfounded. But thinking that Lin Shun could afford a private jet, a Gulfstream V worth hundreds of millions, and then wanting to rent a cargo plane just to send a car back. Her heart was also calmed. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shun found something to eat and started playing a game. On the other side, in the Quanzhong law firm, Feng Yin hung up his phone, and his expression gradually became... He had just received a call from the secretary of his new boss asking him to take Robin to the new boss home. Feng Yin took a deep breath and then pushed open the door to Robin's office. Robin, it's time to go. At this moment, Robin was lying on the boss chair, resting his eyes. Hearing Feng Yin's words, Robin opened his eyes. What's up? Is there a new client to meet? No, it's the secretary of the new boss who called us to visit his home. Upon hearing this, Robin's eyes flashed. Oh, in that case, let's go see what this new boss is really like. For a moment, Robin's interest was piqued. After all, someone who could acquire the Quanzhong law firm overnight, and with 53 of the shares gaining absolute control, sparked Robin's curiosity. He was eager to know what kind of person this new boss Lin Chen really was. The two of them left the place and headed off into the distance. Soon they arrived at Jingxiu Yiting. After obtaining Lin Chen's consent, they were finally allowed inside. Lin Chen then adjusted his clothing and sat there waiting for the others to arrive. Soon there was a knock at the door and Lin Chen went to open it. Outside, Feng Yin and Robin were filled with tension. After all, up until now they were still unclear about what kind of person Lin Chen truly was. However, upon seeing him, both of them couldn't help but display a hint of surprise. Young. He is simply too young. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. To be able to so quickly acquire their law firm, what kind of young person could this be? After all, it was truly frightening. The two exchanged glances, each reading the shock in the other's eyes. They had originally thought that someone capable of acquiring their law firm so quickly would be a middle-aged person in their 40s or 50s with some experience. But to their astonishment, it turned out to be a guy who was barely in his 20s. In that moment, they were filled with sheer astonishment. As they entered the room, Lin Chen casually sat down on the sofa, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize the two before him. Feng Yin and Robin sat upright on the sofa, their hands clasped together with arms resting on their legs. You two need not be too tense. I merely invited you to help with a favor. Lin Chen casually spoke. Boss, whatever you need, just say the word. Feng Yin replied somewhat nervously. Lin Chen, not wanting to waste time, directly spoke. Hey, race the thing I decided a few days ago to allocate a sum of money each year to support my alma mater. It's a startup support program at Zhonghai University of Finance, but I hope to have a clear understanding of how this money is spent and the returns it generates. Robin, who had expertise in the field, then interjected, Mr. Lin, could you tell us the amount of this funding and the pay? Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Chen responded, yes, I plan to invest about 500 million each year. In that instant, both Robin and Feng Yin were taken aback. They had thought it would be in the millions or tens of millions, never expecting the amount to reach 500 million, and that too every year. This sum was truly terrifying. What kind of frightening identity did this young man hold? After all, he had effortlessly fully acquired their law firm overnight. He could so easily allocate 500 million annually to support startup plans. This was simply extremely frightening. All right, Mr. Lin, we will need to further discuss the specifics of this startup plan with you. The three quickly delved into discussions about the details. After about 10 minutes, as they reviewed the preliminary plan, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. He was also very pleased with the professionalism and performance of Robin and Feng Yin, and after a moment of thought, he spoke again. How about this? I have shares in other companies, and I am in need of a legal advisor, so we'll hand them over to you. At that moment, Feng Yin and Robin exchanged wry smiles. Their new boss was indeed not an ordinary person. He casually mentioned shares in several companies. Could you tell us which companies you have shares in and the respective amounts? We need to be prepared. Feng Yin asked. Oh, let me think for a moment. Lin Chen opened a system panel that only he could see, as he couldn't quite remember the specific shares of each company. Meanwhile, Feng Yin had already taken out his computer to start recording. 100 shares of Jinyuan Commercial Street, the most premier office building in all of Zhonghai. This place actually belonged to their new boss. Then Lin Chen continued. 8 shares of Penguin Group. Fenjian's fingers trembled as he typed. Penguin Group, a top global supergroup, one of the 2 super giants in the domestic internet industry. 70 shares of Yuanlong Games. Fenjian's facial muscles twitched. Although this company was newly established, it could still be considered a top-tier gaming company in the country. Yet their boss held a 70 stake. 100 shares of Pinarello Bicycle Company. This time, even Robin couldn't remain seated. Another global leading bicycle brand company. The two exchanged glances once more, having done so numerous times today, reflecting the immense shock they were feeling from Lin Chen. Is there a problem? Seeing their actions, Lin Chen asked in confusion. No, please continue. Feng Yin took a deep breath, calming his agitated heart, and said, 80 shares of Gulfstream Aerospace Company. At that moment, Fenjian's mind was a whirl. Gulfstream Aerospace, one of the top 3 aircraft manufacturing companies in the world. Moreover, it was one of America's prides. However, they never imagined that this company was controlled by their boss. It was a Chinese person at the helm. If this were to get out, it would surely cause a stir. The two of them involuntarily. In response, Lin Chen's lips curled upward. This was the effect he desired. After all, how else would he make them work diligently for him? And then there's you with 53 shares of the law firm. Instantly, Feng Yin and Robin exchanged glances, both taken aback. It seemed that the nearly 1 billion market value of their firm was the least valuable among the companies owned by. Well, this is all there is to the company for now, and I will inform you of any new companies in the future. At that time, I will entrust all legal matters to you, and I hope you will work hard. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, listening to Lin Chen's words while the two people present had already become numb. After all, the information revealed in this statement was simply too much. There is only this much for now, which means that the boss may have set his sights on another company. Once Lin Chen finished speaking, the expressions of the two present also turned serious. Immediately one of them spoke up saying, "Boss, you can rest assured." Lin Shen nodded his tone, but I hope you remember, I do not want others to know that I own so many companies at the same time. Understood. Seeing Lin Shen's serious expression, the two immediately became cautious. They then continued to ask, "So does the boss have any further instructions?" "No more." "Then we'll head back to prepare." The two next to him, Feng Yin and Robin, quickly stood up to take their leave. After they left, Lin Shen finally stood up and stretched. Finally, the issue of funding has been resolved. What should I do next? It was as if Lin Shen was talking to himself, pondering aloud. After casually scrolling through several WeChat messages, he discovered that Chen Zuru had sent him the arrangements for the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday for Yuan Long Games. Clicking to take a look, there were only 3 days for this holiday. Lin Shen frowned slightly. How could such a holiday arrangement be acceptable? Immediately, he sent a message to Chen Zuru saying, "Adjust the holiday to 5 days. You should also take 5 days off then. Regardless of whether it is you or the company, the holiday time should be uniformly paid leave. Additionally, go procure some Mid-Autumn Festival benefits and remember to make sure they are all the best." After all, 3 days off is definitely not enough. Upon seeing Lin Shen's message, Chen Zuru was left completely dumbfounded. After all 5 days of paid leave and procuring the best Mid-Autumn Festival benefits, this welfare was simply too terrifying. So does President Lin need to make up for the leave later? Make up for it? No need. Lin Shen paused, then immediately replied, "All right, President Lin." Shortly after this, Lin Shen received a call from Lu Qi. Chenzi, you actually gave 5 days off." Lu Qi immediately said to Lin Shen. To this, Lin Shen merely smiled lightly and then spoke. "It's nothing special, but how do you plan to spend this Mid-Autumn Festival? Are you going back home?" After all, in his impression, Lu Qi had hardly returned home during the Mid-Autumn Festival since he started working. Moreover, Lin Shen remembered that Lu Qi did not have a good relationship with his parents. Even this time when he got married, he kept it from his family. Lu Qi hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, I will go back. This time I will also visit my teacher." Lin Shen nodded in response. Got it. Are you bringing your sister-in-law this time?" Suddenly, Lu Qi smiled widely and said, "Of course I will bring her. By the way, are you still living in the old place? I will drive over to pick you up, and then we can go back together." Okay. After saying this, the two hung up the phone. After finishing all this, Lin Shen continued to lounge there, starting to play games. Soon an entire day passed. By the next morning, while Lin Shen was still asleep, his phone rang. It was unexpectedly a call from Feng Yin. Lin Shen answered the phone in annoyance and said, "You have 3 minutes to explain clearly why you're calling me at this time." Lin Shen was furious. After all, he had stayed up late playing games last night and had finally cleared Sekiro. He didn't sleep until 3 in the morning. Now he had only slept for 5 hours, and yet he was disturbed by this call from Feng Yin. "Boss, it's like this. We have drafted the contract for your donation plan. And you also need to attend the donation today, so we called to ask when you plan to go." Lin Shen's anger dissipated by half, and then he spoke to Feng Yin saying, "Do I really have to be there in person?" Feng Yin, "Boss, this is your money." Lin Shen. In that moment, Lin Shen was at a loss for words. Indeed, this money seemed to truly belong to him. However, just thinking about his past, he would be blocked there by that group of people all fawning over him. Lin Shen seemed somewhat unsure of what to say. "I should never have donated that money in the first place." Lin Shen sighed, inwardly feeling helpless. After all, if he had refused back, then he probably wouldn't have so many troubles now. Sighing silently, Lin Shen finally spoke up. "All right, you all go to school first. Just say it was my request, I will join you shortly." On the other end of the line, a voice echoed. After hanging up, Lin Shen let out a sigh and climbed out of bed. What a hassle. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Shen forced a smile. A moment later, he got up and went to wash up. After that, he had his breakfast. At the same time, he began today's check-in. "Congratulations, host, check-in successful." "Congratulations, host, you have received Patek Philippe Platinum 5002P watch." As the voice faded, a watch appeared before Lin Shen. "Another watch?" Lin Shen said somewhat helplessly. He picked up the watch on the table and began to toy with it. This watch had a more traditional appearance, looking much more comfortable than that Richard Mille. The only difference was that he still couldn't tell the time on it. After all, the method of timekeeping was simply too complicated. Helplessly shaking his head, he picked up his phone and started searching for the price of this watch. Soon a piece of information appeared. Patek Philippe Platinum 5002P17. 6 million. Lin Shen. Damn, a watch that can't even tell the time is actually worth this much. Lin Shen's mouth twitched. Then he casually grabbed the key to his Pagani Huayra and rushed towards the school. Before long, he arrived at the school. As the vehicle came to a stop in the parking lot, Lin Shen wore a mask to avoid being recognized. Thus, upon getting out of the car, he wasn't recognized. Looking at the address sent by Feng Ing, Lin Shen headed towards the administration building. At this point, Feng Ing was already gathered with the school's higher-ups in the conference room of the administration building. He arrived in front of the administration building. At that moment, two student council members were blocking the entrance. Outside, many students stood around. These students were either dressed in suits or casually. However, all of them were holding a stack of thick A4 papers waiting there. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen's mouth twitched. This was definitely, without a doubt, they were waiting for him. Damn, are these guys out of their minds insisting on making the news public? In that moment, Lin Chen clenched his teeth. Then he let out a helpless sigh. Did these guys really think he would invest? Moreover, he didn't have that much money to invest all here. Lin Chen shook his head and made his way directly into the administration building. However, just as he reached the entrance, he was stopped by the student council members. Excuse me, I have already mentioned that today is the day Senior Lin will sign a contract with our school. You can submit your investment proposals to the school and wait for the review. Senior Lin doesn't have time to meet each of you. Hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. Just as he was about to say something, a student council officer walked out from inside. Looking at the people before him, he immediately shouted coldly, "I give you 10 minutes to disperse. If Senior Lin comes and sees this, what kind of situation is this?" After saying this, the student council president noticed Lin Chen and immediately sneered. "And you, take a look at your own appearance. Even if you're here to talk investment with Senior Lin, you at least need to prepare your plan. Even if you don't have a plan, you should at least dress formally right. You come here casually without even a plan, and you dare to talk about investment. It's simply ridiculous." Hearing this, Lin Chen's face darkened. This was, damn it. After taking a deep breath and glancing at the student council president, Lin Chen left. Then he started making phone calls behind him. Meanwhile, the group of students laughed uproariously. In the conference room, Feng Ying received Lin Chen's call. His expression changed instantly. Then he looked at the vice principal with a serious face. Seeing Feng Ying's expression, the vice principal felt puzzled. "Mr. Feng, may I ask, has Mr. Lin arrived?" Feng Ying's expression turned slightly cold as he replied, "Mr. Lin has arrived, but now he has been stopped by your student council." "What a—" Instantly, the vice principal's expression changed drastically. Looking into Feng Ying's eyes, he was filled with astonishment. As the seal's voice fell, the expressions of the high-ranking officials in the courtyard changed dramatically. "What?" Especially the vice president Zhang Tianlai immediately turned pale with a mixture of anger and fear. After all, if Lin Chen's investment could truly be realized, it would undoubtedly leave a significant mark on his career achievements. However, now this imminent achievement was unexpectedly blocked from him. In an instant, Zhang Tianlai's face turned ashen. These bastards. At this moment, the seal also started to tidy up the documents on his desk. President Zhang, esteemed leaders, our boss has stated that if you have no intention of signing the contract, please do not waste our time. Looking at this scene, Zhang Tianlai's expression changed immediately. No, Lawyer Feng, this time it was our mistake at work. I will go down to personally welcome Mr. Lin. Please ask him to wait a moment. Alright, our boss has also said that you have 1 minute to meet him. It has already been 15 seconds. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlai's face turned pale. He hurriedly ran down. Meanwhile, Lin Chen stood there, his expression indifferent, quietly waiting. The student union president, seeing Lin Chen still hasn't left, immediately frowned. Then with a cold snort, he walked a few steps closer to Lin Chen. With his head held high, he pointed at Lin Chen and said, "Why are you still here? I told you Senior Lin is too. Besides, look at you right now, you are simply tarnishing the image of our school." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen slightly furrowed his brow and then asked, "Then tell me, how am I affecting the school's image? Furthermore, what does my standing here have to do with you? Besides, how do you know Senior Lin won't see me? Stop acting like a little tyrant." Lin Chen replied coldly. He was genuinely a bit angry now. Hearing Lin Chen dare to retort, the student union president's expression changed. With a cold face, he pointed at Lin Chen and loudly said, "Humph. Student, where is your student ID? Which department are you from?" The student union president immediately spoke up. Lin Chen, however, remained calm, standing there and saying, "Student ID? I don't have one." The moment these words fell, the student union president's expression froze. "No student? Then how dare you come to our school? I now seriously suspect that you are related to the thefts that have occurred at our school in the past few days. You must report this immediately." Hearing this, the crowd also looked at Lin Chen with mocking expressions. After all, to them at this moment, Lin Chen seemed to be just fishing in troubled waters. For a moment, the crowd's expressions were filled with mockery. Yet Lin Chen remained calm, showing no sign of panic. He simply glanced at his watch. 10 seconds left. "What?" The student union president, upon hearing this, was momentarily bewildered, his brow slightly furrowing in confusion. "What do you mean?" Lin Chen did not respond. Just as he interrupted, the student union president's continued berating, a hurried sound of footsteps suddenly echoed behind him. Hearing this sound, the student union president curiously turned to look behind him. He immediately saw Zhang Tianlai running towards them, his face filled with anxiety. In an instant, the student union president's expression changed. As for Zhang Tianlai, upon seeing Lin Chen, his face began to wear a forced smile. Before he could even catch his breath, he extended his hand toward Lin Chen. Haha Lin, my fellow alumnus, my apologies for the warm welcome, my apologies. After this statement, everyone was taken aback. While they were still confused inside, they realized that Zhang Tianlai had already reached Lin Chun. Lin Chun also shook his hand lightly, his expression cold. After all, the only one who could make Vice President Zhang personally greet him and call him fellow alumnus would probably be Lin Chun, who was here to sign the contract today. For a moment, everyone appeared stunned. The senior Lin they had been thinking about for so long was just so close to them, yet no one could recognize him. As for the student union president, he took 2 steps back, his expression dazed. Lin Chun glanced at the student union president and then chuckled coldly. At this moment, the student union president's face turned even paler. Meanwhile, Vice President Zhang's gaze grew colder, and he snorted lightly at him before walking away. Damn, I actually let senior Lin go just like that. My project, my robot project. At that moment, a student who had just realized what happened shouted loudly. His words seemed to trigger a chain reaction, causing the students in the hall to wail in despair. After all, such a close opportunity was just let go. How could they not feel regret? Even Lin Chun, who had already reached the 2nd floor, could clearly hear the cries of the students downstairs. With a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, Lin Chun looked at Vice Principal Zhang Tianlai and slowly spoke. It seems that the entrepreneurial enthusiasm of the younger students is indeed very high now. Haha, rest assured, Lin, we will seriously review these entrepreneurial projects. Moreover, some of the projects are quite... Vice Principal Zhang Tianlai spoke cautiously. Lin Chun did not respond. Seeing Lin Chun's silence, Zhang Tianlai's originally cheerful mood also sank. Uncertain of Lin Chun's true intentions, the two of them continued in silence until they arrived at the conference room. Upon entering, they found quite a few people inside. However, Lin Chun did not recognize any of them. When these people saw Lin Chun enter, they all stood up voluntarily, smiling broadly and nodding at him. Lin Chun also gently nodded in return. Then everyone took their seats again, and the representative from the school began to explain what the funds would be used for. They detailed how the entrepreneurial projects of the students would be reviewed, how funding support would be provided after approval, and a series of other specific information was reported. Throughout the school's representative's narration, Lin Chun remained silent, which only deepened Vice Principal Zhang Tianlai's already heavy heart. Beside him, Feng Ying was occasionally jotting down notes. Soon after the school had finished explaining, Feng Ying also stood up and began to present a series of matters from his side. However, Lin Chun still said nothing. Finally, Robin explained to Lin Chun. Robin, representing the rights and interest law firm, discussed how they would oversee the transfer of these funds. He outlined how the school would supervise the use of these funds, ensuring that the money reaches the entrepreneurial students who need support in full. After delivering his statement, everyone turned to Lin Chun, waiting for him to express his opinion. Robin also placed the contract that required Lin Chun's signature in front of him. Lin Chun picked up the pen, but paused before writing. Seeing this, Zhang Tianlai's heart sank. He thought Lin Chun might have some dissatisfaction. As for the idea of breaking the contract, he hadn't even considered it. However, at that moment, Lin Chun also set down the pen, looking at the crowd with a hint of a playful smile. He then slowly began to speak. By the way, before we sign the contract, I have something I need to mention to everyone. I trust that all the teachers and professors present have their own moral bottom lines and can set a good example for the students. Therefore, I hope that these funds can be allocated to every entrepreneurial student who needs financial support. Lin Chun paused here. Zhang Tianlai, standing there, nodded repeatedly, saying, "You can rest assured about this, Lin. Our school will definitely supervise it strictly." In response, Lin Chun smiled, and then said, "I just wanted to remind everyone not to entertain the thought of using the law firm or bribing some lawyer to embezzle funds. Because I haven't told you before, the rights and interest law firm belongs to me. I hold 53 of the shares, which means I am the true owner of the firm." As these words fell, Vice Principal Zhang Tianlai and the other school leaders' pupils shrank, their eyes filled with shock. They then turned to look at Feng Ying and Robin. It should be noted that the rights and interest law firm is a nationally renowned firm, yet it actually belongs to Lin Chun. How could this not astonish them? Feng Ying and Robin, seeing everyone looking at them, smiled and nodded. This was a response to everyone's doubts, affirming Lin Chun's words. At this moment, a storm of shock surged in everyone's hearts. Lin Chun could clearly see that several school leaders whose eyes were originally filled with fervent light were now gradually dimming. After all, Lin Chun had directly cut off their thoughts of embezzlement. Thus, they had far fewer expectations for this signing. Soon the signing was completed. After that, there was a round of idle chatter discussing some trivial matters, and then Lin Chun was the first to leave. Under the escort of the school leaders, Lin Chun got into the car. Subsequently, he drove to his family's commercial. Inside the commercial street, Lin Chun first selected a gold bracelet and a gold necklace for his mother. Compared to other accessories, the elderly believe these gold and silver items hold more value. Then Lin Chun directly moved 2 boxes of Faitian Mitai. After that, he prepared 2 whole boxes of Huangalu 1916 and drove home. He was not worried about buying fakes, as the entire genuine commercial street was his. If any owner dared to sell counterfeit cigarettes or alcohol here, Lin Chen wouldn't mind sending them to spend a few days in jail, making it impossible for their shop to continue operating. Moreover, he was flying back home on his private jet, so he could easily take these items with him. Upon returning home, Lin Chen organized some clothes. After having dinner and playing a couple of games, he went to bed. A night passed. When morning came, Lin Chen, system check-in. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. Obtain Night 15. Lin Chen was instantly stunned. He had some understanding of this car. Night 15. This is an off-road vehicle. Moreover, it has a domestic price of up to 15 million. Furthermore, this off-road vehicle is handmade with production limited to 100 units. Additionally, creating a Night 15 requires about 4,000 hours. Not only that, this off-road vehicle is also bulletproof, fully armored. Therefore, rather than calling it an off-road vehicle, it would be more accurate to call it an armored vehicle. Gulp. Lin Chen swallowed hard, his eyes filled with astonishment. Isn't this a bit excessive? He couldn't help but take a deep breath. At this moment, he also felt a surge of excitement within him. Let's go take a look. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Chen directly picked up the key to the Night 15. Then he headed straight for the underground parking lot. As soon as he entered, Lin Chen saw the steel beast parked there. The Night 15 was completely black, and its exterior gave off a heavy and fierce aura. It measured 6.1 meters in length and 2.5 meters in height. The overall shape was quite boxy, with the body lines almost entirely using sharp angles instead of the traditional curves of vehicles. This is the Night 15. Gently touching the car's body, Lin Chen felt a ripple of excitement in his heart. He then opened the trunk. He loaded the gifts he brought for his parents inside. After completing this, Lin Chen officially got into the car. The interior of the Night 15 was even more luxurious than that of a Volkswagen MVP. Inside, there was a luxurious carpet made of Wilton wool, and it was equipped with an in-car audio-visual control system, night vision gaming console, LCD screens, and a series of other features. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Chen touched the steering wheel and took a deep breath. He then explained that he was on his way to pick him up and started the vehicle. Then he headed straight to the location where Lu Qi. At this moment, Lu Qi was already prepared. He gathered his things and was waiting by the roadside with Yuan Q. The two of them kept an eye on the intersection, wondering when Lin Chen's flashy Rolls-Royce would appear. After all, that Rolls-Royce was incredibly eye-catching. However, while they were focused on watching for the Rolls-Royce, they did not expect that an even more flashy, cooler, and more stunning Night 15 had quietly parked beside them. Seeing the two of them, Lin Chen honked the horn. Instantly, both of them were startled. Turning their heads, they finally noticed the car beside them and Lin Chen, who was waiting for them to get in. It was then that they noticed Lin Chen's vehicle. Night 15. Oh my. At that moment, Lu Qi was completely dumbfounded. Wow, it's only been a few days, and you've changed cars again. It's nothing, just get in the car. Lin Chen smiled at the two of them, watching them get in together. Once inside the car, they were immediately shocked. Luxurious decor. Top-notch accessories. At that moment, Lu Qi and Yuan Qier were swallowing hard. Wow, brother, your car. Top configuration. Night 15. Hearing this, both of them gasped in amazement. Then touching the car's armrest, the shock in their eyes grew even stronger. You drove this car back? Lu Qi swallowed hard and asked. To this, Lin Chen just smiled and said, you'll find out soon. Saying this, Lin Chen headed straight for the airport, entering the airport expressway. The two watching him were somewhat bewildered. No, brother Lin, are you going to the airport? But we haven't had time to buy tickets. Lu Qi was a bit confused. At first, he thought Lin Chen intended to drive back. But who would have expected him to head straight for the airport? Don't worry, it's fine not to be prepared for this. Lin Chen smiled lightly, addressing the two in the back. Hearing this, the two of them were even more confused, their faces showing a lack of understanding. Okay, just relax and rest in the back. Saying this, Lin Chen increased the speed of the car a bit. The two in the back were filled with doubt as they watched. Soon Lin Chen arrived near the airport. After exiting the airport expressway, he began to slow down. Then after circling the airport, he headed straight for the private hangar at the back. No, brother Lin, the entrance to the airport is in front. Why are you bringing us here at the back? At this point, Lin Chen had slowly driven to the back of the airport in front of a small airport gate. Although this place was not as conspicuous as the main airport hall, it was still an airport gate. When Lin Chen's Night 15 stopped in front of the gate, a young man rushed over from the security room. Hello, may I ask if you are Lin Chen? As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, the security guard's expression changed dramatically. He was familiar with that name. After all, just before starting his shift today, his captain specifically instructed him. If a person named Lin Chen arrived, he must be treated well. They could never afford to neglect him. In an instant, the security captain immediately opened the gate. Mr. Lin, please come in. Your private jet is already parked on the tarmac. As for your transport aircraft, it is parked nearby. The security guard was extremely flustered. After all, this was someone who could afford a private jet. Not to mention that he rented a transport aircraft just to bring a car home. Such a big shot was truly terrifying. Hearing this, Lu Qi and Yuan Qier were completely stunned. What did they just hear? A private jet. In an instant, the two exchanged bewildered glances. No wonder. Lin Chun came to the airport. No wonder he said it didn't matter if they didn't have tickets. It turned out that it wasn't about taking that kind of plane at all. Instead, they were going to ride Lin Chen's private jet home. Outside the airport, Lin Chen's flight crew was waiting. 3 flight attendants and a co-pilot were standing there. Captain Zhang Qiuxing was instructing the 4 in front of him. You all better be on your toes. This time the gentleman we are serving is a true big spender. According to my information, he is just over 20 years old and already owns his own private jet. He specifically rented a transport aircraft to take his vehicle back to his hometown. He is a true top-tier wealthy individual, and we must be on high alert, absolutely must not offend him. Hearing this, all the flight attendants and the co-pilot's expressions turned serious. Yes. At this moment, Lin Chen also approached the group. Gently pressing the horn, Zhang Qiuxing turned around. Mr. Lin, you're here. Upon seeing Lin Chen, his face broke into a joyful expression. Then he spoke to Lin Chen saying, Mr. Lin, your plane is ready. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. He then said, let's go. After speaking, Lin Chen got out of the car with the bewildered Lu Qi and Yuan Qier. After getting out, Lin Chen continued, help me get the car onto the transport aircraft, I need to take it back. After saying this, Lin Chen walked inside. Okay, Mr. Lin. Zhang Qiuxing nodded at Lin Chen. Then he looked at the co-pilot and said, you move Mr. Lin's car onto the transport aircraft. After saying this, Zhang Qiuxing continued, Mr. Lin, please. He then led Lin Chen into the airport. No, Chenzi, did you really buy a private jet? What is it like? Lu Qi was excited and repeatedly asked Lin. Lin Chen merely smiled lightly and replied, you'll find out soon. With anticipation in his heart, the 3 arrived before the Gulfstream V. Upon seeing the aircraft, Lu Qi's eyes widened instantly. Mr. Lin, this is your private jet, the Gulfstream V. Zhang Qiuxing introduced it to Lin Chen. As soon as Lin Chen's voice fell, Lu Qi and Yuan Qier were completely stunned at that moment. After all, the idea of a private jet was somewhat shocking to the two. Moreover, although they knew Lin Chen was very wealthy now, they had never imagined that Lin Chen could afford a private jet. After all, a private jet costs at least tens, not to mention this private jet is known for its cost-effectiveness and luxury, the Gulfstream V. The price of this aircraft is at least in the hundreds of millions. That price is truly terrifying. Under the astonished gazes of Lu Qi and Yuan Qier, Lin Chen led the 2 of them into the Gulfstream V. Upon entering the cabin, Lu Qi and Yuan Qier were instantly dumbfounded. An overwhelming sense of luxurious grandeur hit them. Is this really an aircraft cabin? It was nothing short of a lavish reception room. Wooden structures could be seen everywhere with marble tabletops and high-end carpets. Each seat was a custom high-end sofa chair. There was even a small lounge area equipped with the most advanced projection equipment and a foldable sofa bed for sleeping. This is extravagant. Absolutely extravagant. In that moment, Lu Qi and Yuan Qier felt like they were country bumpkins who had just walked into a grand garden. Curiously looking around, Lin Chen remained calm, casually sitting down on the sofa. At that moment, the chief flight attendant walked over at the right time and addressed Lin Chen, saying, Mr. Lin, please allow me to introduce this aircraft to you. The Gulfstream V is a twin-engine turbofan long-range business jet manufactured by Gulfstream Aerospace. The aircraft can reach speeds of 0.9 Mach. Its service ceiling is up to 1600 meters with a range of 1200 kilometers. The aircraft can accommodate up to 5 crew members and 14 passengers. Moreover, all the facilities on board are handcrafted. For instance, the sofa chair you are sitting on is made from Dutch calfskin. Additionally, it features a massage function, with each sofa chair costing around 1 million yuan. Hearing this, Lin Chen remained unfazed while Lu Qi and Yuan Qier beside him were swallowing hard, their eyes filled with astonishment. After all, just one sofa chair costs 1 million. The shocking figure truly startled them. At that moment, they felt that the sofa chair was no longer just a piece of furniture, but a mountain of gold. Furthermore, the entire interior of the aircraft was suffused with a strong aura of wealth. Seeing the dazed expressions of the two, Lin Chen merely smiled faintly. Then pointing to a spot, he said, please sit down. The two nodded mechanically and numbly sat on the chairs. At that moment, Lin Chen continued, all right, go get us some drinks. Certainly, Mr. Lin. The chief flight attendant nodded and walked into a small room nearby, preparing some drinks before returning. Mr. Lin, the captain asked me to inform you that the aircraft will take off in 10 minutes with a total flight time of about 2.5 hours. Lin Chen nodded in response and quickly switched his phone to flight mode. During takeoff, no electronic signals should interfere. At this moment, Lin Chen poured himself a glass of ice wine. Ice wine is made from grapes that have naturally frozen on the vine in colder temperatures. I must say the taste is indeed quite delightful. Not bad. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction as he lowered the small television in front of him. He began to watch an American drama while enjoying the massage system of the sofa chair. Soon the aircraft took off smoothly. Throughout the journey, Lin Chen watched television while chatting with the two in front of him. 2 hours passed in no time. After disembarking from the plane, the three of them first had a meal nearby. Then Lin Chen continued driving towards it. Lin Chen's hometown is not in Hien City, but in a small county nearby called Lucheng. This small county has been developing well in recent years and is reportedly soon to have direct subway access from the city. Lin Chen drove with navigation directly to his hometown. After about 30 minutes, he finally arrived at the small county of his hometown. After dropping Lu Qi off near his home, Lin Chen drove towards his own residential complex. At this moment, under his home, a Mercedes-Benz class worth over 1 million was parked there. Meanwhile, in his home, Lin Chen's father sat looking rather grim. Opposite him, Lin Chen's father's old friend Yi Changyu sat there holding a purple clay teapot and boasting. At this moment in this household, Yi Changyu was boasting extravagantly. "Hey old Lin, what do you think about my child? How did it come to this?" In just 3 years, not only was he promoted to the vice president of the company, but he also bought a Mercedes which seemed to cost around 1 million. Moreover, this time he came back, he even brought me a bottle of fine wine. What was it called? Remy Martin. Yi Changyu said with a helpless expression as he glanced around. The young man beside him, thin in stature, dressed in a suit and wearing black-rimmed glasses, asked, "Remy Martin." The young man smiled as he spoke. Hearing this, Yi Changyu waved his hand and said, "Well, I can't remember, and I can't get used to foreign wines. They all taste the same to me." Listening to this boastful talk, Lin's father had a grim expression. However, he still said with a smile, "TT." At this moment, Yi Changyu continued, "By the way, old Lin, is your child coming back this year? I heard from old Li that Xiao Chun earned quite a bit in Zhonghai and even transferred 10,000 back home last time." Lin's father, upon hearing this, awkwardly smiled. Honestly, while making money is good, not having the time to rest and visit your parents is truly unacceptable. To be frank, why not just let Xiao Chun resign and go work at our Abao's company? This time the boss of Abao's company directly gave him 5 days off. Besides, I remember Xiao Chun was studying computer science, which fits perfectly with the job. Plus, Abao is now the vice president of the company and can offer some support. "Oh right, Abao, what was the name of your company again?" "Yuanlong Games," Yi Guobao said with a smile. Listening to this boastful conversation, Lin's father's fingers gripping the water cup began to turn pale. His entire face looked particularly bad, even turning a shade of purple. I don't really understand this. That mainly depends on what Xiao Chun wants." Hearing this, Yi Changyu pouted. He then spoke up, "All right, when Xiao Chun comes back, I'll personally talk to him." At that moment, Yi Guobao suddenly clutched his stomach and said, "Uncle Lin, sorry, I need to go to the bathroom first." Go ahead. Waving his hand, Yi Guobao dashed to the restroom. Just as Yi Changyu was about to continue boasting, the front door of the house was knocked on. "Who is it?" Lin's father stood up and walked to the door. "Dad, it's me, Lin Chun." Hearing this, Lin's father immediately felt a surge of joy in his heart, and quickly, as soon as the door opened, he saw 4 boxes of goods placed there. It took Lin Chen a while to carry them in. Even with a perfect physique, it was still somewhat laborious. Watching this scene, Lin's father looked a bit dumbfounded. "Son, what's all this?" he asked, pointing at the 4 boxes behind him. "Oh, since the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming up, I thought I hadn't bought you two any gifts in years. This year I made a little profit by partnering with a friend in business, so I bought a few things." "Hey, you child. Just wasting money." Lin's father scolded Lin Chen. However, despite his words, he felt quite happy inside. At this moment, Lin Chen moved everything inside. After moving it in, he saw Yi Changyu there and immediately greeted him with a smile. "Yo, Uncle Yi, you're here." "Haha, Xiao Chen, it's been a while since we last met. You've lost quite a bit of weight. Working outside must be hard, right?" Yi Changyu said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Chen's gaze flickered. There seems to be more to this conversation. It seemed like he was intentionally trying to show off something. Lin Chen smiled slightly and glanced at his father, who had a somewhat unpleasant expression. Then Lin Chen smiled again and said, "Haha, work is tough. It's always hard work, right? By the way, Uncle Yi, I heard that Bao Gu is doing quite well in Zhonghai. What gift did I bring for you this time?" To be honest, he hadn't seen Yi Changyu's family for 5 or 6 years now. It was quite obvious that they didn't come with good intentions. Hearing this, Yi Changyu immediately raised his head, saying, "Oh, my child just doesn't understand. He brought me a bottle of foreign wine. But Xiao Chen, isn't this gift a bit lacking? It's packed in this shabby cardboard box. What do you have in here?" Lin Chen smiled slightly and replied, "Oh, just some worthless items. After all, it's the thought that counts." With that, Lin Chen waved his hand. Yi Changyu was even more excited. He immediately walked up to the box and said, "Old Lin, this is your child's heartfelt gesture. Why don't you open it and take a look?" This. Lin's father hesitated a bit. After all, according to his son, they had only made a small profit. Thus, he did not have high expectations for this gift. Yi Changyu clearly intended to flaunt this matter to his family. Hearing this, Lin's father couldn't help but haha, let's not open it just yet. Yi Changyu continued. Hey, what's there to feel embarrassed about? If you are too shy to open it, let me help you. As he spoke, Yi Changyu reached out his hand. Lin's father was a bit anxious and was just about to intervene. However, he noticed that his son winked at him. Watching this scene, Lin's father was a bit confused. But then he understood something deep down. Could it be? In an instant, Lin's father froze. He silently watched the excited Yi Changyu open the box. As for Yi Changyu, he was filled with excitement. In his view, the items Lin Shen brought back could not possibly be anything good. And that bottle of Remy Martin that his son brought back. He said it was over 2,000 for a bottle. Excited, Yi Changyu opened the first box. When he saw what was inside, he was momentarily dumbfounded. A whole box of cigarettes. Moreover, he clearly saw on the packaging, Huangalu 1916. This entire box was filled with Huangalu 1916. He also knew the price of this brand. Even a single pack of Huangalu 1916 could sell for 100 a pack. Therefore, this entire box was worth 2,000. However, this box was worth 5,000,000. Gulyalu. Yi Changyu swallowed hard, completely stunned. 5,000 for a box of cigarettes. This price was simply terrifying. At that moment, Yi Changyu dared not continue opening it. Seeing Yi Changju's dumbfounded expression, Lin's father's lips also curved into a slight smile. Hey Lao Yu, why aren't you continuing to open it? Patting Yi Changyu on the shoulder, Lin's father glanced at the box, and when he saw the entire box of Huangalu 1916, the corners of his eyes twitched intensely. This kid. He actually bought a whole box of Huangalu 1916. Feeling a moment of internal cursing, Yi Changyu forced a smile. Huh. I suddenly remembered it's your son who bought this, or you can open it yourself. He genuinely did not dare to open it. The contents of the first box were so shocking. How could he dare to continue opening this box? Hearing this, Lin's father also chuckled. He then casually opened the second box. Another box of Huangalu 1916. Yi Changju's heart skipped a beat. Then Lin's father casually opened the third box. As the box opened, 6 bottles of 15-year-old Feitian Matai were revealed to Lin's father and Yi Changyu. Instantly, Yi Changju's heart nearly stopped. 15-year-old Feitian Matai. Each bottle costs at least over 3,000. That means this entire box is worth 18,000. And judging by the previous situation, the second box was definitely also Feitian Matai. Sure enough, upon opening, it was 6 bottles of 15-year-old Feitian Matai again. At this moment, to be honest, Yi Changyu felt a bit jealous. Hey you. Spending money so recklessly. The old man there grinned at Lin Shen. His words were filled with arrogance. Then he casually took out a bottle of wine and said, Lao Yi, how about we have a drink? This. Yi Changyu looked at the bottle of Feitian Matai, his eyes widened. To be honest, he had never drunk such a high-quality wine. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. All right. As they spoke, the two sat down. Lin's father brought 2 glass cups and filled them. Yi Changyu at that moment also smiled and asked Lin Shen, Xiaochen, what are you doing in Zhonghai now? Where did you get so much money to buy so many good things for your father? Yi Changyu curiously asked. In response, Lin Shen smiled and then said, not much, just messing around in Zhonghai. A while ago, I happened to have a product that sold well, so I made a small profit. Lin Shen said with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Changyu became interested. He immediately spoke from the perspective of an experienced person. Hey Xiaochen, you can't do this. One must have a plan. You can make some small profits like this, but it won't last long. Uncle did similar things when I was young and made some small profits too. But later I realized while small profits can be made, they aren't sustainable. Young people need to work steadily and diligently to live a stable life. In my opinion, it's better to have Abayo introduce you for a job at his company. As he spoke, Yi Changyu continued to call out Abayo. Are you ready? In the bathroom, Yi Guobao had also turned off. He then washed his hands and walked out. Dad, did you call me? Yes, Xiaochen is back. Aren't you the vice president at Yuan Long Games now? Can you help Xiaochen arrange a job? Yi Changyu spoke. Hee, all right, Dad. Yi Guobao nodded with a smile and then looked up. When he saw Lin Shen, he was a bit stunned. This Yi Guobao was utterly bewildered. Familiar. The face before him evoked only 2 words. Familiar. In the next moment, Yi Guobao's breathing grew heavy. He quickly pulled out his phone and began to scroll through the chat history. Soon he found the photo posted by General Manager Zhou Nan in the high-level group of the Yuan Long game. Upon seeing the photo, Yi Guobao began to compare it repeatedly. After a while, he reached a conclusion. It's identical. No wonder. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity when he first saw this photo. To be honest, Yi Guobao was not very familiar with Lin Shen. He had only met him 2 or 3 times as a child. The last time they met was 8 years ago. After all, people change over time, and Yi Guobao only recognized Lin Shen's photo. However, because Lin Shen's family was of average means, and they hadn't seen each other for years, he hadn't thought along those lines. But who would have imagined? Lin Shen was actually the chairman behind the Yuan Long game. And his father had just mentioned something about introducing him for a job. Introducing the chairman for what a joke. Immediately Yi Guobao smiled bitterly. Then he said, I guess there's nothing I can do. Upon hearing this, Yi Chanyu was taken aback and frowned as he spoke. Didn't you say you're the vice president of the company now? How can you not handle such a small matter? Isn't it easy to arrange for someone? Yi Chanyu reprimanded him, immediately feeling embarrassed. After all, he had previously boasted about how impressive his son was as the vice president of the company. He had even promised to help Lin Shan find a job. At this moment, Yi Chanyu felt a surge of anger. Meanwhile, Yi Guobao was helplessly smiling as he spoke. Dad, if you want me to arrange for someone else, perhaps I could help based on their qualifications and abilities. But if you want me to arrange for Chairman Lin to join the company, isn't that a joke? Chairman Lin doesn't need my help to get into the company. As these words fell, Yi Chanyu was stunned and couldn't help but ask, what did you just say? Chairman Lin, what's going on here? This is our chairman of Yuanlong Game, Chairman Lin. Saying this, Yi Guobao also addressed Lin Shan. Hello, Chairman Lin, I am the vice general manager of Yuanlong Game. After this statement, Yi Chanyu was left in a daze. The wine glass in his hand fell onto the table, and he appeared completely dazed, his expression blank. Subsequently, his cheeks flushed with heat. What was he saying about being diligent at work instead of speculating? His son was the vice president of Yuanlong Game, asking him to arrange a job. What a joke. That person is your son's boss. The boss of a big company. Still pretending in front of others. At that moment, Yi Chanyu felt that the wine in his hand had lost its flavor. It felt as if he had been slapped repeatedly in the face by an invisible hand. And the most crucial part was that he had willingly offered his face for the slap. As for Lin's father, he maintained a calm smile, but deep down a storm of emotions had already surged. When did his son become the boss of a big company? How was it that he knew nothing about this? In an instant, Lin's father was filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, Yi Chanyu awkwardly smiled, and then he said, Haha, old Lin, I won't disturb your family reunion any longer. If I don't go back now, my wife will start nagging me, so I'll take my leave. As he spoke, Yi Chanyu hurriedly ran off. Meanwhile, Lin's father was in high spirits, humming a little tune. As Yi Chanyu left, he ran into Lin's mother. After a brief exchange and some pleasantries, they returned indoors. Lin's mother was mumbling, Old Lin, whose car is that downstairs, so luxurious. Before she could finish, she noticed the 4 cardboard boxes placed there. Suddenly her brows furrowed, and just as she was about to scold someone, she saw Lin Shan and froze. Mom, I'm back, Lin Shan said with a smile. Son, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I didn't prepare any dishes. I'll go buy some. Lin's mother was a bit flustered, trembling as she planned to turn around and go out to buy groceries. However, Lin Shan smiled and said, No need, Mom, just some home-cooked dishes will do. Following that, Lin Shan pulled out 2 jewelry boxes from his bag. Then she took the 2 boxes and couldn't help but say, You child, stop spending money recklessly. It's enough. Then she took the 2 boxes and couldn't help but say, You child, stop spending money recklessly. It's enough that you came back. Why bring gifts? As she spoke, she opened the jewelry box. Upon seeing the emerald-studded gold necklace inside, and the pure gold bracelet beside it, she was instantly taken aback. A pure gold necklace. A pure gold bracelet. Just these 2 items left him speechless with astonishment. Then he turned to Lin Shan. You child, always spending money recklessly. You need to save money to buy a house and marry a wife. Although she said this, a smile of satisfaction and pride adorned her mother's face. In response, Lin Shan smiled and said, It's fine, Mom. They'll put this necklace on you. As he spoke, Lin Shan prepared to pick up the necklace. However, at that moment, he was suddenly pushed away. Go away. What are you doing putting it on your mom? Let me do it. Saying this, Lin's father took the necklace and walked behind Lin's mother, gently placing it around her neck. Instantly, the emerald green and golden necklace sparkled brilliantly under the light. Lin's father nodded in satisfaction and then spoke. Tisk, no wonder she's from the Lin family. She's beautiful, and with this necklace on, she looks even more stunning. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother blushed and quickly replied, You old rascal. Always with your sweet talk. Despite her words, Lin Shan could clearly see the happiness on his mother's face. Beside them, Lin Shan thought, Damn, why do I feel like I've been fed a mouthful of dog food? For a moment, he didn't know what to say. However, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a hint of a smile. Yet at this moment, Lin Shan found it increasingly difficult to maintain his smile. Hey, I wonder who the child takes after. Clearly his father knows how to please people, yet he's already grown up, while Jiang Xiaobei from the Jiang family can run around naked to buy soy sauce. How is it that he still doesn't have a partner? Lin Shan, what the hell? How can this be brought up about me? No, Mom, Alright, since you're back, I won't Tomorrow I'll arrange for you to meet a girl. The daughter from the Zhao family is quite nice. Besides, she works in Zhonghai now, so you two can take care of each other. Before Lin Shan could finish his words, Lin's mother picked up a basket of vegetables and walked into the kitchen. Lin Shan just opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say something, Lin's father continued. By the way, just now, old Yi asked me about you. You better tell me honestly. What are you actually doing in Zhonghai? How did you become the boss of a big company? Hearing this, Lin Shun was taken aback. He had long prepared an excuse for this. I've been thinking about how to tell you. Actually, back when I was about to graduate from university, I bought a lottery ticket and won over 2,000 yuan. Since this money was unexpected, I didn't tell you. I also casually opened a securities account and invested all 2,000 yuan into a stock. I initially thought that if I lost money then so be it, but unexpectedly that stock skyrocketed. By the time I realized to check, I had already earned nearly 8,000 yuan. And then I just happened to use that million to acquire the newly started yuan long game. Lin Shun shrugged helplessly, appearing somewhat exasperated. Of course, this story was merely meant to fool his parents, who were oblivious to the market. If someone knowledgeable about the market heard this flawed narrative, they would never believe it. After all, not to mention stocks making nearly 8,000 yuan in such a short time is almost impossible. Just a million to buy yuan long game. That's simply impossible. Soon dinner was ready. Entering the kitchen, Lin Shun helped serve the dishes and scoop rice, picking up chopsticks to eat. The table was filled with delicious dishes, most of which were Lin Shun's favorites, as there were still some frozen ingredients stored in the fridge. After being cooked, Lin Shun thoroughly enjoyed the meal. While his parents chatted with him about work and his future wife, he finished 2 large bowls of rice. After all, no matter how exquisite or well-prepared the delicacies of the finest chefs, they can never compare to the taste of dishes made by one's own mother. The meal was quite harmonious. After filling their stomachs with food and drink, Lin Shun's family sat on the sofa watching television. However, it seemed that only he was watching the show while his mother was admiring the bracelet and necklace he had given her. Meanwhile, his father was contentedly touching the cigarette box beside him. He had grown reluctant to smoke, even though Lin Shun had bought him a whole box, as each pack cost 100 yuan. On average, each cigarette cost 10 yuan. Lin Shun hadn't expected that this box of Huangala 1916 could even help his father quit smoking. After that, his mother began to chatter on about the daughter of the Zhao family. She arranged a blind date for him tomorrow, insisting that he must leave a good impression on the girl. With a sigh of helpless laughter, Lin Shun eventually excused himself under the pretense of needing to work and hurried to his room. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. After that, Lin Shun glanced at his WeChat. At that moment, Lu Qi had sent, "Shinzi, have you seen the class group?" "No, what's up?" Lin Shun asked in confusion. "The group mentioned that everyone is going to visit Teacher Zhang tomorrow. Are you going to join us?" Teacher Zhang was their homeroom teacher from high school. During the first 2 years of high school, Lin Shun was not very studious and was quite playful. If it hadn't been for Teacher Zhang chasing him down to internet cafes every day, he would have likely neglected his. At the end of his second year, Teacher Zhang lectured him sternly, and it was this moment that really awakened Lin Shun. In his third year, he underwent a transformation. Consequently, he was able to attend Zhonghai University of Finance, which was a decent institution. Had it not been for Teacher Zhang's words, Lin Shun would probably have only attended an ordinary second-tier university. Looking back, he was quite grateful to Teacher Zhang. At that moment, Lin Shun pondered for a moment, and then said, "All right, I'll go with you tomorrow." "Great, please report to our class monitor in the group." "Sure." Lin Shun nodded, and then opened the high school class group. The group, once dead silent, was now quite lively, with many people participating. "Everyone is going to visit Teacher Zhang tomorrow. Remember to report to me here." "Got it, I just returned. Let's go to—" "I will too." "Me too." At this moment, many people in the class group began to chime in. It was at this time that a voice emerged. "Chao Yang. I'm also going, and after the visit I'll treat everyone to dinner at Ju Fu Lu." "What? Ju Fu Lu? Chao Yang, have you struck it rich?" "Yeah, going to Ju Fu Lu. One meal there would probably cost me thousands." The class monitor Li Xuan also spoke up. "No, let's just gather together." "Chao Yang, if you really want to go to Ju Fu Lu, is it worth it?" "Hey, it's nothing. I can afford this little expense. I just got promoted to manager recently." "Then Lin Shun, back in high school, Teacher Zhang treated you well. Are you not coming back to see Teacher Zhang?" Seeing this message, Lin Shun narrowed his eyes slightly. Chao Yang had a conflict with him back in high school. He didn't expect that so much time had passed, and he was still targeted. Lin Shun helplessly shook his head and replied, "I was just about to say it when Chao Yang tagged me. I'm returning to Luqing this time, and he'll go with Lu Qi tomorrow." Looking at this scene, Chao Yang's face immediately broke into a smile. In his heart, he coldly snorted, "You always stole the spotlight in school back then." "Lin Shun, I want to see how you compete with me now. By the way, Lin Shun, how are you doing these days? I heard you stayed in Zhonghai after graduation." Chao Yang continued talking. Everyone was filled with curiosity about this. Back then, Lin Shun was a dark horse in their class. His grades in the third year rose from mediocre to among the top 30 in the grade. He was also a top student in the class and managed to get into Zhonghai University of Finance during college entrance exams. In their class, he was definitely the best performer. Moreover, he was made an example by the school. Lin Shun smiled faintly and then spoke. "Nothing much, just idling around in Zhonghai, barely making ends meet," Lin Shun said with a calm demeanor. After all, he had nothing much to say to Chao Yang. Moreover, they were all classmates before, so there was no need to put on airs. However, Chao Yang suddenly laughed and continued, "Hey Lin Shen, that's not good. Although I'm just a salesman, I can still earn over 30,000 a month. Your situation is really..." After this remark, the class group erupted with praises for Chao Liang. "Wow, brother Chao, you've struck it rich. Wow, 30,000 a month. Where are you working now?" "Geez, brother Chao is probably doing the best among us." "Exactly, hey, I just graduated, and I'm only earning a bit over 3,000 a month. Rent and utilities take up half my salary. How am I supposed to live?" Lin Shen smiled at this scene, but said nothing. Meanwhile, Lu Qi was furious. He privately messaged Lin Shen, "Seriously Chinzi, these guys are too superficial." Lin Shen smiled faintly in response, saying, "There's no need to argue with these guys." He had a rather open-minded perspective on these matters. Since Chao Liang wants to show off, let him show off. But Chinzi, this guy has crossed the line. Lu Qi was still indignant about it. Lin Shen, however, gave a faint smile. "Enough, I know you're looking out for me, but there's no need to argue with a dog. If a dog bites you, are you going to bite it back? There's no need for that." Hearing this, Lu Qi was taken aback. "All right, I'll pick you up at your place tomorrow, and we'll go visit Teacher Zhang together." "Fine." At the thought of the night XV, Lu Qi felt a surge of excitement. At the same time, he muttered to himself, "Let Chao Liang have his moment. Tomorrow will show him what a true tycoon really is." With that, Lu Qi turned off his phone. As for Lin Shen, he lay on the bed scrolling through his phone. After a while, he settled down to rest. The night passed swiftly. The next morning, Lin Shen was awakened by the sound of his mother cleaning. Waking up, Lin Shen rubbed his head in mild annoyance. "You're always getting up so late when you come back. Look at the time, hurry up and eat breakfast." His mother immediately chimed in. "I know, Mom." Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Shen quickly got up, headed to the bathroom to freshen up, and simultaneously performed his daily check-in. "Congratulations, host, on a successful check-in. You have obtained 100 equity in Junyao Capital." Hearing this, Lin Shen was momentarily stunned. Junyao Capital. This was a top-tier investment firm in the country. I didn't expect it to be Junyao Capital. Lin Shen stroked his chin deep in thought. "All right, but I'll need to pick up the equity certificate sometime. If I keep it all in the ICBC safe deposit box, it's almost full." He shook his head helplessly. Lin Shen decided to go grocery shopping with his mother. They left the house together. Not far from their doorstep, there was a market. As soon as they entered, a strong smell of poultry hit them, and the ground was slightly damp. That was how the market in a small town was, lacking sanitation management, and rather messy. He followed his mother around the market, helping carry the groceries. Meanwhile, his mother was busy haggling, which Lin Shen found a bit exasperating. After all, a few dollars here, and they were hardly worth worrying about now. But his mother seemed to enjoy it, taking pleasure. He didn't say anything. After a full round through the market, their hands were laden with goods. "See, this bunch of groceries would have cost over 150. But with my haggling, I saved more than 30 bucks. You young people just don't get it." Lin Shen could only smile in response. "Yes, you're right. Shall we head back now?" "All right. You're meeting your teacher and classmates for lunch today. So we'll stew this chicken tonight, and save you some for when you get back." Lin's mother lifted the chicken she was holding. Lin Shen quickly replied, "No, you and Dad should stew it for lunch. Just leave a portion for me." Soon they returned. After helping her clean the groceries, Lin Shen checked the time. It was around 1030. He glanced at the class group chat. Many had already set off. Some were even waiting in the neighborhood where Teacher Zhang lived. After saying goodbye to his parents, he drove to pick up Lu Qi. Arriving at Lu Qi's neighborhood, he picked him up and headed straight for Teacher Zhang's. Teacher Zhang lived in an older neighborhood. As they approached, the roads became congested. Many cars were parked along the roadside. Lin Shen looked around and said, "There are so many cars. I doubt there's any parking left inside. How about we just park here and walk in?" Lu Qi nodded in agreement. "Sure." With that, they parked the car, bought some fruit at a roadside supermarket, and walked into the neighborhood. At the entrance of Teacher Zhang's building, a crowd had gathered. "Geez, why isn't Lin Shen here yet? He's so slow." "Exactly, he's wasting everyone's time." Many classmates checked their phones and complained. Chao Liang sneered, "Oh, cut him some slack. Our top scholar hasn't been living well. He can't afford a car or a taxi, so he has to take the bus. It's only natural he's slow." As he finished speaking, Lin Shen's figure slowly approached. Looking at Lin Shen and the nearby Lu Qi, who were carrying a fruit basket, they walked in. The crowd also revealed a hint of disdain. In their view, it seemed that Chao Liang had hit the nail on the head. They probably took the bus here. At this moment, a rich smile appeared on Chao Liang's face as he spoke to Lin Shen. "Tisk, you really did walk in. How have you been doing? After working for so long, you still haven't bought a car." "I bought a BMW 3 Series last month, and it feels amazing." Lin Shen had no interest in arguing and was too lazy to defend himself. After all, arguing with such a person was simply a waste of breath. Seeing Lin Shen like this, Chao Liang was even more excited inside. At this moment, he was convinced that Lin Shen was definitely doing worse than him. He continued, "What good is good grades? It's just high scores with low abilities. Let me tell you, in this world, only capability is real." I currently earn 30,000 a month, and according to my boss, if I can secure an order from Yulong Games, my commission for a single month could be 100,000. After saying this, Chao Liang's face was full of pride. He looked at Lin Shan with eyes full of disdain. In his view, a commission of 100,000 was enough to crush Lin Shan to pieces. Wow, Chao Ge, you've really made it big, a commission of 100,000. Yes, Chao Ge, your commission is really impressive. But Chao Ge, about that order. Chao Liang raised an eyebrow and continued. That order is definitely secured. I've already contacted the operations department of Yulong Games. Moreover, the vice president even invited me to dine at Li Gang restaurant recently. You all know Li Gang restaurant in Zhonghai, right? A meal there costs several thousand. Chao Liang boasted madly, and then turned to Lin Shan. Lin Shan, you are also in Zhonghai. Have you ever had a lunch that costs over 1,000? As for that 100,000, I guess you wouldn't even dare to think about it, right? In response, Lin Shan merely smiled faintly while Lu Qi beside him became anxious. He immediately spoke up loudly. Chao Liang, don't go too far. We are all classmates. Don't think that just because you have some dirty money you can show off here. Do you know that Lin Shan is now? Lin Shan waved his hand and said, enough, everyone stop talking. Chao Liang, I'm here to visit Teacher Zhang today, not to compete with you. Since everyone is here, let's go up together. After this statement fell, the class monitor also reacted and immediately spoke up. Yes, we are here to visit Teacher Zhang, let's go up first. As for Chao Liang, if you are not here to visit Teacher Zhang, please leave. The class monitor had actually been displeased with Chao Liang for a long time. Hearing this, Chao Liang snorted coldly, his eyes revealing a hint of gloom. Consider yourself lucky this time. With that, everyone began to go upstairs. After chatting with Teacher Zhang for a while upstairs, they finally left one after another. Soon everyone started heading to Ju Fu Lu for a meal. At this time, Chao Liang was boasting there. Let me tell you, Ju Fu Lu is a top-notch Cantonese restaurant and is quite popular in Lu City. This time I specially booked a private room for you, and I've ordered every dish that can be ordered for you. Although this restaurant may not be as good as Li Gang restaurant in Zhonghai, it's still not bad. Once the dishes are served, we can all go together. As he spoke, Chao Liang glanced at Lin Shan and said, by the way, Lin Shan, you look like you've lost quite a bit of weight. You've probably been through a lot lately. You know, even for the sake of making money, you can't wear yourself out right. When the dishes come, make sure to eat more. Although Chao Liang's words were filled with concern, there was, however, a hint of mockery. Many people looked at Lin Shan with eyes full of derision. I won't need it, but it's just the way it is. But Chao Liang, you've been sleeping poorly lately. Those dark circles under your eyes are quite serious. I remember there's a famous dish in Cantonese cuisine called Buddha jumps over the wall, which has ingredients that nourish the kidney. You should drink a couple more bowls or remember to take care of yourself. Lin Shan said with a smile. As soon as this statement fell, Chao Liang's face immediately darkened. What does this mean? Many people nearby were stifling their laughter, looking at Chao Liang with mocking expressions. Then Chao Liang fell silent, leading everyone into the private room. However, at this moment, not far behind the crowd, a young man dressed in trendy brands suddenly noticed Lin Shan. Upon seeing Lin Shan, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Wow, is that brother Lin? Suddenly Deng Hong's eyes widened. He immediately walked to the front desk and asked, which private room did that group of people just go to? The front desk, seeing the visitor, did not dare to neglect and quickly said, young master, those people were in. Got it, let me see their menu. After looking at the menu, Deng Hong nodded repeatedly. After pondering for a moment, he continued, I'll go to the wine cellar, and please make this table complimentary. There's a friend of mine in there. Understood, young master. The crowd remained unaware of the happenings outside. At this moment, Lin Shan followed everyone inside the room. Once inside, the group engaged in idle chatter. Then the class monitor glanced at his phone and exclaimed in surprise, Su Jia is back this year as well. The surprise was evident in everyone's eyes as they heard this. Su Jia, I remember she transferred out during sophomore year, right? Yeah, I didn't expect her to return this year. Chao Liang replied to the class monitor. Class monitor, since we're all classmates, why not invite Su Jia to join us? Sure. The class monitor nodded and after some discussion made the announcement. Alright, Su Jia said she is visiting Teacher Zhang and that we should eat without waiting for her. With a nod from Chao Liang, the dishes began to be served. This is a famous dish, free-range chicken steamed for 8 hours with Fujian sea salt and all-natural feed. And this is peanut lotus root and pork rib soup, served in limited quantities each day. The soup, refreshing and not too heavy, left a lasting aftertaste, showcasing the chef's exquisite skills. The more Chao Liang spoke, the prouder he became, brimming with a sense of superiority. As for dessert, this is mango sago, a classic among culinary classics. Chao Liang had prepared extensively, effortlessly earning the favor of many girls. This chicken is truly delicious. The soup is great too. Although this meal is pricey, it's worth it. The classmates unanimously praised Chao Liang's expertise. This guy is amazing. You can tell he often dines at high-end restaurants. A true rich person. Chao Yang feigned modesty while feeling quite proud inside. He also noticed several women casting flirtatious glances in his direction. With this attention, Chao Yang's imagination began to run wild. Perhaps he could forge some connections here. In that moment, Chao Yang was brimming with confidence. Just then the door to the private room swung up. Deng Hong walked in wearing a somewhat flattering smile. Seeing Deng Hong enter, Lin Shen felt a bit bewildered. He then noticed that Deng Hong was holding a bottle of Lafite 2011 in his arms. Chao Yang was momentarily stunned by this sight. Wait, what's going on? Brother, we didn't order any wine. Seeing the Lafite 2011 in Deng Hong's hand, he began to panic. He had seen the Lafite 2011 on the menu before. It cost over 13,000 per bottle. He definitely couldn't afford that. This wine is a gift for you, and your table is on the house, Deng Hong said nonchalantly. Immediately the others began to chime in. Wow, Chao Gu, you really are impressed. Exactly, getting a free meal and a bottle of red wine. Chao Gu, you have quite the status. Meanwhile, the bewildered Chao Yang looked completely lost. Deep down he knew he didn't have such clout. Getting a free meal at Ju Fu Lu and receiving a bottle of red wine. It was absurd. As for Deng Hong, he rolled his eyes and said, Chao Gu, who is that? The reason for the free meal and wine is because Lin Gu is here. What? Lin Gu? Who here is Lin Gu? In an instant, everyone was taken aback and discussions erupted. Amidst the astonished and puzzled looks, Deng Hong approached Lin Shen, wearing a broad smile. Hey brother, you come to my family's restaurant to eat, and don't give me a heads up, so I can prepare in advance for you. Look at what you're eating. If you had told me earlier, I could have had the kitchen prepare some good dishes for you. Moreover, I couldn't find any good wine here, so I had to settle for this Lafite 2011 that costs around 10,000. After this statement, the entire room fell into silence. At that moment, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Everyone stared at Lin Shen, their eyes filled with daze and disbelief. Is this a joke? This bottle of wine and this meal being complimentary, all thanks to Lin Shen. Moreover, from what this person in front of them was saying, it seemed as if this meal was not good enough. Everything fell into an eerie silence at that moment. It's fake. This must be fake. You are definitely a plant sent by Lin Shen. Lin Shen, I didn't expect you to be so playful now. Chao Yang, who was there, seemed to have caught on to something. He immediately pointed at Lin Shen and shouted loudly, his words dripping with confidence, as if he had grasped the truth of the matter. After his words fell, others nodded in agreement. It seemed like this was the truth. However, at that moment, Deng Hong let out a cold laugh. A plant? Hee, do you really think Brother Lin needs to hire any plants? Brother Lin owns an entire neighborhood in Zhonghai just in terms of his properties. He collects rents worth hundreds of millions every year. With these words, the crowd around gasped in shock. Looking at Lin Shen, their expressions gradually changed. Chao Yang was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Lin Shen, his eyes filled with confusion. I don't believe it, I absolutely don't believe it. This is fake, it must be fake, Chao Yang murmured. At that moment, Su Jia walked in. As Su Jia entered, many people greeted her. Su Jia nodded and walked directly to Lin Shen. Director Lin, I'm late. Also, Xiao Ma asked me to send his regards to you. He originally planned to fly back to visit you personally, but he suddenly had some matters to handle in the United States. It's fine, please tell Xiao Ma that he'll fly to Xinchuan when he returns. With this simple exchange, everyone fell silent again. Xiao Ma, personally visiting to congratulate for the Mid-Autumn Festival. What kind of identity and background does Lin Shen have now? For a moment, everyone swallowed hard, their hearts filled with a deep sense of shock. Looking at Lu Qi nearby, they couldn't help but touch their nose, then cleared their throat. Actually, Brother Lin has always told me not to say anything, but now I think it doesn't matter whether I say it or not. Previously, Chao Yang, you said you would get a commission of 100,000 if you could secure the contract for the Yuanlong game, right? As he said this, many people turned to look at Lin Shen, their faces full of curiosity. Could it be that Lin Shen has some extraordinary identity? Chao Yang, who was dumbfounded, looked over at this moment. What I want to say is whether you can get that contract really depends on Lin Shen's mood. After all, the mastermind behind the Yuanlong game is actually Chen Zi. As these words fell, the entire place fell into silence. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh my, Lin Shen is actually the boss of the Yuanlong game. Doesn't that make him a billionaire? As for Chao Yang, he couldn't believe his ears at all. How ridiculous, he had been bragging while Lin Shen had never said. It turned out that his silence didn't mean he was poor. Rather, it was because he was on an entirely different level. His actions were probably seen as comical by others. Impossible, fake, this must be fake. Chao Yang shook his head fervently, his eyes filled with disbelief. However, at that moment, Su Jia, who was beside him, coldly laughed and said, Hee, then I can only say you are ignorant. Last night, when you mocked Director Lin, I found it very amusing. Do you really have only 3 days of memory? The 2.8 million bicycle from 2 days ago was actually Director Lin's. Though the video was not very clear and only showed a side profile, if you look closely you can still tell it was Director. Hearing this, many people were still somewhat confused. What 2.8 million bicycle? After all, the influence of that trending topic was limited. Many who didn't follow celebrities were not very clear about it. But at that moment a girl quickly took out her phone. After searching, she let out a shriek. Oh, it really is Lin Chen. This side profile is exactly the same. Oh my, I just searched, and the watch on Lin Chen's wrist is actually a Patek Philippe 5000 and 2P Platinum version. The price is 17.6 million. Soon everything Lin Chen was wearing was being unveiled with their prices. As for Lin Chen, he could only smile. Everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, everyone was filled with shock. Oh my, so Lin Chen is the real big boss. Today has truly opened my eyes. Lin Chen, you are so low-key I failed to recognize your greatness. Lin Chen continued to smile brightly, calmly, and serenely. Fellow classmates, tonight, there's no need to be polite with me, drink freely. Brother Lin, you are so generous. Everyone praised in unison. Only Chao Liang's face was ashen. He wished he could just dig a hole and hide in it. Soon they were full from food and drink. Due to having a bit of alcohol, Lin Chen did not rush to leave. Just then someone in the group suggested going to sing, and Lin Chen agreed. Nearby they found a KTV and entered a large private room. After ordering several rounds of beer, they began. Since Lin Chen had to drive later, he refrained from drinking. After a round of singing, time flew by. Before long it was 4 in the afternoon. By this time everyone was tired and urged Lin Chen to sing a song, which marked the end of their session. With Lu Qi in tow, Lin Chen returned to the car. After resting for 4 hours and having not drunk much, the alcohol in his body had mostly dissipated. Once in the car, he started the engine and drove towards home. Upon seeing Lin Chen's vehicle, everyone was taken. What the heck, what car is this? Looks like an SUV. No way, I've never seen an SUV with such thick. Wait a minute, let me check. Damn. This is a Night 15. What? A Night 15? Holy crap. This vehicle is an armored SUV worth over 15 million. In that moment, everyone was nearly left breathless. The price of over 15 million along with the imposing presence of the Night XV was enough to incite tension and fear. Soon the vehicle began to move slowly away. As the Night 15 departed, the group collectively sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's car sped towards home. However, the road that had been smooth suddenly became congested as they reached the city center. This congestion lasted nearly 30 minutes. What should have been a 10-minute drive was stretched out to 3 times that. Up ahead, a small Kian and a BMW had collided. Both drivers were women. The road was a single lane for 2 cars, leading to a complete blockage. The 2 female drivers were engaged in a heated argument. At that moment, Lin Chen felt quite annoyed. Moreover, the number of cars behind him was gradually increasing. A fire truck was also trying to move forward. Other drivers made way, but when it got to Lin Chen, the fire truck was stuck. As a result, many drivers behind pointed fingers at Lin Chen. He felt quite helpless about this. He could only keep honking the horn. However, the 2 female drivers immediately began to curse at Lin Chen. What are you honking for? What do you want? Can't you see there's an accident? If you have the ability, just fly past. Driving a broken SUV and thinking you can rush here. Lin Chen was both amused and angered by this, his irritation boiling inside. Having already been somewhat annoyed, the provocation made him sneer coldly. Then he turned to Lu Qi beside him and said, "Buckle your seatbelt and hold on tight." Huh. At that moment, Lu Qi was a bit confused, not quite understanding what Lin Chen meant, but in the next moment Lin Chen released the handbrake and gently pressed the With the vehicle roaring in anger, it suddenly surged forward like a wild bull. Bang! The Night XV, being a bulletproof vehicle with an exceptionally tough exterior, crashed into the BMW and the small Kian, sending them flying apart. The front of Lin Chen's vehicle crumpled downwards. As for Lin Chen, he sped away, leaving a cloud of dust behind. In that moment, everyone fell into silence. Even the firefighters behind were stunned, but soon they acted as if they hadn't seen anything and drove off towards the fire scene. After all, they knew full well that the 2 women were not worth their time. At that moment, the owner of the small Kian let out a wail. "My car." Then she exchanged a glance with the BMW driver, and they seemed to share a common goal. The BMW driver took out her phone and began to complain about Lin Chen. Many passers-by also took out their phones to take pictures and posted them on social media. The female driver of the BMW called angrily, "Honey, the BMW you just bought for me has been..." "What? You better explain clearly what happened." "It's like this: earlier on the road I scratched against another car. While I was negotiating with that jerk, a broken SUV came crashing in." "What kind of car was it?" "I don't know, I've never seen it before, but it must be some small brand." "Damn it, fine. Remember what the car looked like." "I remember, honey, you have to get revenge for me," the BMW driver said sweetly. "Alright, as long as that brat is still in Luching, I can make him kneel down and apologize to you." "Damn, how dare he hit my... But I have something to take care of, I need to hurry and sell this old crone's house, damn." "Okay, love you, moi." Meanwhile, Lin Chen had returned home. As soon as he entered the door, he froze. Second uncle. Lin Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. He never expected that his second uncle would show up. His second uncle was a fisherman, primarily making a living by fishing at the edge of Chaohu Lake. Earlier his second uncle had married a wife. They had a son together, but unable to endure the hardships of fishing, she ran away in the middle of the night. For a long time it had just been his second uncle and his son relying on each other. A couple of years ago, due to the demolition of their old house, they were allocated a 2-bedroom apartment in the county. Xiao Chen is back. His second uncle looked at Lin Chun grinning widely, revealing 2 rows of big yellow teeth. However, a frown quickly replaced his smile as he took a puff from his cigarette. Hey, fishing is getting harder and harder now. Exhaling a smoke ring, his second uncle continued. Hearing this, Lin Chun smiled and replied, well, you don't need to fish anymore, uncle. Now that my second brother has grown up and found a job, he is fully capable of supporting you. His second uncle shook his head with a bitter smile. You know that kid of mine, he will have to marry a wife in the future. I'm still hoping to save some money for his wedding house, while I'm still able to move around. Even if I can't save up, my apartment can be left for him to live in. It's just a pity that I don't think I'll be able to keep this apartment. His second uncle sighed and took another puff of his cigarette. Hearing this, Lin Chun was taken aback. Frowning, he spoke up, Uncle, what's wrong? This house was compensated for during the demolition. No one should be able to touch it. His second uncle couldn't help but smile bitterly. Hey, don't mention it, our neighborhood is about to undergo demolition again. Hearing this, Lin Chun was stunned. But that's good news. Your apartment should at least be worth over $1 million in compensation. Indeed, his second uncle's resettlement apartment was located near a commercial district. If it really goes through demolition, he should at least receive over $1 million in compensation. Don't even talk about it. If I can get 20 or 30,000 in compensation, that would be considered good. I heard that the old son next door received 100,000. Lin Chun was somewhat bewildered by this. If you don't agree, those people will come to your door every day, splashing paint on your door and knocking at midnight. Hearing this, Lin Chun was completely dumbfounded. This is totally illegal. Uncle, this is against the law. You can report it to the police. Lin Chun immediately said. His second uncle shook his head with a bitter smile and replied, it's useless. I heard this person has a strong background. Last time someone reported him, it was quiet for 2 days. But guess what? The person who reported him had his leg broken the next day. Hearing this, Lin Chun clenched his jaw deep in thought. It seems this matter is not simple. As his gaze flickered, his second uncle's phone rang. With a series of digital beeps, his second uncle's face turned pale. It's him again. Lin Chun's eyes flickered. He then said, I'll answer it. He took his second uncle's phone and immediately answered the call. As soon as he picked up, a very arrogant voice came through. Old man, where have you been hiding? I'm telling you today you'll sign this house sale contract whether you want to or not. Otherwise, do you believe I can burn your house down with one match? Hearing this, Lin Chun's expression gradually turned cold. He then spoke up. I don't know who you are, but I advise you to watch your mouth. Hearing this, the man on the other end, he then began cursing. Who the hell are you? Where's that old bastard Linda Hai? Lin Chun's expression grew even colder as he replied directly. You want to buy the house? Fine, you have 10 minutes to come to building 403, Spring Community. After saying this, Lin Chun hung up the phone. Seeing Lin Chun's actions, his second uncle's face turned pale. He hurriedly asked Lin Chun, Xiao Chun, how can you let such a rogue come to your house? Hearing this, Lin Chun smiled and replied, don't worry, uncle, I can handle him. After he said this, although his second uncle looked a bit tense, he relaxed considerably. So they waited for nearly 10 minutes. The door to Lin Chun's house was suddenly banged on violently. Open the door. Damn it, you dare to order me around. Open the door. Listening to the sounds coming from outside the door, the second uncle's face instantly turned pale. They're here. The second uncle seemed a bit frightened, curling up his body. Observing this scene, Lin Chun appeared somewhat calm. Then he gently patted his second uncle and said, don't worry. They're just a bunch of punks. They'll handle them. With that, Lin Chun walked to the door and opened it. What are you making a fuss about? Have you no manners? Lin Chun exclaimed loudly. Outside the door stood a burly young man, his face full of arrogance. Next to him stood a woman, and the moment Lin Chun saw her, he was taken aback. Wasn't she the woman from the BMW? As the door swung open, the BMW woman pointed at Lin Chun and shouted, honey, it's him. This little brat crashed into my car. After saying this, the BMW woman smiled and said, hey, I was planning to find you after dealing with this. However, I didn't expect to run into you so soon. Kid, you dare to hit my wife's car. It seems you really don't know my... What do you want then? Lin Chun asked nonchalantly. Zhao Lin, who was standing there, immediately spoke up. You damaged my car, but won't be settled without $1 million. Also have this old man sign this contract. Then we can forget about today. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Chun sneered. You really dare to ask for that? Your junk car is worth at most 50,000, and you want $1 million. My second uncle's house, although just a resettlement house, is worth at least 100,000. You think you can take the house for 20 or 30,000? You really don't know who you're dealing with. Lin Chun's father now had a hint of anger. He stood up and said, that's right. Do you think you can dominate Lu City just because you have someone backing you? Instantly, Zhao Lin laughed loudly and said, "Huh? They'll tell you today, I really can dominate Lu City. Let me tell you lowly people. The owner of Jufu Catering in the county Dengchangming is my uncle. In this county, whether it's black or white, I have connections everywhere." Zhao Lin was incredibly arrogant, shaking his head with a cold smile. "Hey, your uncle must really have a good nephew. But unfortunately, do you think you can gain anything from me with this? Hey, you're really too naive. They'll give you 3 minutes to scram." Lin Chen's lips curled in disdain, his words dripping with indifference. Jufu Catering. If he remembered correctly, that should be Deng Hong's property. Hearing this, Zhao Lin's expression instantly turned cold. At the same time, his face twisted as he glared at Lin Chun and shouted angrily, "You are asking for death." With that furious shout, Zhao Lin threw a punch at Lin Chun. The power contained in that punch was terrifying. Lin Chun remained calm, slightly tilting his body. He then raised his hand and tightly grasped Zhao Lin's. With a slight exertion, Zhao Lin let out a scream. Let go of me." As Zhao Lin screamed, his other hand swung towards Lin Chun. With a cold grunt, Lin Chun suddenly, bang! This kick landed directly on Zhao Lin's abdomen. In an instant, the force sent Zhao Lin crashing to his knees. He appeared utterly miserable. Then a flurry of punches and kicks followed. During this time, Lin Chun had to hold back his strength to avoid killing Zhao Lin with a single blow. Only when he was exhausted did he stop. By now, Zhao Lin's face was so swollen it was unrecognizable. He never expected that a day would come when he would be beaten like this after being so arrogant. He tried to get up. Bang! Lin Chun delivered another harsh kick to him, saying, "Don't move, stay on the ground. Dare to move and see what happens." Zhao Lin gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, do you know who I am? My uncle is Deng Changming from Jufu. You're done for. I swear I won't rest until I take revenge. Don't think you can escape. If you dare to run, I'll wipe out your entire family. I can do anything." Hearing this, Lin Chun scoffed. "Head Deng Changming. How do you think I'm afraid of him?" Saying this, Lin Chun looked at the BMW woman who was already dumbfounded. Coldly, he said, "If your uncle is Deng Changming, you must have his number. Tell him to come over immediately." As soon as this sentence fell, everyone was left dumbfounded. Even Zhao Lin, who was there, was completely stunned. What's going on? Calling someone to bring over his uncle. Has this guy lost his mind? The BMW girl beside him was also taken aback. Looking at Lin Chun in front of him, it was as if he was staring at a madman. After all, if Zhao Lin's uncle Deng Changming arrives, this guy is definitely doomed. So what on earth is he thinking? Seeking death? What? Do you plan on making me say it again? I don't like Lin Chun spoke calmly, his voice filled with tranquility. After these words fell, the BMW girl nearby also trembled. Then she hurriedly said, I'll call right now. Not thinking much, the BMW girl quickly took out her phone, her hands trembling as she dialed. At this moment, Lin Chun also returned to the house. He turned back to glance at Zhao Lin behind him. Stay down there. If you dare to move, I'll hit you again. Lin Chun's tone was extremely cold. Zhao Lin's face turned pale instantly, as Lin Chun's words were like trampling on his face. But even so, he didn't dare to move at all. The memory of Lin Chun's previous beating was still vivid in his mind. Lin Chun turned around and entered the kitchen, making himself a bowl of noodles, sitting on the sofa to eat. As for his second uncle Lin Fu and Lin Mu, their expressions were tense. However, at this moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Then a middle-aged man appeared outside Lin Chun. Seeing Zhao Lin lying there afraid to move and Deng Changming with a bruised face, his expression turned grim. What's going on here? Uncle, stop wasting time talking to him, I want to take him down directly. Make him kneel and apologize. Zhao Lin shouted furiously. His face was filled with anger. As for Deng Changming, he was gradually suppressing his inner fury. Although his expression was unpleasant, he was calming down. After all, he was well aware of his nephew's character. He must have used his name to intimidate the opponent before, and the fact that Lin Chun could disregard his name and continue to attack his nephew meant that he was not afraid. This left Deng Changming somewhat uncertain about the identity of the other party. I am Deng Changming from Jufu Catering. May I ask who you are to treat my nephew so ruthlessly? Hearing this, Lin Chun sat there, his expression calm. He took another bite of noodles, completely ignoring Deng Changming. Sir, Deng Changming said visibly, I never discuss serious matters while eating. Lin Chun, facing Deng Changming's almost fiery gaze, spoke in Deng Changming. Is he really going to leave the boss of Jufu Catering, a well-known wealthy businessman in Luqing, standing there, waiting for Lin Chun to finish eating before talking? You're the first young person I've met like this that's not just arrogance, it's utterly disrespectful and pompous. Deng Changming squinted, his smile dark. Lin Chun continued to slurp his noodles, appearing exceptionally calm. Still noodles satisfy my hunger. Deng Changming. Everyone. Lin Mu looked worried and said to Lin Chun, Son, isn't it bad to leave someone hanging like that? After all, Deng Changming had some standing in Luqing. Although she knew that Lin Chun was not simple, now she was unsure just how extraordinary he was. The second uncle beside her also showed some worry and fear, his face revealing apprehension. Lin Chun smiled calmly and said, It's fine. Seeing Lin Chun like this, Deng Changming felt even more uncertain about him. What kind of identity does this young man have? At this moment, Deng Changming was searching through his mind for wealthy businessmen from Huizhou who were more powerful. He couldn't think of anyone who lived in Luqing. This made Deng Changming even more anxious. The noodles, still fragrant, were soon devoured, and Lin Shen, feeling unsatisfied, began to slow down his eating. However, he still faced Deng Changming, the top wealthy businessman in Luqing, with a significant presence in both legal and illegal circles. Soon the bowl of noodles was finished. Putting down his chopsticks, Lin Shen took a tissue to wipe his mouth. At this point, Deng Changming felt a bit irritated. Now you should have time to discuss serious matters with Deng, right? Listening to this, Lin Shen glanced at the standing Zhao Lin, his expression indifferent. He didn't pay any heed to Deng Changming. I remember telling you before who allowed you to stand up. Stay down. After finishing his words, Lin Shen immediately kicked Zhao Lin in the stomach hard. In an instant, Zhao Lin, in pain, bent down again. Zhao Lin let out a wretched scream, his face twisted with rage. Uncle, you... In an instant, Deng Changming was filled with fury. Veins throbbed on his forehead. His gaze towards Lin Shen was filled with anger. My name is Lin Shen. After these simple 4 words, Deng Changming was left stunned. Lin Shen? What does that mean? However, this name seems familiar. If you don't know who I am, you can call and ask your son Deng Hong. Listening to these words, Deng Changming's brow furrowed slightly, and he quickly took out his phone. He found Deng Hong's number and dialed it directly. Hello. As soon as the call connected, Deng Changming immediately spoke up. I ask you, do you know someone named... I know him, Dad. What's up? Deng Hong replied curiously. Don't worry about who he is or what do you know about. Deng Changming's heart sank, and he hurriedly asked. Hearing this, Deng Hong fell silent for a moment before slowly... Dad, is something wrong? Brother Lin's identity is not simple. If something really happened, I suggest you apologize immediately. At this moment, Deng Changming's heart raced. After all, his son had always been rather arrogant. In Lu City, he had always acted with a sense of invincibility. But now, hearing such words, it was clear that Lin Shen was extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Deng Chang, you quickly tell me who exactly is he. He is the chairman of the Yuanlong Game Company, and it seems he has a close relationship with Xiao Ma Gu. As Deng Hong's words fell, Deng Changming gasped, his pupils constricting. I understand now. Swallowing hard, cold sweat poured down Deng Changming's back. At this moment, his shirt was instantly stuck to his back. That identity is too terrifying. Watching Deng Changming's reaction, Lin Shen let out a cold snort and then spoke. Deng Changming, you really have a good nephew. With just a simple sentence, Deng Changming's face was filled with terror. He turned around and began to bow and scrape to Lin Shen. Mr. Lin, it's all a misunderstanding. I have never had a nephew, you must be mistaken. This guy has nothing to do with me, do as you wish. In an instant, Zhao Lin was dumbfounded. The woman in the BMW was dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. In their hearts, Deng Changming had always been a very powerful person. Even when meeting high-ranking officials in the county, he had always been very confident and composed. In this small area, he had a sense of being untouchable. But now such a person had made a complete 180-degree turn in attitude with just one phone call. It was as if he were a dog bowing and begging for mercy before Lin Shen. What on earth is going on? Could it be that Lin Shen's identity is truly that terrifying? At this moment, Zhao Lin felt panic. He had always been able to act recklessly in Lu City, entirely relying on Deng Changming's power. If Deng Changming severed ties with him, he would truly be in dire straits. Zhao Lin immediately shouted loudly, Uncle, you can't just stand by and do nothing. I am your biological nephew. Uncle. Hearing this, Deng Changming's eyes flashed with coldness, and then he roared, Shut up, you fool. Saying this, he kicked Zhao Lin hard twice. Instantly, Zhao Lin let out a series of wretched screams. Meanwhile, Lin Shen's eyelids twitched. Deng Changming is ruthless. Uncle, what are you doing, However, Zhao Lin still didn't understand the situation and kept screaming. With just one word from you, this kid is definitely doomed. Oh, why should we be afraid of him? This time, Deng Changming became even angrier and kicked harder. Do you know who Chairman Lin is? You good for nothing, always causing trouble for me. You dare to provoke someone like Chairman Lin. I have no such nephew. Under the furious kicks, Deng Changming's screams echoed. Do you know he is the chairman of Yuanlong Game, the owner of a publicly traded company worth billions? Moreover, he has a close relationship with Xiao Ma Gu. How dare you provoke someone like him? Watching this scene, Lin Shen remained calm. However, the woman in the BMW turned pale. Lin Shen's parents and second uncle were also left dumbfounded. A publicly traded company worth billions. A close relationship with Xiao Ma Gu. Although they may not understand what being worth billions truly means. But Xiao Ma Gu and the others certainly understood. Having a good relationship with such high-ranking figures, it was likely that Lin Shen was also someone of that caliber. At this moment, Lin Shen's mother looked at him with a face full of confusion. Is he really a... Lin Shen also calmly glanced at the two, then spoke. Alright, there's no need to act like you're suffering in front of me. I remember you seemed to ask me to kneel earlier. Lin Chen smiled, looking at Zhao Lin, and calmly said. At this moment, Zhao Lin's body trembled. Meanwhile, Lin Chen calmly looked at Deng Changming and spoke. All right, since you are so accustomed to making people kneel, you might as well kneel for the rest of your life. Chairman Deng, I believe this small matter should be easy for you to handle. No problem. No problem. Deng Changming nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Very well. With a wave of his hand, Deng Changming, Zhao Lin, and the woman in the BMW ran off. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's parents were still somewhat dazed. As for Lin Chen, he knew that he would probably be subjected to a round of questioning. On the other side, in a suburban villa in Lu City. Inside this villa, uncle, you kicked too hard just now. Isn't Lin Chen just a mere chairman? What's so impressive about that? Even if he is the chairman of a company worth billions, what can he do in Lu City? Should we be afraid of him? There Zhao Lin was drinking and loudly shouting. His words exuded arrogance. Beside him, Deng Changming was sending messages on his phone. He then took a drag from a cigarette and said, all right, just don't cause any more trouble for me. Hearing this, Zhao Lin chuckled and replied, I understand. Uncle, during this time, I'll just hide in this room and not go anywhere. After this storm passes, I'll go settle scores with those guys. Hearing this, a trace of coldness flashed in Deng Changming's eyes. He then stopped speaking, stood up, and walked. Uncle, are you leaving? Be careful on the road. Deng Changming left without looking back, leaving the door slightly ajar. After going downstairs, he lit a cigarette. He saw a man in a black suit walking over. Boss, remember, take off his legs and throw them out on. Spread the word that I don't have such a nephew. As he spoke, Deng Changming narrowed his eyes slightly, an icy glint flashing within. In doing this to protect our family. As he finished speaking, Deng Changming had already left. Yes. The man in black nodded, and the next moment, he dashed upstairs. Just a few minutes later in the villa, amidst a series of exclamations, a horrifying scream echoed. With a wry smile, Lin Chen began to fabricate a story. There was no choice, but if he didn't find an excuse to cover it up, his parents would never be at ease. And to be honest, the credibility was a bit too low. Thus, Lin Chen had to concoct a story to reassure them. Goodness, Xiaoqin, you really have hit the jackpot. May the old Buddha bless you, truly may the old Buddha bless you. Lin's mother clasped her hands together and began to chant. Her words were filled with tension. Meanwhile, Uncle Air looked at Lin Chen in astonishment, unable to close his mouth. He couldn't help but say, wow, is this thing called the stock market really that profitable? You put your money in and it multiplies several times. Uncle Air smacked his lips, a bit surprised. After all, Lin Chen's words completely overturned his understanding. While the stock market can indeed make money, but it relies on luck. Unless you are exceptionally skilled, otherwise making money in the stock market is harder than winning the lottery. I was just lucky back then, which is how I managed to make money. Lin Chen nodded, speaking calmly. He knew his uncle might, thus he thought of dispelling his uncle's idea. Oh, I see. After nodding, the glimmer of expectation in Uncle Air's eyes gradually faded. As for Lin's mother, a flicker of light passed through her eyes. She then turned to Lin Chen and said, Chen, since you said that, it means you're quite busy with work. Since you're busy, you must not have time for dating. Today I helped you set up a date with the daughter of the Zhao family. Tomorrow at noon, you'll meet at the Anshan Coffee in Central City, and you should bring a bouquet of roses as a signal. No, Mom. Lin Chen was a bit anxious. Just as he was about to say something, Lin's mother continued, all right, I know you don't want to date, but I've already arranged it with the Zhao family's girl. We can't back out, right? Hearing this, Lin Chen could only give a helpless wry smile, and then spoke up. Fine, I got it. He nodded helplessly, thinking about how to casually handle it tomorrow. Subsequently, Lin Chen opened his phone and took a look. After sending Lu Lily a mid-autumn festival greeting and chatting for a bit to inquire about her recent situation, he began cooking to help his mom prepare dinner. Meanwhile, Uncle Air and his dad were playing chess while watching TV. Soon dinner was finished. Then the family started having dinner. Dad opened a bottle of Feiqian Matai and drank with Uncle Air. Dinner lasted nearly an hour before it finally ended. After dinner, Lin Chen took a shower and went to bed. A night passed. When the next morning arrived, Lin Chen opened his eyes and let out a yawn. He entered the bathroom and began to wash up. At the same time, he started to check in there. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Reward privilege no. 1 yacht. The privilege no. 1 yacht is currently being dispatched and is expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Chen was somewhat bewildered. What use was this thing? The privilege no. 1 yacht. What was this system trying to do? Seeing this, Lin Chen was truly dumbfounded. After all, the privilege no. 1 yacht was a super yacht. The yacht had a total length of 127 meters and utilized the Italian privilege shipyard's special hull lines for large yachts. Moreover, the facilities on this yacht were incredibly luxurious. It was equipped with 6 cars, 4 bicycles, 8 tenders, 6 jet skis, 2 helicopters, and even a submarine. It also featured a beach club, a sunbathing area, a sushi bar, and many other amenities. The next moment, Lin Chen let out a sigh. This thing was nice, but where was he supposed to put it? After all, such a massive beast of the sea was impossible. It seems he'll have to buy a place to park the yacht. He sighed helplessly in his heart, his brow furrowing involuntarily. After finishing his toiletries, Lin Chun went out for breakfast. The meal was finished quickly, and after breakfast he stayed at home with his parents until around 11:00 a.m. Then, urged by his mother, he tidied himself up a bit and left for the blind date. On the way, he bought a bouquet of roses as a signal. He headed straight for the Anshan coffee shop. After arriving at the cafe, Lin Chun sat down. He asked the waiter for a glass of iced water and then waited while playing on his phone. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Qiqi was on her way sending messages to her best friend. "Hey Lily, my dad set me up on another blind date." "What? No way, Qiqi. I still remember the last one your dad introduced you to. It was a total nightmare." "Exactly. I told him I didn't want to go, but he said this guy is the son of his old friend. He also works in Zhonghai just like me, and he's supposedly quite good looking. He insisted I go on this date with him. Ugh, I really don't get what my dad is thinking." Zhao Qiqi immediately said this. Hearing this, her best friend promptly replied, "How about this, you video call me, and he'll take a look at what kind of guy your blind date is. Then put on your earphones. When the date starts, he'll tell you what to say and how to act." "Okay." Without hesitation, Zhao Qiqi followed her friend's advice and started the video call. Then, holding her phone, she walked into the cafe. After searching for a while, Zhao Qiqi spotted Lin Chun, who had a bouquet of roses placed in front of him. She immediately walked over to him. As for Lin Chun, he also noticed Zhao Qiqi. A faint smile on his face, he stood up and spoke. "Hello." However, following her friend's instructions, Zhao Qiqi kept a cold face, didn't even show basic courtesy, and sat directly down on the sofa. After glancing at Lin Chun, she spoke directly. "So you're my blind date for today, right?" "Yes, I'm Lin." Before Lin Chun could finish, Zhao Qiqi interrupted him bluntly. "You don't need to introduce yourself. I'm not interested in knowing your name. My time is very precious, so I'll just ask straight away." Hearing this icy tone, Lin Chun frowned. How had his mother introduced such a bizarre blind date? Well, he had been wondering what excuse to use to reject her anyway, but now it seemed. "Go ahead, please. My requirements for a partner aren't high. First, your appearance." Zhao Qiqi's cold voice rang out again. "Let me ask you, do you have a BMW or Mercedes worth over 5,000 RMB? Hearing this, Lin Chun was momentarily speechless. Then he shook his head. No. Indeed, the cheapest car he owned was a Rolls-Royce worth 5 million. He really didn't seem to have any BMWs or Mercedes. "Alright, do you own a house in the middle ring of Zhonghai?" "Well," Lin Chun hesitated, not knowing how to answer for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. "No." Indeed, his neighborhood was in the inner ring, not the middle ring. Zhao Qiqi frowned immediately, then continued speaking. "Alright, my monthly salary is 1,000 RMB. Your monthly salary should at least be higher than mine." Just as Lin Chun was about to say something, Zhao Qiqi immediately stated, "Forget it, looking at your poor demeanor, you probably don't even earn as much as I do. Since that's the case, we're not suited." Zhao Qiqi waved her hand and continued, "Don't get me wrong, but a grown man with no car, no house, and such a low salary. How dare you even show up for a blind date like this?" Zhao Qiqi immediately began to mock Lin Chun. However, Lin Chun remained very calm. Then he stood up. "Sorry for bothering you." After saying this, Lin Chun walked out. At that moment, quite a few people were looking their way, their gazes at Lin Chun filled with strangeness. After all, Zhao Qiqi's voice had been quite loud during the date. Now several parents with children were pointing at Lin Chun, using him as a negative example. As for Zhao Qiqi, she was thanking her friend profusely, her face beaming with smiles. It was at this moment that Lin Chun had already walked outside and opened the door of his Night 15. At that moment, an exclamation of surprise suddenly rang out. "No way. That Night 15 belongs to him." With these words, many people nearby turned their heads to look. "Night 15? What is that? Never heard of that vehicle. Is it really worth that much?" "Yeah, it's just an old SUV. How expensive can it be? What's so surprising about it?" As if everyone doesn't have a car. The crowd was just staring at the man who spoke. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiqi glanced out the window, and then her friend's voice rang out. "Wow, Qiqi, who are the people over there? Just because of a car they've never heard of, they're that surprised. Besides, it's just a broken SUV. How high can the price be? It can't be more expensive than a BMW, right?" Zhao Qiqi nodded in agreement. At that moment, the young man who had spoken continued. "Huh, what do you know? The Night 15 is not just any ordinary SUV. This vehicle currently has a price tag of 15 million in the country, a bulletproof SUV. The interior is extremely luxurious." At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. The young man continued. "Not only that, but this vehicle is also incredibly hard to acquire in the country. Those who can buy this car are either wealthy merchants or individuals with real power. As for BMWs and Mercedes, they aren't even worthy to carry its shoes in front of the Night 15. At this point, everyone was completely dumbfounded. A super luxury car worth 15 million, and those who can buy it are all prominent figures. In an instant, everyone's expressions became complicated and bizarre. Looking at Zhao Qiqi's face, it appeared particularly strange. As for Zhao Qiqi, her expression was extreme. At this moment, Zhao Qiqi was filled with regret. If she had acted normally during the blind date and played her cards right, she might have become a wealthy lady. However, now all her fantasies were completely shattered. Oh, you little BTCH. It's all your fault for the terrible idea. How could you be so irresponsible? At this moment, Zhao Qiqi immediately tore her face off with her friend. Then she directly roared into the phone. Many people looked over at this. What are you yelling about? Aren't you an adult? Can't you make your own judgments? At that instant, Zhao Qiqi began to argue furiously with her friend. If it weren't for the screen between them, they might have already gotten into a physical fight. Nevertheless, this still astonished many onlookers. The girl is impressive. Her skill in arguing is simply unmatched. Various curse words flowed like a stream. For a moment, many people were enjoying their coffee while watching the fierce argument between the two through the phone screen. Lin Shun was naturally unaware that Zhao Qiqi had begun to argue with her friend. At this moment, he was reporting the situation to his mother, who had nothing to say after hearing the details. As for Lin Shun, he was leisurely driving around. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Su Jia, who was carrying. He immediately pulled up next to Su Jia and rolled down the car window. Director Lin. Su Jia was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but speak up. Get in the car. Lin Shun waved his hand and said directly. Seeing Lin Shun's gesture, Su Jia hesitated for no moment and got into Lin Shun's car. Are you planning to go back to Zhonghai? Yes, I mainly came back to see my teacher. I didn't expect that in just a few years away Luqing has changed so much. Su Jia immediately spoke up. Lin Shun smiled and said nothing. By the way, Director Lin, do you have any plans? No, I've just been busy doing nothing lately. Lin Shun shrugged and said casually. Indeed, he was just aimlessly. He was merely a figurehead in the company, and unless it was something particularly important, he wouldn't bother at all. Hearing Lin Shun's words, Su Jia's eyes lit up with a hint of excitement. The next moment, she spoke to Lin Shun. Since that's the case, Director Lin, there's a project that Xiao Ma is working on. I wonder if you would be interested in getting involved. Upon hearing this, Lin Shun's eyes also gleamed with interest. Oh, tell me more. Investing in Douyu, planning for grand entertainment expansion. Su Jia, who was there, immediately spoke up. Douyu, National Douyu live streaming. This is a place where young people gather. Although its scale is not as large as the neighboring Maoyao Live, it boasts a higher number of young users and wealthy big spenders, hence higher consumption. Investing in Douyu live streaming. Lin Shen's eyes flickered. Now Brother Ma's move was clearly aimed at unifying the entertainment world. However, this was to be expected, as Brother Ma had always been doing this. Whether it was his 2chat software under his banner or other ventures. It could be broadly categorized into film and television entertainment and gaming entertainment. Investing in a live streaming platform now was a normal move. And now Brother Ma's reason for pulling him in was quite simple: to test him. After all, Brother Ma couldn't get a read. Nevertheless, investing in Douyu live streaming was in a sense a good move. After all, his own company Yuanlong Games, although it held a large market share overseas, had been lukewarm domestically. If he invested in Douyu live streaming, then undoubtedly it would achieve maximum publicity. At that moment, a faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Shen's mouth, and he checked his bank account. Over the past couple of days, many of his companies had sent him their dividends. After a brief check, he was taken aback. Unknowingly, he now had over 30 billion in assets. Then he said, all right, go back and tell Brother Ma that I will invest 5 billion through Junyao Capital to acquire a stake in Douyu. At this moment, Su Jia was stunned. Investing 5 billion. She knew that Brother Ma was only planning to invest 4 billion this time. And Lin Shun was directly investing 5 billion. And through Junyao Capital. At that moment, Su Jia was bewildered. She naturally knew Junyao Capital. It was the largest investment company in the country. But now Lin Shun said, through Junyao Capital. What did that mean? Chairman Lin, you mentioned through Junyao Capital. To this, Lin Shun calmly spoke. Oh, Junyao Capital is an investment company under my name. Is there a problem? I have quite a few companies under me now. How could I possibly manage them all myself? Lin Shun, who was there, spoke calmly. Indeed, he did have too many companies under his name now. Hearing this, Su Jia couldn't help but swallow hard. What the hell was that human speech? Too many companies. And Junyao Capital actually belonged to Lin Shun. At this moment, Su Jia suddenly felt that Lin Shun was truly unfathomable. By the way, when is the financing negotiation for Douyu? I need to make arrangements in advance. Lin Shun took out his phone, found the number of the current head of Junyao Capital, and asked. The day after tomorrow. Su Jia swallowed hard and said immediately. I see. Nodding calmly, Lin Shun directly dialed the phone of Zhang Yaohua, the head of Junyao Capital. Chairman, what are your orders? A respectful voice came from the other end of the line. I will transfer 5 billion to the company account later. At the around financing of Douyu the day after tomorrow, you go and secure Douyu. Understood, Chairman. Zhang Yaohua's voice replied. After the call ended, Zhang Yaohua slowly breathed a sigh of relief. This is the first order from the new chairman. I must handle it well and leave no bad impression. Zhang Yaohua muttered to himself, his expression solemn. Let's go grab a bite together. Sure. Nodding, the car started again. They drove to a nearby shopping center, went upstairs, and eventually entered a Western restaurant. Lin Shen casually ordered 2 steaks, some appetizers, and a salad and dessert to finish. After ordering, Lin Shen looked at Su Jia, who was there, and asked, "So how do you feel working at Penguin Group?" Glancing at Su Jia, Lin Shen asked calmly. Su Jia gave a helpless smile. Then she shook her head and said, "What can I say? I've been transferred to the board of directors now. My salary hasn't increased much, but my workload is heavier. All because someone suddenly became the company's." By the end, Su Jia's tone had gradually become resentful. Lin Shen gave an awkward smile, then rubbed his nose and chuckled. "Well, I really am sorry about that." Soon the lunch was served. The two of them began to eat. The lunch was eaten rather quickly. After lunch, the two sat there for a while, and after having a cup of coffee, Su Jia planned to leave in the afternoon. After Lin Shen sent her to the station, he left on his own. On his way home, Lin Shen sat on the sofa and began to play games. As for his mother, she couldn't help but nag. "Look at you, all you do is play on your phone, and I haven't seen you do any." Hearing this, Lin Shen quickly stood up and said, "Then I'll go do some housework." Just as he was about to grab the mop, his father immediately spoke up. "You stand there, the floor you mop isn't clean, it's muddy. The dishes you wash aren't clean, they're all greasy. If you make more mess, I'll break your legs." His mother continued, "Look at the neighbor Xiao Jiang, he does housework diligently, and now he even has a girlfriend. Their son Jiang Xiaobei can now run around naked for soy sauce. And the grandson of the Lao Bai family by Qing Xuan can also run around freely. And then look at you all day long just hugging your phone, and you don't even have a partner." Lin Shen, "Damn, it's because of this matter." "No, Mom, I do have a partner," Lin Shen said in confusion. "You're just talking nonsense. If you had a partner, why didn't you bring them home?" His mother shouted while mopping the floor. As for Lin Shen, he opened his mouth, his face full of helplessness. "No, I can show you a photo." While saying this, Lin Shen planned to find the photo of himself and Lu Lily. However, at that moment, his mother continued to speak. "Enough, you can fool me and your dad, but we don't understand phones. How do we know if your photos are real or just from the internet?" In that instant, it felt as though Lin Shen had received 1,000 critical hits. What the hell? What else can I say? Immediately, Lin Shen chose to decisively keep his mouth shut. After all these years, he knew that if he kept talking, the consequences would only be more painful. Rather than doing that, it's better to choose to obediently remain silent. Moreover, he was going back to Zhonghai tomorrow anyway. As for Lu Qi, he had already left early because Yuan Kier was going back to work tomorrow. And so another whole day passed. When the next morning arrived, Lin Shen habitually checked in. "Congratulations, host, check-in successful. Gained a private island in the East Sea coordinates. This island has been fully developed with complete facilities and high safety." Lin Shen looked at this scene somewhat confused. "A private island? Oh my god. This is a bit scary, bro. Now I even got a private island from check-in. And it seems my yacht will arrive tomorrow, right?" In an instant, Lin Shen's expression was extremely complex. He then began to contemplate in his heart. Should he go to the island in a couple of days to take a look? If the island is habitable, perhaps he could take his parents over to stay for a while. After some murmuring, Lin Shen also mentioned it to his parents. He then drove straight to the Hien airport. Last night, Lin Shen had already contacted his crew, and the flight route had also been set up. After arriving in Hien City and boarding the plane, Lin Shen closed his eyes to rest. As for his vehicle, it was being transported on a nearby cargo plane. This time, since Lin Shen was flying alone, the journey was quite relaxed. He flew back to Zhonghai, and as soon as he arrived, Lin Shen had nothing much to do. He simply planned to invite Lu Lily out for a meeting. After all, it seemed that he hadn't seen Lu Lily for quite some time. Lin Shen then directly dialed Lu Lily's phone. "Hello Lily, where are you now?" At that moment, Lu Lily's somewhat choked voice suddenly came through. "Lin Gui, my mom had an accident and she's in emergency right now." Hearing this, Lin Shen's brow immediately furrowed. "Don't cry, just tell me which hospital you're at. I'll come over to accompany you." After saying that, Lu Lily also then Lin Shen drove straight to the Zhonghai Medical College affiliated hospital. He soon arrived at the hospital. At this moment, outside the emergency room, there were 4 people standing. As for Lu Lily, she was squatting on the side crying, and when she saw Lin Shen arrive, she immediately spoke up. "Lin Gu." Saying this, Lu Lily suddenly rushed over. As Lu Lily rushed over, Lin Shen gently stroked her hair and comforted her, saying, "It's all right, I'm here." At that moment, a middle-aged man slowly approached. He looked at Lin Shen and said, "You must be Lily's boy." Lin Shen looked at the man and asked, "May I ask who you are?" The man replied, "Oh, I'm Lily's uncle. My name is Lu Chunlai." Lin Shen nodded at the middle-aged man and said, "Hello, uncle." Then he continued, "May I ask what exactly happened?" The uncle stood there with a complex expression. After a long silence, he sighed and said, "It was a car accident." Lin Shen nodded at the middle-aged man and said, "Hello, uncle." Then he continued, "May I ask what exactly happened?" Lin Shen's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flickering in his gaze. Lu Lily sobbed twice, and then said, at that moment Lin Shen's expression turned even colder. He said icily, "He hit someone and just went home so brazenly. Who does he think he is?" The uncle smiled bitterly and shook his head saying, "We wanted to keep him here, but he's a rich second generation. We're just ordinary people and had no way to detain him." Lin Chun found it increasingly absurd. He shook his head and said, "Humph, just because he's a rich brat he can hit someone and swagger home." Lu Lily felt that Lin Chun was now radiating a fierce aura, and she dared not meet his eyes. After hesitating, she decided to tell the truth. "It's like this. Earlier my mother planned to go shopping. While crossing the road, she was hit by a car that came out of the driver because there were no surveillance cameras nearby insisted that my mother ran the red light. Now my mother is still in the emergency room, so no one can prove he's lying." Lin Chun frowned deeply upon hearing this. "But even so, that's no excuse for him not being here, is it?" Lu Lily shook her head helplessly. "What can you do? He's rich. He's completely entrusted the matter to his lawyer. He said if we want to negotiate, we have to talk to his lawyer." Hearing this, a young man with a crew cut angrily exclaimed, "Is there no justice in this world? Can money make you lawless?" But a sharp-tongued woman beside him immediately snapped, "Enough. Adults are talking. What business is it of a child to interrupt?" "But Mom, what about Aunt?" "Shut up." The woman glared at the young man, who dared not say another word, and obediently fell silent. However, his face still showed a hint of indignation. Lin Chun looked at the group and continued speaking. The uncle smiled bitterly again and shook his head. "It's useless. We've consulted several lawyers, but their lawyer is too famous with an incredibly high win rate. As soon as we mentioned the other parties' name, these lawyers all refused to take the case." The uncle sighed. "I also asked a few lawyers I know well. They said even if Lily's mother wakes up, it won't help. Once both sides stick to their stories, it will be a long, drawn-out battle. At that point, their family might not be afraid, but we really can't afford to drag it out." As he finished speaking, a thin man in a suit with black-rimmed glasses walked over. "That's right. Even if you sue, it's useless. Let me put it this way, with me on the case, your chances of winning are less than 5. Moreover, in all of Zhonghai, there are fewer than 10 lawyers willing to take this case." Hearing this, everyone present gnashed their teeth in anger. They looked at the lawyer with intense hatred. "So let me reiterate my client's terms. Settle this out of court. My client is willing to offer 2,000 yuan as humanitarian aid, hoping to end this matter here." Upon hearing this, Lu Lily, whose eyes were already red from crying, immediately shouted hysterically, "Don't you dare! Who wants your dirty money?" The young man, who had been silenced, could no longer hold back. "Yeah, you think 2,000 can end this? He'll give you 1,000,000. Drag that rich brat over here, and he'll hit him." The sharp-tongued woman glared at the young man again. As for the uncle, he said coldly, "We will never agree to these terms. Don't waste your breath. Your client hit someone first, and now you want to settle it like this. Do you think that's possible? If your client won't apologize, then we'll see you in court." The lawyer sneered. "Court? Fine. Then let me see what kind of lawyer you can find. Let me give you poor bastards a piece of advice: don't push your luck. My client offering you 2,000 in humanitarian aid is already an act of grace. Don't be too greedy. Otherwise, in the end, you won't get a single cent." Lin Chun squinted his eyes, staring coldly at the lawyer before him, while the others present were filled with anger. Lu Lily was about to say something, but was directly interrupted by Lin Chun, who then turned his gaze toward the lawyer. "In that case, let's meet in court." The lawyer raised an eyebrow, looking at Lin Chun. "Who are you?" "Me." Lin Chun smiled and said, "I am Lily's boyfriend. Also, you need not worry about the lawyer. I assure you we will have one." As he spoke, Lin Chun took out his phone and made a call to Feng Ying. "Boss, do you have any instructions?" Feng Ying replied respectfully, "Yes, send a legal team over immediately to the emergency room entrance of Zhonghai Medical College." "Understood, boss." After hanging up, the lawyer was left dumbfounded. A legal team. However, the lawyer soon chuckled, shaking his head. "Ha, go ahead and make up stories. You think you can just call for a legal team? Do you think this is a movie? You poor folks can't afford that kind of thing." Listening to this, Lin Chun remained calm. Then he coldly replied, "Is that so? I hope you won't leave. My legal team will be here soon." "Huh, what a joke." The lawyer sneered, shaking his head. He had little regard for Lin Chun's words. A legal team requires at least 5 lawyers, and in Zhonghai, only the rich or powerful can afford one. After all, every legal team commands a high fee. Most people simply cannot afford such a luxury. Time passed slowly. Around 10 minutes later, footsteps echoed from nearby the emergency room. Everyone looked over. They saw 5 men in black suits, each wearing a golden badge and carrying briefcases, walking towards them. The leader among them was none other than Robin. Lin Chun was somewhat surprised to see Robin come in person. After all, he did not expect Feng Ying to send Robin. The lawyer was now completely stunned, standing there muttering, Robin. He could hardly believe it. Wasn't it said that Robin hardly takes cases anymore? How could this happen? The lawyer, wasn't it said that Robin hardly takes cases anymore? How could this happen? The lawyer from the wealthy side was utterly confused. As for the elder standing there, he was also stunned. Is that really Lawyer Robin? Just who is Lily's boyfriend? The elder muttered. He recognized Robin and knew of his great reputation. Seeing that lawyer Robin had arrived, he was undoubtedly shocked. As for Lu Lily, she was even more astonished. After all, her perception of Lin Shen was still limited to the owner of Jin Yuan Commercial Street. Yet now, with just a phone call, a legal team appeared, something Lu Lily never imagined. The entire legal team approached Lin Shen, bowing and saying, "Boss." Lin Shen nodded and then looked at the lawyer from the wealthy side, saying, "Moving forward, we will fully entrust this car accident case to the legal team of the Rights and Certification Law Firm. Lily, what do you think?" Lu Lily nodded in confusion. Okay. Regardless of whether it was her, the elder, or the lawyer across from them, everyone was now dumbfounded. What did they just hear? Robin actually referred to Lin Shen as boss. If that's the case, does that mean the Rights and Certification Law Firm belongs to Lin Shen? Receiving Lu Lily's authorization, Robin nodded. "Rest assured, boss, since we are handling this case now, I am confident that the opposing lawyer will regret taking on this case." As he spoke, Robin turned to the wealthy lawyer. "Now this car accident case will be handled entirely by our legal team." The wealthy lawyer's forehead was already covered in sweat. Though he had said the odds of winning were high, he was facing a legal team. It wasn't just a matter of how fearsome a legal team could be. Rather, the entire legal team was indeed a troublesome affair. It meant facing multiple lawyers at once. Not to mention, the leading lawyer of the opposing team was the renowned Robin. At this moment, the wealthy lawyer truly felt fear. Cold sweat poured down his back like a torrent. After an awkward smile at Robin, he quickly moved aside and began making a phone call. Listening to the ringing on the other end of the line, the wealthy lawyer felt like an ant on a hot pan, filled with anxiety. After waiting for about 20 seconds, the call finally connected. "Hello." The voice on the other end was filled with hurried breaths and a hint of anger. The lawyer did not dare to say much and hurriedly said, "Qian Xiao, there has been a change on this side. You better come over in person to resolve this matter." As soon as these words fell, Qian Xiao on the other end immediately became furious, coldly replying, "What do you mean? I paid you such a hefty lawyer fee. Now you tell me there's a change, and I need to come in person to resolve it. Are you out of your mind?" The lawyer dared not retort, and could only smile bitterly, saying, "It's like this, the other side has brought in a team of lawyers." "A team of lawyers?" Qian Xiao was taken aback, his brow furrowing. Then he said, "Even if it's a team of lawyers, what can they do? Didn't you say you were very impressive? However, the lead lawyer of this team is Robin." At that moment, Qian Xiao was rendered speechless. Cold sweat trickled down his back. He had heard of Robin's reputation. Damn. Aren't they just ordinary people? How could they afford Robin? In an instant, fear gripped his heart. After all, he knew that this time it was indeed his fault. He had been drunk and lost control, resulting in this situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to hire a lawyer to resolve this matter outside of court. If it really went to court and he lost, he would face not only hefty compensation, but also imprisonment. At this moment, he was genuinely panicking. He hurriedly said, "You keep him steady, make sure to keep him steady, I'm on my way." After saying that, Qian Xiao jumped up from the bed. He looked at the two people beside him and said, "I have something to deal with, you guys have fun." After finishing, he quickly dressed and fled the scene. The two on the bed and the one beside it exchanged glances, but soon they lost interest and continued to revel in the room. Meanwhile, the lawyer was grinning as he spoke to Robin. Lawyer Robin, my client will be here soon, please wait a moment." Robin nodded to the lawyer and continued to instruct the other lawyers. These lawyers were gathered, seemingly discussing something. Lin Shen, on the other hand, was sitting there comforting Lu Lily. The uncle beside them remained silent. However, the sharp-tongued woman was smiling at Lin Shen, trying to win his. This drew several eye rolls from Lin Shen. Soon half an hour passed. During this half hour, the operation was completed, and Lu Lily's mother was temporarily out of danger. She was then transferred to the ICU for intensive care. Lin Shen also helped pay a portion of the hospitalization fee. Time passed second by second. Finally, just as Lin Shen was growing impatient, a young man hurriedly walked over. The lawyer's eyes lit up upon seeing the young man. He quickly rushed over and pulled him aside to whisper. Meanwhile, Lu Lily was excited while Lin Shen calmly patted her hand. Sitting there with a calm expression, a few minutes later, the lawyer detailed the situation he had learned. Qian Xiao's eyes sparkled, and he walked over. He merely glanced at Lin Shen before turning his attention to Lu Lily, saying, "You must be Ms. Zhao Xiuying's daughter, right?" Lu Lily immediately nodded, then looked at Lin Shen with hesitation, clearly viewing him as her pillar of support. This caused Qian Xiao's face to break into a smile. Then looking at Lin Shen, he said, "Have you come to an agreement? How much are you prepared to offer my girlfriend to make her drop this matter? Then you want to inquire about my identity to establish a connection." Lin Shen revealed a hint of disdain and replied calmly, while Lu Lily's face turned red. As for Qian Xiao, his expression stiffened. He indeed had this thought, but he never expected to be directly. But in the next moment, the young man put away his smile and immediately said, "Well, Mr. Lin, judging by your appearance, you must be a social elite, a successful person. My family is in the real estate business. Dalong Real Estate is ours. Let's consider this as a goodwill gesture. I can provide 5 million for you. What do you think? As this statement fell, the harsh woman there changed her expression. From initially being disdainful to now staring wide-eyed, her breathing became heavy. At the same time, Lu Lily raised her head. Her eyes were already red and swollen from crying. She immediately shouted loudly, "Don't even think about it. You hit someone, and you can't even apologize." With these words, the harsh woman became anxious. Quickly, she rushed to Lu Lily's side, her face full of anxiety, and with a forced smile, she said, I'm sorry, we need to discuss this further." After this statement, the harsh woman quickly looked at Lu Lily and said, "Lily, are you crazy? It's not that I'm criticizing you, but this is 5 million. A whole 5 million, how could you just refuse it like that?" Listening to this, Qian Xiao wore a smirk of disdain. 5 million could solve these people. In an instant, Qian Xiao's lips curled into a smile. However, Lu Lily became anxious. "But aunt..." Before Lu Lily could say more, the aunt continued, "Lily, you need to think this through. This incident has already happened. Even if you really want to sue, the chances of winning are slim, not to mention that suing wastes time and money. And even if you win, at most you would only receive an apology. But what good is that? It's better to take the 5 million and live a good life." Of course, what the aunt was really thinking was that once the 5 million was in Lu Lily's hands, she would find a way to borrow a portion of it. At this moment, Lu Lily was almost laughing in anger. After all, she truly found it hard to understand how she ended up with such a relative. At this time, the uncle beside them also shouted angrily, "Enough." Hearing this voice, the aunt, who was about to say something, immediately shrank her neck. "This matter can't just end like this. What we need is an apology, not 5 million. This guy hasn't even apologized yet, and he thinks he can buy your conscience with 5 million. The uncle scolded angrily, while Qian Xiao's expression gradually turned cold. "You are seeking death." Qian Xiao's face instantly turned icy. "It seems you really don't know the power of Dalong Real Estate," Qian Xiao stated coldly. Listening to this, Lin Chen's expression remained calm. Just then, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. After taking a look, the corner of his mouth gently rose. The next moment, he stood up and calmly said, while looking at his phone, "Dalong Real Estate, there's quite a bit of dark history in its background. In May 2017, through violent black means, they forcibly acquired 13 old houses in the Zhonghai Old Town awaiting demolition. In September 2017, they violently demolished 280 properties in the Old Town, built a community, making a profit of 283 million. In 2018, Lin Chen read each item, causing beads of sweat to flow down Qian Xiao's forehead. "You..." As the last item was mentioned, Qian Xiao's expression turned terrified. Lin Chen, however, merely smiled faintly. Sitting there, he said, "What? You want to ask how I know such details? Do you really think I've been doing nothing while waiting for? I've managed to dig up quite a bit of dirt on Dalong Real Estate over the years. Soon my lawyer will be visiting you one by one. By then, consider whether you have the time to deal with us." With that, Lin Chen stood up, his expression cold. Meanwhile, Qian Xiao's face gradually twisted in rage. "Kid, just you wait. When you walk alone at night in the future, you'd better be careful. If one careless day someone knocks you down on the road." To this, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and then looked at Robin beside him, calmly saying, "All right, did you hear that? You recorded this, right?" "Everything's recorded, boss," Robin immediately replied. Lin Chen nodded and continued, "Then if anything happens to me, this recording should be handed over to the police." In that moment, Qian Xiao felt a blackness before his eyes and fainted directly. He knew that this time he was completely finished. After all, he had used his means in the forced acquisitions of properties over the years. If all of this were to be, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Lin Chen wore a calm expression and looked at Lu Lily behind him, smiling as he said, "All right, the matter is basically resolved. Just leave the next steps to the legal team." Lu Lily nodded, her face slightly flushed. At that moment, the aunt appeared dazed. The boy beside her shook his head, watching his mother's expression. The uncle couldn't help but look at Lin Chen a few more times. Then, since Lu Lily's mother needed more rest, Lin Chen did not disturb them further. He simply left alone. On the way back, Lin Chen was also deep in thought. Indeed, there was some truth in the money being a bit short. His safety seemed to genuinely be at stake. So far, he had not equipped himself with even a single bodyguard. "It seems I need to find a way to arrange for 1 or 2 bodyguards." With his chin resting on his hand, Lin Chen pondered deeply. "When Chun Zhuo returns to work tomorrow, I'll have her help prepare some security personnel. Though my personal combat power is indeed very strong now, with a perfect physique and the 8 extremes fist at my disposal. But what does that matter? No matter how strong his combat power was, he could never possibly withstand a group of people attacking together. Moreover, if a group were to attack, which one should he target first?" Thinking of this, Lin Chen fell silent. It seems hiring some security must be put on the agenda. He murmured to himself, his expression gradually becoming heavy. Soon Lin Chen returned home. It had only been 3 days since he last stayed here, yet a layer of dust had settled in the house. He called over 5 housekeepers standing by as he calmly observed their work. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, the house was cleaned thoroughly. One cannot deny that this large house has its downsides. Cleaning it is indeed quite laborious. The housekeepers charge by the square meter at 10 yuan per square meter. One cannot deny that this large house has its downsides. Cleaning it is indeed quite laborious. The housekeepers charge by the square meter at the 5 housekeepers, seeing the 200 yuan red envelope, couldn't help but gasp. Wow, this wealthy person is really generous. In the midst of their astonishment, the faces of the few were filled with surprise. Indeed, just like that, 200 yuan is almost equivalent to my 2 days' salary. This wealthy person, no wonder he is rich. Just look at this generosity. In an instant, the 5 housekeepers smiled broadly. Lin Shun, on the other hand, nodded with satisfaction. This expenditure was worth it. For Lin Shun, 3 to 4,000 yuan was merely pocket change. However, spending so little money to have the house cleaned so well truly made Lin Shun feel a bit pleased. For housekeepers, once I move to a larger house in the future, I must hire more money is not an issue. At this moment, everyone was collectively astonished. Then he took a bottle of drink from the fridge and began to gulp it down. Burp. Soon Lin Shun let out a satisfied belch. His face revealed an expression of bliss. He casually turned on the television, and lying down, Lin Shun gradually transformed into a lazy fish. A day quickly passed. When morning arrived the next day, Lin Shun also woke up. The first thing he said upon getting out of bed was, "System check-in. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. Obtained bio bodyguard female 15. What the hell?" Just as Lin Shun was left dumbfounded, someone knocked on his front door. Curiously, he opened. Outside the door stood 15 young girls dressed in tight black outfits, each with striking looks. As the door opened, they all walked in unison. As soon as the 15 entered, they began to inspect the surroundings. Security confirmation successful. The leader immediately knelt on one knee, and the remaining 14 followed suit. "Master, the bio bodyguards are here to report." Lin Shun was somewhat dumbfounded. What the heck is going on? Wait, system, a bio bodyguard? What is this thing? In an instant, Lin Shun felt nervous and began to shout angrily in his heart at the system. Before the system could respond, the leading bio bodyguard spoke up. "Master, there's no need to panic. We are bio bodyguards produced by the Galactic Federation, posing no threat to you. We have control chips implanted in our brains, and as long as you wish, we can be shut down at any time. Moreover, our main task is to ensure your safety." Hearing this, Lin Shun nodded immediately. Gradually relaxing, he began to examine the 15 bio bodyguards and asked, "So are you going to provide personal protection for me 24 hours a day? Wouldn't that interfere with my normal life?" "Rest assured, Master, we will protect you discreetly in the background, and we will deal with any potential threats to you covertly." Listening to this, Lin Shun nodded in agreement. "All right, I understand. How should I address you?" "You may call me number 1. This one is number 2. Quickly, Lin Shun memorized the numbers of the 15 individuals. Following that, he began to learn more about these 15 biohumans, understanding their capabilities. Through a round of sparring, Lin Shun roughly understood the specific strength of these 15 biohumans. Even if he were to team up with 10 of himself, they would still not be a match for just number 1. It can be said that as long as he wasn't subjected to heavy artillery bombardment, he basically wouldn't have any. Alright, not bad. Send 3 people to protect my parents, and the rest stay by my side. Lin Shun pondered for a moment before arranging the personnel. Indeed, his parents, although living in a small county, generally had no major safety issues. However, with his growing wealth, it was inevitable that someone would attempt to target them. Therefore, arranging a few bio-enhanced individuals to ensure their safety was quite necessary. "Yes, Master." Number 1 replied to Lin Shun, formally beginning to arrange the personnel. However, it was at this moment that his phone rang. After answering the call, Lin Shun immediately spoke up. "Hello, good afternoon. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Lin Shun?" A sweet voice came from the other end of. "Yes, I am. Mr. Lin, we are from the Iway Island Yacht 4S store. The yacht you purchased has arrived. Could you come by our 4S store when you have time?" Hearing this, Lin Shun was momentarily stunned. Then he recalled that it must be his Privilege 1 yacht that had arrived. "Oh sure, I will go pick it up now." After finishing his words, Lin Shun hung up the phone. At that moment, a strong man on the other side also ended the call. He then looked at the massive yacht over 100 meters long parked in the backyard, and his mouth twitched fiercely. Deep down, he couldn't help but think, "I really shouldn't have taken this order. Privilege 1, such a large yacht, where should I put it?" If Lin Shun allowed it, he could directly launch this yacht into the water. But now that's not possible. What a hassle. He sighed inwardly. But to be able to afford this Privilege 1, it seems the wealthy businessman who bought this yacht is quite remarkable. After all, Privilege 1 was one of the world's top yachts. And this yacht was top-off-the-line. It even housed a plane and a jet ski. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a Pagani Huayra also parked at the entrance of the store. Upon seeing the Pagani Huayra, the boss of the 4S store was instantly dumbfounded. "Wow, This 4S store owner was completely stunned. Hiss. Which big shot is here to buy a yacht? Swallowing hard, the 4S store owner was filled with shock. In the next moment, Lin Chen stepped out of the passenger seat of the car. As for number one, he also got out of the vehicle. In number one's hand was a driver's license. Basically, number one could drive all kinds of vehicles. This was one of his fundamental abilities. Welcome, welcome. Is this little brother here to buy a yacht? The boss of the 4S store rubbed his hands and walked up to Lin Chen, looking at him curiously. Oh, someone just called me saying my yacht Privilege 1 has arrived. At this moment, the 4S store owner was completely. The owner of Privilege 1 is so young. Although he could discern from the voice over the phone that Lin Chen was quite, but now Lin Chen's appearance still deeply shocked him. Young. Truly too young. Could he be a second-generation heir from some family? But I haven't heard of any second-generation heir from Zhonghai buying such a top yacht. At this moment, the 4S store owner's heart was stirred with waves of astonishment. You? Are you Mr. Lin Chen? Yes, that's me. Lin Chen nodded and then asked, do you need to see my identification? No. Please come in. The owner waved his hands repeatedly and hurriedly led Lin Chen inside. What a joke. Being able to afford a Pagani Huayra and buy Privilege 1. Who would dare to pretend to be someone of such top-tier wealth? Moreover, even if someone really wanted to pretend, how many could afford a Pagani Huayra worth 100 million? Rather than checking the identification now and offending someone, it would be better to verify the authenticity during the processing later. The two quickly arrived in the backyard. At this moment in the yard, a heavy-duty truck was parked, and on it was the unmistakable Privilege 1. This Privilege 1 was entirely pure white. And on the deck, there were a total of 5 levels. Additionally, beneath the deck was a massive hall. The Privilege 1 is equipped with jet skis and helicopters, and it also has a huge loading space. Below there is even a small submarine. We can go up and take a look now. The boss of the 4S store was now introducing it to Lin Chen. Listening to his words, Lin Chen nodded. Although his face was very calm, deep down a storm had long since risen. Although he had seen data about it online, seeing it in person, now he still found it hard to calm down. After all, this was not just a yacht. This was practically a small cruise ship. After a round of exploration, Lin Chen was truly astonished. On this yacht, every kind of luxurious equipment was fully equipped. Whether it was a KTV, a game room, or a small bar, everything was present. Moreover, on the deck, there was a sunbathing area, a swimming pool, as well as a private helipad and a basketball court. One could say that this giant yacht, measuring over 100 meters in length, was nothing short of extravagance. After a thorough inspection, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. After a while, he finally uttered these 2 words. The owner of the 4S shop, however, was smiling. He immediately spoke up. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Though he said this deep down, he was already complaining. For such a top-tier yacht, merely being not bad seemed quite What level of yacht would be considered acceptable? A cruise ship. Whom can I launch it from here? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask the 4S shop owner. As for launching, that won't work here. If you want to launch it, you can do so at the nearby Huangpu dock. I can help you transport this yacht there. Alright then, please help me transport it. Nodding calmly after going through a process, the owner of the 4S shop spoke to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, here is my business card. Saying this, he handed over a card with both hands. Good. Receiving the card, Lin Chen casually stuffed it into his pocket. This way it would be much more convenient for him to maintain the yacht in the future. Just this action made the shop owner feel a surge of excitement. However, the only troublesome thing was where to place this yacht. Facing such a giant luxury yacht over 100 meters long, finding a place for it was indeed a hassle. It wouldn't do to let it drift endlessly on the East Sea. It still required maintenance and refueling. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen felt a bit of a headache. Looks like it's time to buy a bigger house. Lin Chen mused, rubbing his chin. But it had only been a short while, and he was already considering changing houses. Such a hassle. After murmuring this in his heart, Lin Chen left the 4S shop and immediately got led by no one. They headed straight for Huangpu dock. Huangpu dock was the only inner-city dock in Zhonghai, and also a sea entrance. I could take a trip to my private island. After a moment of murmuring to himself, the vehicle soon arrived at Due to the vehicles behind needing to transport the Privilege No. 1 yacht, the speed naturally had to be somewhat slower. At this moment, in front of Huangpu dock, Zhang Ming was already there. Besides him, there were quite a few extravagantly dressed second-generation heirs gathered around. Haha, young Master Lei, congratulations on acquiring a yacht. Congratulations, that yacht of yours looks really expensive. Exactly, congratulations. A group of young men cupped their hands towards the facing Lei Sea. Hey, what's my yacht compared to this? It's not even luxurious. Let me tell you, when I came out of that 4S shop today, I saw the Privilege No. 1 yacht. It was massive, easily over 100 meters long. My 40-meter yacht is just a little brother compared to it. What? 100-meter-long Privilege No. 1. In Zhonghai, I doubt there are many willing to spend that. Yeah, that Privilege No. 1 must cost at least 100 million. I guess only young Master Lei and young Master Zhang's families can afford it. The crowd started discussing among themselves. Zhang Ming only smiled faintly and began to decline the praises. However, at this moment Lin Chen's Pagani Huayra suddenly came to a stop. At that moment it drew a lot of attention. Is there another rich kid coming? Is this the Pagani Huayra? Who in Zhonghai bought such a car? This is a limited luxury car worldwide. Which second-generation heir could afford this? I don't know. Did young Master Lei invite someone? The crowd, listening to this conversation, Zhang Ming's heart suddenly stirred. Pagani Huayra. Could it be? Just as he was contemplating, Lei Si beside him furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat displeased. After all, today was his turf. How could someone dare to show up in a Pagani Huayra? Moreover, this globally limited luxury car had drawn everyone's attention. This was simply overshadowing his presence. At that moment, Lei Si felt a surge of displeasure. Deep down, he silently made a resolution. No matter who got out of that car later, he would humiliate them properly. He wanted them to know who the real protagonist was. At this moment, Lin Chen also stepped down from the car. As for number one, it had now appeared beside Lin Chen. How beautiful! But who is this guy? Do you know him? I certainly don't. At that moment, the dozen or so rich second-generation heirs nearby began to whisper among themselves. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming walked directly towards Lin Chen. Lin bro. Zhang Ming looked at Lin Chen with a hint of confusion. Zhang Xiao, do you know him? The others were filled with curiosity. After all, second-generation heirs who could afford such luxury cars are indeed rare in Zhonghai. They all recognized each other, yet none knew Lin Chen. So who exactly is Lin Chen? Everyone was curious for a moment. This is my friend Lin Chen. A simple introduction followed as Zhang Ming said, Lin bro, what brings you here? Oh, I just bought a yacht and came to test it in the water. Instantly Zhang Ming was taken aback and everyone around was also stunned. A yacht in the water? This. At that moment Rice's expression turned icy. The coldness in his gaze towards Lin Chen was palpable. Today his yacht was also coming to the water, but Lin Chen was here for the same reason. Is he trying to compete with him? Rice's heart was filled with a strong chill. Then he walked forward. It seems, brother, you also came to put the yacht in the water. I wonder where your yacht is now. My yacht is also here to launch today, why not do it together? He pointed to a 40-meter long yacht nearby. Then with a proud face he said, I wonder how big your yacht is. My divine court is worth nearly 100 million. Brother, I hope your yacht isn't too small. Otherwise, if I accidentally bump into yours, that would be unfortunate. Rice's tone clearly carried a hint of mockery. After this remark, Zhang Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. As for Lin Chen, he maintained a calm expression, looking at Rice's yacht with an odd expression. Then he nodded and said, actually, it's about the same size as yours. He really. Then Rice immediately asked, I wonder what does your family do? Me. I'm just a landlord, I suppose. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. Well, that's not incorrect. After all, with so many properties and office buildings under his name, saying he was a landlord wasn't wrong. He just happened to serve as chairman for some big companies. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Following this statement, Zhang Ming's expression grew increasingly strange. I'm hearing you talk nonsense. You call that being a landlord? I've never seen someone with such ridiculous claims. The others around also lost interest in Lin Chen. A landlord? It seems he's just another nouveau riche. Rice sneered contemptuously. He had formed a rough judgment about the yacht Lin Chen mentioned. What money could a landlord nouveau riche possibly have? Even if he could afford this Pagani Huayra, it would probably mean he has 2 or 3 properties. His net assets wouldn't exceed 10 billion. And this car alone might have drained his family's wealth. Then Rice spoke up. Tisk Zhang Ming, your friends are getting lower and lower in caliber. You actually associate with this kind of nouveau riche. You're seriously lowering the standards of our second-generation circle. Hearing this, Zhang Ming immediately spoke up. Rice, don't go too far. Lin bro is not just any landlord, his identity is. Before Zhang Ming could finish his sentence, he noticed that everyone around had suddenly gone slack-jawed. Stunned, they looked behind them. What's going on? Zhang Ming was taken aback and turned to see what was behind him. At that moment, Zhang Ming was also left dumbfounded. What the heck? In the distance, a transport truck was slow. This is Privilege One. Could this possibly be this young man's yacht? What the hell? This is a joke, right? This is Privilege One. Everyone swallowed hard, their eyes wide with stunned disbelief impossible to conceal. Even Lei Si, who had been loudly boasting just moments before, fell utterly silent. How could he possibly continue? 100-meter-long super yacht, colossal and extravagantly luxurious. It hadn't even touched water yet, and already radiated overwhelming opulence. Compared to Privilege One, his so-called Shinting was nothing but a junior sibling. Just earlier, he'd arrogantly claimed his yacht might accidentally ram into the others, if it turned out too small. What utter absurdity. Ram it. Ram what? Even if he somehow managed to crash into it, he wouldn't know where to begin compensating, and more likely the collision would capsize his vessel entirely. And calling this size just about right. In that instant, 1,000 wild stallions stampeded through Lei Si's mind. Yet as he realized all his spotlight had been snatched away, a bitter, helpless ache rose in his chest. Zhang Ming, though deeply awestruck, felt far more envy than shock. The car came to a gentle halt beside Lin Chun, and the 4S dealership manager stepped out. Mr. Lin, I'll now launch your Privilege 1. Lin Chun nodded once. Then slowly and majestically Privilege 1 began its descent into the water. It settled elegantly alongside the Huangpu Wharf. At the very moment it entered the water, every other yacht nearby was instantly eclipsed. In an instant, the colossal Privilege 1 became the undisputed center of attention. Lin Chun boarded calmly, then turned toward Zhang Ming and spoke. Care to come aboard for a ride? Hearing those words, Zhang Ming lit up with exhilaration. Absolutely. He immediately broke into a sprint toward Privilege 1, but abruptly halted mid-stride as he passed Lei. Turning to Lei Si, whose face twisted in raw, contorted fury, he said, Hey brother, I hadn't gotten around to mentioning this earlier. Brother Lin isn't some ordinary rent-collecting second-generation heir. To be precise, he isn't second-generation at all. He's the owner of the Jinyuan Commercial Street. He even owns an entire residential complex in Zhonghai. How could such a man ever be called second-gen? As those words settled, astonishment rippled through the crowd once more. The hidden mastermind behind Jinyuan Commercial Street. It was him. In that instant, every second-generation scion present froze, eyes locked, breath suspended. That single title alone granted Lin Chun near unassailable authority across Zhonghai. Then one after another the others shouted out eagerly, Whoa, bro, take me along. I want on board too. In seconds, over a dozen second-generation heirs swarmed aboard. Lin Chun then signaled. 12 covert bioenhanced bodyguards emerged from the shadows. Number 1 assumed command as helmsman, while another served as first mate. The remaining 10 dispersed seamlessly across critical stations. These bioguardians were not merely peerless in combat. They also possessed elite domestic and logistical capabilities, each rivaling the world's most accomplished specialists. Thus, everything ran flawlessly. After briefing, Number 1 Lin Chun gave the final command, and Privilege 1 surged forward, cutting straight toward his private island. He intended to inspect it, and with so many guests aboard today, the island would hardly feel deserted. Meanwhile, the group wandered freely across the yacht's decks. The second-generation heirs, normally so jaded, now gaped like wide-eyed novices, faces etched with unfeigned wonder at Privilege 1's staggering amenities. Holy hell, a 10-meter swimming pool. Gasp. It even has its own helipad and helicopter. No way, look over here. A submersible. Is this even a yacht? Stunned silence fell, then erupted into collective disbelief. Every one of them stood utterly dumbfounded. Their mouths went dry, they swallowed repeatedly. Truly, it was beyond terrifying. Lin Chun meanwhile held a cocktail in hand. He strolled onto the deck, leaned against the railing, and gazed outward. Along the route, passers-by paused mid-step, mesmerized by the sheer presence of Privilege 1. They stared transfixed, then broke into hushed murmurs. Some even whipped out their phones, snapping photos frantically. Soon Privilege 1 glided fully into open sea and revealed its true velocity. With a surge of acceleration, it unleashed full power, tearing through waves with sovereign grace, racing unswervingly toward the distant island. In the distance, the sea surface was lively. At that moment, a medium-sized yacht approximately 30 meters long was speeding across the water. On this yacht, over 10 young women in bikinis were moving about. On the deck, a remarkably overweight young man was lounging on a beach chair. In his arms, there was a stunning young woman with an alluring figure. Now she was nestled in the arms of a young man. Zhengge, you promised to buy me a new bag before, she said. The young woman wore a flirtatious expression. Meanwhile, her hand gently glided over the young man's beer belly. Zhengge, with a fat face, immediately chuckled and responded. Of course he'll buy you that LV bag. But before that, hee. Zhengge grinned, mischievously looking at the girl as his hands began to wander. Ah, Zhengge, you're so naughty. The girl pouted playfully and stood up. Just as she intended to leave, she froze. She appeared utterly stunned. Zhengge, however, grinned wickedly and said, Hey, why aren't you running away? With a lewd grin, Zhengge pulled her back into his embrace. If you serve me well this time, not only will I buy you the LV bag, but I'll also gift you a diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg. Seeing that the girl was unresponsive, Zhengge felt an even greater sense of joy. Just as he was about to take action, he noticed that the girl was not looking at him. Instead, she was staring ahead in shock, her eyes wide and dazed. At that moment, Zhengge felt a pang of anger. He wanted to see what could possibly be more astonishing than an LV bag and a diamond ring. What could possibly be so shocking that it captivated her attention? In a fit of annoyance, he lifted his gaze. Upon spotting a giant yacht approaching, he was left utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Privilege 1. In the next moment, he saw the Privilege 1 slowly passing by him. On the deck of this yacht, an exceedingly handsome man was leaning against the railing. Next to him stood a tall and elegant woman. Immediately, jealousy bubbled up within Zhengge. He then felt that the girl in his arms was somewhat lackluster. Lin Shen, however, remained unaware that merely passing by had disrupted someone else's elegant moment. Now the yacht was drawing closer to his island. In no more than 10 minutes, they would reach his island. Subsequently, he entered the cabin. Everyone enjoy your meal and have fun today. Later, I'll open a bottle of Condi for everyone to taste together. As he spoke, Lin Shen raised his glass. Hooray! Young Master Lin is generous. Lin Gu is awesome. In an instant, everyone became excited. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey Lin Gu, which direction are you steering this yacht? It seems like you're heading towards a private island up ahead. This made many people tense up. They all looked toward the distant island. Indeed, there was a sign. It clearly stated that this was a private island and that trespassers were not welcome. Private island. Young Master Lin, you should quickly tell the captain to steer clear. If we enter someone else's private island territory and the island owner is not in a good mood, then we won't be able to withstand the island owner's wrath. Yes, young Master Lin. The second-generation rich kids began to express their concerns. Indeed, private islands are generally not affordable for ordinary wealthy individuals. Those who can afford a private island are usually either very rich or very powerful. Moreover, if an ordinary person intrudes on a private island, the owner might be reasonable, but if they're not, then the consequences could be severe. After all, invading this territory is basically like barging into someone's home. Not to mention, they had already been forewarned. Yet they still barged in. How could the island owner not be angry? At that moment, two small yachts approached. On those yachts were several security personnel. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. This was bad. Many were regretting their decision. Why did they insist on boarding this yacht earlier? Yet Lin Shen remained particularly calm. He was just surprised. He hadn't expected that the system would mention the island had full facilities. Initially, he thought it would only have a seaside villa or something similar. But he had never anticipated that security measures were already in place. No, Lin Gu, I told you to turn back, but you didn't listen. Now look, the island owner has spotted us. I really shouldn't have boarded this yacht. Everyone sighed at that moment. Yet Lin Shen remained unfazed. After glancing at everyone, he calmly turned to number one beside him and said, Go inform them on the opposite side that I have arrived and ask them to let us pass. Listening to Lin Shen's words, everyone was left utterly bewildered. What is going on? Are they really letting us go? At this moment, the second-generation rich all exchanged confused glances. Lin Gu, could it be that the island's owner is your friend? Zhang Ming, who was there, couldn't help but ask Lin Shen, friend. Lin Shen was taken aback, then shook his head. That's not the case. After this statement, everyone present couldn't help but feel puzzled. If the island owner is not your friend, then why are you saying this to get us through? You made it sound so convincing. In an instant, everyone felt frustrated. Then they couldn't help but sigh in dismay. But at that moment, Lin Shen's voice rang out again. Because this island belongs to me. As soon as these words fell, the entire place fell into silence. This island belongs to him. Suddenly, within the cabin, gasps of astonishment echoed one after another. One of the second-generation rich pointed at the small boats and exclaimed, Holy cow! Those security boats are moving aside. Is it really true? Oh my God, the mysterious island owner is actually Lin Xiao. At that moment, everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Lin Shen. Even Zhang Ming, who was there, was stunned. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his heart filled with astonishment. Terrifying. It was truly terrifying. Initially, he thought that being able to afford the privilege and a Pagani Huayra was all of Lin Shen's power. But he didn't expect that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Lin Shen's capabilities. The more one tried to probe, the more one would discover the unfathomable depth of Lin Shen. At this moment, the privilege one slowly docked by the island. At this moment, everyone began to quickly disembark. When they saw the gigantic seaside villa, the second-generation rich were also left in awe. Although they had some assets in the Central Sea area, they had never seen such a luxurious seaside villa and private island. The enormous seaside villa viewed from the outside was filled with a strong sense of technology. Everyone curiously stepped inside the villa. The interior was exceptionally luxurious, and the lighting from the large floor-to-ceiling windows was superb. Inside, various high-tech facilities were abundant. The furniture in the villa was top-notch, and there were even dozens of servants present. Behind the villa was transformed into a golf course. After taking in the situation inside the villa, Lin Shen was also quite amazed. If it weren't for the fact that this villa was located on his private island, and he only came here occasionally for leisure and vacation, Lin Shen would have probably wanted to move in directly. Wow, this villa is simply invincible. Zhang Ming couldn't help but exclaim at that moment. After all, this villa was simply too luxurious. If it weren't built on Lin Shen's private island, this villa would probably be worth at least 300 to 400 million. Haha, it's just that great. Everyone feel free to enjoy yourselves, eat and drink. If you want anything, just say it. If we don't have it, I can send someone to take the helicopter to the nearby city to buy it. Other second-generation rich. This is incredible. So extravagant. to just ask for anything and send someone to take a helicopter to buy it. If they didn't know that there was indeed a helicopter on Lin Chen's yacht, they might have thought he was just showing off. But in reality, he truly wasn't. And if this were to happen to them, not a single one would be able to accomplish it. At this moment, all the second-generation rich felt a sense of melancholy. They used to think their lives were quite good with family assets exceeding 10 billion. That was considered the pinnacle of life. But now compared to Lin Chen's life. Pinnacle of life. Haha, others might think with just over 10 billion, how would you even live? At this moment, all the second-generation rich felt as if they had suffered a heavy blow. After all, how could the gap between the wealthy be so immense? Soon the night gradually descended. Lin Chen simply set up a barbecue grill by the seaside and began. At the same time, he opened a bottle of Romanicani to marinate the barbecue. The villa by the sea had a lot of provisions. Whether it was king crab or Australian wagyu, everything was available. According to his villa's butler, all these items were airlifted directly from their place of origin right after being caught. All the ingredients were definitely the freshest, arriving within 2 hours. Just like that, a night quickly passed. A night passed without a word. The next morning arrived. Lin Chen habitually checked in. Today's check-in yielded nothing special, just 10 billion in cash. Cash, huh? Lin Chen sighed, helplessly getting out of bed. Gazing out at the sea, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Just half a month ago, he was still worried about money. But now receiving 10 billion from checking in did not stir any waves in his heart. Having too much money is also a trouble. Lin Chen silently sighed in his heart, shaking his head. Standing up, he put on his watch. At that moment, he felt that everything in this world was so boring and tedious. After washing up, Lin Chen went downstairs. By this time, many second-generation rich kids were already up. Seeing Lin Chen coming down, they nodded in greeting. At the same time, Zhang Ming spoke to Lin Chen. Brother Lin, I have an auction to invite you to. An auction? What's being auctioned? Lin Chen glanced at Zhang Ming and couldn't help but ask. Oh, it's a real estate auction hosted by Kai Kuan tonight. It's mainly some high-end villas. I thought if you had time we could all go and have some fun together. Lin Chen pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded. Villas, huh? Yes, my family's Datong Real Estate will auction off large properties that have been accumulated over the past 3 years. For instance, Villa No. 1 in Yundian Villa has been unsold because it's too large. Then there's the Longting Villa in the Emerald Villa area, which also hasn't sold due to its size. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Villa No. 1 in Yundian. It is a gigantic villa with a total area of 487 square meters. It also includes a huge yard and a large underground parking garage. If he could win the bid, it would solve the storage problem of his privileged No. 1 yacht. Hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes gleamed, and he nodded, saying, sure, I was just thinking of buying a villa for fun. The people present couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. Buying a villa for fun. To know that the cheapest villa being auctioned this time costs at least 80 to 90 million. While they could afford to take out so much money to buy a villa, to say it so casually was as if he was talking about buying a villa model for fun. They really couldn't do that. It was probably only someone like Lin Chen who could speak so lightly about it. Soon the group finished breakfast. After playing golf for a while on the island, they returned to Huangpu Wharf at noon. At the wharf, Lin Chen rented a spot to store his yacht. He then parted ways with the group and headed home. Inside the house, Lin Chen took a shower and changed into a new outfit. He then called Lu Lily. After inquiring about the situation, he settled on the sofa watching TV and playing on his phone. At 7 in the evening, after receiving a call from Zhang Ming, Lin Chen drove his McLaren P1 straight to the Tianyue Hotel. The Tianyue Hotel is a 5-star hotel and also a property of the Kai Kuan family. When Lin Chen's vehicle arrived, Kai Kuan and Zhang Ming were already waiting at the door. When they saw Lin Chen in the car, the corners of their eyes twitched fiercely. Another top-tier limited edition sport. However, due to the previous day's Pagani Huayra privilege No. 1 and that private island's bombshell, this McLaren P1 worth 10 million seemed less shocking to them. On the contrary, the others were now looking over here. McLaren P1. Which young master has arrived? The globally limited 6 McLaren P1, though I wonder which young master it is. In an instant, many people stopped to discuss. At this moment, Lin Chen also got out of the car. Which young master is this? I don't know, I haven't seen him before. Could he not be one of our Zonghai's wealthy? At once everyone started to chatter. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming and Kai Kuan approached to greet him. Seeing these two welcoming him, everyone present was once again taken aback. After all, to have these two top young masters of Zhonghai personally wait to greet Lin Chen. What kind of person could he be? In an instant, everyone wore expressions of astonishment and suspicion. If a McLaren P1 only attracted the attention of a portion of wealthy individuals, then now Ming and Kai Kuan both came out to welcome Lin Chen. This has directly caused a tremendous stir. After all, what kind of high-ranking figure could prompt these two to personally come to greet him? At this moment, Kai Kuan pulled out a black invitation letter from his pocket and handed it to Lin Chen, saying, Brother Lin, this is your invitation. Without it, you cannot enter. Calmly nodding, Lin Chen accepted the invitation. Upon seeing the black invitation letter, the crowd's pupils instantly contracted in shock. A black invitation letter. Who on earth is this person? The invitation letter is actually black. It is known that this time the invitations issued by Datong Real Estate are divided into 5 levels. These levels are white, orange, red, purple, and black. Among them, the white level is the lowest and the most widely distributed. The black invitation letter is exceedingly rare. This time, only 10 were said to have been issued. Moreover, each recipient is a billionaire CEO. And this young man managed to obtain a black invitation letter. What could his status possibly be? For a moment, everyone began to speculate in their hearts. At that moment, several people had already entered the hotel. Kai Cohen then spoke up. Brother Lin, let me remind you the young master of Lamy technology, that is Lays, is also here for this auction. Lays tends to be rather petty, and his family's company is valued at several billion. I estimate he will be at the same table as you, and he might give you a hard time. Hearing this, Lin Chen merely he then replied, give me a hard time. Heh. With a dismissive snort, Lin Chen stepped into the elevator as the doors opened alongside number 1. Kai Cohen and Zhang Ming, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, both trembled slightly. Suddenly, they felt that was probably done for. Soon the elevator made its way directly to the 70th floor. This is the top floor of the Tianhua Hotel. As Lin Chen stepped out of the elevator, he saw the grand hall at the end of the corridor. After submitting the invitation, he stepped into the hall. Upon seeing the luxurious decor of the hall, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected such a restaurant. This banquet hall on this floor is the highest and most luxurious in the Tianhua Hotel. From this height, one can overlook half of the nightscape of Zhonghai, and the entire hall is designed with floor-to-ceiling glass, offering an incredibly expansive view. However, correspondingly, the rental fee for this banquet hall is shockingly high. It is said that renting it for just one day costs over $1 million. And this is just the rental fee. It does not include any costs for food, fruit, or drinks. Lin Chen also simply estimated the number of guests present. There were about 100 people. Most of them would choose to bring their families. According to the standard of 8 people per table, there would be roughly 13 tables. For a banquet of this level, a table of dishes would likely not come in under 100,000. Additionally, there are high-end foreign wines, premium liquor, exquisite desserts, and so on. Calculating a table at 200,000 multiplied by 13 tables. 2,600,000 plus $1 million in rent, at least 3,600,000 as a baseline. After all, Lin Chen calculated this at the lowest standard. And today they are hosting the top elite of Zhonghai. Moreover, the organizer is Datong Real Estate. This top-tier real estate company. Therefore, the final amount will only be higher, not lower. As Lin Chen took his seat, many wealthy businessmen at the same table looked over. Upon seeing Lin Chen, their eyes revealed a hint of surprise. After all, this table was primarily composed of top elites with black invitation letters. Most of them appeared to be in their 30s or 40s. Now entering was a young man in his early 20s, which was indeed quite striking. However, at this moment, some people's gazes fell upon Lin Chen's wrist. When they saw the Richard Mille 10th anniversary commemorative watch, they also revealed a hint of surprise. After all, this is a watch worth tens of millions. Being able to wear this watch signifies that Lin Chen's status and worth are undoubtedly high. At this moment, everyone at the same table withdrew their condescending thoughts, directly elevating Lin Chen to their level. At this time, many people at other tables, upon seeing Lin Chen take his seat, also cast surprised looks, then began to whisper among themselves. Whoa, who is this guy? No idea, probably some rich kid from a powerful family. But how dare he sit at the same time, they used Lin Chen as a lesson to educate their own juniors. It was at this moment. An old director at the table looked at Lin. At the same time, they used Lin Chen as a lesson to educate their own juniors. It was at this moment. An old director at the table looked at Lin Chen, pondering deeply in his heart. The next moment, as if recalling something. Could it be? The old director's expression shifted, and then holding his wine glass, he walked over to Lin Chen. Look, isn't that Director Lee from Thunder Game? Yeah, he seems to be walking toward that guy. Looks like Director Lee can't stand this anymore. Tisk, looks like we're in for some drama. The crowd present began to chime in. A mocking grin spread across their faces. But in the very next moment, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Director Lee walked up to Lin Chen. Then bending down, he said to Lin Chen, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Chen?" Witnessing this scene, everyone was completely stunned. What the hell is going on? Hiss. Just who is this young man? To make Director Lee of Thunder Game offer. Thunder Game is a super corporation worth 30 billion. And it's said that behind Thunder Game, there's the support of the Penguin Group. Just what identity does this guy have? In that instant, everyone was utterly astounded. Looking at Director Lee, Lin Chen spoke calmly. I am. And you are. Oh, forgive me for not introducing myself. I'm Li Quanlai from Thunder Game. A glint of excitement shone in Li Quanlai's eyes. He had recently seen the shareholding changes of the Penguin Group, and he had noted down the new shareholder Lin Chen. After all, that face was far too familiar. Oh, hello. Lin Chen stood up and raising his glass toasted Li. However, seeing Lin Chen's action, Li Kuan-lai was startled. He quickly said, No, it is I who should be toasting. I almost failed to recognize you just now. That is my fault. As he spoke, Li Kuan-lai clinked his glass with Lin Chen, and it was quite obvious as they clinked glasses. Li Kuan-lai's glass was held slightly lower than Lin Chen's. Seeing this, the crowd was even more astounded. In the culture of drinking, this gesture typically only occurs when someone of lower status toasts to someone of higher status. But now Li Kuan-lai was treating Lin Chen with such deference. So who exactly is Lin Chen? At this, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. As for the wealthy businessmen at the table, many were quite shrewd. Though they were not entirely clear on Lin Chen's identity, the fact that he commanded such respect from Li Kuan-lai was enough to show that Lin Chen had a terrifying background. In an instant, these directors lined up to toast Lin Chen. Regardless of who he was, since they knew his status was extraordinary, they naturally needed to get on his good side. In a flash, the entire table was toasting Lin Chen. After a round, Lin Chen downed an entire glass of wine. As for those further away watching this scene, their expressions shifted. Just as they were considering whether to go over and toast, they saw a young man brashly plop down into a seat. Beside him followed a middle-aged man. And this newcomer was none other than Lacey. I didn't expect to see you. Lacey looked at Lin Chen and said with a sneer, Kid, I had someone check your background after I got back. Don't you just own a Jinyuan Commercial Street and a Yuan Long game? With just those two things, what the hell do you have to be so arrogant about? Lacey declared loudly. Lin Chen frowned, then took a calm sip of his wine. He said calmly, How noisy. Those two simple words instantly enraged Lacey. He shot up from his seat, pointing at Lin Chen, and snarled, What the hell did you say? Instantly, many of the big shots at the table frowned repeatedly at Lacey. If not for the fact that Lacey was the young master of Lamy technology, these tycoons would have likely lost their temper already. Not to mention that Lin Chen had been very polite when toasting earlier. The mere fact that Lacey had started mocking Lin Chen the moment he sat down had already earned him a negative score in their minds. Seeing his nephew's behavior and the reactions of the assembled tycoons, Lei Jinshan immediately, Lacey, sit down. Hearing his uncle speak, Lacey could only sit down in a huff. But as he sat, he shot a vicious glare at Lin Chen. In his eyes, it was all because of Lin Chen that he had been scolded by his uncle. He then said coldly to Lin Chen, Kid, whatever you bid on today, I'll outbid you to the very end. Boring. Lin Chen said indifferently from his spot, his words dripping with monotony. In an instant, his anger was almost enough to ignite flames. At this moment, Kai Xianming slowly walked up to the podium. He is the chairman of Datong Real Estate, Kai Kun's father. Kai Xianming had now reached the microphone. All right, welcome everyone. Thank you for taking the time to attend our auction gala today. As the dishes were gradually served amidst a flurry of chatter, each dish appeared to be quite luxurious. As for the beverages, they were also of high quality, with Flying Maodai for the white wine and Lafite for the red wine. At this moment, Kai Xianming picked up a glass of red wine and raised it high, speaking loudly. Before the bidding begins, I would like to toast everyone. Cheers. The waitstaff had already filled the guests' glasses to the brim, wishing Boss Kai prosperity in business. To prosperity. Bottoms up. Someone initiated a toast, and the others cheerfully echoed. After downing a drink and exchanging pleasantries, Kai Xianming set down his glass and took a remote control from. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce that the auction officially begins. Of course, during the bidding, you may continue dining. If you see a property you like, simply press the button on the table. The person who presses the button will call out their good. Kai Xianming rattled off a long spiel while Lin Chen had indeed spotted the button, having previously wondered what it was for. Now it seemed that this gadget was intended for the auction. Quite advanced. High-tech. Eating. Lin Chen dug into his food, ignoring Kai Xianming's words. Of course, he still caught the key points. However, he was genuinely hungry and couldn't stop eating, which caused several wealthy individuals to look at him with strange expressions. If it weren't for Lin Chen showcasing his abilities earlier, these people would probably think he was just a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. On the contrary, Reese displayed a look of disdain towards Lin Chen at that moment. Soon the auction official. The first property up for auction was located near Lin Chen's residence, Jingxiu Yiting. It was a two-story duplex with a starting price of 80 million. Before long, this property sold for 128 million. However, Lin Chen didn't feel any loss about it, as it would come with a top-tier designer for renovation. Moreover, it was furnished with 3 different styles of furniture and offered 108 high-end brands for others. The 7 properties that appeared one after another were all sold at different prices, but none of them were cheap. Coincidentally, there were only a few remaining units, and there were buyers for them. Time passed, and soon half the auction was over. The 7 properties that appeared one after another were all sold at different prices, but none of them were cheap. The most expensive one sold for 250 million. At this point, Lin Chen sat up straight. After wiping his mouth, he looked ahead. According to the information Kai Kuan had shared with him, the last 3 properties would be villas. Moreover, they were all top-tier large villas. Just what Lin Chen needed. Reese, witnessing Lin Chen's demeanor, suddenly narrowed his eyes. A glint of coldness flashed through his gaze. If I will make you understand the consequences of offending me. Reese sneered, internally plotting to make Lin Chen uncomfortable. After a round of boasting and introductions from Kai Xuanming, the first large villa officially went up for auction. This villa has a starting price of 500 million. Each bid must be no less than 2 million. Upon hearing this price, many financially weaker tycoons gasped in shock. However, Lin Chen appeared rather unperturbed. After all, the size of the villa was evident, coupled with its favorable geographical location. Not to mention it came with a private courtyard and had a total of 5 floors. For such a villa, a starting price of 500 million was actually not excessive. I bid 2 billion, 4 billion, 6 billion. In an instant, many began to shout their bids. Lin Chen remained calm, leisurely sipping his wine. After all, he was well aware that this was merely trivial banter. His bidding would be pointless. Soon as the price reached 3 billion, everyone gradually slowed down their bids. At this point, Lin Chen finally perked up. I bid 8 billion. The previous bids had already started increasing by 2 million each, but unexpectedly Lin Chen raised his bid by a staggering 50 million. This genuinely shocked many, and several people at the same table now looked at Lin Chen with astonishment. Their eyes were filled with surprise. They initially thought Lin Chen wouldn't place a bid, but they didn't expect that when he did it would be such a stunning move. As for Lin Chen, he felt no pride. He didn't believe this would secure him the win. However, at that moment, Reese suddenly rang the bell. Then he shouted loudly, I bid 900 million. Lin Chen squinted his eyes, looking at Reese over there. At that moment, Reese sat there with an air of arrogance. What are you looking at? I also have my eye on this villa. Is that a problem? To this, Lin Chen simply smiled indifferently. Want to play? Fine, I'll play along. As for the others present, their expressions were all peculiar. After all, at 900 million, it could be said that the price was already inflated. Previously, Lin Chen's offer of 880 million had already reached the price ceiling for this house. Gazing at Reese, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he immediately spoke up. 910 million. Upon hearing this, Reese sneered coldly. How weren't you bidding quite aggressively earlier? Why are you so deflated now? Saying this, Reese slapped the bell in front of him. Then he shouted loudly. 950 million. To this, Lin Chen coldly sneered in his heart, then said indifferently. Hey, is that all the courage you have for a price increase? I don't see you as impressive at all. 950 million, is it? If that's the case, I'll offer 1 billion then. As soon as the words fell, everyone gasped in shock. He actually raised the bid to 1 billion. My heavens, am I going crazy, or is this world crazy? Indeed, this price is simply too outrageous and frightening. I just wonder if these two will continue to compete. In an instant, the crowd began to discuss. After all, a bid of 1 billion. This price is simply too abnormal and terrifying. It's just an ordinary villa. At most, the market price is around 880 million. But now it has actually been forced up to 1 billion. This is truly frightening. At this time, Reese also seemed a bit hesitant. 1 billion, this price is indeed outrageous. If he continues to raise the bid, whether he can afford it is still a question. Looking at Rice's expression, Lin Chen's mouth also curled into a smirk. The next moment, he immediately said, Hey, this is boring. I thought I had encountered a worthy opponent. But who would have thought he is actually just a coward? This price is nothing. Some people, if you can't afford this price, then don't pretend to be so impressive. It just gives the impression that you seem to have a lot of money. If you don't have money, just go home and ask your dad for more before coming back. Although Lin Chen didn't say it outright, the sarcasm was palpable. At this moment, Rice's eyes turned red with anger. The fury within him surged. He immediately snarled, Who are you calling broke? As he spoke, he slammed the bell in front of him. Then he shouted loudly, I bid 1. Boom. This time, the entire venue erupted into chaos. He actually raised the bid by 100 million. This is simply too terrifying. In an instant, many people looked over in this direction. Reese immediately held his head high and spoke loudly. This amount is small change. I like this villa, so of course I want to buy it. Then he looked at Lin Chen over there. His eyes held a hint of provocation. However, Lin Chen over there was leisurely swirling his wine glass, always wearing a smile. The next moment, he gently sipped the red wine. Seeing Lin Chen like this, Reese was somewhat stunned. He then spoke, Not yet, it's your turn. Lin Chen looked curious. What do you mean by my turn? It's your turn to call the price. Reese felt something was off. Oh, you're talking about this villa. I see that since young Master Reese likes this villa so much, I will reluctantly part with it and let it go to you. Hey, to be honest, young Master Reese has raised the price of a villa worth at most 880 million to 1 billion. It's clear how much you like this villa, so I'll do you a favor. After all, I, Lin Chen, have always been one to help others. Lin Chen spoke so grandly. Yet after he finished, all the wealthy merchants present couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Looking at Lin Chen here, their expressions were filled with strangeness. Helping others. How extraordinarily fond. Clearly he just tricked the guy, Meanwhile, at the neighboring table, Zhang Ming and Kai Kuan also wore odd expressions. Lin Chun is too cunning. In an instant, everyone was stifling their laughter. As for Reese over there, he was completely dumbfounded. Listening to Lin Shen's words, his face turned as red as a liver. At that moment, he realized he had fallen for Lin Shen's provocation. The most critical part was that this price was what he had actively called out. He couldn't complain. In an instant, the entire venue fell into a strange silence. However, at this moment, a peculiar ringing sound suddenly rang out. Look at this face, it's long and wide. Look at this bowl, it's big and round. As the strange ringing sound echoed, everyone finally couldn't hold back their laughter. Ha ha. One second-generation heir laughed out loud without restraint, and soon the entire banquet hall was filled with a joyous atmosphere. As for Reese, he could only bite his teeth and swallow his anger. Above, Kai Xianming also cast a helpless glance at Reese, who was standing there. However, as the host, he could only drop the hammer. 1 billion for the first time. 1 billion for the second time. 1 billion for the third time. Sold. With the drop of the hammer, Kai Xianming shouted loudly. Let us congratulate Reese. He has successfully purchased this villa for 1 billion. However, after these words, Rice's expression turned as dark as ink. After all, spending 1 billion to buy a bare shell house, how could one not lose their composure? Moreover, this villa, he had spent over 300 million more to buy. At this moment, as Reese listened to the applause around him akin to thunder, he felt as if he was about to explode. This is simply like having consumed a terribly bad burger. If this was a villa for his own residence, he might have accepted it. But the key is they do not lack villas. Just the one they have sitting empty is larger than this one. Why on earth did he waste 1 billion to buy this villa? To raise monkeys. Damn it. In an instant, Reese wanted to curse. If it weren't for the presence of top business tycoons here, Reese would probably have erupted. Meanwhile, Rice's uncle also wore an unsightly expression. This kid truly has very despicable methods. He cast a furious glance at his nephew beside him, feeling his own composure slipping away. You damn it, why drag me into your mess? If there weren't so many people here, he would have slapped you already. After all, this is a staggering 1 billion. And now that the hammer has fallen, both of them can only obediently pay the fees later. At this moment, Rice's sinister voice rang out immediately. Uncle, this kid's methods are truly too despicable. Lend me some money later, and I guarantee he'll take a fall. At this, Rice's uncle became even more furious. You? Me lend you money? Do you want to buy another villa? I'll be damned if I lend you a dime. If there weren't so many people here, I would have given you a big... Forget it, you can't outsmart him. Rice's uncle shook his head and said, But I... Reese wanted to say something, but he only received a glare from his uncle. At that moment, Reese could only retreat in frustration. There was no way around it. 1 billion was already his limit. Next up was a grand villa larger by about 100 square meters compared to the previous one. This time Lin Chen did not get involved. Soon the final highlight was officially set to unfold. Next we will auction the last item of the day. This item is the most luxurious house built by Datong Real Estate in recent years. To be precise, it cannot be called a villa, but rather a villa estate occupying 10 acres. Within this estate, we invited the top domestic Chinese designers to design the landscaping. The main house in the center has 4 floors above ground and 2 below. Each floor has an area of about 3,000 square meters. On the left side of this estate is a servant villa occupying 300 square meters. On the right side is an independent parking garage 5 meters high capable of accommodating up to 50 vehicles. Additionally, we have already done simple decoration for this villa. If anyone is fortunate enough to bid on this estate, our decoration time will be greatly shortened. Moreover, the water and electricity systems of this estate are independent. Furthermore, the rooftop has a helicopter landing pad, and behind it is a private swimming pool and golf course. Hearing this introduction, Lin Chen couldn't help but swallow. This estate is simply tailor-made for him. At this moment, Lin Chen's heart was stirred. If he could bid for this estate villa, he would finally have a place to dock his yacht. Alright, we will introduce this villa here for now. The starting price for this villa is 2 billion. Each bid must not be lower than 8 million. With these words, a glint of excitement flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Many wealthy individuals present also began to get eager. However, everyone remained quiet and did not raise their bids. Instead, Lin Chen could hardly contain himself and immediately grabbed the bell in front of him. He didn't hesitate. After all, this estate was something he was determined to have. He immediately spoke up. 1 billion, directly raising the bid by 100 million. With Lin Chen's bid increase, many people gasped in astonishment. This kind of operation of raising the bid by 100 million at the outset was truly shocking, and it directly scared off many who had intended to participate in the auction. However, despite this, there were still quite a few people who began to participate in the bidding. In that case, I bid 1 billion. 2 billion. It seems everyone really likes this villa, so I'll bid 15 billion. Haha, I bid 2 billion. Then I bid 23 billion. In an instant, everyone was actively placing their bids. With Lin Chen's bid, the price of the villa shot up to 2.3 billion. Meanwhile, Reese, who was beside him, was now completely out of patience. Perhaps 2 billion or so isn't a big deal for his family. But after all, that is his family's money, not his. If his father were here, he might have dared to compete, but now he simply had no way to participate. Not to mention, he had previously wasted 1 billion on a money-losing property. He estimated that when he returned home, he would be scolded to death by his father. As for Lin Chen, he was sitting quietly waiting. Such a continuously rising price would not last long. Sure enough, as the price of this villa broke through 2.3 billion, the entire venue gradually fell silent. No one dared to continue bidding. 2.3 billion for a villa was already considered a high price. It's not that they couldn't afford this price, but because putting out 2.3 billion to buy a villa isn't really cost-effective. Rather than waste money like this, it would be better to invest it. Hey, it seems this villa is going to be sold at this price. Yet 2.3 billion, this is probably the peak price. I don't think so. Lin Chen seems to be quite interested in this villa. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. As the last statement fell, everyone turned to look at Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen had given them too many surprises before. Now they also wanted to see what Lin Chen's thoughts on them. At this moment, Lin Chen was smiling faintly, then gently pressed the bidding bell. I bid 2.4 billion. As these words fell, everyone present gasped in shock, directly raising the bid by 1 billion. And at such a moment, this is simply extravagant. This Lin Chen is truly extravagant. Terrifying, it's really extremely terrifying. Indeed, directly raising the bid by 1 billion, and he was treated to drinks by so many big shots before. Lin Chen's identity is definitely not just as simple as the chairman of Yuanlong Games. The crowd discussed among themselves. The middle-aged thin man who had bid earlier upon hearing Lin Chen's offer also cast a glance at him. When he noticed Lin Chen, a hint of surprise flashed in his heart. Then he nodded at Lin Chen and didn't pay too much attention anymore. At the same time, he directly gave up on bidding. After all, Lin Chen's demeanor clearly indicated he was determined to win, and it was pointless for him to raise the bid. Meanwhile, Kai Xianming above was feeling the pressure. After all, for him, this was pure profit. He even hoped this house would sell for a higher price. Mr. Lin Chen bids 2.4 billion. Is there anyone who bids higher? In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. After all, how could one bid at this price? Then they turned their gaze to Reese beside them, wanting to see if Reese would continue. Feeling the intense stares, Reese wished he could dig a hole in the floor and hide in it. After waiting for a long time, no one continued to bid. Kai Xianming above decisively hammered the gavel. Congratulations to Mr. Lin Chen for successfully bidding for this villa at 2.4 billion. At this moment, Kai Xianming felt a surge of joy in his heart. After all, selling this villa at a transaction price of 2.4 billion was undoubtedly a perfect conclusion. Congratulations. Congratulations. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in applause. At this moment, the auction also came to an end, and many people gathered around to toast and congratulate Lin Chen. As for Reese beside him watching this scene, his face turned green, staring at Lin Chen over there with a deep. At this moment, the thin man who had been sitting there also walked over with a drink in hand. He spoke to Lin Chen. Chairman Lin, I didn't expect us to meet in such a way, the thin man said with a smile on his face. Lin Chen also showed a puzzled expression. Curiously, he asked, who are you? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Gao Lijia, the chairman of Doushan Network Technology. Last night we had a round e-financing at Doushan Network Technology. Your Junyao Capital successfully acquired 40 of our shares for 5 billion. After this statement, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. What a terrifying identity it is to be the largest shareholder of Doushan Network Technology. One must know that Doushan Live has already become a leading entity in the entire live streaming industry. Its market value is a staggering $8 billion US. And this giant in the live streaming industry, Lin Chen, actually holds a 40% stake. Furthermore, one of the top 10 investment companies in the country, Junyao, is surprisingly linked to Lin Chen. In an instant, many people gasped in shock. Moreover, their gazes towards Lin Chen changed dramatically. This guy truly has a terrifying background. Beside them, Zhang Ming and Kai Kuan swallowed hard. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief as they looked at Lin Chen. After all, this identity is indeed extremely frightening. As for Lacey next to them, he was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Lin Chen, his expression one of I see, it seems that the task I entrusted to them has been completed quite well. Lin Chen raised his glass and clinked it with Gao Lijia. Then he took a sip of the red wine in his glass. Gao Lijia, on the other hand, downed his wine in one go, then spoke to Lin Chen. Director Lin, I would like to invite you and Xiao Ma to dinner tomorrow. I hope you can honor us with your presence. Sure, I haven't gathered with Xiao Ma for a while. Just give me the address when the time comes, and I will naturally go. Lin Chen nodded, and Gao Lijia felt a surge of joy inside. Immediately, he made an early exit. The others nearby upon hearing this conversation felt a storm brewing in their hearts. He hasn't gathered with Xiaoma for a while. What does this mean? Clearly Lin Shen is quite familiar with Xiaoma. Indeed, Lin Shen is definitely not just the chairman of Yuanlong Games, which is why so many big shots are toasting him. In an instant, everyone murmured in their hearts. Their gazes towards Lin Shen gradually became fervent. Meanwhile, Lei Si, who was sitting there, had turned as pale as death. Originally, if Lin Shen were only the chairman of Yuanlong Games, it wouldn't have been a big deal. After all, his own Lei technology could still compete with it. Later, when it was revealed that he was the largest shareholder of Dousha Network Technology, it was still manageable. With both identities combined, he was not afraid. At most, they would just become rivals. But now it has been revealed that he has a significant relationship with Xiaoma. This is somewhat intriguing. Clearly, these two layers of identity are only what he is willing to let you know. The other party definitely possesses some level of identity that they are unaware of. And it was precisely for this reason that Lei Si came to understand. He realized he had definitely hit a brick wall. In an instant, Lei Si's heart was plunged into despair. If it weren't for the fact that the host of this banquet was Datong Real Estate, and he represented Lei Technology to attend, he would have probably fled long ago. Afterward, Lin Shen chatted with other wealthy businessmen. After about 10 minutes, a pile of business cards had already accumulated in front of Lin Shen. Soon the banquet was announced to be over. The moment it was announced, Lei Si hurriedly slipped away. Lin Shen also left the venue at this time. After exiting, he opened his phone to check. At this moment, there was a message from Junyao Capital in his inbox. This was sent last night. He just hadn't noticed it until now. The message clearly stated that he had acquired a 40% stake in Junyao Capital. Calmly replying, Lin Shen then got into the car. As soon as he entered, Lu Qi called him. Chenzi. As soon as the call was connected, Lu Qi's excited voice came through. What happened? Lin Shen asked, somewhat puzzled. Guess what? Our newly developed game can now begin internal testing, and we have decided to name this game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Hearing this, Lin Shen was momentarily taken aback. But in the next moment he frowned tightly, feeling somewhat displeased. What did you say? Hearing Lin Shen's words, Lu Qi was momentarily stunned. Then he replied, naming it PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. What's the problem? Lu Qi looked confused. Is that what I asked? Did you guys work overtime? Who allowed you to work overtime? Lin Shen said with a dark expression. After Lin Shen's words, Lu Qi was instantly dumbfounded. What is happening at this time? Other company owners hope their employees work overtime every day. How is it that in Lin Shen's case overtime is not allowed? In an instant, Lu Qi was completely confused. Forget it. If you're working overtime, just report all the overtime personnel to Chinzuru. The overtime pay for these 5 days will all be calculated as holiday overtime. Additionally, send me a copy of the game you successfully developed, and I will try playing it later.